Hiss. It hurts. Ye Tian rubbed his throbbing head, his confused eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly he sprang up from the bed, his gaze filled with vigilance, darting across the room. When he recognized the familiar scenery, the wariness faded, replaced by bewilderment and confusion. Why does this place feel so familiar? The familiar surroundings stirred long-dormant memories, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Isn't this my room before the apocalypse? Wasn't I killed? Why am I here? He glanced around, seeing his own reflection in the mirror, both alien and familiar, everything feeling unreal. Am I dreaming? He found his phone and checked the date, July 28th, 20XX. Ye Tian's pupils contracted sharply. He stared at the date on his phone in disbelief, then suddenly pinched his thigh hard. Hiss. It hurts. He rubbed the reddened spot, the pain confirming this was not a dream. I've been reborn. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving, and swallowed involuntarily, his eyes full of shock. After confirming his rebirth, a smile appeared on his face, spreading into a grin, and finally, he burst into laughter. Since heaven has given me a second chance, I must seize it. I will stand at the pinnacle of this world. I will take revenge. The thought of vengeance filled his eyes with hatred, cold and piercing. The scene of his death felt like it had just happened. In his past life, Ye Tian was just an ordinary evolver with no special abilities. After 10 years of brutal struggle, he finally became an 8th rank evolver. But just after breaking through to the 8th rank, before he could savor the joy, a dagger pierced his heart from behind. He turned his head with difficulty and saw a face that shocked him. He had been killed by the woman he loved. Shock, confusion, doubt, anger, unwillingness, despair. A complex mix of emotions flooded his mind. Then he felt cold all over, his vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he had miraculously returned to 10 years ago. He wished he could go back to before his rebirth and ask her why. There was no rift between them, and he had no treasure worth coveting. They had supported each other through the zombie outbreak. Returning to the past was impossible, and Ye Tian quickly calmed down, but deep down, he was deeply unwilling. Since I can't kill the you from before the rebirth, I'll kill the you now. Revenge. He had only met her after the apocalypse and never asked where she was from, so he couldn't find her now. The current date was July 28th, 20XX. There was still 1 month until the apocalypse. 1 month later, 9 gigantic stone pillars would descend from the sky, mysterious pillars that no one in Ye Tian's past life ever understood. After they landed, countless monsters would swarm out from them. The monsters would bite anyone they saw. Anyone bitten would transform into a monster within moments, making them seem endless. In the apocalypse, surviving alone was nearly impossible. One had to face monsters and also watch out for other survivors. The most terrifying thing in the apocalypse was not the monsters, but humans. Alone, one could not escape exploitation by large groups. To survive long and thrive in the apocalypse, the best way was to build a powerful force of one's own. Ye Tian thought calmly, being the only one who knew the apocalypse was coming, how could he maximize his advantage? What did building a force require? People, of course. The best way to make others serve you in the apocalypse was to have great strength and abundant supplies, both indispensable. With his rebirth advantage, he could identify elite individuals before they rose and recruit them into his team. Of course, Ye Tian wouldn't accept just anyone. He only recruited elites. The principle of quality over quantity was well understood. Perhaps later he would need ordinary evolvers to rebuild civilization, but Ye Tian didn't know. In his past 10 years, no one had built a city, only temporary large settlements existed. It wasn't about lack of ability. The apocalypse had horrors far worse than monsters. He even doubted humanity could survive until the end. Time waits for no one. The top priority now is to stockpile large amounts of food and water. In the apocalypse, what was most precious? Supplies. More precisely, food and water. After the apocalypse, order collapsed, production ceased, and limited food became the foundation of survival. For a piece of bread, people would kill. For a sausage, they would risk their lives. For a bottle of water, they would sell their dignity. Countless women would sell their bodies for a little food. Beautiful celebrities and popular influencers. Their dignity became worthless in the face of hunger. The lucky ones became playthings of some overlord, the unlucky were used as tools for the group. This was the apocalypse. Only naked interests, no rules. I need to think about where to store supplies, a cold storage warehouse. As Ye Tian was thinking, a voice suddenly rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations. The apocalypse survival system has been activated. Binding to host. Binding successful. Ye Tian was stunned, then his face broke into ecstatic joy. A system. He actually had a system. A reborn person deserved his own perks. Ye Tian immediately opened the system interface, a translucent screen only he could see. It was simple, divided into character enhancement, skills, reward, storage. Character. Ye Tian click for details. Enhancement can bind a non-living item to upgrade. Skills. None. Rewards. Certain conditions can trigger system rewards. Storage can store all non-living items with time frozen inside. Ye Tian first clicked on his character panel. Name. Ye Tian level 0 can be upgraded by consuming energy. Strength 18, adult average 10, agility 12, adult average 10, constitution 15, adult average 10, ability 0, charm 90, includes appearance figure temperament, max 100, higher charm, makes it easier to gain trust potential SSS grades, FEDC, BAS, SSS. Higher potential means higher energy conversion efficiency. Ye Tian was surprised his potential was max. Energy conversion efficiency meant that, for example, 2 people at the same rank in SSS could convert 10 energy points per day, while an A could only convert 1, leaving the A far behind. Was he actually an underestimated genius? He shook his head. It was probably because of the system that the evaluation was so high. Without the system, he was just a waste. As for ability 0, he ignored it. He hadn't awakened any ability yet, so it was naturally 0. After the apocalypse, humans were divided into evolvers and ability users. Ability users were undoubtedly stronger. Ye Tian clicked through the remaining panels. When he saw the storage option, there was a symbol. He recognized it. It meant infinity. Ye Tian took a deep breath, trying to calm down, and with a trembling hand, he clicked on the storage option. What he saw made his eyes bulge. In his perception, there was an invisible, intangible, boundless space. It was truly infinite. Ye Tian jumped up in excitement, waving his arms. Infinite system space. Could he pack the entire planet in there? Thinking this, he rushed to the street, placed his palm on the ground, and shouted in a commanding voice, "Absorb." Nothing happened. Wrong pose. Absorb. Absorb. He tried several poses, but nothing happened. People on the street stared at him oddly, some pointing and whispering. "What's that guy doing? Don't know, maybe he's got something wrong up there." The speaker pointed at his own head. "Oh." Another person looked at Ye Tian with pity. "Damn, they think I'm crazy." "I'm not crazy, you're the crazy ones." Ye Tian grumbled and went back to his room. It shouldn't be like this, he thought, and his phone vanished from his hand. In the system space, only he could see a phone appeared. Ye Tian then looked at the furniture. He tried storing items one by one. They all went in. Until he tried the computer desk, nothing happened. He understood the space had limitations likely related to volume. Items exceeding a certain volume couldn't be stored. But he wasn't disappointed, he was excited. As long as he didn't attempt to store items above the volume limit at once, the space could theoretically hold countless supplies. And time was frozen inside. For example, a freshly cooked hot dish stored in the system space would still be steaming 10 years later. Ye Tian was very excited. An infinite space with time frozen meant he could keep any food perfectly fresh. It was now 30 days until the apocalypse. Although there was still a month, time was of the essence. Stockpiling supplies took time. He immediately went out to prepare for purchasing supplies. Before the apocalypse, Ye Tian was the owner of a logistics group company with modest assets. His parents died early, and he built the company from scratch as a young man, a model of self-made success. The company owned several warehouses, and he was familiar with various suppliers. He went to the underground parking lot, pressed the car remote, and found his car by the sound. After 10 years, he had forgotten where he parked. To avoid attracting attention, he first rented several large remote warehouses in different locations. He signed a 3-month contract with a reluctant landlord. He would have preferred 1 month, but the minimum was 3 months. He scrolled through his contacts, found Chun Jianshu from his fuzzy memory. "Hello, Boss Chun. Please arrange to send 10,000 tons of pork to warehouse No. 3 on Fumin Road." 10,000 tons. Boss Chun, who was just flirting with his secretary, was startled and jumped up. Listening to the voice on the other end of the line, Chun Jianshu found it almost unbelievable. Pork was no longer cheap these days. With skin, the market price had reached 16.8 yuan per gene. 10,000 tons of pork meant more than 300 million yuan. Yet for an order of such magnitude, it was naturally impossible to calculate strictly according to the market price. "Are you sure it's 10,000 tons? Chun Jianshu feared he had misheard and asked again for confirmation. "Yes, the sooner the better. But you have to give me a favorable price. I'll pay 50% as a deposit first, and I'll settle the remaining balance in full next month." Ye Tian let out a cold laugh. Paying in full next month. Next month was exactly when the apocalypse would erupt, which was practically the same as never paying at all. If his memory served him right, in the early days of the apocalypse, this very Chun Jianshu had even targeted him. Back then, relying on the vast quantities of pork in his hands, Chun Jianshu had gathered a large crowd willing to risk their lives for him. Coveting Ye Tian's girlfriend, he had schemed openly and secretly to have Ye Tian killed. In the end, Ye Tian fought desperately, breaking out with his girlfriend by his side. Since he had been given a second life, Ye Tian decided he would first swindle some pork from him as interest, and when the apocalypse erupted, he would seek him out to settle the score. Pork was what Ye Tian ate the most, and among all kinds of meat it was relatively affordable, so the very first thing he hoarded in large quantities was pork. "All right, no problem, I'll make arrangements immediately." Receiving Ye Tian's enormous order, President Chen's mouth split open like a blooming lotus. He stopped flirting with his secretary and happily went off to arrange trucks for delivery. He was quite familiar with Ye Tian and knew where his company was, so he was not worried that the remaining payment would be defaulted. The coquettish secretary asked in a sweet voice, "President Chun, who wants as much as 10,000 tons of pork? There's no way such a huge amount can be sold off quickly. What is he after? Has he gone crazy?" Chen Jianshu replied with complete nonchalance. Who knows? Why bother caring what he's after? Maybe he had a dream that the end of the world is coming, or maybe he's simply so rich he's buying it for fun. As long as I can make money, that's all that matters. President Chen, you truly are wise. After hanging up on President Chen, Ye Tian immediately called Zhang, the head of a wholesale business for packaged foods. Hello, President Zhang, could you arrange for a batch of ready-to-eat packaged foods to be delivered tomorrow to the warehouse at No. 7 Mingdong Street? Any variety is fine, yes, as long as it's edible. Instant noodles, sausages, all kinds of frozen dumplings, and so on. Hello, President Li, I'll need your help the day after tomorrow. Standing in the warehouse, Ye Tian made call after call, arranging deliveries to different warehouses, and in each case, he promised to settle the remaining payment in full 1 month later. Whether they would be able to receive the money 1 month later was no concern of Ye Tian's. He had no intention of cheating them. If, by then, they were still alive, could still find him, and the banks were still capable of transfers, he would certainly not renege on his debts. If they were unfortunate enough to be devoured by monsters, or for other reasons could no longer track down Ye Tian, then it would no longer have anything to do with him. After finishing one call after another, Ye Tian contacted his personal assistant, instructing her to custom order a motorhome in the company's name. The detailed requirements for the motorhome had already been sent to her via phone. He then told her to order dozens of fuel tank trucks, all paid for under the company's name. He further instructed that all the fuel in the tank trucks be poured into oil drums and stored in an empty warehouse. It almost felt as though he were saving it up as a kind of financial product. Was gasoline about to skyrocket in price? What was most baffling for the assistant was that her boss had actually given her only a name and an age and asked her to find where that person was. Though she found his requests inexplicable, she still carried them out as instructed. Roughly an hour later, the first batch of 20 large trucks loaded with pork from President Chen had arrived. Each truck carried 100 tons of pork. The 20 trucks rolled in one after another in a mighty procession, an impressive sight. For an order of such magnitude, President Chen personally came along. On one hand, he wanted to sign the contract with Ye Tian face-to-face. On the other, he was curious to see what exactly Ye Tian was up to. The drivers parked the trucks in front of the warehouse. The moment Chen Jianshu saw Ye Tian, he hurried over and greeted him warmly. President Yi, a pleasure, a pleasure. The first batch of pork has arrived. The rest will take a bit more time to transfer. This batch totals 2,000 tons. Please check and accept. All right. I've always trusted President Chen's integrity. Please have your men move all the pork into the warehouse for me. Ye Tian greeted him with a warm smile as well. No problem. Chen Jianshu quickly ordered the workers to begin unloading. They had agreed on this beforehand. Chen would handle the unloading. Normally, delivery drivers were not responsible for unloading, but Ye Tian's order was simply too large, and there was no helping it. Once the goods had been moved into the warehouse, Ye Tian inspected the pork. He had some experience with checking frozen meat. Though he said he trusted the man, he still feared President Chen might substitute inferior goods and fool him with so-called corpse meat. This so-called corpse meat was stock that had been frozen for decades. While eating it would not kill a person, it certainly could not be considered good quality food. With so much meat, it was impossible for Ye Tian to inspect every single box. Instead, he followed a certain pattern and conducted a spot check. After finishing, he confirmed there was no corpse meat. Satisfied, he nodded. This President Chen's business integrity was indeed decent, otherwise Ye Tian would not have given him this business. Watching Ye Tian's movements as he checked the pork, President Chen made no comment. He continued smiling cheerfully, then asked in an apparently casual tone, President Yi, what are you buying so much pork for? It's nothing. I have a feeling pork prices are going to soar, so I'm stocking up in advance to be ready to make a fortune when the price spikes. If you trust me, President Chen, you could hoard a little yourself. I believe your nonsense, Ye Tian thought. Inwardly, Chen Jianshu cursed, but outwardly, he kept smiling as he said, President Yi's such boldness. I could never compare to you young people. I only wish to guard my own little patch of land and live steadily. I'm done with tossing things around. It's just a gut feeling of mine. I don't know if it will come true. At worst, I'll just take a loss. Well then, President Yi, I need to arrange the rest of the goods. Let's talk again next time. All right, President Chen, see you. It took an entire day for the full 10,000 tons of pork to be delivered. Once all the pork had arrived, Ye Tian handed each unloading worker a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. Seeing this, their faces lit up with smiles, and they thanked Ye Tian again and again. After sending off the unloading crew, Ye Tian began frantically storing the pork in the warehouse to prevent it from spoiling. As long as his hand brushed against a box, a single thought allowed him to store it away, so his speed was remarkably fast. By the time Ye Tian finished collecting all the goods, night had essentially fallen. To avoid arousing suspicion from anyone observant, this warehouse would be considered temporarily unusable. Under no circumstances could anyone learn that his spatial ability could store vast quantities of supplies in the apocalypse. Such a thing would be tantamount to courting death. On the second day, 29 days remained until the eruption of the apocalypse. President Zhang's batch of instant packaged foods arrived at another warehouse. instant noodles of every flavor, ready-made dishes, frozen dumplings, frozen steamed buns, and more. On the third day, 28 days remained until the apocalypse. During these days, Ye Tian kept searching for new warehouses to use as temporary storage, then ordered more supplies and moved them into his system space. Soon after the apocalypse erupted, power plants would lose maintenance workers and cities would undergo large-scale water and power outages. All production would be paralyzed. At that time, no ingredients could be kept fresh. Therefore, Ye Tian also ordered beef, mutton, chicken, duck, fish, shrimp, and all sorts of meat, spending a total of 500 million yuan. He did all this for no other reason than to ensure that after the apocalypse, he would have a richer variety of food to eat. In his past life, Ye Tian had survived on packaged junk food, as fresh meat and vegetables were non-existent in that era. Even so, such fare was considered a delicacy. Many had to subsist on food that had been expired for who knows how long. Later, as evolvers' physiques strengthened, they could eat almost anything without dying. A canned meat ration from 7 or 8 years ago could fetch a high price. And if one possessed a jar of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce, beautiful women might even throw themselves at you. Having been reborn, Ye Tian naturally refused to endure such a miserable life again. He ordered vegetables like Chinese cabbage, tomatoes, carrots, cucumbers, and various greens by the ton, spending 200 million. Since his system's storage space was effectively infinite, he didn't worry about capacity. He also stocked up on fruits, primarily apples and oranges. Apples were chosen for their rich nutrition and oranges for their vitamin C and affordability. Of course, he didn't overlook other fruits like bananas, grapes, pears, watermelons, and coconuts. Watermelons and coconuts could even serve as emergency water sources. The fruit purchases totaled another 200 million. Ye Tian also bought a massive quantity of compressed biscuits. Though their taste was lackluster, and they were prone to causing choking, without water few foods could match their ability to stave off hunger. In the apocalypse, compressed biscuits would reign supreme, portable, filling, and highly sought after. He planned to distribute these biscuits to those he didn't fully trust within his future faction, ensuring they wouldn't starve. The good food, of course, was reserved for himself and his trusted allies. He also mortgaged his company's assets for a substantial loan, intending to purchase massive amounts of drinking water, bottled-barreled, any kind he could get his hands on. Water is the source of life. A person can survive 7 days without food, but only 3 without water. After the apocalypse erupts, water sources would be contaminated within moments, becoming undrinkable and causing illness. At first, some drank the contaminated water anyway, preferring sickness to death by thirst. But they soon stopped, as most who drank it perished. Only a fortunate few with medicine survived. Once contaminated, no purifier could make the water safe. They could only pray for rain. Hence, Ye Tian prioritized stockpiling water. Day 10, 20 days before the apocalypse. Ye Tian contacted a manufacturer and ordered 2,000 stainless steel water tanks used in rural areas. Each could hold 5 tons with a faucet at the bottom. These were intended for storing household water. After paying a 50 deposit and scheduling delivery, he drove to Yijia Barreled Water Company. A pretty receptionist greeted him warmly. "Hello, sir, are you here to buy water?" Ye Tian asked, "How much water do you have?" "He'll take it all." The receptionist was stunned, staring blankly at him. Ye Tian raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter? Is there a problem?" "Sir, did you just say you want to buy all our water?" "That's right." Hearing his confirmation, she looked him over. He didn't seem crazy. "Sir, you're not joking with me, are you?" "Why would I joke? Get your boss. He'll pay the deposit right now." Seeing his seriousness, she hesitantly fetched the owner. The boss was equally incredulous that someone wanted to buy his entire stock. Who would do such a foolish thing? After greeting Ye Tian warmly, the boss punched numbers into his calculator. 500 milliliters bottles at wholesale price 0.6 yuan each. We have 5,000,000 bottles. 1L bottles. The total came to over 5,000 yuan. Ye Tian promptly paid a 50 deposit. Since he wasn't familiar with the owner, they wouldn't accept less. If he could have paid just 10. After scheduling delivery, he went to another company and repeated the same tactic, buying out all their water. By the end of the day, had spent nearly 10 million on water. It was so cheap the bottles cost more than the water itself. Day 11, 19 days before the apocalypse. After securing the water, he moved on to buy various beverages. Wanglaji herbal tea, Wa yogurt, Red Bull, orange juice, cola. He left no drink untouched. However, beverages cost much more than plain water, setting him back nearly 100 million. Day 12, 18 days before the apocalypse. He also stocked up on snacks, candies, jelly, chocolate, and potato chips, but not in large quantities, just enough to fend off boredom in the future. He drove to a non-staple food wholesale market and bought a huge amount of edible salt. Salt, often overlooked in daily life, becomes an absolute hard currency in the apocalypse. The human body requires salt. Without it, one suffers from hyponatremia. Light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, aged vinegar, white vinegar, all were essential. He also got various chili and pepper powder seasoning packets, hot pot bases, and barbecue rubs. Of course, spices like Sichuan peppercorn, star anise, and cinnamon were a must. In particular, he bought an excessive amount of Lao Gan Ma. Its fragrant spiciness made it a rare treasure in the apocalypse, a true luxury item. When he spotted various canned meats, his eyes lit up. They had a long shelf life and tasted good. He immediately bought out the entire stock. However, he didn't buy a single can of surströmming. That stuff. The taste, the smell. Ugh. With his near-obsessive hoarding, he nearly cleared out major suppliers. Fortunately, his frenzy came to an end, not because he ran out of space, but because he ran out of money. Even with the promise to pay the balance in a month, he had to put down 50 deposits. Otherwise, no one would sell him such massive quantities on credit. His money was dwindling fast, but his heart was filled with immense satisfaction. Only spent money holds value, unspent money is just paper. After the apocalypse, money would become utterly worthless. He had considered simply looting supplies after the apocalypse broke out, on no acquiring them. But first, there was no guarantee the goods would still be there. Second, traveling long distances post-apocalypse was extremely dangerous. Ye Tian sighed. If only he had more money, he would have hoarded even more. There was no limit to what had stockpiled. Because after the apocalypse, agriculture would suffer the most catastrophic blow. Nearly all land would become unplantable, with countless monsters roaming outside, who would risk their life to farm. Animals and livestock would also begin to mutate. Thus, fresh vegetables and meat would become incredibly scarce, diminishing with each meal. Now was the time to hoard as much as possible. After finishing at the food market, Ye Tian felt hungry and drove to a restaurant. For the first few days, Head cooked simple meals at home. Though they weren't great, Head grown accustomed to bland food in the apocalypse, so he didn't notice much difference. But now, seeing dishes with perfect color, aroma, and flavor, he swallowed hard and devoured them ravenously. Under the astonished gaze of everyone around, he demolished an entire table of food in minutes. Unfazed, he let out a satisfied burp, patting his belly and picking his teeth. After the apocalypse, Head probably never taste such delicious food again. Ye Tian felt a pang of regret. But then a thought struck him. He came up with an idea. He found the restaurant owner and said, "Boss, your food is excellent. I'd like to arrange our staff meals here. They'll give you an address and you can deliver them there." The owner's eyes lit up at this. "Thank you for your appreciation. Rest assured, he'll deliver on time." After leaving the restaurant, Ye Tian pondered for a moment and then went to numerous other restaurants, placing similar orders under the guise of staff meals, asking them to deliver to his designated location over the coming period. This way he could enjoy delicious food even after the apocalypse. He thought to himself, "I'm ridiculously clever." Ye Tian then decided to sell his houses, keeping only a sparsely populated old one as a foothold. This netted him a substantial sum of money. After the apocalypse, houses would be useless, so selling them for supplies was a wise move. Having tasted those delightful dishes, he was determined never to eat bland, unpalatable food again. He had his sights set on a wide variety of culinary delights. Day 16, 14 days before the apocalypse. After paying a 10-agent fee, the house sale procedures were completed and the funds arrived. With this money, he began frantically ordering all sorts of delicacies: fried chicken, burgers, roast duck, spicy duck intestines, various braised dishes, and more. Under the delivery driver's utterly bewildered gaze, Ye Tian stored the food into the warehouse, cartload after cartload. Once inside, he quickly moved the meals into his system space. He ignored the driver's strange looks, thinking, "I bought this with my own hard-earned money, so there's nothing to hide. Even if I can't eat it all, can't I just give it to my employees as a perk? Couldn't I be taking care of the sanitation workers? Or what if I'm just having a mental breakdown?" For days this continued. Whenever the fast food or restaurant deliveries arrived, Ye Tian would haul them into the warehouse. Day 17, 11 days before the apocalypse. Following his memory, Ye Tian arrived at the remote house. It was in an old, dilapidated neighborhood where the facilities and building sturdiness were outdated. The remaining residents were mostly elderly or low-income workers renting cheap rooms. He had bought this 2-story house years ago, covering just under 200 square meters. Looking at his small flat-roofed building, he knew this would be his post-apocalyptic base. It could even shelter future recruits and serve perfectly as an initial stronghold. However, the house was very old. For his own safety, Ye Tian thought it over carefully and found a renovation company that very night. With his money on the table, work began immediately. They cleared out all the clutter and knocked down all the non-load-bearing walls. He purchased an ultra-secure security door, which the renovation boss claimed even bombs couldn't blast open, featuring mechanical locks, facial recognition, and other access methods. He also ordered thick steel plates and had them welded over every side, including the roof. They covered the steel plates with ceramic tile stickers to disguise them, making the place look freshly renovated. The security door, however, needed no disguise. It could pass for an ordinary anti-theft door. All the windows, including the second floors, were replaced with bulletproof glass, making the place look like a fortress. He had the workers build a few small rooms of about 10 square meters each on the first floor, using partitions furnished with simple beds and basic furniture. The second floor was reserved for his own comfort, with a large bed and sofas. Future recruits would never be allowed upstairs without his permission. He also installed a security door at the top of the stairs as a precaution. During the renovation, Ye Tian somehow acquired a large number of solar panels and had them cover the entire roof. He nodded with satisfaction, knowing that even if the power grid failed during the apocalypse, he would still have electricity. He also bought dozens of diesel generators. As for why so many? If one broke, would you fix it? He certainly wouldn't. Diesel fuel was a bit more troublesome, but Ye Tian planned to pick up a canister from a gas station he passed after the apocalypse began. Well, more like borrow it. After giving these instructions, Ye Tian decided to find a hotel for a few days as the house was uninhabitable. But at the hotel he ran into someone he never expected. Day 18, 12 days before the apocalypse. His last house was still under renovation, so he had no place to stay and had to check into a hotel. He chose the Dihao Grand Hotel, the most luxurious in Yuzhong City. Approaching the front desk, he said, "ID like a presidential suite." After all, money would be worthless in a few days, so there was no need to save. Despite his large expenses, he adhered to the principle that money only has value when spent, otherwise it's just paper. He was now spending without restraint. Moreover, Ye Tian had borrowed from dozens of online lending platforms and various private lenders ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands and even hundreds of thousands. Combined, it added up to tens of millions. So he wasn't short on cash. Once the apocalypse hit, he'd never get to enjoy such presidential suite service again. So he was determined to enjoy it to the fullest now. His words drew the attention of many in the lobby. Not that a presidential suite was exorbitantly priced, but it wasn't something most people booked casually. The front desk clerk, professionally trained, showed no surprise. "Sir, the presidential suite is 198 yuan per night. Compared to the hotel's standards, this wasn't expensive. In reality, presidential suites aren't as costly as people imagine. Those supposedly costing hundreds of thousands a night are pure fiction." "Alright, I'll take it for 15 days. Ye Tian didn't hesitate. It totaled less than 300 yuan, which he considered a bargain. After confirming he was serious, the clerk processed his check-in with remarkable speed. After settling in, Ye Tian was taken aback when he met his room attendant. She was about 172 centimeters tall, elegant and graceful, with a pure and charming face. Even more beautiful than his girlfriend. Of course, it wasn't her beauty that stunned him. Having been betrayed by two women, he had no interest in them anymore. What made him pause was her identity: Yunjie, one of the future 9 sovereigns. Her name and power would shake the world. She would go on to form the legendary female warrior legion that dominated the apocalypse. Her faction would rank among the top in all the major powers. Ye Tian had only ever seen her from a distance before. Yunjie didn't seem annoyed by his staring, as she was used to it. She kept smiling and said, "Sir, this is your presidential suite. It includes a swimming pool, a fitness center." Her voice brought Ye Tian back to reality. "Sorry, I was lost in thought. You're Yunjie, right?" Even though he was certain he hadn't mistaken her, he asked again to be sure. "How did you know my name, sir?" Yunjie's voice was soft. Ye Tian pointed at her name tag. "It's on your badge. I happened to notice it." "Oh, I almost forgot about that," Yunjie said with an embarrassed smile. Ye Tian was handsome and refined, so she naturally harbored no ill feelings toward him, though she had no other intentions either. Ye Tian was pondering how to approach her early and asked tentatively, "Do you know how to cook?" "Huh, how did you guess?" Yunjie asked curiously. "Just a guess. So you really can cook?" "Yes, I'm a certified chef. I just got my license." "Well, I've been wanting to learn how to cook, but I'm usually busy. How would you like to come to my place and teach me? They'll pay you top market rates." Ye Tian looked at Yunjie with a sincere expression. She studied his eyes carefully and found no malicious intent. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. "But I can only come during the day. I have to leave by 6 p.m. Yunjie was being cautious, at least she'd feel safer in daylight. "No problem," Ye Tian agreed readily. After exchanging contact information, Ye Tian went to sleep. Since he knew she worked at this hotel and had already made contact, there was a good chance this future empress would become his subordinate. He settled into the hotel, going out daily to stock up on supplies. Day 20, 10 days before the apocalypse. Ye Tian was driving out for supplies as usual when unfortunately the brake system warning light came on. When he pressed the brake pedal, it was stiff and barely moved, as if the brakes were jammed. Despite the brake failure, Ye Tian remained calm. It was a good habit developed during the apocalypse: stay composed in emergencies to find a solution. Fortunately, the car wasn't going fast, only about 40 km/h. He steered carefully to avoid other vehicles. Suddenly, he spotted an auto repair shop by the roadside, and his eyes lit up. He immediately steered toward it. When he was about 10 meters from the shop entrance, he shifted into neutral and pulled up the electronic parking brake. When the foot brake fails, the electronic parking brake can still function, though you must hold it continuously for the system to recognize it as intentional and engage the brake. The car gradually slowed down and came to a stop right at the shop's entrance, as if precisely calculated. Indeed, it was a calculated maneuver. After turning off the engine, Ye Tian got out. A burly man came out to receive him. The moment Ye Tian saw this man, his pupils contracted. It was him. This city truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. The burly man was named Xiong. Though not one of the 9 kings, he was still a top-tier expert. His abilities and personality matched his name, fiery as flame. His awakened ability was fire, and he was said to be a retired special forces soldier. Even in the apocalypse, Xiong was highly regarded. Righteous, decisive, and killing, though a bit hot-tempered. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be the owner of an auto repair shop. Ye Tian offered him a cigarette and said, "Boss Xiong, there's a problem with the brakes on my car. The pedal won't go down. Could you take a look?" Xiong laughed heartily at the prospect of business, taking the cigarette with a grin. "Looks like a regular customer. Don't worry, this is nothing. Boss seems experienced too, stopping right at my door with failed brakes. Most people would have panicked and not known what to do." "Huh. This is nothing compared to your skills, Boss Xiong. Have a seat for a bit. This'll be done soon." Ye Tian found a chair and sat down without minding the dirt. Xiong craftsmanship was indeed impeccable. It was fixed in just over 10 minutes. "All done, boss. It was just a loose screw that blocked the power assist. Coincidentally, the screw got stuck, so the pedal wouldn't go down." "Great, thanks, Boss Xiong. Let's exchange contact info in case I run into trouble on the road later." Cars I've fixed won't have the same problem again. But other issues? Hard to say. They exchanged contact information. Ye Tian's real purpose was to establish a connection with Xiong. Otherwise, even if his car broke down, he could have simply had his assistant pick him up. Over the following days, Ye Tian frequently found excuses to visit Xiong. Since Ye Tian showed no trace of arrogance despite being a billionaire, the two quickly grew familiar, almost like brothers. Day 22 to 8 days until the apocalypse. Ye Tian arrived at his office and listened to his assistant's report. "Mr. Ye, as per your requirements, the RV has been modified and is on its way. The steel you requested is stored in the warehouse. We have 46 fuel tankers, all divided into barrels." After the report, Ye Tian said, "You've handled these well. Any leads on the person I asked you to find?" "I've contacted private investigators, but..." "Speak." The assistant trembled. This Mr. Ye was young yet carried an inexplicable pressure. "But the clues you provided are too scarce. They said they need more time to investigate." "Nothing yet." "Push them again." "Money isn't an issue. Offer another $1 million. Get me results as fast as possible." "Yes, Mr. Ye." The person Ye Tian had his assistant investigate was none other than Xia Shui, the woman who killed him in his past life. With only a name and age, no contact information, no address, and not even a single photo, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. He had tried having a sketch artist draw her, but bizarrely he could clearly remember her face, yet couldn't describe it. Everything he said came out completely wrong compared to what he meant. Utterly bizarre. Ye Tian sighed. He knew it was difficult, but he had no other options. If worse came to worst, he'd have to try his luck at the place where Head met her in his past life. After giving instructions, he went to the fuel storage warehouse, collected all the gasoline, took the keys, and told them to stop using the warehouse for now. Day 23 to 7 days until the apocalypse. The RV Ye Tian had ordered arrived. Having spared no expense, $2 billion in total, they worked around the clock and completed the modification in just 20 days. Of course, Head promised to pay the remaining balance in a few days. The modified RV wasn't just stylish, its power rivaled heavy trucks. The engine's explosive force was said to match a semi-truck hybrid powered capable of hitting 200 km/h at full throttle. The interior was spacious and lavishly decorated with genuine leather sofas that could convert into a bed, plus all sorts of living appliances. When parked, it could expand for extra living space. The battery was upgraded to a massive capacity, all tires replaced with bulletproof ones, and a set of spare tracks was stored inside, able to auto-install when needed for all-terrain use. The exterior was specially reinforced with an extra layer of armor. All windows were replaced with bulletproof glass, and a bull bar was added to the front. This vehicle would be crucial transportation in the future. Sloppiness wasn't an option. If it wasn't armed to the teeth, monsters could easily trap it on the road. Looking at this RV armed to the teeth, Ye Tian felt a surge of security. He opened the system interface, selected the binding menu, and chose to bind this RV. A prompt sounded in his mind, detected host wishing to bind the RV. Bind. Ye Tian confirmed in his mind, confirm binding. Binding successful. After the prompt, the binding interface transformed into an image of a vehicle, a miniature version of his RV. Tapping the RV icon displayed its detailed information. Name: Armored RV. Fuel can be replenished directly from system space. Level LV107500. Upgradable by consuming energy points. Protection 1000. As long as protection isn't 0, the RV won't be damaged. Out of combat materials or energy can restore it. 1 kilogram of material or 1 energy point restores 1 protection point. Space 50 SQM. RV's exterior appearance is unrelated to internal space. Weapon not equipped. Function: medical. LV1 can rapidly treat minor wounds and zombie virus by consuming medicine or energy points. Upgrade conditions not yet met. Ding. Detected first core item binding. Reward skill: Eye of Insight. Ding. Detected host's first skill acquisition. Reward skill: Hostility Perception. Hearing the system prompts, Ye Tian opened the skill panel. Indeed, 2 new skills appeared. Eye of Insight. Using this skill allows viewing basic information about living beings. Hostility Perception. Passive skill. Can actively sense when someone harbors hostility toward the host. Ye Tian was very satisfied with these skills, both highly practical. Just then his phone rang. Answering it, a girl's voice came through. Ye Tian, I've been busy these past few days and haven't had time to check messages. What's up? The caller was none other than his current girlfriend Yang Yang. In his past life, Shed said she was on a business trip during these days, but back then he couldn't reach her and grew frantic, sending countless messages with no replies. Listening to the voice on the phone, Ye Tian sneered coldly, but kept it hidden. Nothing much, just worried about you. It had been so long since Head heard this voice that he felt oddly unaccustomed. I told you I'm on a business trip. Talk when I get back. But Yang Yang hung up immediately. Ye Tian pocketed his phone without a care. If she hadn't called, Head almost forgotten he even had a girlfriend. The call was actually a timely reminder. At that thought, Ye Tian sneered coldly. The armored RV would be far too conspicuous driving through the city right now, so Ye Tian had it towed to a remote parking lot near his safe house covered with a tarp. No one would suspect it was an armored RV armed to the teeth. Day 24 to 6 days until the apocalypse. The apocalypse was nearly upon him. Time was short. He had to hurry. This time, he drove following vague memories from his past life, arriving at a very secluded alley just wide enough for one car. He stopped at an even narrower junction. Getting out, he walked deeper into the alley from memory, its sides cluttered with debris, just enough space for one person to pass. The clutter looked like it had been there for ages, covered in thick dust, rotting some pieces, even emitting a foul stench. But none of this bothered Ye Tian. Had endured far worse environments in his past life. This was child's play. He reached a very worn wooden door. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. He knocked in a specific pattern, the sound echoing loudly through the silent alley. After a moment, a tall, thin man in his 20s opened the door from inside, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He raised an eyebrow at Ye Tian. Who are you looking for? Old Fang sent me to pick up some goods. Old Fang's referral. Which item number? The thin man was cautious. If Ye Tian got it wrong, there'd definitely be trouble. Item number 2. Hearing this, the man glanced behind Ye Tian, found nothing unusual, and said, follow me. Without waiting to see if Ye Tian was following, he walked straight in. Ye Tian followed, and the moment he stepped inside, the door swung shut automatically. Ye Tian remained completely calm. Had learned of this place when Old Fang was bragging in his past life. This was where his weapon had been forged. In the early apocalypse, that weapon was practically divine. No exaggeration to call it sharp enough to cut iron like mud. He said it was forged from a mysterious piece of iron passed down from his ancestors. Old Fang had even detailed the exact time, place, and pickup process. Since the apocalypse had rendered this place useless, there was no concern about exposure. The thin man led Ye Tian through a maze of twists and turns, heading in some unknown direction. Behind a large tree, he pushed aside some weeds and entered an underground room. Ye Tian silently marveled. The entrance was so hidden that no one could ever find it without a guide. Upon entering the basement, his eyes were met with an array of cold weapons hanging on the walls. Blades, spears, swords, curved sabers, and more. Ye Tian even spotted a crossbow. No wonder this place had to be so secretive. If caught, it would surely mean a prison sentence. Inside, a burly man was holding a piece of iron glowing red-hot over the furnace. He glanced up at the sound of their arrival, but upon seeing the lanky man, he returned his gaze to the iron. The lanky man paid the blacksmith no mind, taking a sword from the wall and handing it to Ye Tian. This is your merchandise. 20000. Ye Tian took the sword, his eyes lighting up. As he drew it from its sheath, a cold, sharp gleam flashed in the dim light. He twirled the blade in a swift arc and struck a nearby block of iron, cleaving a full centimeter into it. Given that his body was not yet enhanced, a centimeter was already impressive. With his enhanced physique, the cut would surely have been far deeper. A fine blade. Ye Tian nodded with satisfaction, declaring the sword his own. As for Old Fang. Who was Old Fang? Never heard of him. With fluid, practiced motions, he sheathed the sword, a skill honed through countless life-and-death battles in his past life. The lanky man watched Ye Tian's seamless movements and realized he was far more formidable than he appeared. Ye Tian pointed to the crossbow on the wall and asked, is that for sale? The lanky man squinted at the crossbow in question. It is, but it costs more than a standard one. It's made of high-strength steel. You can try it out first. His tone had become notably more respectful after witnessing Ye Tian's impressive display. He wouldn't have been so courteous with an ordinary person. Ye Tian nodded, took the crossbow from the wall, loaded a bolt, and fired at a target not far away. With a low, muffled thump, the bolt shot forth like a streak of lightning, punching clean through the target. Ye Tian's eyes lit up. Such immense power. And this crossbow was capable of rapid fire. With this kind of force, it was practically a nuclear weapon among cold weapons. What's more, the crossbow was remarkably quiet, which would greatly reduce the chance of drawing a monster's attention. Monsters were extremely sensitive to sound. This is a fine piece. He'll take it. Name your price. 1 million, with 500 bolts included. Ye Tian nodded. Given the weapon's power and the accompanying custom bolts, the price was fair. He transferred the funds on the spot, including the payment for the sword. He named the sword Starlight Sword. Its blade shimmered with a starry glint, a fitting moniker. The lanky man, having received the money, broke into a visible smile, his earlier stoic demeanor softening. Do you have any other fine goods? Ye Tian surveyed the items on the wall, but nothing else caught his eye. The lanky man hesitated, then shot a subtle glance at the burly blacksmith. The blacksmith paused for a moment before giving an almost imperceptible nod. Ye Tian quietly observed the exchange, unimpressed. In the apocalypse, he had seen it all. This was child's play, like a game of make-believe before him. There are a few more things. Follow me. The lanky man led Ye Tian to the side and pulled back a curtain, revealing a bed that was clearly used for sleeping, with a rumpled blanket on top. He lifted the blanket, pressed something on the bed that Ye Tian couldn't quite see, and then lifted the entire bedboard. Ye Tian took a look. The items inside were clearly of superior quality, a cut above what hung on the walls. There was a powerful longbow, a pair of iron hammers, a suit of armor, and a dagger. He picked up the longbow and drew it back with some effort, a testament to its immense power. Setting it aside, he hefted one of the iron hammers. It was exceptionally heavy. Ye Tian focused on the armor and chainmail. The armor looked somewhat ornate, but the lanky man insisted its protective capabilities were formidable. He wondered what purpose such sturdy armor could serve in this day and age. It wasn't as if someone would wear this into battle. Ye Tian tried it on and found it a decent fit. The chainmail, however, was a bit too large, though he didn't mind. He'll take all of these. Name your price. At Ye Tian's words, the lanky man's eyes brightened noticeably. These items were hard to sell. Who in their right mind would need such things? In the end, Ye Tian paid 5 million with the odd change waived. The lanky man was visibly pleased to have cleared out his stock. He and the blacksmith helped Ye Tian load the items into his car. Once they were gone, Ye Tian promptly stored everything into his system space. These items would prove to be invaluable weapons in the early days of the apocalypse. The chainmail and armor would protect against monster scratches. He planned to use the armor himself, and he already had suitable candidates in mind for the chainmail bow and crossbow, so he bought them all. After storing the weapons, a system notification chimed. Ding detected, host has acquired weapons. Reward 1 weapon enhancement. Ye Tian opened the system reward description. He could designate 1 weapon for enhancement, though the outcome was unknown. After storing the weapons, a system notification chimed. Ding detected, host has acquired weapons. Reward 1 weapon enhancement. Ye Tian opened the system reward description. He could designate 1 weapon for enhancement, though the outcome was unknown. In the end, Ye Tian chose to enhance the crossbow. It allowed for ranged attacks, and he preferred to avoid close-quarters combat whenever possible. Ding, crossbow enhancement successful. Upgraded to infinite repeating crossbow. With a thought, he retrieved it from his system space. A far more ornate crossbow than the previous one materialized in his hand, and detailed information flooded into his mind. Infinite repeating crossbow fires particle bolts with powerful penetration. Automatically reloads with infinite ammunition. The user's agility directly amplifies the damage dealt. Ye Tian was eager to test its enhanced power. He drove to a secluded corner, aimed the crossbow at a battered stone lion, and fired. A bolt shot forth like a shooting star. With a soft bang, a black hole about the thickness of a thumb appeared in the stone lion, wisps of smoke curling from the wound. Witnessing the sheer destructive force, Ye Tian gasped inwardly. This was devastatingly powerful. The only downside was the reload speed, which took about a second per bolt. Otherwise, it would be akin to a machine gun. Still, Ye Tian was thoroughly satisfied. It was leagues better than before the upgrade. Day 27, 3 days until the apocalypse. Ye Tian had been working non-stop, and his preparations were nearly complete. After a few days of interaction, he had established a preliminary trust with Yunjie. Although learning to cook wasn't his goal, it inadvertently sparked an idea. The dishes he had ordered would eventually run out. What then? His own cooking wouldn't be nearly as good. Would he have to suffer through mediocre meals again? Absolutely not. So Yunjie was the perfect candidate to be his personal chef. Through his deliberate efforts, she had come to trust him considerably. While they weren't close, they were now good friends. That was sufficient. He wasn't looking for a romantic relationship. This level of connection was enough. With Xiong Lai, he had also forged a solid rapport through intentional camaraderie. The safe house was finished, providing a secure refuge for the post-apocalyptic world. The custom water tanks had arrived long ago, and he had spent over 10 days filling them to the brim. Only the people he had hired to find were still missing. Day 31, day until the apocalypse. Ye Tian checked out of the presidential suite. He would have preferred the comfort, but the apocalypse was imminent. Ye Tian was absolutely certain. Around noon tomorrow, the apocalypse would begin. Yet a part of him secretly hoped it wouldn't. If it didn't, he would have wasted money on supplies, but he could resell them. More importantly, he didn't want the world to become a living hell. After all, based on his past life, humanity seemed to have no hope of survival. Ultimately, all of mankind would be wiped out. At that thought, Ye Tian let out a long sigh, his gaze growing more resolute than before. At the front desk, under the stunned gaze of the receptionist, he ordered all of the hotel's dishes for the next day, insisting they be prepared by the head chef and delivered to a designated location. Having paid up front, they didn't question him. Who would argue with money? They cheerfully assured him that the delivery would arrive on time the following day. Ye Tian took out his phone and called Yunjie. Can you come to my house before noon tomorrow to teach me how to cook? It wasn't that Ye Tian was overly compassionate, but Yunjie was a future sovereign destined to be his subordinate, and she cooked deliciously. To avoid any mishaps, he felt it best to recruit her as early as possible. Although he thought that letting her experience the cruelty of the apocalypse before taking her in would make her more obedient, he had already established a good relationship with her in advance. However, things didn't go as planned. Yunjie said apologetically, "Sorry, Ye Tian, I have something to do tomorrow. Can we do it in the afternoon?" Afternoon would be too late, Ye Tian thought to himself. But he couldn't say that directly, so he vaguely advised her to bring plenty of food and drink back to her room before noon, lock the door, and preferably barricade it, emphasizing that she should be alone in the room. Although Yunjie didn't understand why she agreed with a simple, okay. After finishing the call with Yunjie, Ye Tian immediately called Xiongli, hinting that he had received news of a possible large-scale protest tomorrow, and suggesting he stay home and not go out. As for whether Xiongli would believe him, or what he would do, Ye Tian didn't know. Logically, Xiongli should be safe. After that call, he then phoned Chun Jianshu, the pork seller. The pork he had tricked him into buying was just interest. Now, it was time to collect the principal. "Mr. Chun, I found some more issues with the pork you delivered. Let's meet tomorrow morning at the warehouse. He'll be waiting for you there, okay?" After hanging up, Ye Tian smiled coldly. If he remembered correctly, his girlfriend was also returning tomorrow. In his previous life, he had been grateful that they were together just before the apocalypse erupted, as if fate had decreed it. Ye Tian drove to the electronics market. He had forgotten to buy one last thing: electrical appliances. Although the power would go out after the apocalypse, he had prepared plenty of power generation equipment, so he still needed to buy some common appliances. At the electronics market, he bought many freezers, mainly for making ice to cool off during the hot summer. He also bought numerous rice cookers and induction cookers. Thinking about cooking, he realized that using gas would be more convenient, but as an ordinary person, without the proper procedures, he couldn't immediately obtain a large amount of gas. So he would have to wait until the apocalypse to see if he could get some. Under the pretext of giving employee benefits, he bought thousands of power banks, dozens of mobile phones, and a dozen laptops. He emptied the entire computer market of various resource disks, including single-player games, TV series, popular variety shows, and study materials. These would be the best pastimes to kill time in the future. After buying these, Ye Tian drove around to scout various supply points: supermarkets, grain and oil stores, tobacco and liquor shops, granaries, ancillary food stores, cold storage facilities, etc. He even drew a hand-drawn map, intending to collect supplies according to it. He ignored other smaller stockpiles as they weren't worth his time. There was only one gas company, but it should have plenty of gas for his needs. When passing by a pharmaceutical company, he bought 1,000 sets of protective suits. When an employee asked why he needed so many, Ye Tian said with a sorrowful expression, "Frontline protective personnel are working very hard. I want to help them as much as I can." The employee, moved to tears, gave Ye Tian the biggest discount and saw him off reluctantly. Truly, there are still good people in the world. Ye Tian prepared the protective suits for future use. He also went to a pharmacy to buy various common medicines, but not too many, as these medicines would be useless after the apocalypse. After finishing these tasks, it was already dark. He first went to the warehouse at 3 Fumin Road to store the pork, then returned to his safe house to rest for the night. On the 31st day after his rebirth, the first day of the apocalypse. Early that morning, Ye Tian received a call from Chun Jianshu. He quickly got up, rubbed his face vigorously to wake himself up, and stepped outside. He glanced at the sky, but saw nothing unusual. A complex expression flickered across his face. The apocalypse erupted without any warning abruptly. With no time to think, Ye Tian quickly drove to the warehouse. In the distance, he saw a car parked there. "Mr. You're finally here. What's wrong with the meat? This is all top-quality meat, absolutely no defective products. Even if there were defects, you wouldn't be able to tell." Chun Jianshu thought to himself. Of course, his meat wasn't rotten, so he could confidently say that. "Hey, Mr. Chun, don't rush. Come inside with me and see for yourself," Ye Tian said with a smile, but the murderous intent hidden beneath that smile was invisible to anyone. He turned to Chun Jianshu's secretary and temporary driver. "Would this beautiful lady like to come along too?" Chun Jianshu, unsuspecting, followed Ye Tian into the warehouse with his beautiful secretary. Since the meat was frozen, the warehouse was very cold. The secretary, dressed in a sexy outfit, shivered as soon as she entered. Ye Tian turned around and closed the rolling door, startling the secretary. "Mr. Yi, why are you closing the door?" "If I don't close it, the hot air from outside will spoil the meat," Ye Tian replied casually, still wearing a smile. Chun Jianshu felt that Ye Tian seemed a bit off, but he didn't think much of it. He never imagined Ye Tian would kill him. "Mr. Yi, where is the problematic meat? Let me see. I guarantee my meat is top quality." Chun Jianshu reiterated his guarantee. "That box over there." Ye Tian pointed to a box further inside. Both Chun Jianshu and the secretary instinctively looked in that direction. "I don't see any problem," Chun Jianshu said in confusion. "Come closer, Mr. Chun, and you'll see." Chun Jianshu didn't notice that Ye Tian's tone had turned icy cold. The cold gaze made him feel chilled all over, but he attributed it to the warehouse temperature. Chun Jianshu and the secretary both walked deeper inside. Ye Tian followed behind them quietly, taking out the starry sword from his system space. They stopped in front of the box and inspected it closely. I don't see any problem, Mr. Yi. Suddenly, as Chun Jianshu turned around, Ye Tian thrust his sword straight through his heart. A sharp pain shot through Chun Jianshu's chest. He instinctively clutched his chest, but then felt pain in his hand as he grasped the blade. Off. Oh! A piercing scream echoed in the warehouse. The secretary was terrified by the sudden scene, her face drained of color. She subcovered her mouth with her small hands, tears streaming uncontrollably. You? What? Chun Jianshu asked Ye Tian haltingly. His eyes were filled with confusion, disbelief, and mostly anger. He asked himself, he had never offended Ye Tian. Why would he kill him? Want to know why I killed you? Ye Tian sneered. Chun Jianshu's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. He desperately wanted to know. Go ask the king of hell. With that, Ye Tian pulled out the sword. Chun Jianshu grabbed the blade tightly, trying to stop him, as if knowing that once the sword was out he would die. His bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Ye Tian, filled with rage and unwillingness, as if memorizing his face to seek revenge as a ghost. But Ye Tian paid him no mind. He wasn't afraid of the living, let alone the dead. After pulling the sword out, Chun Jianshu tried to raise his hand, wanting to say something, but eventually fell to the ground with a thud, motionless. Even in death, his eyes were locked on Ye Tian. The blood on the starry sword dripped slowly from the tip. Seeing Chun Jianshu dead, the secretary collapsed to the ground in terror, screaming again. Her full chest heaved up and down as she tried to calm herself. No ordinary person could remain calm after witnessing a murder, let alone such a delicate woman. When she saw Ye Tian looking at her, she immediately began to beg. Please don't kill me. I know nothing. You can do anything to me, I won't resist, just don't kill me. With that, she started to take off her clothes, thinking that her body was the only thing she could offer a man. She was quite confident in her beauty, otherwise she wouldn't have charmed the company's boss into planning to divorce his wife for her. Just as she removed her jacket, the sword tip suddenly pierced her full chest, staining her white blouse with blood. Before she could say anything, Ye Tian pulled out the starry sword. Her body went limp, and she fell to the ground, motionless, blood still flowing. Just as Ye Tian finished, a phone rang abruptly. Ye Tian remained calm. Killing people was common in the apocalypse. He picked up the phone and answered. Mr. Yi, all the dishes you ordered from our hotel have been delivered. Would you be available to receive them now? The delivery person wore a respectful smile. Normally the hotel didn't offer delivery service, but they had no choice. Ye Tian had simply paid far too much. Ye Tian had ordered every single dish the hotel had to offer. Faced with such a lavish client, and since the entire hotel was already booked out for the day, they graciously agreed to deliver. Hold on, Ye Tian said before hanging up. He casually stored the two corpses into his system space for later disposal, then walked to the warehouse door and yanked the rolling shutter up with a forceful pull. With a clatter, the rolling door lifted to reveal the hotel's delivery vehicle parked outside. Hello, Mr. Yi, the delivery person greeted warmly. Hello, are all the dishes here? Yes, everything is here. 16785 dishes in total. As you requested, all were prepared by experienced chefs, and every single one is guaranteed to satisfy your taste. Ye Tian nodded. Please bring them inside. I appreciate your hard work. He wasn't worried about anyone spotting the bloodstains. The spot was tucked deep inside, invisible, unless you turned a specific corner. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. The delivery person waved his hands dismissively, thinking to himself, this young tycoon is wealthy beyond measure, yet so polite. No wonder he's so rich. Once all the dishes were unloaded, Ye Tian closed the door and instantly swept everything, the food and the pork, into his system space. Just as he finished, his phone rang again. Ye Tian, why didn't you tell me you sold the house? A shrill, furious voice erupted from the phone. Listening to the angry roar on the other end, a cold sneer flickered across Ye Tian's lips, his face etched with disdain. The call was from Yang Ying. Though his face bore a contemptuous smirk, his voice turned impossibly gentle and sincere. Darling, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Do you have any idea that I came back from my business trip today and couldn't even get into my own home? Someone had to tell me the house was sold. What exactly are you trying to do? If you don't want to be together anymore, let's just break up. Break up. Yang Ying's voice shot up an octave. No. Darling, I'm sorry. Don't be mad. I sold the house because I wanted to give you a surprise. Hearing the panic in Ye Tian's voice, a faint smile tugged at Yang Ying's lips, a flicker of smugness crossing her mind. She had used this tactic countless times, and it always worked on Ye Tian. Never failed. Though secretly pleased, she refused to let up. A surprise. Huh. More like a shock. I'm telling you, Ye Tian. You owe me an explanation today. If you can't come up with a good one, I won't let this go. Darling, I sold the house because I bought a villa instead, and it's registered in your name. I didn't tell you beforehand because I wanted it to be a surprise. Really? Yang Ying asked suspiciously. Could he be planning to propose? Of course it's true. ID never dare lie to you. I swear to the heavens. Ye Tian gave assurance after assurance, but Yang Ying couldn't see the bone-chilling coldness in his eyes, the icy contempt spreading across his lips. Hearing his earnest promises, Yang Ying's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. That's more like it. Where are you now? To her, Ye Tian was like the Monkey King trapped in the Buddha's palm. He could never escape her grasp. So she believed him instantly without a shred of doubt. The Ye Tian of the past might have been exactly that way, but what she didn't know was that this Ye Tian was no longer the man he used to be. I'm at warehouse no. 3, on Fumin Road right now. Come find me, and he'll take you to buy that handbag you've always wanted. Really? Oh darling, you're the best. Her face, which had been dark and stormy moments ago, now shone as bright as sunshine, radiant with a brilliant smile. A villa handbags. Wasn't this just his way of gearing up to propose? Yang Ying remembered telling Ye Tian before that once they married, all his money would be under her control and the house would be in her name. She claimed it was the only way she'd feel secure, that men with too much money would go astray. Her real plan was to find a way to transfer all of Ye Tian's assets to herself after the wedding. At the thought of her future life, Yang Ying smiled even wider. Alright, I've already booked a spot. Once I'm done here, I'll take you there. Come over first. Okay, sweetie, you'll be right there. She blew a series of kisses into the phone. Ye Tian felt nothing at the sound, only the cold, hard glint in his eyes. Yang Ying was genuinely beautiful, rivaling any TV star. She was alluring and graceful with curves in all the right places and a figure that turned heads. If not for that beauty, the Ye Tian of his past life would never have been so infatuated with her, so blinded that he didn't even realize her betrayal after the apocalypse began. Had someone not intervened to save him, he would have died right there. In that past life, he had cherished her just as devotedly, shielding her from any harm, always venturing out to find food for her, only to be scorned for it not tasting good enough. In the end, she betrayed him for what she called a safer, more secure life, taking with her the supplies he had painstakingly gathered. At the memory, Ye Tian's gaze turned even colder. Then, as if remembering something, he dialed his assistant's number. Mister, what are your instructions? Any news on the person I asked you to investigate? Not yet. Ye Tian knew it was a long shot. He hadn't held out much hope anyway. The assistant, hearing Ye Tian's silence, assumed he was angry at his inefficiency and quickly added, Mister, you don't worry, he'll follow up again. That's enough. I'm not blaming you. Listen carefully. Issue an immediate notice. The entire company gets time off. Huh, time off. Mister, but the goods. Stop all work and don't worry about anything. Everyone takes leave. Tell them to go spend time with their families. You too. Send out the notice and head straight home. All right, Mister. He'll send the notice right away. Ye Tian wasn't a saint. He couldn't save everyone in the company. But he couldn't just stand by and watch them walk to their deaths either. Giving them early leave to be with their families was the most he could do. As for those who ignored the notice and refused to go home, there was nothing more he could do for them. As for his friends, he was an orphan alone since childhood. His current circle consisted only of business associates, mere fair-weather friends. He wouldn't even bring his assistant along, let alone anyone else. Not long after Ye Tian finished his call, a taxi pulled up outside the warehouse, and Yang Ying stepped out. Ye Tian pulled open the rolling door, his face instantly shifting into a warm, affectionate smile. No trace of the icy coldness from moments before. Beaming at her, he said, Darling, you're here. Come on in. Yang Ying frowned. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be taking me to buy a handbag? Just a little something I'm finishing up. Come inside and sit for a bit. How much longer is this going to take? She snapped impatiently. Very soon, darling. Come in and rest for a while. I don't want you getting worn out. Ye Tian felt nauseated saying the words, but he had no choice. He needed to lure her inside. He couldn't exactly kill her out in the open. Yang Ying suspected nothing. There was nowhere to rest outside anyway, so she followed him in. But once inside, she found the warehouse completely empty. No place to sit, not even a single chair. At the sight, fury blazed in Yang Ying's eyes. She spun around to demand an explanation from Ye Tian, but just as she turned, she heard a loud clatter as he yanked the rolling door shut. Ye Tian, what's the meaning of this? Why are you closing the door? Ye Tian didn't answer. A chair materialized in his hand out of thin air, and he placed it in front of her, sitting down. His face was ice cold, his eyes piercing. Yang Ying stared at the impossible sight, her mouth slightly agape, eyes wide with utter disbelief. You. Yang Ying pointed at Ye Tian, stammering, completely oblivious to the cold look on his face. This chair was the very one Ye Tian had taken during his experiment at home. Watching her stumble over her words, Ye Tian curled his lips into a faint sneer. Without a word, he pulled a cigarette from his pocket and began to smoke. Yang Ying was still reeling from the shock, but gradually she sensed something amiss. Ye Tian's expression was icy cold, bereft of the warmth and enthusiasm he had shown earlier. A primal unease gripped her, and her heart raced with panic. Ye Tian. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Yang Ying could barely form words, her voice trembling with unspeakable dread. She had no idea what he intended to do, only that an overwhelming terror consumed her. Utter terror. Ye Tian exhaled a plume of smoke, his voice as frigid as ice as he spoke to her. My dear, why don't you tell me where you've been on your business trip these past few days, and with whom? What nonsense are you talking about? I was on a business trip with my company, of course. Yang Ying's heart lurched, but she kept her composure. Then tell me who is Peng Xing'an. The moment she heard the name and registered the deadly calm in Ye Tian's tone, the color drained from Yang Ying's face. But the shock was swiftly replaced by a surge of fury so intense it eclipsed her fear. You're spying on me. Her voice was shrill and piercing as if he had unearthed her most deeply buried secret. She shrieked hysterically. How dare you spy on me? You're despicable. This is an invasion of my privacy. I could sue you. Remember, I'm not even married to you yet. Even if I have other contacts, it's just normal socializing. What right do you have to spy on me? You. Suddenly her voice cut off as if strangled. A sword had materialized in Ye Tian's hand, its blade glinting with a sinister icy light under the illumination. Ye Tian had never spied on her. He knew the truth because on the day she betrayed him during the apocalypse, she had confessed everything. The man she had been with on that trip was none other than her boss Peng Xing'an. Peng Xing'an, leveraging his authority and smooth talk, had convinced everyone that the government would surely send rescue, that life would return to normal, and he would remain their boss. He had gathered a following of dozens this way. However, Ye Tian was in no position to seek revenge on him at the moment. Yang Ying felt Ye Tian was utterly unfamiliar, a stranger, so terrifying it chilled her to the bone. It was as if he had become a different person. After drawing his sword, he simply stared at her, silent and unwavering. To her it felt like being watched by a ferocious beast, a cold shiver running down her spine. Her face was ashen, her legs weak and trembling. A single thought dominated her mind: beg for Ye Tian's forgiveness. Ye Tian, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I shouldn't have done this. Please don't do anything rash. They'll change, I promise. They'll be devoted to you from now on. Let's get married tomorrow, okay? They'll give you a chubby son. Even suddenly. Boom. A deafening explosion thundered from outside. It was so jarring it made one's scalp tingle and heart pound. It was followed by a violent tremor that shook the very ground. The entire floor was trembling. Yang Ying's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her face, utterly pathetic. Earthquake! It's an earthquake! She screamed, scrambling to her feet in a panic, desperate to flee the warehouse. Ye Tian, however, remained seated calmly in his chair, exhaling smoke rings with an air of nonchalance, as if oblivious to the world shaking around him. He sat there immovable as a mountain, calmly watching Yang Ying's frantic attempt to escape. Yang Ying's only thought was to get out quickly. Being inside during an earthquake was dangerous. She had no mind to spare for Ye Tian. But as she rushed past him, the tip of a sword suddenly and violently pierced her chest. Yang Ying's body jolted to a halt. A sharp pain erupted in her heart, and blood welled up from her mouth. She pointed a trembling finger at Ye Tian, as if to speak. Ye Tian brutally yanked the star sword free, causing a spray of blood. Yang Ying's body went limp, crashing heavily to the ground. She choked on her own blood, her lips faintly moving as if she wanted to say something, but no words ever came. Having killed Yang Ying, Ye Tian felt nothing. No remorse, no satisfaction. He casually wiped the bloody blade on her clothes before storing the sword back into his system space. He knew exactly what was causing the earth-shattering tremors outside. The apocalypse had arrived. It was here. Chaos reigned outside. Moments ago, a colossal stone pillar had materialized in the sky over Yuzhong City. It plummeted at an astonishing speed, slamming into the ground in the blink of an eye. A terrifying wave of earth and debris, mixed with countless rocks, erupted from the impact point, sweeping outward with ferocious power. A deep, muffled boom followed, echoing through the heavens. The entire city of Yuzhong shook violently as if struck by a massive earthquake. Across the city, the glass of countless high-rises shattered simultaneously. Weaker structures collapsed, instantly crushing anyone unlucky enough to be inside, their fates unknown. A frantic stampede erupted in shopping malls and supermarkets as a tidal wave of people surged outward, leaving the places eerily empty in seconds, trampling the fallen in the chaos. Cars on the road swerved out of control, causing numerous accidents all at once. The air was filled with a cacophony of curses, screams, cries for help, explosions, and screeching brakes. Plumes of white smoke rose from wrecked vehicles. In a flash, all of Yuzhong City was thrown into pandemonium, with traffic completely gridlocked. Countless people tried to call the police and emergency services, but the lines were overwhelmed, jammed. Those who did get through were met with endless waiting, with no rescue in sight, leaving them weeping in helpless despair. Soon a piercing air raid siren wailed across the city, plunging everyone into a state of heightened tension. Fortunately, the pillar hadn't landed in the city center, but on a mountain peak. Otherwise, no one in the downtown area would have survived. The colossal pillar from the sky crushed the entire summit. It towered into the clouds, a sight so immense it seemed to support the heavens themselves, its top lost beyond the horizon. The pillar was about 1 kilometer in diameter, its surface etched with incredibly complex patterns that dazzled the eyes. But the people of Yuzhong City were unaware that they weren't alone. 9 such pillars had descended simultaneously across 9 different locations in the country. Tragedy struck in all 9 places at once, plunging the entire nation into chaos. Luckily, all 9 pillars had landed on separate mountain peaks. Apart from the immediate blast zones within dozens of kilometers, which were utterly devastated, the impact elsewhere was relatively contained and manageable. It was a small mercy in the midst of catastrophe. However, what no one witnessed was that shortly after the pillars landed, countless monstrous creatures began to pour out from within them. They appeared to emerge directly from the stone itself, a sight of profound strangeness. From a distance, the horde looked like a swarm of ants, dense and endless. These creatures moved with a deceptive slowness akin to shuffling old men. But as the tide of monsters continued to flow out, the ones in the lead suddenly seemed to catch wind of something that excited them intensely. The monster let out a guttural roar and charged forward. A collapsed pig farm blocked the path ahead of the monsters, the pigs trapped beneath the rubble squealing incessantly, while others scattered in every direction. Monsters! A terrified scream erupted from one of the workers. The others who were chasing the pigs halted and turned toward him in confusion. The man's face was deathly pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably as his legs shook violently, a wet stain spreading between them. He raised a trembling hand to point outside, and the other workers followed his gaze. One by one, their faces drained of color, and their legs gave way as they witnessed a sight they would never forget. Countless monsters were slowly advancing toward them. These creatures stood upright on 2 legs like humans, but their feet had only 3 toes curved downward like sharp blades. Between the knee and ankle, an extra joint bent backward, giving their legs an unnatural twisted appearance. Their calves were short and thin, yet their thighs were thick and covered with sharp spikes. Long, powerful arms hung down nearly to their knees, lined with barbs along the forearms and hands. Their palms were broad, and their fingernails were lethally sharp. A vertical slit gaped across the creature's belly like a mouth, emitting a faint, eerie glow. Where a normal mouth should be, a split ran from the nose down to the chest bone, lined with rows of jagged teeth, making the creature appear ferocious and menacing. On either side of this maw, long tusks like those of an elephant curved outward. The creatures had pointed upright ears, glowing eyes, and a strange stone-like white bead embedded in the center of their foreheads, all topped with scraggly gray-white hair. The creatures were utterly horrifying. Monsters! Run! Someone shouted, snapping the workers from their stupor. They bolted forward, but the first worker to spot the monsters was frozen, his legs shaking so badly he couldn't move. Sweat poured down his forehead in panic as the monsters drew closer. Despite his desperation, his legs felt nailed to the ground. Xiaohe, move! An older worker grabbed his arm and pulled him along, and he stumbled forward, still unable to run properly. As the monsters closed in, the older worker snatched a shovel from the ground and slammed it onto a creature's head, felling it instantly. Realizing they could be beaten, he swung at another, striking it squarely on the head. But this time the monster blocked the blow with its arm. The old worker reacted swiftly, swinging the shovel in a reverse arc at another creature. Yet there were too many of them. He was quickly overwhelmed and swallowed by the swarm. The monsters descended upon him, tearing into him with savage bites. A pained scream escaped his lips before he was ripped apart by the relentless horde. Blood splattered across the ground. Uncle Zhang, the worker surnamed he who had been frozen in place, watched the horrific scene with red-rimmed eyes as tears streamed down his face. Then, as if fueled by a sudden surge of strength, he forced himself to his feet. He sprinted forward with all his might, but the monsters were dangerously close. Although Uncle Zhang had bought him a little time against the nearest ones, others were already closing in. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his back as a monster's claws tore a gash across it, blood gushing out. The sting spurred him into a burst of speed, and he finally managed to put some distance between himself and the creatures racing to catch up with the workers ahead. The workers glanced back as they ran, their faces turning pale at the sight of Uncle Zhang being devoured, some even retching in horror. When they saw he had escaped the monsters, they instinctively slowed down to wait for him. They had also noticed that the creatures moved slowly, leaving them ample time to flee. The initial terror began to subside. Fear of the unknown was the worst, but now that they knew the monsters' speed, they fought to suppress their panic. Xiaohe, hurry. Let's drive to the authorities. He was too breathless to speak, nodding vigorously as sweat dripped from his forehead, his face still pale. Whether from the pain of his wound or sheer terror, he couldn't tell. Unbeknownst to him, the gash on his back had already stopped bleeding. A faint itch spread across it, and a hint of green seemed to shimmer beneath the skin. But his mind was a blank, and he remained oblivious to the abnormality. The group scrambled into a van, flooring the accelerator as they sped toward the city center, determined to report the terrifying scene to the authorities. They held an unshakable belief that the nation would surely eliminate these monsters. He sat in the back, gulping down water from a bottle, his chest heaving. Even inside the van, terror was etched across his face. Suddenly his expression froze. Thick streams of green liquid began pouring from his mouth, his veins bulged, and his eyes widened bloodshot and wild. He now looked utterly grotesque. Yet the others in front, still fixated on the swarm of monsters behind them, remained unaware of his transformation. Then something both terrifying and inexplicable occurred. In a matter of moments, he underwent a drastic metamorphosis, becoming identical to the monsters they had just fled from. The only difference was the absence of the stone-like bead on his forehead. The creature that was once he let out a guttural roar. It lunged at the worker seated in front of it, its razor-sharp claws piercing straight through the man's body. The worker let out a pained cry. The others, startled by the commotion, turned around. Their faces went white with terror as they screamed. The driver, catching a glimpse in the rearview mirror, froze, and the van swerved violently before flipping over and crashing to the ground. Even in their final moments, confusion gripped them. Wasn't that Xiao He sitting in the back? Where had this monster suddenly come from? That question would never be answered. Meanwhile, Ye Tian, even from a distance, could faintly make out the stone pillar. He decided not to stay in the warehouse. It wasn't safe enough. His own safe house was more secure. He wondered how Xiong Lai and Yun Jie were faring, but both were destined to become powerful figures, so he trusted they were fine. The apocalypse had arrived. He needed to strengthen himself quickly. He had to leverage his foresight to advance faster than anyone else. Especially that woman, Xia Shui. In his past life, she was his most beloved, and they had braved the apocalypse together, enduring countless hardships. He had believed they were each other's lifeline, only to be killed by her in the end. The irony was that the very blade she used to kill him was one he had gone to great lengths to obtain for her. To die by that weapon was a bitter mockery. Her talent surpassed his, so to seek his revenge, he had to advance faster than her. Time was of the essence. Ye Tian climbed into a heavy truck he had parked here in advance and headed for his safe house. The warehouse wasn't secure enough. This truck, carefully selected from his company, was reinforced with a heavy-duty bumper, far safer than a car in these chaotic times. He sped along the roads, ramming through any disabled vehicles in his path. As he rounded a corner and began to accelerate, a young man standing in the middle of the road shouted, "Hey boss, please give me a lift to the city center." While shouting, he kept waving his hand frantically. Ye Tian's face remained expressionless, showing no intention of slowing down, continuing to accelerate forward. Seeing Ye Tian look as if he intended to run him over, the young man was so startled that he quickly leaped aside and began cursing at Ye Tian. "Are you blind? I told you to stop, but you wouldn't, and you even tried to hit me. You just wait. I've memorized your license plate. Once I gather my brothers, I'll make you pay, you bastard." The young man continued to grumble and curse as if he wanted to devour Ye Tian whole. The close call had given him a fright. Even if he wouldn't help, he could have at least slowed down. But just as he finished cursing, the heavy truck came to a halt, and Ye Tian stepped out expressionlessly. Originally, he had considered this person a mere extra and had no intention of bothering with him. However, Ye Tian could not overlook the young man's recent words. He did not doubt the young man's threat in the slightest. The apocalypse had already erupted. All order was about to collapse, leaving only the law of the jungle. This young man had seen Ye Tian's face, and if he ever got a chance in the future, he would surely seek revenge. Even if Ye Tian became stronger, as the saying goes, better to be feared by a thief than to be coveted by one. An insignificant nobody could bring about irreparable consequences. Seeing Ye Tian get out of the truck, the young man walked over, still cursing, "Are you blind? Can't you see me? Ill." Before the young man could finish his sentence, Ye Tian drew a blade and slit his throat in one swift motion. Blood gushed from the neck. The young man clutched his throat tightly, his eyes glaring at Ye Tian in disbelief, his face etched with shock. He had never imagined that such a simple altercation would cost him his life. But he had no more time to ponder. He crashed to the ground with a thud and lay still. Ye Tian paid no attention to the corpse. By now, corpses were likely scattered everywhere. Who would care about one more? As time passed, the monsters finally drew closer to the city, their roars rising and falling, gradually capturing people's attention. "What's that sound?" someone asked in confusion, squinting as they could only make out blurry shapes. But as the monsters drew nearer and their howls grew louder, they finally saw what they were. "Oh, monsters!" A piercing scream erupted. Seeing the dense horde of monsters, everyone's faces turned pale with fright, and many were too terrified to move their legs. But the monsters didn't care if they moved or not. They charged forward with frenzied roars, indulging in their gluttonous feast. A beautifully dressed woman watched in horror as a monster lunged at her. Her face was ashen and she sobbed uncontrollably, frantically, trying to run back to her car, but her legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground. Before she could even think of what to do, the monster pounced on her viciously, tearing a chunk of flesh from her face. Her once beautiful visage instantly became horrifyingly grotesque. Oh, the terrifyingly bloody scene sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Driven by the pressure of death, people began to flee desperately. Some people got into their cars, flooring the accelerator and blaring the horn as they recklessly charged forward, ramming any vehicle that got in their way without a second thought. They only wanted to escape this hell on earth as quickly as possible. The vast majority couldn't get to a car and had to run on foot, losing their shoes in the process, but not daring to stop. Even the most delicate beauties who were usually so precious gritted their teeth and ran on despite their feet being rubbed raw. But human stamina was after all limited. The monsters, though slow-moving, were tireless and advanced relentlessly. They didn't stop, even when faced with obstacles charging straight through them. Cars weighing several tons and large trucks of over 10 tons were pushed aside by the monsters like ants moving their nest. Those who were already injured or too terrified to move watched in utter horror as they became the monsters' first batch of nourishment. Screams, cries of agony, and roars filled the air. Those who had exhausted their strength and could run no more collapsed to the ground, but they still didn't dare stop. With man-eating monsters behind them, they desperately clawed at the ground, trying to crawl forward. No, don't, help, oh. Finally, these exhausted people consumed by terror became the monsters' second batch of nourishment. Those who were neither too fast nor too slow and hadn't yet exhausted their stamina were relentlessly pursued by the monsters who were practically breathing down their necks. They could feel the roars almost right against their ears. Many were scratched by the monsters' sharp claws, but they still ran for their lives without looking back. Suddenly, one of the runners, while in full sprint, had his eyes bulge wide. His body underwent a rapid transformation, and he became one of the monster horde. The people running frantically beside him barely had time to react before they were tackled by this newly transformed monster. Others witnessing this spectacle were scared out of their wits. Oh, what's happening? How did he suddenly turn into a monster? Before anyone could answer, other injured individuals began transforming into monsters one after another. The number of monsters surged dramatically. The last group of slow runners ultimately became part of the monster army as well. Some people ahead who had looked back turned pale, and while running told those beside them what had just happened. People can turn into monsters. What's the cause? I bet it's because they got scratched by a monster. Let's find a room to hide in. As long as we lock the door, the monsters definitely can't get in. This statement seemed to awaken those around them. People who had been running mindlessly in fear suddenly began darting into rooms along the roadside. Most doors nowadays were security doors or alloy doors, which were still relatively sturdy. The monsters were indeed temporarily blocked outside the rooms, only able to continuously bang against the doors, unable to get in for the time being. The timid ones screamed in fright upon hearing the monsters banging, but the result was only attracting the attention of even more monsters. In a vicious cycle, the monsters finally breached the overwhelmed doors and swarmed into the rooms with excitement. These tragic scenes played out across the entire Nanyu city, turning the whole urban area into a living hell. Xiaoxua, look, what's that outside? A girl pointed at the monsters outside, her voice trembling with terror. The girl named Xiaoxua followed her friend's gaze and was also frightened, her face turning pale. Xiaoying, are they all monsters? Look, someone is being eaten. Both girls were terrified, their faces drained of color. They quickly took out their phones to record the horrifying scene and posted it online. Countless others who were in buildings also saw these monsters and uploaded videos to the internet as well. Not only in Nanyu City, but in cities across the country, the same scene was unfolding. Suddenly, the entire internet was in an uproar. If it were just one or two people posting, it could be dismissed as a prank or editing, but this was at least tens of millions of people posting. It couldn't be fake. For a moment, the whole nation was worried. They all feared whether these monsters would come to their own cities. Countless people began rushing home. Those with wives and children at home ignored their boss's threats and left work without a second thought. When man-eating monsters are coming, who cares if you're the boss? The two girls who had first spotted the monsters were still in their room, having quickly shut the door in fear. Together they pushed a sofa against the door. Only after doing this did they feel a bit more at ease. Xiaoxue, do you think these monsters will definitely be eliminated? They're so terrifying. Xiaoying, her face pale, grabbed Xiox's arm and shook it desperately. Xiaoying, it will be okay. The country will definitely come to save us. And these monsters will definitely be eliminated. Xiaoxue, who was also trembling with fear inside, didn't know what else to do, so she resolutely tried to comfort her friend. Xiox's full name was Xiaoxue. She was serene and cute with delicate features and fair skin. Though not tall, standing at about 1.7 meters, she had an excellent figure. Xiaoxue had no idea that someone was frantically searching for her. Xiaoying's full name was Suing. The two of them had just graduated from university and were looking for jobs, temporarily staying in this rented apartment. As Suing gradually calmed down, a secret idea slowly took root in her mind. The same scene unfolded in countless places across the nation. People huddled inside their rooms, clinging to the unwavering belief that their country would come to their rescue. The government indeed responded with swift action, first issuing announcements on the internet and television. Dear citizens, in the face of this sudden catastrophe, we extend our deepest condolences to our fallen compatriots. We urge all citizens to remain indoors, lock your doors and windows. We are actively preparing for relief operations. An event of this magnitude could not be concealed. The only course was to actively prepare countermeasures. The military was deployed to the front lines without delay, but against this seemingly endless tide of monsters, the commanders could only grit their teeth and order their soldiers to hold the line with everything they had. Gun barrels glowed red-hot from relentless firing, yet the soldiers continued. Artillery shells were launched with reckless abandon, heedless of accuracy, creating a relentless barrage. Fighters took off, dropped their bombs, returned to base refueled, and rearmed, then took off again. This relentless cycle of bombardment continued unabated. Even if the soldiers could endure such intense non-stop combat, their machinery could not. Many guns malfunctioned, their barrels bursting from the extreme heat. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. 9 colossal stone pillars arranged in an eerie pattern stood across 9 distinct locations in the country. From these pillars, an endless horde of monsters surged forth, spreading outwards in every direction. Despite their seemingly slow movements, the monsters had managed to overrun nearly the entire country within just a few hours. It was utterly bizarre. Whatever stood in their path was relentlessly shredded by their razor-sharp claws. Countless forest animals were forced to flee towards the center of the woods. Fortunately, the resilient vines and thorns of the forest managed to impede the monsters somewhat, offering a sliver of fortune in this dire situation. The animals at the heart of the forest for now escaped the onslaught. After nearly 10 hours of desperate resistance, the military's defenses began to crumble. The commanders had no choice but to order a retreat and consolidate their defensive lines. At the capital, the Supreme Commander, having received satellite imagery of the stone pillars from across the country, was already aware of the situation from the very beginning. Observing the endless stream of monsters emerging from the pillars on the satellite feed and correlating it with the reports from the front lines, the Supreme Commander was forced to make a grim decision. By my order, all units are to consolidate their positions. Forces near the capital are to establish 5 concentric defensive rings around it. All other units are to fortify their positions around their respective military bases. Use natural defenses, bridges, and other strategic points to protect key cities as best as possible. Yes, Commander. But what about the other cities? The other cities are to be abandoned for now. The capital is the political heart of our nation. As long as the capital and our military bases remain secure and our key cities are protected, we can reclaim the others in time. The nation can and will recover. Carry out your orders. Yes, sir. After issuing the command, the Supreme Commander closed his eyes. A single tear traced a path down his aged cheek, and his graying hair seemed to whiten further in that very instant. Those around him witnessing this found their own eyes burning with unshed tears. Those were their fellow countrymen. They too had not anticipated the monsters to be so relentless. No matter how many they slew, more just kept pouring forth. They never expected the military to be overwhelmed within mere hours. They also received intelligence that they were not alone in this. Every nation worldwide was engulfed in a similar tide of monsters, just like their own. There would be no international aid coming to their rescue. For the long-term survival of the nation, they could understand the commander's harsh order despite its immediate cruelty. However, the monsters had not yet swarmed into the buildings in large numbers, merely pushing forward relentlessly. Those sheltering inside were for the moment relatively safe. The immediate priority was to conserve their limited strength and reassess the situation with the monsters later. Countless people still held out hope for rescue, so many remained calm in their shared rooms, some even chatting with familiar faces. Meanwhile, in a hotel, Yunjie felt an inexplicable sense of dread, a heavy weight pressing on her heart. She requested leave from her manager and retreated to her room. As the dedicated butler for the presidential suite, she had a private rest area within the hotel to ensure round-the-clock service for guests. Since the presidential suite was currently unoccupied, Yunjie had no immediate duties, and the manager readily agreed. Xiaoyi not feeling well. Do you need to go home and rest? The manager asked, his gaze lecherous. He was a balding man in his 50s, and his intentions towards her were far from professional. However, Yunjie skillfully avoided being alone with him. A supervisor was currently reporting to the manager, preventing him from overstepping his bounds. No need, manager. He'll be fine after a short rest. It wouldn't be good if a guest arrived while I was away. She declined his offer, unwilling to give him any leverage. If a guest arrived and she wasn't at her post, he would have a reason to dock her pay. Leaving the manager's office, thoughts of guest arrivals led her inadvertently to think of Ye Tian. Remembering his strange phone call earlier that day, she couldn't help but find it amusing. As she returned to her room and was about to lie down, the commotion outside the window caught her attention. Frowning, she looked out. Her room was high up, but she could still see the dense mass of monsters below. Her expression changed drastically as his words echoed in her mind. Stock up on food and water. Go back to your room, lock the door, block it with furniture, and stay alone. She finally understood his warning. But how had he known this would happen? Without a moment's hesitation, Yunjie rushed to the storeroom. Before others could react, she loaded several large bottles of water, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and rice onto a trolley and hurried back to her room with the fully loaded cart. She was spotted by a cleaner mopping the floor. Sister Me, why are you taking so much food? Yunjie's face flushed with panic, but she quickly composed herself. Oh, it's nothing. I just get hungry at night, so I'm stocking up a bit. She made up a flimsy excuse and hurried back to her room. She locked the door and even pushed the bed against it for extra security. Only after securing the room did she let out a long, relieved breath. She didn't share her suspicions with the cleaner. It wasn't out of coldness, she wasn't even sure her guess was right. What if she was wrong and made a fool of herself? And if she was right, how would she explain her foreknowledge? Any explanation would be problematic, so it was best to say nothing. After all, self-preservation is the first law of nature. Worrying about her family, she immediately called her parents, imploring them to stay indoors and not to leave the house under any circumstances. After doing all this, Yun Jie breathed a sigh of relief. She was tempted to call Ye Tian and ask him how he knew, but after a moment's thought she decided against it. She wondered what he was doing right now. Ye Tian, meanwhile, was still driving his heavy truck down the road. Abandoned cars were strewn haphazardly everywhere, and he simply plowed his way through them. Scattered monsters were now on the roads. Hearing the roar of his truck, they shrieked and charged towards it. Even some that had been chasing other humans hundreds of meters away turned and madly converged on the truck. The truck's thunderous engine was like a stone dropped into a placid lake, creating a massive stir. Seeing the monsters closing in from all directions, Ye Tian remained utterly calm. He floored the accelerator. With a roar, the engine bellowed even louder, and the heavy truck lunged forward like a savage beast. The dozen or so monsters in its path were sent flying, crashing violently into the parked cars, crushing their frames. Ye Tian pressed the accelerator again. Boom. Another thunderous crash, accompanied by the grating screech of tires, sent the obstructing vehicles hurtling to the sides as the heavy truck rammed through, forcibly carving a path through the blockade. As for the monsters sprawled on the ground, they were directly crushed into pulp. Ye Tian, bulldozing his way through without a hint of strain, knew that the heavy truck he had kept was a meticulously Ding Nuwa has been officially activated. Ding, congratulations on successfully slaying a first-tier monster. Energy 20. Ding, congratulations on successfully slaying a first-tier monster. Energy 20. The system's chimes echoed relentlessly in his mind. After a few rings, Ye Tian, finding it annoying, simply muted the notifications, resolving to check them later. After driving to his safe house, Ye Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he have the time to review his system log. Filled with curiosity, he tapped open the log and skimmed through it. The first entry mentioned the activation of the Nuwa intelligence, but he couldn't discern any specific functions. The subsequent entries were a dense list of notifications about gaining energy from slain monsters. He also noticed a new number in the bottom left corner of his system interface: energy, 420 points. In reality, beneath the bead on a monster's forehead lies a crystal core. The colors of these crystals from low to high are white, yellow, green, blue, orange, purple, black, red, and gold, corresponding to 9 tiers. Monster levels were also easy to distinguish. The color of the bead on their forehead indicated their rank, following the same white to gold progression. Monsters always produced a crystal core, a fact Ye Tian had only learned much later in his past life. Humanity, too, hadn't discovered the core's uses until half a year after the apocalypse began. Although this system conveniently auto-collected them as energy, what if he needed a physical crystal core later? Wouldn't he be left without one? Ding, host need not worry. Crystal cores can be converted into energy, and energy can be equivalently converted back into crystal cores. A sudden voice chimed in, strikingly different from the system's initial robotic tone. It sounded as if a real person were speaking to him. Are you the system? Ye Tian asked uncertainly. I am Nuwa, the system you speak of. Host need not voice your thoughts. Nuwa knows whatever crosses your mind. Ye Tian tested this by mentally commanding his panel to open, and sure enough, his status screen materialized before his eyes. This was far more convenient than his initial manual clicking. Nuwa, do you have any other abilities? Host will learn of Nuwa's true power in due time. No need for words now. Well, it seemed Nuwa was rather aloof. However, Ye Tian now understood the mechanics of energy conversion. It meant he could reverse convert energy into crystal cores whenever he needed them, which was incredibly satisfying. As time went on, first-tier crystal cores would become worthless, offering virtually no benefit to higher-tier evolvers. But for him, he could amass a vast quantity of low-tier cores and use the system to convert them into high-tier ones. He could directly level up by spending energy. He hastily tapped the plus sign next to his level indicator. Instantly, his energy dropped by 50 points to 370, accompanied by a warm, soothing sensation spreading through his body. Once the sensation faded, his body had undergone a dramatic transformation in that brief moment. His facial features were more chiseled, making him even more handsome. His muscle definition was sharper, and a faint white vertical line appeared on his forehead, tapering off as it rose from between his brows. Evolvers display a vertical line on their foreheads during combat, ranging in color from white, yellow, green, blue, orange, purple, black, red, to gold, corresponding to 9 tiers. When not fighting, evolvers can choose to hide this mark to conceal their rank, a choice most prefer. Clenching his fists, he could distinctly feel the surge in power, a potent explosive force within him. His level had also become tier 1. Relishing the feeling of strength, Ye Tian closed his eyes in satisfaction and mentally summoned his character panel. Name: Ye Tian. Level 10500, can be upgraded by consuming energy. Strength 27, adult, average 10. Agility 18, adult average 10. Constitution 22, adult average 10. Special ability empty 15. Skills eye of inspection, hostile intent perception. Looking at his panel, Ye Tian nodded with satisfaction. All his attributes were significantly ahead of the curve. Sensing the changes in his body, he instinctively swiped his hand forcefully through the air beside him. A bizarre sight unfolded. A black rift abruptly tore open in the empty space. This was Ye Tian's awakened ability space. Unfortunately, its power was currently too weak, only effective against first-tier monsters. It was also incredibly draining. That single small rift had completely depleted his energy reserves. For now, it could only serve as a surprise tactic. Yet Ye Tian was overjoyed. In his past life, he had been an ordinary evolver with no special ability. In this life, he had awakened the incredibly rare space ability. In his previous life, he had only heard rumors of it, but never witnessed it. According to his information, only one person had ever possessed it. He felt that his rebirth might have changed something. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. The priority now was to increase his strength. No one in this world could advance faster than him. While others were still fumbling to understand their abilities, he could steadily progress using the knowledge from his past life. The gap in speed was immeasurable. He was one step closer to revenge. After all, others could only level up by absorbing energy from crystal cores. Lower-tier cores yielded poorer results, and the absorption efficiency varied greatly from person to person. A person with SS-rank potential might absorb perfectly, while an A-rank potential individual might waste most of the energy, and their absorption rate would be slow. Furthermore, based on Ye Tian's experience, advancing from Tier 3 to Tier 4 was a bottleneck, and so was Tier 6 to Tier 7. He hadn't understood why before, but now he suspected it was related to potential. Lower potential likely meant a lower chance of breaking through these thresholds, and not everyone could succeed. He recalled an unfortunate soul from his past life who was stuck at Tier 3 for 4 whole years, never able to reach Tier 4. Not everyone could become a high-tier evolver. But Ye Tian, he could level up directly as long as he had enough energy. And with his SS-rank potential, these bottlenecks probably wouldn't pose any challenge to him. After reviewing his upgrade information, he returned to the second floor of the safe house and sat on the tatami mat by the window. Before him lay a plate of roast chicken, a plate of steak, a plate of sweet and sour carp, and a bottle of orange juice. He ate leisurely while gazing down at the dense horde of monsters below, feeling utterly content. It was as if the monsters below belonged to a different world. He commented between bites, "Most of these monsters are first tier. Oh, that one wearing the floral skirt is probably a transformed man, right? How twisted. Hey, there's actually a second-tier monster over there." From his vantage point, he could also see the residential area across the way. Chaos had already erupted there. The security guard, reacting too slowly, failed to close the main gate in time, and monsters flooded through the entrance. Ye Tian had actually warned the security guard beforehand, but the man brushed it off and told Ye Tian to mind his own business. There was nothing more Ye Tian could do. He had done his part. Fortunately, each apartment building had a steel door, and only a few residential blocks were breached. The vast majority of buildings managed to shut their doors in time upon seeing the danger. Monsters that heard screams from behind the doors relentlessly attacked the steel doors. The creatures possessed immense strength, and under the combined assault of many, the doors could still be broken down. The best course of action in such situations was to stop making noise. Once the monsters heard nothing, they would cease their attack. However, people at this time were unaware of this principle. After watching for a while, Ye Tian lost interest. He was absolutely safe here. Monsters couldn't possibly break in. His armored RV parked outside had been safely stored away in his system space. Indeed, after advancing to Tier 1, he had tried to store a larger object, and to his surprise, the RV was successfully taken in. Ye Tian had long suspected that the maximum volume he could store was related to his evolver level, but the exact limit was still unknown to him. He couldn't conduct experiments at the moment. After finishing dinner, Ye Tian took out his phone and sent messages to Yunji and Xiong asking for their current situations. The network hadn't completely collapsed yet, so communication was still possible. These two were future experts, and Ye Tian was quite invested in them. They were core partners he planned to recruit into his team. Yunji replied quickly, "Safe. Followed your advice, brought food and water, staying alone in my room, and blocked the door." "How did you know monsters would appear?" Yunji couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked. "I just had a vague feeling of unease, like something big was about to happen. My intuition has always been quite accurate. You're my friend, so I mentioned it. I didn't actually know such terrifying monsters would appear." Ye Tian fabricated a plausible reason. The matter of his rebirth was of course not something he could tell anyone. Although Yunji felt something was slightly off, she believed his explanation, as she couldn't think of any other reason. "Thank you. You've basically saved my life. If we ever meet again, I'll thank you in person." "You're welcome, we're friends," Ye Tian said with a smile. "Yeah, we are friends." Yunji made a certain resolve in her heart. She sensed these monsters were no simple matter, and having a seemingly mysterious and reliable friend was a form of security. Xiong Lai's reply was much simpler. "I'm with my wife, kids, and a few employees." Seeing this message, Ye Tian's face darkened. He had told the man it was best to be alone. However, upon reflection, he could somewhat understand. In an emergency, one's instinct is to think of family. In his past life, he didn't recall Xiong having any family. They had likely perished. Ye Tian only replied, "Stay safe," as there was nothing else he could say. He couldn't very well tell the man his family might turn into monsters. There was no helping it. Xiong would probably be fine. Ye Tian was just establishing a connection early. If something did happen, he would have to look for another partner. It couldn't be helped. Ye Tian had come from the harshness of the apocalypse. Unless one had truly experienced life and death, no one would trust each other completely. Even then, there was always a degree of caution. It was only in the presence of family that one could feel utterly at ease. If not for this, he wouldn't have been killed so easily in his past life, caught completely off guard. After instructing the two, Ye Tian rested. Both had sent him their locations. He had no intention of rescuing them now. They needed to taste the bitterness of the apocalypse and understand its cruelty before he would save them. That would take at least 5 or 6 days. He could use these days to scavenge for more supplies. Tomorrow the monsters would recede like a tide, leaving only a small number behind. And tomorrow, barring any surprises, the vast majority of people would be infected and turn into zombies. According to Ye Tian's speculation, it was a virus brought by these monsters that caused the infection. This virus could strengthen the physique of all organisms, but those who turned into zombies couldn't withstand this transformation. Those with certain special genes could survive the change. Those who made it through would be physically stronger than normal people. These individuals were called evolvers. A very small fraction would even awaken supernatural abilities at Tier 1, which is why ability users were often more powerful than evolvers. Some people for various reasons weren't infected by the virus and remained as they were without any physical enhancement. After dinner, the sky had completely darkened. Ye Tian lay comfortably on his bed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, looking quite at ease. The network hadn't collapsed yet, so Ye Tian was using his phone to check the situation outside. The reports were mostly about the monster incident with nothing of real value. After watching for a while, he went to sleep. The second day of the apocalypse. Around 7 a.m. Ye Tian woke up early and had a simple breakfast: a few fried dough sticks, some meat buns, and soy milk. Today he planned to go out and scavenge for more supplies before others caught on. While eating, Ye Tian scrolled through his phone. There was still nothing of value, just advice for people to stock up on food and water and stay indoors awaiting rescue. But when he scrolled to a live news broadcast, a bizarre scene unfolded. The news anchor, without any warning, began to mutate. Her eyeballs became bloodshot and bulged, her skin started to rapidly rot, and her teeth grew sharp and pointed. Her appearance became truly ghastly. At a visible speed, long sharp claws grew from her fingers. Ugh. A sound that was once only heard on TV came from the anchor's mouth, with saliva and blood dripping down. Her eyes turned a murky gray as if covered by a grayish-white film. The people nearby instinctively screamed in shock, immediately attracting the anchor's attention. Her head snapped towards the source of the scream, and she lunged, pinning the person down and biting ferociously. The scene was extremely bloody, and screams echoed everywhere early in the morning. Many of the staff members nearby instinctively shouted for help upon seeing this. As if their shouts had lifted a spell, many people began to mutate and charge towards the source of the sound. In a short while, the broadcast cut out. He continued scrolling to the next video. It was from an official media outlet with visuals, but no anchor, only a bold line of text. The nation is organizing rescue efforts. Citizens, please prepare ample food and water, stay indoors, and await the nation's rescue. Seeing this, Ye Tian shook his head in disdain. Rescue? They'd be lucky to save themselves. Based on his memories after yesterday's monster onslaught, the vast majority of humans infected with the virus would suddenly turn into zombies today, just like the anchor. The military was no exception. The vast majority of soldiers would also turn into zombies. The surviving forces would be pitifully few. The nation would be too busy dealing with its own crisis to have any strength left for rescue. So wait patiently for rescue. Don't make me laugh. This world has nearly 20 billion people, and any ordinary first-tier city easily has tens of millions. Even if they had surviving troops, even if they managed to organize an armed force, what could they do against millions, even tens of millions of zombies in a single city? And that's not even counting the monsters. Under such circumstances, even a full army group charging in would just be throwing away lives. He continued to the next video. It showed someone suddenly turning into a zombie and attacking people this morning. After filming, the camera turned to the recorder, who was dry heaving multiple times, tears streaming down his face, but he held back from vomiting. This video had many comments, and it seemed the uploader was quite popular. How are there zombies everywhere this morning? This is terrifying. My dad turned into a zombie and is banging on my door. What should I do? Should I kill my dad? Waiting online urgent. My girlfriend turned into a zombie too. I'm thinking of letting her bite me, so we can be zombies together. My bank card number is XXXXX, password is XXXX. Whoever is lucky enough to see this inherit my assets. Shao Yuer, someone come save me, I'll be your girlfriend. One hilarious comment really tickled Ye Tian. Streamer, I want to puke, but I want. What am I doing? I'm swallowing it back. Hey, just playing. Under that there were equally funny replies. I need to poop, but I want. What am I doing? Am holding it in. Hey, just playing. I poop, but I want to eat it. What am I doing? Am blowing on it. Hey, it's hot. Reading these comments, Ye Tian laughed. Even at the end of the world, people still found ways to joke around. Before he knew it was around 10 a.m. Seeing no more useful information, Ye Tian prepared to head out. Ye Tian peered down from the window. The street at the main entrance was mostly clear of monsters, now perhaps a dozen or so lingering nearby, with a few more scattered at intervals in the distance. He then glanced toward the back door, where only 2 monsters, both first tier, were present. A cold smirk curled on Ye Tian's lips. You too will be my offering to the heavens. A first-tier physique allowed him to leap from the second story without injury, but the windows were barred with security grills, so exiting that way was out of the question. He first donned his suit of armor. Though confident in his abilities, his cautious, some might say cowardly, nature compelled him to take every precaution. The armor's joints were flexible, and with careful movements, it made little noise. Ye Tian opened the window, drew his infinite repeating crossbow, and with a whisper-like twang, he shot one monster through the head. A second later, another twang dispatched the other. This fluid sequence was a testament to countless battles from his past life. Ding. Congratulations on successfully slaying a first-tier monster. Energy 20. Ding. Congratulations on successfully slaying a first-tier monster. Energy 20. After opening the back door, he moved cautiously through the streets, skillfully evading the monsters. As long as he remained quiet, they wouldn't notice him. First-tier monsters possessed keen hearing, but underdeveloped smell, and their vision was virtually non-existent. After carefully bypassing the monsters, Ye Tian retrieved his armored RV. The moment he started the engine, its thunderous roar tore through the empty streets, a blazing beacon in the darkness that drew the attention of nearby monsters and hidden survivors alike. The creatures began to close in. Ye Tian floored the accelerator, crushing a nearby monster under the wheels. Sorry, didn't see you there, he muttered, a half-hearted apology without a trace of remorse, continuing to plow through the horde and knocking down a swath of them. Monsters, are you serious? Is that your idea of an apology? We demand compensation for emotional distress. Hey, don't leave. Ding. Congratulations on successfully slaying a first-tier monster. Energy 20. Ignoring the monster's unspoken protests, Ye Tian drove on. As he passed streets lined with residential buildings, survivors spotted his armored vehicle resembling an armored SWAT truck, and their faces lit up with excitement. They knew the monsters were sensitive to sound, so they refrained from shouting for help. Instead, many scrawled large SOS signals on their clothes or bedsheets, using anything that could leave a mark. Ye Tian ignored them completely, as if they didn't exist. In this period, who had the time or energy to help them? That would only be asking for trouble. As he drove, he witnessed people in high-rise buildings cornered with no escape, choosing to leap to their deaths. This wasn't an isolated incident, it happened one after another. The already desperate survivors were pushed further into misery. Only a fortunate few managed to escape their fate. The entire world had descended into a living hell. Among those who didn't turn into zombies, a small number were undergoing subtle changes in their bodies. In about a week, these individuals would automatically become first-tier evolvers. These were the innate evolvers. Others could become acquired evolvers by absorbing energy from crystal cores, though with lower probability. It was unclear which was stronger, but innate evolvers generally absorbed energy faster. About 10 minutes later, Ye Tian arrived at his destination, a large warehouse, head marked on his map. It was usually deserted, and even more so now. He pried the door open with brute force. Inside, the warehouse was filled with dusty cardboard boxes, as if untouched for ages, which was mostly true given how rarely anyone came here. The warehouse spanned nearly 1,000 square meters. He casually sliced open a box to find it packed with canned meat, luncheon meat, braised pork, beef, and many other varieties. He picked one up, feeling its satisfying weight in his hand. These canned meats were a hard currency in the apocalypse, prized for their long shelf life and delicious taste. There were likely thousands of boxes here. Ye Tian didn't hesitate, sweeping them all into his system space. Time was of the essence. After clearing this warehouse, he immediately headed to the next location, hitting every warehouse he had scouted along the way. Soon he arrived at a wholesale food market. He entered a shop that hadn't yet closed its shelves, stocked with all kinds of seasonings, including an array of hot pot bases. Now that was a treasure. Without a second thought, he cleared the entire shop of its hot pot bases in a few minutes. He then spent nearly an hour dealing with scattered monsters and zombies, ultimately emptying the entire market. Ye Tian's next target was the Matai liquor warehouse. In Huagua, Matai was the most valuable baijiu, and even after the apocalypse, its status among survivors remained unshakable. This particular warehouse served as the main distribution hub for the entire southern region, so it was bound to be well-stocked. He used his armored RV to forcefully smash through the glass doors of the showroom. He chose this entrance because he didn't know where the warehouse entrance was, but he assumed there would be a passage leading to it from here. Stepping out of the vehicle, Ye Tian surveyed the hall. There were no zombies or monsters, and no living people either. Display cabinets filled with Baijiu lined the room. Behind one counter he found a door. Pushing it open he saw a long corridor. Following it he eventually spotted a sign marking the warehouse. The storeroom door was locked, and forcing it open would be difficult. Ye Tian went back out and found the general manager's office. The general manager, whether lucky or unlucky, had been in the middle of an intimate act with his secretary when they both turned into zombies, and they remained frozen in that compromising position even now. It was a sight for sore eyes, and thankfully only Ye Tian was there to see it. Hearing the door open, the two zombies, still locked in their embrace, shuffled toward him. The general manager was behind the female secretary, in front, her chest bouncing grotesquely. Without a second thought, Ye Tian drew his infinite repeating crossbow and fired a single bolt that pierced through both their heads. 1 arrow, 2 kills. Ding. Congratulations on successfully slaying a first-tier zombie. Energy 10. Ding. Congratulations on successfully slaying a first-tier zombie. Energy 10. 2 notification sounds rang out in succession. It seemed zombies were worth less energy than monsters. He wondered what the ratio would be at higher tiers. Suppressing his disgust, Ye Tian found the keys on the general manager's body and returned to unlock the warehouse. Inside, boxes upon boxes were stacked, all marked with the words National Liquor Mitai. He didn't bother to inspect them, spending about 10 minutes clearing the entire storage room. By the time he had emptied all the warehouses, it was already noon, a testament to the sheer amount of baijiu stored within. He grabbed a quick meal from his space and continued driving toward his next target. His target this time was a large cold storage facility. Racing along the road, following his hand-drawn map, he arrived at the massive freezer warehouse. The gates were still tightly shut. Ye Tian, expressionless, floored the accelerator and slammed straight into them. Any other vehicle would have been wrecked, its driver killed in such a crash. With a thunderous boom, the gates were instantly shattered, the iron door crumpling like paper before the armored RV. Ding. Armored RV Defense 1. Ye Tian grinned. He never knew that causing destruction could feel this exhilarating. It was absolutely thrilling. He drove the rumbling armored RV into the cold storage. The immense roar echoed in the empty space outside, drawing the attention of the monsters within. A chorus of guttural roars began to emanate from inside. There were monsters in the cold storage, even with the iron gate blocking the entrance. He wondered how they could have gotten in. Could they fly? Before Ye Tian could ponder further, he saw monsters in the distance howling as they began to converge on his location. He estimated there were 40 to 50 of them. Ye Tian smirked, floored the gas pedal, and charged straight into the horde. Ding. Armored RV Defense 1. Ding. Armored RV Defense 1. One by one the monsters were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. Ding. Congratulations on killing a first-stage zombie. Energy 10. Ding. Congratulations on killing a first-stage monster. Energy 20. For those that weren't quite dead, Ye Tian drove the armored RV back and forth over them, and after confirming they were dead, he crushed them once more. Not for any particular reason, just to make sure they weren't playing dead. And so he drove the armored RV, recklessly ramming monsters one by one, then repeatedly grinding them under his wheels. The monsters, devoid of intelligence, acted purely on instinct, howling and lunging at Ye Tian, launching a fearless charge against the heavy truck. Seeing the enemy not only refuse to surrender, but dare to provoke again. This was simply unbearable. Without a word, it was time to bring out the big guns, or rather his armored RV, and run them down. After about 10 minutes, no monsters or zombies were left standing in sight. All had made the ultimate sacrifice. Despite killing so many monsters, the armored RV's defense had only dropped by 58 points. Adding the initial consumption, it still had 923 points left. Ye Tian nodded in satisfaction. The RV's defensive capabilities were indeed formidable. He then deliberately drove the armored RV back and forth a few more times, not out of any peculiar preference, but to attract the monsters' attention. Seeing no more monsters emerge, Ye Tian finally stopped the armored RV and opened his status panel. His energy, initially at 370 points, had accumulated to 950. He first replenished the RV's defense to full, which reduced his energy to 873 points. Next, he directly chose to upgrade himself. Improving his own level first was paramount. The higher his level, the greater his ability to protect himself. Name: Ye Tian. Level 204000 consumes energy to level up. Strength 54, adult, average 10. Agility 36, adult, average 10. Constitution 45, adult, average 10. Superpower empty 30. Skills: Eye of Inspection, Hostility Perception. Meanwhile, the vertical line on Ye Tian's forehead had turned a glaring, piercing yellow. He had somewhat anticipated needing 4,000 energy for the next level. Although evolvers require the same amount of energy for each advancement, the gap in strength between each tier is enormous. Particularly between the 3rd and 4th tiers and the 6th and 7th, there are significant thresholds. As for the 8th and 9th tiers beyond the 7th, the difference is practically heaven and earth. Even though there's only one tier between the 7th and 8th, 10 7th tier evolvers wouldn't stand a chance against a single 8th tier 1, and 28th tier evolvers couldn't defeat a 9th tier 1. Reaching the 9th tier is a rarity among rarities. Ye Tian got out of the vehicle and surveyed the cold storage facility. He didn't rush inside. Having made such a commotion, if anyone was still inside, they would surely have noticed him. So he walked slowly, carefully observing the cold storage for any signs of movement. It was best if no one was there. If there were, he wouldn't hesitate to silence them. He intended to take all the supplies in this cold storage. Even if those people didn't see him collecting the items, the sudden disappearance of the supplies would make it obvious to anyone that he was responsible. His ability to collect vast amounts of supplies absolutely could not be known by others. Even core team members in the future wouldn't be told unless absolutely necessary. He planned to sustain the team primarily through scavenging supplies, only releasing a small amount from his own storage in times of extreme scarcity to maintain team stability. But that would be the limit. Once his team grew, unified management would be necessary. He'd implement a points system or some other management method. In any case, he wasn't going to let them freeload. They should be thinking about how to work for him even in their dreams, otherwise why would he exhaust himself gathering all these supplies? In the apocalypse, weakness is the original sin. There's no absolute right or wrong, it's all about survival. Meanwhile, inside the cold storage there were indeed people who had noticed Ye Tian, a group of 4 men and 1 woman. The 4 men were porters from a company, all looking tall and burly in their 20s or 30s. The woman was the company's warehouse keeper, decent looking, a solid 7 out of 10 with a slim figure. They had all been browsing their phones when the incident occurred and saw videos posted online. Combined with the locations attached by the uploaders, they realized it was happening in their own city. Frightened, they all hid and instinctively sought the highest floor in the building, which was how they ended up together. After barricading the door, they soon witnessed a terrifying scene through the window. A seemingly endless horde of monsters outside. Their faces turned pale with fear. They dared not sleep, terrified that the monsters would break through the door and devour them. They spent the night in terror. The next morning, they were surprised to find the number of monsters had decreased. They were fortunate enough not to have turned into zombies. However, they still didn't dare to go out, having seen videos of monsters devouring people online. They weren't about to risk their lives. They still held on to the belief that the government would send help. So they remained quiet, eventually drifting off to sleep. They were jolted awake by a loud crash, and that's when they witnessed Ye Tian ramming the monsters with his armored RV. The female warehouse keeper, seeing Ye Tian's armored RV mowed down all the monsters, exclaimed with excitement, "Did you see that? He killed those monsters. Let's ask him to save us and get us out of here." A worker chimed in, "Yeah, I agree. That's an RV, it's got plenty of room. It can easily fit all of us." Another person shook their head, "Even if he's willing to take us, I doubt we'd get far. Haven't you seen the mess in the city? There are accidents everywhere, we wouldn't make it very far. And even if we could, what if we get blocked by monsters on the road? I think we should just stay put and wait for rescue." "Yeah, I've seen it too. And based on our situation here, even if there aren't as many monsters as yesterday, there are still plenty around. No way. I have to get home. I never thought it would come to this yesterday. If I had known, I would have gone back even if it killed me. My wife and kids are at home. I don't even know if they're okay." A middle-aged worker's face was twisted in pain. He deeply regretted not leaving earlier. "Yeah, I need to get home and check on my family too. That RV is way tougher than our cars. Looks pretty safe to me," the youngest worker said. "Even so, why would he just drive you home for nothing? People don't do favors like that for no reason, let alone now when it means risking his life. I bet he's here to scavenge supplies from our warehouse." The youngest man's face hardened. "I say we just take the RV. That solves all our problems. Right, there's more of us. We shouldn't be afraid of one guy. Yeah, I think it works. Even if it's not the end of the world, he's here to steal supplies, which is a crime. What'd be stopping him? That's self-defense." The female warehouse keeper interjected, "But didn't you all see the armor he's wearing? He looks like trouble." The young worker thought for a moment and said, "Hey, race the plan, you distract him, and the rest of us will each grab a limb. He might be tough, but with all of us holding him down, he won't be able to move. We're all pretty strong, you know. Alright, let's do it. You use your feminine wiles, and we'll make a surprise move." The female warehouse keeper blushed at the suggestion of using her looks. It basically meant seducing him, which was embarrassing. But she knew this wasn't the time to dwell on it, so she quickly agreed. The group hastily moved the barricades and rushed downstairs, heading straight for Ye Tian. Ye Tian raised an eyebrow, pausing his work to calmly watch them approach. The female warehouse keeper struck a provocative pose and said in her most seductive voice, "Handsome, could you give us a ride home? I'd be ever so grateful." She then put on a shy, hesitant expression. While she was speaking, the other 4 slowly inched closer to Ye Tian. Ye Tian, seemingly oblivious to their movements, wore a lecherous grin and stared at the woman with lustful eyes. "And how exactly do you plan to repay me?" "Oh, handsome, how would you like me to repay you?" "You know, that thing." "Haha." Ye Tian gave a knowing smirk. "Oh, if you just take us home, I'm yours to do with as you please," she said, turning away shyly. While they were talking, the 4 workers had closed in on Ye Tian. They exchanged glances, understanding each other perfectly. Then splitting up, 2 lunged for his arms and 2 grabbed for his legs. They were quick and soon touched Ye Tian's body. Their hearts leaped with joy at how easy it was. But in that instant 4 flashes of cold light swept through the air, and all 8 of their hands were cleanly severed. Oh! The 4 workers let out a chorus of screams, collapsing to the ground in agony, sweat beading on their foreheads. The female warehouse keeper spun around at the noise and was horrified by the sight. She gasped, her face turning pale as she saw their severed hands. Oh, handsome, please. Don't kill me. We meant no harm. I was just playing with you since you're not bad looking. Did you take it seriously? No harm. Then why did the 4 of you attack me? No, that's not it. We just wanted to invite you over. Oh, is that so? Well, you should have said so earlier. Ye Tian gave a mocking smile. Seeing that he had no intention of letting her go, she decided to gamble. Let me tell you, am Brother Bao's woman. Ask around about who Brother Bao is. Cross him, and you're as good as dead. Oh, I'm so scared. What's your name? Ye Tian pretended to be frightened. The female warehouse keeper smirked, pleased that Brother Bao's reputation was working. She looked at him with contempt. Listen well, I'm Sunan. But before she could finish, a sword flashed, and her head was cleaved off, tumbling to the ground, her eyes still wide with shock. She couldn't understand why Ye Tian had killed her so suddenly. Wasn't he afraid of Brother Bao's revenge? Consciousness quickly faded. They never knew that Ye Tian had planned to kill them from the very start. Even if they hadn't made a move, their fate was sealed. In the apocalypse, you must strike first, even against those weaker than yourself. It's the principle of using full force to kill a rabbit. If you wait for the enemy to be fully prepared, it's already too late. Don't worry, when I meet this Brother Bao, I'll send him to keep you company. After dealing with them, Ye Tian figured the cold storage was empty. He drove the armored RV inside. Once inside, he couldn't contain his excitement, his eyes gleaming with radiant light. The supplies in this cold storage were an invaluable treasure for any survivor. Ye Tian surveyed the area, noting sections for meat, frozen vegetables, and seafood. He opened a random door marked meat and was stunned. Inside were boxes upon boxes of ribs, an estimated 10,000 boxes neatly stacked. With a wave of his hand, he stored them all into his system space. Opening the second door, Ye Tian's face lit up. It was filled with boxes of pork trotters and various pork organs. Since he had only bought pork earlier, he hadn't stocked up on these, so this filled the gap perfectly. Moving to the next warehouse, he found it full of frozen whole chickens and ducks. He stored them all into his system. The next room contained boxes of white styrofoam. Upon opening one, he found them full of prawns. These were easy to cook, just boil or steam with some soy sauce for a delicious meal. He happily stored them all, also discovering some frozen crabs. They weren't king crabs, but they'd be tasty steamed. Continuing his search, the next warehouse was packed with frozen fruits and vegetables, at least tens of thousands of tons. Without a second thought, he packed them all. By the time he was done, it was already afternoon. The cold storage was so vast that just walking through it had taken a long time. After clearing it out, he headed to his final destination for the day, the New World Shopping Center. Xintiandi Shopping Mall was a relatively large shopping center, the largest in this district, spanning 5 floors in total. Upon reaching the destination, Ye Tian did not immediately drive over. Instead, he carefully observed the surroundings of the mall. The area around the mall was in a state of disarray, much like the previous locations. It was littered with wrecked cars and stained with blood. A few monsters and zombies lingered near the entrance. During the day, zombies preferred the darkness, so the streets were relatively quiet with fewer creatures out in the open. However, upon seeing the main entrance of the mall, Ye Tian's brows furrowed. The entrance was completely sealed. All the glass doors and rolling shutters had been pulled down. He had specifically noted during his reconnaissance that these shutters were electronically controlled and could only be closed from the inside. Only the main entrance could be shut remotely from the outside. This meant there were survivors inside the mall. Ye Tian drove the RV around the building, searching for another possible entrance. After circling it, he noticed a window on the second floor was open, likely left unclosed from before. But it was a second-floor window, at least 4 or 5 meters from the ground. Without tools, it would be difficult for Ye Tian to enter through it, as he was still only a low-level second-stage evolver and couldn't jump that high. However, Ye Tian already had a plan. He switched to electric power and drove the RV under the window. His RV had a hybrid engine capable of running on both electricity and gasoline. The electric motor was quieter, while the gasoline engine provided more power and explosive acceleration. Using electric power would minimize the attention drawn from the zombies. As for the few zombies that couldn't be avoided, he ignored them, as they couldn't harm the RV anyway. The RV had a skylight above the bed in the cab, which could be opened to exit from the top. After positioning the RV, Ye Tian parked, put on his armor, opened the skylight, and with a push of his hands climbed out. Standing on the roof, he could easily climb into the window. The RV was controlled by the system, and no one could drive it without his authorization. He used the system panel to close the skylight, preventing anything from getting inside while he was away. The system panel also had a feature for remote control and autopilot similar to a smartphone app, but Ye Tian had never used it. There was no need. After entering the window, he was directly on the second floor of the mall. He walked deeper inside, first entering a supermarket. As he turned a corner, his second-stage physique allowed him to hear a faint, labored breathing sound. Just as he passed the corner of a shelf, a knife swung toward him. Ye Tian focused his gaze and saw a middle-aged man with his eyes shut wildly flailing the knife. His movements were clumsy and amateurish. Ye Tian simply sidestepped slightly, then stuck out his foot, tripping the man and sending him tumbling to the ground. The middle-aged man finally opened his eyes. Seeing that it wasn't a zombie but a human clad in armor, he let out a long sigh of relief. It was strange to see someone wearing armor in this day and age, but it was certainly better than a zombie. The man was clearly wearing a supermarket uniform, an employee here. Ye Tian thought he looked vaguely familiar, probably having seen him during his reconnaissance. 3 other men were also hiding in the corner, all dressed in supermarket uniforms, obviously employees as well. The middle-aged man sized up Ye Tian and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "You don't need to know who I am," Ye Tian replied. "I'm just here to grab some things and leave." But upon hearing this, one of the men hiding in the corner immediately objected, "Get out. You can't take anything from here. This is all our supermarket stuff." They had already guessed that this was the end of the world. Yesterday there were monsters everywhere, and today people were mysteriously turning into zombies. They had barely escaped the undead, and seeing the abundant supplies in the supermarket, figured they could survive for a year or 2. They had planned to stay here long term. If they gave things to Ye Tian, it would deplete their own supplies. The more people using the resources, the shorter their time would last. Ye Tian found this amusing. They were cowards when facing zombies and monsters, but they were bold and defiant when facing their own kind. What gave them such courage? But Ye Tian didn't care. He had already used his appraisal skill on them the moment he saw them. Their potential values were a pathetic 2 or 3. Even with all this food, they wouldn't survive long, because zombies and monsters would evolve. In the apocalypse, there were no rules to speak of. Besides, they wouldn't live much longer anyway. Rather than letting these supplies go to waste, it was better for him to put them to good use. Ye Tian said coldly, "Are you sure about this?" As he spoke, he reached behind him and produced a dagger which he had actually taken from his system space. The 3 men looked at each other, seeing the dagger in Ye Tian's hand, and hesitated. But the middle-aged man who had first attacked with the cleaver immediately grabbed a few more cleavers from a nearby shelf and handed them to the other 3. Once they had the cleavers in hand, an inexplicable surge of courage filled them, as if holding a cleaver made them invincible. They completely ignored the fact that even with knives they might not be able to cut through his armor. "We heard a car outside. Did you drive in and climb through the window? Hand over your vehicle, and we'll let you go." Now that all 4 of them had weapons, and Ye Tian was alone, they felt they had the upper hand in numbers, and got carried away. Ye Tian was almost amused. He had come here to rob them, and now they were trying to rob him. Ye Tian shook his head, and with a swift motion, he slashed his dagger toward the middle-aged man who had spoken. Ye Tian had memories from his past life. Although his physical condition hadn't fully recovered, his foundation was still there. The middle-aged man was no match for Ye Tian. The slash tore open his abdomen, and he collapsed to the ground with a scream, his intestines spilling out. He instinctively clutched his stomach, his eyes filled with despair, knowing that in this situation, he was as good as dead. The other 3 men turned pale at the sight. They exchanged glances, nodded, and charged at Ye Tian together. Their movements were riddled with openings to Ye Tian. He sidestepped their attack, and with a casual flick of his blade slit one of their throats. The man clutched his neck and dropped dead on the spot. The remaining 2 were stunned by the death of their companions. They hadn't expected someone who looked so frail to kill without mercy, dropping them one by one as easily as slaughtering chickens. They were people of a civilized society and couldn't adapt to this brutal reality. They immediately fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Looking at the 2 kneeling before him, Ye Tian's face was expressionless. With a single wave of his hand, he ended their lives. In the apocalypse, it was survival of the fittest. If he showed mercy now and let them go, they might seek revenge later. He couldn't afford to leave such a threat. Just as he finished dealing with these 2, a sound came from the staircase leading down to the first floor of the supermarket. Umph. Thud. Thud. Ye Tian cursed his luck and turned his head toward the stairwell. Seconds later, 2 contorted zombies shambled out from the top of the stairs. Without a second thought, Ye Tian raised his infinite repeating crossbow and loosed a bolt at one of the creatures. With a sharp whistle, the zombie's head burst apart. The other, as if sensing him, let out a guttural snarl and lunged forward, its bloodshot, murky white eyes fixed on him. The crossbow's next bolt hadn't materialized yet. Ye Tian dodged to the side, evading the attack. As the zombie lunged again, he exploded into motion, driving his dagger, held in a reverse grip, with pinpoint precision, into its forehead. The blade sank into the hilt. The entire exchange lasted barely a second or 2, clean and decisive. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a first-tier zombie. Energy 10-inch. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a first-tier zombie. Energy 10-inch. 2 chimes rang out in quick succession. Ye Tian let out a light breath. The threat from these zombies was still manageable, not much of a burden yet. Rather than immediately gathering his spoils, Ye Tian headed to the first floor. He knocked on the stairway railing to create noise and attract attention. After a few moments of knocking aside from the zombies outside the supermarket's entrance, there was no further sound from within. It was clear the only zombies inside were the 2 had just dealt with. Ye Tian knew the power hadn't gone out yet, so the security cameras were still operational. However, he was clad in armor, so his identity was hidden. If it became an issue, he could simply abandon the armor later. He began sweeping the first floor, taking anything and everything in sight. He started at the checkout counter, collecting the rows of premium cigarettes and liquor displayed there. He would have taken the counter itself if he could have lifted it. The first floor was the food section, stocked with various drinks, bread, biscuits, milk, canned goods, chicken feet, spicy snacks, fruits, vegetables, instant noodles, and dried noodles. Without even glancing at them, Ye Tian collected the shelves along with the goods. If he could store an entire RV, these shelves were nothing. He wasn't sure why, but looting these supplies felt far more satisfying than buying his own food. He didn't know why. Maybe it was because these things didn't cost him a cent. Ah, the sweet taste of free stuff. After clearing the first floor, he headed for the second. The escalator had stopped running, likely turned off by the supermarket manager. Some merchandise was stacked along the sides of the escalator leading up, and Ye Tian casually collected it as he passed. The second floor was the daily necessities section: pots, pans, bowls, cups, laundry detergent, shampoo, body wash, and the like. He hadn't thought to stock up on these things before. They hadn't crossed his mind at all. In his past life, had rarely had the chance to bathe, so had completely forgotten about them. Tissue paper. Taken. Towels. Taken. Perfume. Taken. Sanitary pads. Taken. Pillows. Taken. How did something odd just slip in there? Ye Tian didn't dwell on it. If he saw something, he took it. Soon the entire second floor was stripped bare. Even a mouse would leave in tears. He continued to the third floor, which housed the electronics and hardware sections. He collected all manner of refrigerators, televisions, rice cookers, induction stoves, microwaves, and more. From the hardware section, he swept up various tools, nylon ropes, flashlights, screwdrivers, pliers, and everything else. Damn, that was satisfying. So this is how great it feels to hoard supplies. Neither in his past life, nor this one, had Ye Tian ever experienced such a thrill. After clearing the third floor, he was about to head back down, when he heard a faint noise in the distance. Ye Tian followed the sound, and spotted a fire door. He noticed a sign on it: warehouse. Authorized personnel only. Had almost forgotten about this crucial place. Every supermarket has its own storage room. What's on the floor is just a fraction. Why this one's warehouse was on the third floor, Ye Tian had no idea. He approached the door and pressed his ear against it, listening carefully. Sure enough, there were people inside. He couldn't let this opportunity slip. Eventually someone would come to loot the supermarket. Better he take it for himself. Ahem, rather than let anyone else do it. Ye Tian pounded on the door. Open up. Water meter inspection. Inside, a young man with dyed yellow hair twitched at the corner of his mouth. Water meter inspection, my ass. Who does that anymore? In the warehouse, several youths were gathered, seemingly led by the yellow-haired one. On the floor lay a middle-aged man, looking battered and bruised. His face swollen, eyes red, and blood trickling from his lips. The man on the floor seemed barely alive. He was the source of the noise Ye Tian had heard. Head picked up from the youth's conversation that someone had arrived. Driven by survival instinct, Head slammed his head hard against the door, which is what Ye Tian had heard. Yellow hair, should we open the door? One of the youths whispered. Open it. Are you insane? Yellow hair hissed. We don't know how many are out there, if there are monsters, or if he's infected. If we open the door, and there's a monster, we're all dead. But what if they break in? This guy's on his last legs. If he dies here, and they call the cops, we're screwed. Another young man said, looking nervous. At this point, the apocalypse had just begun, and people still instinctively thought of the police. What are you panicking for? If he dares to come in, well, take him out too, another youth said with a vicious expression. Yellow hair glanced at the nervous one with disdain. Look at the world we're in now. Cops. There's no such thing anymore. With all these monsters, this is the damn apocalypse. The police aren't coming. The moment he steps through that door, we take him down together. Hearing no intention of opening the door, Ye Tian called out again. Comrades inside, open up. We're here for the rescue. Still there was no response. Ye Tian sighed. It seemed he'd have to resort to forceful entry. The door was locked from the inside, and being a sturdy fire door, it couldn't be cut open with a blade. Ye Tian extended a single finger toward the lock. With a sharp motion, a deep black rift tore through the air. The lock snapped cleanly as the rift appeared, razor sharp. This was one of Ye Tian's skills, an infantile version of spatial slash. It was more than enough against first-tier monsters, but it consumed a significant amount of energy, so he rarely used it. The people inside felt nothing unusual as the spatial slash was utterly silent. Retracting the skill, Ye Tian pushed the door, and it swung open. Yellow hair and his group stared in stunned disbelief as the door creaked open. Why did this door open? One of them blurted out instinctively. As they stared in stunned disbelief, Ye Tian, clad in magnificent armor, stepped into their sight, and the sight of his resplendent armor left them momentarily dumbfounded. Who are you? How did you open the door? Didn't I tell you? I'm here to save you. I am a holy knight. Stop with your tricks. Guys, get him. The yellow-haired man and his companions, seeing Ye Tian alone, were overjoyed by their numerical advantage and charged at him. To their astonishment, however, the moment they reached his side, they were all kicked flying back. They went back exactly as they had come, collapsing to the ground one by one, clutching their chests and wailing in agony. Little brother, Save me. The middle-aged man lying on the floor rasped upon hearing the sound. He struggled to open his eyes though his vision was blurred, and he couldn't see Ye Tian clearly. He could tell from the voice that the newcomer was young. Ye Tian glanced at the middle-aged man sprawled on the ground, his expression impassive. Save a complete stranger he had no connection with in the apocalypse. That was out of the question. What use would such a person be? They would only consume precious resources without offering anything in return. They had never experienced the brutality of the apocalypse, never tasted true despair, never known the pangs of starvation. They were used to a life of comfort and plenty. Moreover, in these early days of the end times, anyone with enough courage could easily scavenge supplies and survive. If you tried to convince people now to follow you and be your subordinate, they'd likely think you were insane. And even if they agreed, there was no guarantee they wouldn't stab you in the back later. They would feel no real gratitude, and the bond between you would be far from reliable. Only after they've faced utter despair, suffered from hunger, and are on the verge of breaking down. That's when you offer them a slice of bread and a bottle of water. In that moment, their gratitude would know no bounds, and recruiting them into your group then would yield twice the results with half the effort. Only then would they truly follow orders. That's why even though he had the means to rescue Yunjie and Xiong Lai, now he chose not to. He would wait until they had witnessed the full cruelty of this new world before saving them. Still, Ye Tian could tell from the scene before him that this middle-aged man had been brutally tormented by the young thugs and was on the verge of death. The damage was extensive. Even if he did save him, the man would likely die anyway. And besides, Ye Tian knew nothing of medicine. Noticing Ye Tian's silence and stillness, the man seemed to sense his own end was near. Yet he still had a deep lingering concern. It was only for the chance to see his daughter again that he had ended up in this dire situation. The middle-aged man had been the owner of this supermarket. When the apocalypse broke out, he was inside. His employees, along with the customers, had fled the moment they sensed something wrong, and none had returned since. He remembered the doors were left open, so he came back to lock up and head home. But just as he was about to close the doors, he saw a horde of monsters. Those young people were about to be caught by the monsters. Out of a sense of humanity, he opened the door and let them in. But with so many monsters outside, fearing they might force their way in, he led the group to the warehouse on the third floor, a safer place with a buffer zone. Back then, the internet was still up, and they all saw videos online of these monsters devouring people. Shortly after, he received a call from his daughter, learning she was still in Shanghai. He desperately wanted to go save her, as she was his only child. To save his daughter, he tried to persuade the young people to leave with him, but they adamantly refused. Left with no choice, he decided to have them stay, intending to lock the supermarket and go find his daughter alone. Suddenly, the youths turned on him, assaulting him with punches and kicks before finding a steel pipe and beating him relentlessly. Now on the brink of death, the man spoke haltingly. "Young brother, I am done for. I only ask that you take this to my daughter." With great effort, he pulled a black wallet from his pocket. It looked expensive. He tried desperately to hand it to Ye Tian. "Please, give this bank card to my daughter." His injuries were too severe. He tried to raise his hand, but it fell limp. The wallet slipped from his grasp and dropped to the floor, falling open. From his angle, Ye Tian could see a photo of a girl tucked in a prominent spot on the inside. Ye Tian glanced at it dismissively, initially intending to ignore it. But upon seeing the girl's picture, he froze in shock. It's her. How could it be her? Because Xia Shui in this timeline looked noticeably different from the Xia Shui of his past life, Ye Tian probed cautiously. "What's your daughter's name?" The middle-aged man, thinking Ye Tian had agreed, beamed with joy and found a surge of strength. Xia. He strained to speak, his face turning crimson as his bloodshot eyes bulged. He was too badly injured. If one could have seen inside, his internal organs were ruptured and his body was filled with pooled blood. He ultimately couldn't utter the final word, and with a look of unwillingness, he stopped breathing. Though the man hadn't said the full name, Ye Tian was certain. This man was Xia Shui's father. The beautiful girl in the photo was indeed Xia Shui. He never expected this man to be her father. Xia Shui. She was the very person he had searched for tirelessly before the apocalypse. The woman who had killed him in his past life. He had never found a single clue about her until now, and here she was discovered completely by accident. Truly, you can search far and wide for something only to find it without any effort at all. Ye Tian's gaze turned icy as he looked at the yellow-haired man and his gang. "You all deserve to die." With that, he summoned his star sword from his spatial storage, and before their terrified eyes, he delivered a fatal slash to each of them, killing them all. Leaving people like them alive would only waste air, land, and resources. After killing them, Ye Tian took a deep breath, bent down, and picked up the wallet from the ground. He then began patting down the middle-aged man's corpse. Soon he found a phone in the man's coat pocket. He unlocked it with the man's fingerprint and opened WeChat. Sure enough, the first conversation was with Xia Shui. His hands trembled slightly with tension, his emotions a whirlwind. He opened the chat and scrolled through their messages, mostly mundane, everyday chatter. Ye Tian was patient. After searching diligently, he finally found the information he wanted. Shanghai First University, That's far. Over 1,000 kilometers away. But his gaze quickly hardened with resolve. No matter how far I have to go. He had finally obtained information about Xia Shui. If he didn't go now and missed his chance, who knew how long he'd have to wait for another opportunity for revenge. The heavily fortified safe house he had worked so hard to build was no longer of any concern. In his heart, nothing was more important than finding Xia Shui. It was his obsession. Having made up his mind, Ye Tian swiftly began collecting all the supplies in the storeroom. They were all packed in cardboard boxes. He casually opened one to take a look. Oh, why is it all ham sausages? He didn't bother checking the rest, simply storing all the unopened boxes away, deciding to sort through them later once he had a team. After clearing the supermarket, Ye Tian left and continued his zero-cost shopping spree through various stores. He paused when he came across a cabinet in a furniture store. It was a storage cabinet typically used for storing quilts and such. The area was quiet, but with his keen hearing he detected a faint sound of breathing coming from inside the cabinet as soon as he touched it. Ye Tian drew his dagger and yanked the cabinet door open, thrusting the blade forward in a swift motion. But just as the weapon was about to strike its target, his hand froze. He was stunned by what he saw inside. Before him was a girl, clearly unconscious, leaning against the back of the cabinet. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. Even though she was curled up inside, he could tell she was quite tall, at least 1.67 meters. She had a well-proportioned figure, long slender legs, a delicate waist, and a pair of large captivating eyes. Although her disheveled hair partially covered her face, he could still see that her features were exquisitely delicate. Her face was pure and lovely, like a fairy's, with fair supple skin. Why was she unconscious in this cabinet? She was lucky the zombies hadn't found her. Shaking his head, Ye Tian activated his appraisal skill to inspect. Name me Do. Level 0 can be upgraded by consuming energy. Strength 12 adult, average 10. Agility 14 adult, average 10. Constitution 15 adult, average 10. Superpower 0. Potential rating S level. Potential ranks from FEDCB, ASSS to SSS. The higher the rank, the more efficient the energy conversion. Charm 98 points. Charm encompasses appearance, figure, and temperament. With a full score of 100, the higher the charm, the easier it is to gain others' trust. Ye Tian was startled. Her potential was incredibly high, and her charm was off the charts. Just as he was reeling from this shock, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered a special individual whose potential and charm meet the requirements. Upon successful binding, you will randomly acquire one of her skills and enhance it. Ye Tian noticed a bind option had appeared next to Me Do's status panel. Curious, he tapped it. Binding failed. The target is currently unconscious and cannot be bound. Nua, how can I bind her? To bind a person, they must willingly choose to follow the host. Only then can the binding succeed. Once bound, you will randomly obtain one of their skills and enhance it, and the person will be 100% loyal to the host, never betraying you. Nua's explanation was easy to understand. Well, it seemed he would have to wait until she woke up. Moreover, the system required her to follow him willingly. He had already planned to recruit elite individuals to build his team, and Me Do's S-level potential definitely made her worth cultivating. According to Nua's hint, could it be that only people with a certain level of potential and charm can be bound? Ye Tian muttered to himself. He didn't dwell on it, and carried Me Do out of the cabinet. He brought her to the next store which sold bedding, laid her on a bed, and then left her alone. It was already dusk, and Ye Tian was feeling hungry. He casually sat down on a sofa, dragged a cabinet over to use as a table, and took a takeout meal from his system space to eat. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the Xinyiandi shopping center, in a buffet restaurant far from the stairwell, about 20 people had gathered, feasting on a banquet others wouldn't even dare to dream of. The tables were laden with all sorts of seafood, prawns, crabs, fish, as well as beef and pork, covering every inch of the surface. At one table, a few men were drinking and eating. A man with bleached hair casually picked up a piece of meat, stuffed it into his mouth, and said to a scar-faced man, "Brother Scar, do you think that girl ran off or got eaten?" Scar shook his head and replied, looking at the situation, "It's not looking good. The chances of her running away are slim. She's probably been eaten. What a pity, such a delicate girl." Another man with a beard chimed in, "I'm not so sure. I saw her running downstairs at the time. It was chaotic, but there was still a chance she could have gotten away." Yeah, it was chaotic, but the area downstairs was relatively safer. It's not impossible that she escaped. A man wearing glasses nodded in agreement. Listening to the conversation, a burly man at the end of the table turned to the dozen or so other people who were eating and said, "Who's in charge of the surveillance? Any news?" A young man who was eating stiffened at the burly man's words, his body trembling slightly. He quickly stood up and stammered, It's me, Brother Leopard. I was watching before I ate, and there was nothing unusual." "Nothing unusual?" "Yai's Brother Leopard." Leopard frowned. That shouldn't be right. It had been so long, there should have been some sign by now. Could she really have been devoured by the zombies? Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, his face darkened. He fixed his gaze on the young man, and said in a low voice, "If you're here, then who is watching the surveillance now?" Seeing Leopard's expression, the young man felt a sense of impending doom. His eyes darted away, not daring to meet Leopard's gaze. There's no one. No one. Leopard's voice shot up an octave. He snatched a bowl and hurled it at the young man. A loud crack echoed as the bowl smashed against the young man's head, splitting it open and shattering the bowl into pieces. You piece of trash. You have the nerve to sit here and eat. If no one's watching, why the hell aren't you there? I'm telling you, if that girl really got away, they'll chop you up and feed you to the zombies. Ye's brother Leopard. I'm going right now. Ignoring the blood streaming from his head, the young man hastily agreed, dropped his chopsticks, and dashed off towards the surveillance room as fast as his legs could carry him, not daring to delay or show the slightest hint of defiance. Witnessing the young man being beaten, the other dozen or so survivors didn't dare make a sound. They quickly lowered their heads, pretending to count the grains of rice in their bowls, terrified of bringing trouble upon themselves. They knew that Brother Leopard was a ruthless killer, a former gang leader who had always been lawless. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, he had become even more reckless. Leopard then turned his gaze to the survivors and roared, "And you lot. After you finish eating, get downstairs and bring up all the food you can find. Anyone who dares to slack off will be thrown to the zombies." The survivors quickly nodded in agreement. They were originally just ordinary people shopping in the supermarket. When the monsters suddenly appeared last night, they hadn't been able to escape. There had been dozens of people in the supermarket last night, and they had managed to stay safe. But this morning, when many people suddenly turned into zombies, they realized the end had come and unhesitatingly chose to pledge their allegiance to Leopard. What they didn't know was that Leopard had no good intentions in taking them in. He was purely using them as cannon fodder, otherwise he wouldn't be wasting food on them. Unfortunately, they had no other choice but to follow this path to the end. Sticking with Leopard might mean survival, but rebelling now would mean certain death. They knew which choice to make. "Don't worry, Brother Bao, we'll keep an eye on them and make sure they don't slack off," one of the middle-aged men in security uniforms said with a fawning smile, kicking the other guard beside him to prompt a similar show of loyalty. The younger guard quickly stood up and chimed in with a sycophantic grin. Yes, Brother Bao, leave them to us. We'll make sure they don't dare to be lazy. If they try, we'll teach them with our batons. Count on you lot to watch them. You'd probably end up slacking off right along with them." Brother Bao scoffed, his face twisted in disdain, clearly doubting the loyalty of these guards. "Oh, my dear Brother Bao, how could we dare? Rest assured, with us on watch, they wouldn't dream of slacking off," the middle-aged guard quickly assured him. You'd better not," Brother Bao said, picking up his chopsticks and taking a bite of meat. The scar-faced man then turned to the guards and commanded, "Hurry up and eat, stop dawdling. Finish up and get back to work." The guards immediately lowered their heads and began to eat hastily, afraid that any delay would earn them another scolding. The scar-faced man then shifted his gaze to the two female college students cowering in the corner, their looks passable at best. "As for you two, you let that girl get away yesterday, and you still owe us money. You can't pay it back, and you think this is just going to be forgotten." The man with glasses chuckled sinisterly. "You two better eat up too. Once you're done, go get yourselves cleaned up. We're going to have some fun with you later." Glasses is right, You guys go ahead and have your fun. I'm bored of those two anyway. Now that other girl, she was a real catch. Too bad those two idiots let her slip away. Oscar, forget it. In times like these, we should be grateful for what we have. Besides, they're not bad in bed. They'll do for now. Fine, I'll go first then. Once I've had my fill, you can take your turns. All right, Scar, you go first, huh? Overhearing their conversation, the two girls huddled in the corner turned pale as ghosts, terror flickering in their eyes. Yet they dared not utter a single word, having been broken by these men's cruelty. They were once university students. Seeing their wealthier classmates flaunt designer brands and expensive cosmetics, they couldn't resist the urge to have such things for themselves. But they didn't have that kind of money. Their families could only afford to give them a fixed 200 yuan each month for living expenses. So they fell for the campus loan advertisements, which promised collateral-free credit. What they didn't know was that for the 100 yuan they borrowed, they only received 500 in hand, and with the interest compounding, they now owed a staggering 100 yuan. They were drowning in debt they couldn't repay and too terrified to tell their families. Under the loan shark's coercion and threats, they were forced to repay the debt with their own bodies. But they weren't enough to satisfy these men's appetites, especially since they were only average looking. The men promised that if they could bring in another girl with real beauty, their debt would be forgiven. Under these circumstances, they conspired together and callously set their sights on Mi-Do, their own dorm mate. Mi-Do was a true stunner, a beauty among beauties with a figure and face that were simply top-notch. Because they were usually on good terms, they managed to lure Mi-Do out with a fabricated excuse. Everything went smoothly. They watched as Mi-Do drank the beverage they had specially prepared for her. But then yesterday, monsters suddenly appeared, biting people on sight. In the ensuing panic, Mi-Do managed to escape. They tried to run too, but these men cornered them. And today they witnessed people turning into zombies right before their eyes like something out of a horror movie, and even saw someone being devoured alive by one of those creatures. They were terrified out of their minds. In comparison, fleeing seemed like a death sentence, so they chose to obey. These men were thugs from the streets, loan sharks by trade. They had been so close to getting their hands on that gorgeous girl, only to have those two fools let her escape. Naturally, they were furious and took it out on them. What they didn't know was that Mi Do had trained in martial arts. Those two girls were no match for her, so her escape wasn't surprising. She had only fallen for their trap because she never suspected her friends would betray her. After a while, the men, having eaten and drunk their fill, started advancing towards the two girls, intending to use them for their amusement. But before they could reach them, the young man who had been monitoring the cameras came rushing in, his face lit up with excitement. "Brother Bao, we've got something," he shouted as he ran. Hearing his voice, even the dozen or so survivors who were wolfing down their food looked up curiously. "What is it?" Brother Bao asked impatiently. "We found that girl." At his words, the whole group quickly made their way to the surveillance room, with Brother Bao leading the pack. He was the first to see the screen. It was a captured frame of Ye Tian carrying Mi Do past one of the cameras. "Who's this guy? And what's with the armor? Do we have anyone like him here?" the scar-faced man asked, rubbing his scar. "I don't give a damn who he is. He dares to mess with a woman I've got my eye on. They'll skin him alive." Brother Bao snarled ferociously. "This looks like the second floor, doesn't it? So the girl was hiding out on the second floor all along," the man with glasses mused, stroking his chin. "Hey, you lot, get down there right now and bring that punk and the girl back up here." Seeing Ye Tian disappear from the monitor, the hot-tempered Brother Bao barked orders at the security guards. "Brother Bao, don't you worry, we'll bring them back." The guards immediately bowed and scraped in obedience. The lead guard then turned to the dozen or so survivors and commanded, "All of you find yourselves a decent weapon. Meet at the stairwell in 10 minutes. You're coming down with us to help Brother Bao bring those two back." Those survivors were the type who could only bully the weak and cower before the strong. They didn't dare utter a word of protest. They quickly scrambled to find whatever they could use as a weapon. In less than 10 minutes, they had all gathered armed with whatever they could find: crude wooden clubs, iron bars, and one guy had even grabbed a kitchen knife. The group of over a dozen, led by the security guards, made their way down the stairs. When the chaos first erupted, they had been smart enough to lock the iron gates at the stairwell entrance. Under Brother Bao's leadership, they had managed to clear floors 3 through 5 of all zombies. The cost had been heavy. Their group, once numbering dozens, was now down to just over a dozen. The commotion from the first floor was too great, so they didn't dare to continue clearing further down. They decided to hunker down and hold out, figuring the supplies in this Xinyiandi shopping center would be enough to last them a year or two. Upon reaching the iron gates separating the second and third floors, the head guard turned to the group and hissed, "Keep your damn mouth shut. I'm not sure how many zombies are on the second floor, but I'm damn certain the first floor is crawling with them. If we attract them up here, we're all dead. Understood?" The group nodded frantically in response, not a single sound escaping their lips. They knew all too well how dangerous the zombies were, and that loud noises would draw their attention. The guard at the front carefully unlocked the iron gate. The middle-aged guard then pointed to 2 men to stay and guard the entrance. He then took the lead, proceeding with extreme caution, practically taking 3 glances for every step forward. The further down they went, the more cautious they became, which made their progress agonizingly slow. As they inched their way towards Ye Tian's location, Mi Do, who was with Ye Tian, had already regained consciousness. "Ugh." Mi Do sat up, shaking her still drowsy head, and looked around the unfamiliar surroundings in confusion. When she spotted Ye Tian, who had just finished eating and was resting, her heart tightened. The drug was potent. She had been unconscious for nearly a full day. Now the events before she passed out came flooding back to her. A flicker of alertness crossed her delicate face. "Who are you? Why am I here?" Ye Tian was facing the door, so he didn't notice Mi Do waking up at first. It was only when he heard the noise that he turned to look at her. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" As Ye Tian turned, Mi Do noticed he was clad in armor. Though she couldn't see his face, she was certain he was human. Hesitantly she asked, You're not with those people, are you?" She had already taken stock of her own condition. Though she had no experience with such matters, aside from feeling a bit weak, nothing else seemed amiss. If this man were allied with those people, she wouldn't be in such an intact state. Hearing her words, Ye Tian looked at her with suspicion. "Who? What people? Allied with who?" "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." Mi Do, now certain that Ye Tian wasn't with that group, breathed a sigh of relief and promptly apologized. "I was deceived by a friend who slipped something into my drink. Luckily I sensed it early and managed to escape. I remember hiding in a cabinet. You must be the one who rescued me, right?" Ye Tian nodded noncommittally. "Yeah, I found you in a cabinet. You were drugged by a close friend." It was something he thought only happened in movies, yet here it was happening in reality. Curiosity piqued. Ye Tian couldn't help but ask. Looking at Mi Do's figure, his mind wandered to some inappropriate scenes. This was quite a thrilling scenario. No wonder she had been unconscious. She had been drugged. Hearing his question, Mi Do let out a shy moan. Seeing the curiosity in Ye Tian's eyes and feeling unsettled, she desperately needed someone to confide in. Since he had saved her, she began to pour out her story to him. In the past, she wouldn't have believed such a melodramatic thing could happen to her. A friend she got along with so well had actually tricked her and drugged her. If she hadn't escaped and fallen into their hands, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After listening to Mi Do's ordeal, Ye Tian couldn't help but lament the unfathomable depths of the human heart. He also deduced that his 2 roommates and those other men were likely still on the 5th floor. When he had arrived, he sensed there were survivors. Those lone sharks were ruthless characters likely adapting to the apocalypse faster than most. So unless they had turned into zombies, those men had probably survived. Mi-do recalled the terrifying scenes she had witnessed before hiding in the cabinet. Even now she couldn't believe it was real. The zombies she had only ever seen in movies were now a reality. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and said, Can I ask you something? Ye Tian glanced at her, seeing the worry and fear in her eyes. He had already guessed her question. He nodded casually. The apocalypse was here, and everyone would find out sooner or later. Although Mi-do had noticed the shop was empty and no one seemed to be passing by outside, which all but confirmed her suspicions, she still clung to a sliver of hope. She wished it were all a mistake, just a dream. When she woke up, the world would be as it was. She asked again, Are those things everywhere outside now? Like the zombies in the movies? As she spoke, she gestured with her fair hand, desperately hoping Ye Tian would say it was all fake. But Ye Tian's answer shattered her last shred of hope. Yes, just like in the movies. The outside world is now full of zombies and monsters. It's the apocalypse. Upon hearing this, Mi-do seemed to lose all her strength. She slumped onto the bed, her tempting lips parting slightly, but no words came out. Her face was full of confusion. She curled up, hugging her knees. The end had come, and she didn't know where to go. She was an orphan with no family. Seeing her lost look, Ye Tian shook his head. This was something she had to deal with herself. No one could help her. If not for the system reward she carried, he wouldn't have said so much. Ye Tian reached up and lifted his visor, revealing his resolute face. Mi-do, who had been looking bewildered, saw him, and her confusion vanished, as if she had found a long-lost family member. You're Ye Tian, CEO Ye. Ye Tian was taken aback. You know me? Mi-do jumped off the bed, her face lighting up with surprise. Yes, CEO Ye, I'm one of the college students your foundation sponsors. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out a sponsorship certificate from Ye Tian's company foundation. The certificate bore Mi-do's personal details with a record of the sponsorship below and a group photo beneath that. Seated right in the center of the front row in the photo was Ye Tian. The innocent faces in the picture were the orphans who had survived that unprecedented earthquake years ago. Every year, Ye Tian donated 20 of his group's profits to charity. These orphans were just one of the countless charitable projects his foundation had funded. Since childhood, Ye Tian had known the meaning of gratitude. Having been an orphan himself, he had completed his education thanks to others' support, which shaped the man he became. Ye Tian didn't have a clear memory of the families and children he had helped, but Mi-do remembered him vividly. She often looked at his photo, which was why she recognized him instantly. My parents died in an earthquake when I was in high school. It was your foundation, CEO Ye, that supported my studies and provided for my living expenses. That's how I am who I am today. Without your support, I would probably have starved on the streets or ended up who knows where. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes at the painful memories. Maybe I'd be singing on a street corner or working as a waitress somewhere. Or, it was you who saved me, who changed my life. Because of her tragic past, Mi-do studied with great dedication. She was not only a top student academically, but also a nationally recognized dancer, having been invited to perform on the national stage. She also learned martial arts in her spare time to protect herself and occasionally worked as a print model. She was truly multi-talented. Now that the world had changed, seeing Ye Tian gave her a sense of direction and security. Mi-do suddenly lowered her head and whispered, Ye, can I stay with you? I don't have a home, and I don't know where to go now. In the apocalypse, it was better to stick with someone she trusted than to be with strangers. And Ye Tian, who helped impoverished students, must be a good person. Besides, she had always dreamed of repaying him one day. Ye Tian was surprised by her request. He hadn't expected this beauty to be one of the students he sponsored. As for her wanting to stay with him, that suited him just fine. However, he first needed to test her character. Although the system's rewards were on his side, if she couldn't adapt to the apocalypse, he certainly wouldn't keep a burden by his side. You can follow me, but you must promise that from today onward you will unconditionally agree to whatever I ask. If you can do that, you can stay. If not, you go your own way. After hearing Ye Tian's words, Mi-do's face flushed red, but she quickly nodded obediently and agreed, I promise you. She was well aware of her own situation. Without someone to protect her, her fate would be dire. Seeing Mi-do's obedient demeanor, Ye Tian nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully binding a special character. This character will be 100% loyal to you, never betraying you. Reward skill: Combat Mastery. Combat Mastery encompassed close quarters boxing techniques, palm strikes, jujitsu, taekwondo, jeet kune do, and the combat experience and skills for using various cold weapons. After hearing the reward introduction, Ye Tian's eyes widened. This reward was absolutely incredible. In an instant, a barrage of various combat techniques flashed through his mind like a blur, and a sudden pang of pain assaulted his head. Soon the sensation passed, leaving his mind flooded with new information. Practical combat techniques, real-world combat experience, and an exquisite mastery over physical strength, as if he had trained for decades. and had suddenly achieved complete comprehension. Though this description takes less than a second had actually passed, Mido felt a strange sense that Ye Tian had become even more important to her. However, she didn't dwell on it as her sole purpose was to repay and follow him. Now encountering Ye Tian amid the apocalypse, she certainly wouldn't give that up. After processing the experience, Ye Tian said to Mido, "From what you've said, you must have been unconscious for a whole day. You're hungry, right? Eat something first." Since the system guaranteed Mido's absolute loyalty, Ye Tian didn't worry about her discovering his system space. After all, such events would likely occur often, so rather than fabricating excuses, it was better to directly reveal his extraordinary abilities. At worst, he could tell her his ability was spatial storage for supplies, though his actual spatial ability couldn't hold items. "I'm not hungry," Mido said. But as soon as she spoke, Ye Tian conjured a portion of tomato beef brisket rice from thin air. The aroma wafted to her nose, causing her mouth to water uncontrollably and her stomach to growl in protest. Her face instantly flushed crimson, and she hurriedly swallowed her saliva. As for Ye Tian producing a meal box out of thin air, the obedient girl didn't ask a single question. Such a secretive matter being shown to her was already a sign of immense trust. Prying like a curious child would surely annoy him. Ye Tian, as if oblivious to Mido's embarrassment, simply said, "Hurry up and eat." Mido softly murmured an "okay." Being instantly contradicted by her own stomach made her want to crawl into a hole, but she didn't stand on ceremony now. She picked up the meal and buried herself in eating. But before she could take a few bites, a sudden roar echoed from downstairs, making her tense up as she quickly glanced at Ye Tian. Ye Tian waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, just eat. Finish up, and then we'll get to work." With that, he walked to the door, guessing that someone from the 5th floor had come down, likely having spotted him through surveillance. Given his strength already formidable, he had the infinite repeating crossbow for ranged attacks, the newly acquired combat techniques from binding Mido, and the star sword in hand. Even if all of them attacked at once, they'd be no match for him. When he was collecting supplies earlier, he had noticed that the passage to the 3rd floor was locked, and the fire shutters between floors had also been lowered. Thus, there was no way up past the 3rd floor. The monsters and zombies were all on the 1st floor, likely drawn down by something. If the 2nd floor remained relatively quiet, few zombies from the 1st floor would venture up. So he'd need to take out these people through stealth to avoid making a big ruckus that would alert the zombie horde. Facing hundreds or thousands of zombies at once would be too much pressure. Mido, after hearing Ye Tian's words, paused briefly before understanding his meaning. She didn't want to be a liability. If she was to stay by Ye Tian's side, she had to be of some use, otherwise she'd be nothing more than a pretty vase. She had trained in martial arts, maintained decent physical fitness, and possessed basic self-defense skills. "Don't worry, bossy, I won't hold you back." With that, she quickly resumed wolfing down her meal. She knew clearly that her top priority was replenishing energy. If she lagged behind later due to fatigue, it would cause even more trouble. This was the principle of sharpening the axe before cutting wood. Only with a full stomach could she work effectively. Ye Tian had guessed that people were coming down, estimating they'd arrive in about 10 minutes or so, since they wouldn't be right. His guess was spot on. Those people were treading lightly, and it wasn't until one of them, gripped by nerves, dropped a baton with a clatter, triggering a roar from the zombies below, that Ye Tian had even suspected someone was approaching. A flicker of panic crossed everyone's faces. The middle-aged security guard growled in a low voice, "What's going on?" "Sorry. I got too nervous." The one who dropped the baton stammered, pale-faced and frozen in place. The middle-aged guard shot him a fierce glare, making the man flinch. Another younger guard asked, "Captain, what do we do? Should we head back?" "No. If we go back empty-handed, Brother Bao won't let us off." At the captain's words, the others instinctively swallowed hard. They had witnessed Brother Bao's ruthlessness firsthand. "Move. Keep going. You few lead the way, be careful, and well watch the rear for any zombies." The dozen or so men shuffled forward hesitantly, while the security captain and his group deliberately lagged behind. The captain adjusted his cap and whispered to the guards, "If things go south, let these guys take the brunt up front, and well retreat upstairs." "Captain, is that wise? If someone escapes, and Brother Bao finds out, we're done for." "You don't get it. Why do you think Brother Bao keeps these people around wasting food? Look at them. What can they do besides eat? They're cannon fodder." "Oh, I see. You're the sharp one, Captain. Kid, learn a thing or two. There's a lot of underhanded tricks in this game." "Enough chatter, keep up." The middle-aged guard waved his hand, signaling the others to follow. The closer he got to his destination, the more nervous he became. As they neared the target, the middle-aged security guard spoke again. "You few search over there. You and you go this way. We'll head ahead. Let's split up." Under these circumstances, splitting up undoubtedly increased the risk, but the middle-aged guard, eager to find the person, quickly threw caution to the wind. Every moment spent here was another moment of danger. Ye Tian spotted them from the entrance from afar. When he saw them split up, a cold smirk flickered at the corner of his mouth. This played right into his hands. Mido had just finished her meal and walked over to Ye Tian's side. "Do you know how to use a baoe?" Mido shook her head. Such a weapon required practice. Without it, hitting a target was nearly impossible. Ye Tian nodded, having expected this. In times of peace, unless one had a hobby for it, who would bother learning? This meant the crossbow was also out of the question for her. A missed shot would only waste time. Having witnessed her combat skills, Ye Tian guessed she was proficient with some kind of weapon. He took out the star sword and handed it to her. Can you use a sword? If all else fails, you can just swing it. I can use a sword. I learned fencing from senior sister Lu and even won a championship. Good. Then stay close to me. They have about 20 people. Our main strategy is surprise. They'll take the lead. Don't make a sound. Only act on my command, understand? Understood, bossy. Leaving her alone here was risky, so he had to bring her along. This was also a chance to see how she performed. If she couldn't handle killing, he would consider abandoning her. Ye Tian led Mi Do, quietly sneaking towards one of the survivor groups. When they reached a pillar, Ye Tian spotted them. There were 5 of them in total, about 30 meters away. Ye Tian took out the infinite repeating crossbow and immediately pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, a particle bolt shot towards one man's head, leaving a pitch-black hole. He crumpled to the ground motionless. Over there, behind the pillar, a sharp-eyed man spotted Ye Tian. The remaining 4 charged at him aggressively. However, they were too far away. Before they could reach him, the crossbow's bolts had already been generated. A cold glint flashed in Ye Tian's eyes. He raised his hand and fired another bolt at a survivor. This time luck was on his side. The bolt pierced through 2 men at once. They dropped dead instantly. Holy shit. The last man panicked and turned to run. He didn't get far before Ye Tian sent him to join his companions. Watching 5 living men die before her eyes, Mi Do's face turned pale. No matter how strong her will, accepting such a reality was difficult. Though her mind told her Ye Tian's actions were justified, she couldn't suppress a wave of nausea and began to retch. Ye Tian ignored her retching. Killing was commonplace in this apocalypse. If you couldn't get used to it, you'd be eliminated. The remaining dozen or so people heard the commotion and began converging on their location. Over there. Let's all rush him and kill that bastard. Facing the furious charge of over a dozen men, Ye Tian remained utterly calm. He calmly pulled the trigger, each bolt hitting its mark with deadly precision. By the time they reached him, only 5 guards were left. Only then did they realize their companions had been falling one by one. A chill ran down their spines. But there was no turning back now. They had no choice but to steel themselves and press on. They were too close for the crossbow to be effective. Unhurriedly, Ye Tian put it away and drew his dagger, stepping forward to meet them. Meanwhile, Mi Do, who had been hiding behind the pillars, suddenly burst out, raising the star sword and slashing at one of the guards. Oh, there's another one. It's that bitch. The struck guard let out a pained cry, his face turning white. Before he could react, Mi Do kicked him hard in the groin, then followed up with a kick to his head. He fell to the ground, unmoving. The remaining 4 guards' expressions changed at the scene. The middle-aged guard quickly shouted, "Grab the bitch. Use her as a hostage." The guards immediately lunged at Mi Do. Seeing so many people rushing at her, Mi Do instinctively stepped back. Mustering the courage to take down that one guard had drained her. Her heart raced with a sense of dread. She had just killed someone. After all, she was just a student. Killing was never something she had ever contemplated. Just then a warm, strong hand pressed on her shoulder and pulled her back. Ye Tian stood in front of her. "Leave the rest to me. Go hide over there." "Okay." Hearing his words, Mi Do quickly nodded, stepped back a few feet, and moved aside to avoid hindering him. The next moment, Ye Tian charged at the remaining 4 guards with his dagger like a wolf among sheep. A swift swing of his blade slit 2 of their throats. They were simply no match for him. Of the last 2, one was kicked to the ground and had his throat slit as Ye Tian bent down. The final one met the same swift, clean fate. The entire fight was executed with fluid, breathtaking efficiency. It was a complete mismatch. The combat skills Ye Tian had acquired were simply too formidable. These men had no chance to resist, all effortlessly slain. After the fight, Ye Tian slit the throat of each fallen man to ensure none were playing dead. Mi Do couldn't hold it in anymore and vomited, expelling everything she had just eaten. Ye Tian shook his head, knowing adaptation took time. Her performance had already met his expectations. After all, not everyone had the guts to kill. He felt nothing because of his past lives' memories. The area was temporarily safe. Ignoring her, Ye Tian dragged all the bodies to the first floor. The zombies were highly sensitive to the scent of blood, and the commotion might have already attracted some towards the second floor. After disposing of the bodies, Mi Do had mostly recovered, though her face was still pale. Ye Tian took out a bottle of water and handed it to her. "Drink some water. It'll help. We need to head upstairs soon." Mi Do took the water and drank a few sips. She did feel better. "Bossy. I'm feeling better. What you're feeling is normal. Don't worry about it." Seeing her trying to act strong, Ye Tian offered a few words of comfort. His words put Mi Do at ease. She had been afraid he would see her as useless a burden. She nodded obediently. After a moment to compose herself, she had adapted. Ye Tian led Mi Do toward the stairwell, spotting 2 men standing guard in the distance. The door was electronically controlled and could only be opened from the inside, and his arrows could only take down one at a time. To prevent the other from retreating inside and locking the door, he had to eliminate both in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, once the door was sealed, there would be no way up. A plan quickly formed in Ye Tian's mind. He said to Do, pretend to flee and draw their attention. Make them chase you. Just lure them away from the stairwell. Once the two guards left their post, the unlimited repeating crossbow would take them down in just 2 or 3 seconds, leaving them no chance to close the door. Do understood the plan at once. Putting on a look of panic, she bolted out, as if fleeing for her life. Ye Tian watched her act with amusement, thinking to himself that the girl had a real talent for performance. She deserved a little gold statuette for her efforts. The two guards indeed fell for the ruse. Look, it's that girl. Quick after her. Don't let her get away. Do had initially run toward them, but when they gave chase, she desperately veered off in another direction. Impressed by Do's theatrical performance, Ye Tian struck, without hesitation, his arrow piercing one guard's skull. The other gasped in alarm. Shit. It's a trap. Realizing the deception, he bolted for the stairwell, but Ye Tian gave him no chance. A second arrow tore through his back, dropping him instantly. Watching Ye Tian's flawless execution, Do was secretly filled with admiration. They were all ordinary people, so why was Boss Yi so remarkably capable? Stop daydreaming. Get inside and shut the door. We're heading up. Huh. Alright. Snapping back to reality, Do stuck out her tongue playfully. Up on the 5th floor, ever since the others had gone down, Brother Leopard and his crew had remained holed up in the surveillance room. But for some reason, many of the cameras had malfunctioned from the very start. Ye Tian had also deliberately avoided the camera angles, so they still had no idea that he had already eliminated their men. At first, the 4 of them had seen their people moving through the monitor feeds, but it had been a long time since any movement appeared. Their faces grew grim. Scarface couldn't hold back and blurted out, "What's going on? It's been this long, and still nothing. Things might not be as simple as we thought. We could be in trouble." Brother Leopard said, his brow furrowing deeply. "Leopard, could there be someone else involved?" "Probably not. If there were, would have spotted them by now. But they've been down there so long without any word. Let's wait a bit longer. There are 20-something of them, and they're armed. I refuse to believe they can't handle one person." In truth, Brother Leopard had his own doubts, but as the leader, he couldn't afford to show fear. If he panicked, the others would fall apart. With that, he rose and headed toward the stairwell to close the door. The 5th floor was the administrative office area, accessible only by elevator and a single emergency stairwell. No other passage existed. The elevator had been sabotaged long ago. With that, he rose and headed toward the stairwell to close the door. The 5th floor was the administrative office area, accessible only by elevator and a single emergency stairwell. No other passage existed. The elevator had been sabotaged long ago, as they feared the possibility of a zombie accidentally pressing the button and riding it up, which would spell disaster. Right, good thinking, Glasses. I almost forgot. Go lock the door. If anything happens, we'll still have room to maneuver. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than the bespectacled man who had just reached the stairwell to close the door suddenly froze. A bloody hole burst through the back of his head, and he crumpled to the ground motionless. The sudden collapse sent shockwaves through Brother Leopard and the others standing nearby. The 2 female college students cowering in the corner let out piercing screams. Before anyone could process what had happened, a voice echoed from the stairwell. "This place doesn't look bad. No wonder you've been hiding up here instead of going down." With those leisurely spoken words, Ye Tian and Do emerged slowly from the stairwell. "It's you." Brother Leopard recognized them instantly. He had seen Ye Tian carrying Do away on the monitor earlier. Since Ye Tian and Do were standing here, now the fate of the men sent down was all too clear. 20-something people, and they still couldn't handle a single man. At that thought, Brother Leopard's face darkened with fury and dread. God damn it. Those useless bastards were never reliable. "When it counts, it's up to us," Scarface cursed as he strode toward Ye Tian. "Listen here, you little punk, don't get cocky. We brothers, Scarface. Watch out." But before he could finish his sentence, Brother Leopard's face twisted in alarm as he bellowed a warning. It was too late. Ye Tian surged forward with lightning speed and drove his dagger cleanly into Scarface's heart. Scarface instinctively clutched Ye Tian's wrist, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Didn't your teacher ever tell you not to run your mouth when it's not needed? So much useless chatter." Ye Tian sneered, then kicked Scarface hard in the stomach, sending him flying several meters before he landed on his back, dead. Watching Ye Tian dispatch Scarface with such brutal efficiency, Brother Leopard and the others wore grim expressions. They were all seasoned street fighters, not exactly masters, but each could take on 2 or 3 ordinary men. Otherwise, how else could just 5 of them have cowed so many survivors into submission? Scarface had always been second only to Brother Leopard in fighting ability, yet he hadn't even lasted a single exchange against this kid. No, he hadn't even put up any resistance at all. He was killed as easily and effortlessly as a chicken being slaughtered. Realizing he was up against a formidable opponent, Brother Leopard quickly forced a fawning smile. "Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. There's no real enmity between us. Those men going after you earlier was entirely their own doing. I was strongly against it. I said that in times like these, humanity should stand united. But they outnumbered me and wouldn't listen to reason. I was powerless to stop them. Right. We were totally against it. The other two nodded vigorously like pecking chicks, as if they were paragons of virtue. Oh, is that so? Then I must have been mistaken. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of Ye Tian's lips, for a system notification had just chimed in his ding. Passive perception detected hostility towards the host. Thoughts read, damn, this kid is troublesome. Keep him steady for now, and when he lets his guard down, we'll kill him. Then we can get our hands on that fine piece of ass. Brother Bao glanced at Mido, a flicker of lust in his eyes. Even without the system's warning, Ye Tian wouldn't have trusted them. Having survived a decade in the apocalypse in his past life, had seen every kind of treachery. A man like Brother Bao was transparent to him. Well then, little brother, we're all humans here. We should stick together, don't you think? Brother Bao's eyes darted, plotting. This kid seemed easy to fool. My girlfriend here says you drugged her. Care to explain? Ye Tian stared coldly at Brother Bao, speaking slowly. Mido blushed at being called his girlfriend, but said nothing, feeling a strange flutter of joy. Shit. What bad luck. They know each other. Brother Bao cursed inwardly but plastered a smile on his face. Misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I didn't know she was your girl, brother. Besides, it wasn't me. It was those two. He pointed at the two pale, cowering female college students. Seeing the blame shifted to them, they trembled in fear, stammering, but unable to utter a word. Strictly speaking, it was indeed their doing. Ye Tian turned his gaze to them expressionless, while Mido looked at her former friends with a complex expression. The remaining three formed a defensive triangle, two in front, Brother Bao behind, about 5 or 6 meters away, a reasonable distance for a cautious conversation. Logically, that was true, but Ye Tian's physical abilities defied logic. His speed was nearly double a normal man's, and his strength nearly triple. Suddenly, without warning, Ye Tian lunged forward, attacking with lightning speed. Though he could easily defeat them in a fair fight, a habit from the apocalypse was ingrained in him. No matter the opponent, always use full force. You never know what cards they hold. One slip-up could be fatal. There's only one life, and any means to survive is justified. Though they were wary, they didn't expect such a sudden assault. The two in front had no time to react before their throats were slit. Brother Bao, being further back and shielded by the others, reacted first, retreating a few steps, his face grim. What's the meaning of this, boy? Meaning? I just don't like the look of you. Is that a problem? Brother Bao's heart sank. This wouldn't end peacefully. One of them had to die. He had practiced Sanda before, which is why he was the leader and could react in time. Kid, you're the first to dare mess with the Dragon Tiger and Leopard brothers around here. Dragon, Tiger, Leopard. And you are? Ye Tian seemed mildly interested. They call me Brother Bao on the streets. Oh, so you're the infamous Brother Bao. You must know a man named Su Nan, right? Ye Tian didn't expect the coincidence. He had just been threatened by that cold warehouse keeper Su Nan, and now here was the Brother Bao she mentioned. Xiao Nan, you've seen her. What did you do to her? Don't misunderstand. I have no interest in her. I just made it so she won't fear zombies anymore. Brother Bao's eyes turned icy. He wasn't stupid. Not fearing zombies. That meant she was either dead or a zombie herself. You're asking for death, boy. Brother Bao charged forward like a fierce tiger, descending the mountain, a brutal heavy attack aimed straight at Ye Tian. The distance was a mere 3 or 4 meters. In the blink of an eye, Brother Bao's fist whistled towards Ye Tian's head, fast and at a tricky angle. A testament to his Sanda training. But to Ye Tian, who possessed mastery in combat, it was like a child performing a school exercise. All show, no substance. Ye Tian simply tilted his head, dodging the punch with pinpoint precision. The force of the wind rustled his hair. A dagger appeared in his hand, and before Brother Bao could react, it had already sliced cleanly across his throat. Blood sprayed from Brother Bao's throat. The once ferocious man clutched his neck and collapsed, making gurgling sounds. His body grew cold, his consciousness fading. Dragon. Revenge. He tried to speak, but soon his face twisted in pain and rage went still. Don't look at me like that. If I run into your dragon or tiger brothers, I'll send them to join you. Meanwhile, the two female college students cowering in the corner were shaking violently, their teeth chattering in terror, their faces pale. They didn't know what this armored man would do to them. Ye Tian noticed their fear, but ignored it. He wiped his dagger clean on Brother Bao's corpse and turned to walk downstairs. As he passed Mido, he said calmly, "Those two are your responsibility. Deal with them as you see fit." This was another test for her. Her future would depend on his satisfaction with her decision. Okay. Mido nodded, her gaze falling on the trembling pair in the corner. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions. Her former good friends, they had nearly gotten her killed. If she hadn't escaped when she did, even a child would know what fate awaited her. At the thought, Mido's gaze grew colder and murderous intent crept onto her face. Clenching her star sword, she walked towards them slowly, each step landing on their hearts like a death knell. Watching Mido approach, they realized their fate was sealed. Terror filled their eyes. One of them stammered, "Dodo, please, spare me. I was forced. I won't do it again. I beg you." In kneeling, she begged and kowtowed frantically, her pride forgotten. Mido's sword was raised, and she could see a drop of blood on its tip. This blade had tasted blood. Whose blood it was didn't matter now. The other one, jolted into action, also fell to her knees, tears streaming as she begged and kowtowed. Dodo, please, aren't we best friends? I was forced by them. I didn't want to. Shut up. Best friends. Huh. Doesn't that sound disgusting coming from your mouth? The initial flicker of pity Mido felt was extinguished by their pleas. She didn't want to hear another word. She thrust her sword into the first girl's heart, cutting off the pleas. The other girl screamed in terror as her friend was killed. Mido looked at her with disgust and ran her through as well. After killing them, Mido took a deep breath, her chest heaving. She felt a pang of loss different from when she faced the guards earlier. These were people she had once called friends. The feeling of killing them with her own hands was something few could understand. Ye Tian naturally knew she wouldn't be feeling well. He chose to let her bear it alone to help her adapt to this apocalyptic world as quickly as possible. If she couldn't adapt, she would be eliminated. When he reached the stairwell on the 4th floor, Ye Tian stopped and took off the armor he was wearing. There was no immediate danger now, and wearing the armor constantly was quite uncomfortable. After removing the armor, Ye Tian let out a long breath. He had done a lot today and was feeling a bit tired. He took out a premium cigarette from his spatial storage and sat quietly on the stairs smoking. He had already scavenged most of the large supplies in Yuzhong City, and he couldn't be bothered to search the few scattered remaining shops. First, his supplies were nearly sufficient. Second, the entire Yuzhong City was about to turn into a complete hell on earth. The city would no longer be safe. He pondered his next plans for a while. Just as he finished his cigarette, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Ye Tian stubbed out the cigarette and casually tossed the butt onto the stairs. Ye Tian turned and saw Mido walking down holding the star sword, blood still dripping from its tip. Dealt with. Mido nodded, a trace of tears still at the corners of her eyes. Clearly this event had hit her hard, but she had managed to pull herself together. Hearing her response, Ye Tian smiled. Tell me, why didn't you spare their lives? Mido pursed her lips. They are no longer my friends, they are enemies. If I let them live now, they will surely seek revenge when they get the chance, causing trouble later. It's better to eliminate them now than to deal with their future retaliation. After hearing her explanation, Ye Tian nodded with satisfaction. He hadn't expected Mido to think this through so clearly. It's good that you think this way, or it shows you've adapted to the rules of this apocalypse. From now on, you officially follow me. Just call me Ye Tian, no more of that Mr. Ye business. It was only then that Mido realized she had been calling him Mr. Ye all along, and Ye Tian had never corrected her. So that's what it was about. She must have only been formally accepted after meeting Ye Tian's standards. But what if she hadn't passed? How would Ye Tian have treated her? Would he have killed her? Or left her to fend for herself? She pursed her lips. She didn't blame Ye Tian, in fact, she was grateful he had given her this chance. From the various miraculous abilities he had displayed, she understood that Ye Tian was certainly no ordinary person. But being smart, she had never asked about it. Ye Tian. Ye Tianjej, I'll call you Ye Tianjej, is that okay? Whatever you like, you can even call me dear. Ye Tian teased. Hearing this, Mido's face flushed red. Of course, she wouldn't call him that. That would be too embarrassing. Alright, let's leave this place first. Seeing Mido's slightly flushed face, Ye Tian found it a bit amusing. He knew she was shy, but in this apocalypse he had no interest in romance. Why are we leaving? Isn't this place good enough? I've checked the food here, it's quite abundant, and can sustain us for a long time. Mido asked with curiosity and confusion. She was indeed thinking of staying here with Ye Tian. Relatively speaking, it was very safe, had a rich variety of food and no other survivors to disturb them. This is the New World Shopping Center. The supplies here will become highly coveted later on. More and more survivors will try to find ways to get food from this place. But if we lock the doors, they surely can't get up here, right? Even if hypothetically they couldn't break through, what happens when the food runs out? Well, we can just relocate by then, can't we? By the time our food runs out, there will be nearly 10 million zombies in Yuzhong City, and most of them will be tier 3 or even tier 4. A small number of high-tier zombies can reach tier 5 or 6. By then, do you think you'll be able to get out? Ye Tian didn't blame Mido for not realizing this, because he knew from his past life rebirth that zombies and monsters could advance. How would an ordinary person know such things? After hearing Ye Tian's words, Mido's mind immediately conjured up an image of thousands upon thousands of densely packed zombies surrounding her, and her face instantly turned pale. Tier 3, Tier 4. What does that mean? Mido noticed the ranks Ye Tian mentioned. Both humans and monsters, or zombies, can advance. Monsters and zombies have a crystal core in their heads. By consuming a certain amount of these crystal cores, one can enhance their physical abilities. Humans who become stronger this way are called evolvers. Since he had already decided to officially let Mido join, she would learn these things sooner or later. It was better to tell her now to help her avoid unnecessary detours. Evolution. Wow, that's incredible. Then, as if a thought struck her, she added, Ye Tianjej, you're an evolver, right? Recalling Ye Tian's clean and decisive movements, Mido had already guessed as much. Ye Tian nodded. With a thought, a yellow vertical line appeared on his forehead, the mark of a Tier 2 evolver. Seeing this miraculous sight, Mido covered her mouth with her hand, her face filled with wonder. It was truly amazing that a person could suddenly display a line on their forehead, glowing with a faint light. As you can see, I am currently a Tier 2 evolver. This vertical line on my forehead is the mark. At Tier 1 the line was white. Now that I'm Tier 2, it's turned yellow. I don't know what color it'll be next. Ye Tian told a small lie. He didn't plan to tell anyone about his rebirth. Evolvers can control whether this line is visible or not. You'll learn this naturally once you become an evolver yourself. Me? I can become an evolver too. Mido pointed at herself in disbelief. That's right. Everyone has the potential to become an evolver. Heaven is fair. Zombies are terrifying, true, but they've also left humanity a glimmer of hope. Zombies and monsters have crystal cores in their heads. By consuming these cores, there's a high probability of becoming an evolver. I suspect a very small number of people might even become ability users. Ability users? Like how Ye Tian can suddenly produce food. Exactly, you're very smart. But I suspect there are many types of abilities. We'll find out what they are in the future. Mido nodded after listening. In her mind, she thought Ye Tian must have become an evolver by consuming crystal cores. But the thought of having to swallow something taken from a zombie's body made her feel nauseous. However, to become stronger to survive and to avoid being humiliated by others, she had to put in more effort than anyone else. Seeing the change in Mido's expression, Ye Tian had already guessed her thoughts almost perfectly. Let's go. Let's gather the supplies here and then leave this place. With that, Ye Tian began to prepare to sweep the supplies on the 4th floor. Mido acknowledged and followed. The 5th floor was the administrative area, consisting mostly of offices and break rooms. There was very little food there, and the small amount that existed had been brought up by the survivors under Brother Bao's orders. Moreover, most of it had already been sampled. Ye Tian turned his nose up at such food. He would never touch anything someone else had already eaten from. The 4th floor, however, was a different story. The entire area was dedicated to restaurants and eateries. Leading Mido from one establishment to the next, Ye Tian made a beeline for the back kitchens. It was easy to find large quantities of ingredients there. After all, before the apocalypse, no one could have predicted its sudden arrival, so most places had stocked up on plenty of fresh ingredients. With a casual wave of his hand, Ye Tian swept everything, including the storage cabinets and freezers, into his system space. Witnessing this miraculous sight, Mido was momentarily stunned, but obediently refrained from asking any questions. Ye Tian in turn was pleased with her discretion and offered no explanation. It took nearly an hour for Ye Tian to clear out the entire 4th floor. Fortunately, the power was still on, or else navigating in the dark would have been far less convenient. At night, zombies roamed far and wide, their speed also increased. So Ye Tian decided they would rest at the New World Shopping Center for the night. As for his armored RV parked below, he had no worries about the zombies damaging it. Inanimate objects without the scent of blood held no interest for zombies. Ye Tian found a restroom on the 5th floor. It only had a bed, but he pulled out bedding from his space and laid it down. Turning to Mido, he said, "I've checked this place. There's hot water. Take a shower and then get some sleep. We have a long journey ahead tomorrow." Having slain numerous zombies and monsters that day, he was covered in sweat and the stench of blood. Ye Tian decided a shower before bed was necessary, though he was too lazy to trek back to the RV. Fortunately, the restroom had a toilet, and while lacking a showerhead, it did have hot water. He could fill a basin and bathe himself. He estimated the power grid would completely fail within a couple of days. During his scavenging, he had collected all sorts of miscellaneous items. Fortunately, finding what he needed was never a hassle. His space automatically locked onto the relevant items. He sought a truly wondrous feature. Otherwise, with a space this vast, searching for anything would be a nightmare. Ye Tian, however, was indifferent. In his past life, had rarely had the chance to bathe. Such luxury was reserved for the upper echelons. For people at the bottom, like him, mere survival was a blessing. His standards for bathing were low, just getting clean was enough. He finished his quick wash in under a minute, pulled some random clothes from his space and dressed. Mido, however, was different. It was her first time bathing in the same quarters as a strange man. Even with the doors separating them, she couldn't help but blush. Upon entering the bathroom, she found a clean bath towel on the rack. The bucket was already half filled with hot water, and beside it were shampoo and body wash. A set of loose casual clothes tags still attached hung nearby, clearly brand new. Touched by this thoughtful gesture, Mido shed her dirty clothes, revealing her perfect figure, and slipped into the tub with a slightly flushed face. She took nearly an hour to finish her bath. When she emerged with damp hair, she found Ye Tian watching television. Seeing Mido fresh from her bath, carrying a faint fragrance, her fair skin tinged with a delicate rosy glow, Ye Tian's eyes lit up. The loose loungewear couldn't hide her stunning physique. And more importantly, he suspected she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Ahem. He quickly averted his gaze, though not without a hint of reluctance. Mido, oblivious to his gaze, focused on the television screen. The broadcast showed a military base. Despite the late hour, the base was ablaze with lights. On the parade ground, a female reporter who looked to be in her 20s was speaking into a microphone. Behind her, squads of fully armed soldiers were running, heading towards rows of waiting helicopters. Dear viewers, regarding this sudden incident, the nation has launched a rescue operation. Please prepare food and water, stay in your homes, and await rescue. Brother Ye Tian, will the country really come to save us? Something feels off. Of course they won't come. They can't even save themselves. How could they have the strength to rescue us? Then why report this? Telling us to stay put and wait for help. It's simple. If survivors knew there was no rescue coming, many would do anything in their despair to keep a flicker of hope alive. They say this. Besides, they don't want survivors to migrate en masse. After hearing Ye Tian's words, Mi Do's face showed indignation. They're just abandoning us to fend for ourselves. It's outrageous. She bit her lip, but then a thought struck her. Brother Ye Tian, what do you mean they don't want survivors to migrate en masse? Because if survivors migrated en masse, the situation would spiral completely out of control. Order would collapse entirely, and their rule would cease to exist. To consolidate their power if necessary, they might resort to indiscriminate bombing of cities with high zombie populations, or even deploy nuclear weapons. What? Nuclear bombs? Mi Do shot to her feet, disbelief written all over her face. Everyone had heard of nuclear bombs, but dropping one on their own country's soil was unheard of. After all, it was known as the ultimate weapon, the bedrock of a nation's power. Ye Tian nodded. It's not impossible, because in his past life they had done exactly that. They first carried out indiscriminate bombing on a first-tier city. Unsatisfied with the results, they maddeningly deployed a nuclear bomb. It annihilated all life in the city. Neither zombies, monsters, nor mutated beasts could survive such intense heat. Any object was instantly vaporized under that terrifying temperature. Initially, they were thrilled with the outcome, believing a human counterattack was possible. But the resulting nuclear radiation caused many zombies, monsters, and mutated beasts to evolve, becoming even more horrifying. All survivors in nearby cities were slaughtered, not a single one left alive. From then on, they never dared to use nuclear weapons lightly again. While Mi Do was still digesting this information, Ye Tian casually turned off the TV. Only that one channel had a signal, the rest were just static. Rest well. Well, leave Yuzhong City tomorrow. With that, Ye Tian headed for the door. As he passed by Mi Do, she tugged at the hem of his clothes. What is it? Ye Tian looked at her with a puzzled expression, only to find her standing there, head bowed and cheeks flushed with shyness. Feeling his gaze upon her, Mi Do's face grew even redder, but she bit her lip and gathered her courage to speak. Brother Ye Tian, can I sleep with you tonight? I'm scared. After all, she was still just a 19-year-old college student. The world had changed overnight, and fear still lingered in her heart. Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback by her words, then found it somewhat amusing. A mischievous smile played on his lips as he looked her over. Oh, aren't you afraid I might lose control? Hearing his retort, Mi Do's face flushed crimson in an instant. It had already taken all her courage just to utter those words, and now she was at a loss for how to respond. She stood there fidgeting, awkwardly unsure of what to do. Seeing this, Ye Tian shook his head and stopped teasing her. Don't worry, I'm not in the mood tonight. But next time I can't guarantee it. Indeed, he had no such inclinations tonight. He had spent the entire day out gathering supplies, and had been toiling at the New World Shopping Center for so long that even an Iron Man would be exhausted. There was no denying that Mi Do was stunningly beautiful, with a figure that could only be described as explosive and a gentle, obedient nature. What's more, she possessed a strong heart, adapting to the apocalypse with remarkable speed. He had also acquired her close combat skills. It wasn't hard to guess that she was proficient in hand-to-hand combat herself, having been an exemplary student who utilized her spare time in college to learn practical skills. To claim he felt no attraction towards such a beauty with both looks and ability would be a lie. However, he was no beast driven by his baser instincts. He knew very well when to do what. Although the fifth floor was relatively safe for now, it wasn't absolutely secure. Indulging in such pleasures at a time like this would be akin to seeking death. Mi Do didn't know whether she felt disappointed or relieved upon hearing his words. If you had intended any harm, you would have acted long ago. I wouldn't have stood a chance against you anyway. Ye Tian spread his hands. At least you're sensible. Get some rest. Without even taking off his clothes, he lay down on the bed and closed his eyes, ready to sleep. I need to use the bathroom first. Mi Do said, her face burning. Ye Tian ignored her, his eyes closed as if already asleep. Mi Do agonized in the bathroom for a full half hour before emerging. When she came out, she saw Ye Tian lying completely, still seemingly fast asleep. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. She walked towards the bed with hesitant steps. Seeing no reaction from Ye Tian, as if he were truly asleep, she blushed and lay down beside him, still fully clothed, and closed her eyes. What she didn't know was that, as she lay down, Ye Tian's eyelids twitched. Day 2 of the apocalypse. As the morning sun just began to rise, Ye Tian, still in a drowsy haze, felt something clutched in his hand. He squeezed it instinctively, and the sensation jolted him awake. A sleepy, muffled female voice came from within his embrace as he squeezed. Ye Tian was instantly wide awake, and he realized what his hand was grasping. Mi Do had her back to him, curled up in his arms, and his hand was resting on her most prominent feature. The squeeze woke Mi Do as well. The moment she felt a hand on her sacred place, her instinct was to scream. But the hand squeezed again, then withdrew, the tingling sensation cutting off the scream before it could escape her lips. By now she remembered her current situation. She quickly turned around and sure enough saw Ye Tian's hand retreating. Their eyes met. Ye Tian, completely unflustered, simply cleared his throat and said, "Since you're awake, let's get up. We have a long journey ahead." Mido's face was crimson as she shot him a reproachful glance. She didn't say anything, only letting out a soft of acknowledgement. She didn't know what she was feeling. Normally, she wouldn't even let a boy touch her hand, let alone anything else. She was renowned as the aloof campus beauty at school. Strangely, she didn't feel any disgust towards Ye Tian's actions just now. Perhaps it was because he was the one she had been longing for, or because he gave her a sense of security she could depend on. This feeling was incredibly strange to her. After they got up, Ye Tian took out a set of toiletries from his space. He discovered there was no hot water, and the lights didn't work either. It seemed widespread power outages had begun. Fortunately, Ye Tian had plenty of water stored. They washed up quickly, and he took out some steamed buns and soy milk from his space, placing them on the bedside table. Mido picked up a bun and began to devour it eagerly. As for why the buns and soy milk were still hot, the clever Mido had a vague inkling, but she didn't ask. She wasn't in a position to be picky about food, and as for her figure and how she never gained weight, well, that was simply a gift of nature. After eating, Ye Tian led Mido down to the second floor. They became much more cautious, their footsteps unconsciously lightened. Because at some point 2 zombies, a male and a female, had wandered into the corridor on the second floor. They were wandering aimlessly, heads tilted, their bloodshot eyes scanning blankly. Both were first-rank zombies. Ye Tian planned to let Mido practice on them. He took out the star sword and handed it to her. "Take this. In this apocalypse, you need to have the ability to survive on your own." Looking at the 2 disgusting zombies, Mido briefly steeled herself mentally before taking the star sword from Ye Tian. "Remember, aim for the head. Only by destroying their brains will these monsters truly die. Also, don't let them bite you, or you'll get infected." Ye Tian whispered into Mido's ear. She listened, nodded seriously, and her gaze towards the female zombie sharpened. She knew these creatures were no longer human, but man-eating monsters. So killing these zombies was akin to saving humanity, and she bore no psychological burden. Following Ye Tian, Mido also softened her steps, slowly approaching the 2 zombies walking side by side. When they were right behind them, Mido took a deep breath and swung the star sword fiercely towards the back of the female zombie's head. Thud! The zombie was instantly killed. The other zombie whirled around, a bloodthirsty gleam in its eyes. It let out a roar and lunged at Mido with claws bared. Mido didn't have time to swing her sword again. Facing 2 zombies alone was too much of a stretch. The first was only possible by surprise, and with the second one reacting, Mido was clearly caught off guard. The zombie's mouth was mere inches from her neck. Seeing the fangs of the female zombie so close, cold sweat broke out on Mido's forehead. Whoosh! At that critical moment, a sharp dagger grazed past her cheek and pierced precisely through the zombie's mouth, impaling its entire head. "Be careful. If she bites you, you'll turn into one of them," Ye Tian said coldly. Although his armored RV was equipped with medical facilities that could cure the zombie virus, he didn't want Mido to develop a reliance on it. Mido had sound character and potential. With proper nurturing, she would become a capable right hand in the future. The cores of zombies and monsters are in their heads. Go retrieve it. Mido nodded and used her sword to slice open the zombie's skull. Fortunately, the blade was sharp, so it took little effort. As the skull split open, a foul stench wafted out, and at the sight of the red and white mess inside, Mido instinctively retched. Gathering her courage, Mido suppressed her nausea and dug out a thumb-sized core from the zombie's head. Ye Tian handed her a bottle of water, gesturing for her to rinse it. After washing it clean, the core turned as white and smooth as jade. Whether it was her imagination or not, she even detected a faint, subtle fragrance emanating from it. She never imagined that a core from such a repulsive zombie could be so beautiful. Looking at it alone, it would be hard to associate it with the undead. Perhaps this was the principle of extremes meeting. After eliminating these 2 zombies, they were fortunate that no other undead were visible on this floor. They crept cautiously back to the window they had entered through. Ye Tian first scanned the area around the RV warily. It was still relatively safe. Though there were more zombies than yesterday, the RV's defenses were nothing to scoff at. Since the RV was off and appeared lifeless, no zombies attacked it. As for the 1 point of defense value lost, Ye Tian had no explanation for it. He leaped onto the armored RV first, and though his movements were light, they still drew the attention of the zombies nearby. Huh. The zombies let out instinctive guttural growls. Mido, lacking Ye Tian's agility, had no choice but to face the window back to the outside, gripping the sill and lowering herself bit by bit. Suddenly, she felt a pair of warm, strong hands supporting her from below, and Ye Tian's voice came from behind. "Hurry up, something feels off." Mido set aside her embarrassment, and using the momentum from Ye Tian's grip, quickly climbed onto the RV's roof. Ye Tian opened the RV's skylight, and since there was a bed directly beneath it, no lifting was needed this time. After swiftly sealing the skylight shut, Ye Tian let out a sigh of relief. While on the armored roof, he hadn't been able to pinpoint why, but an instinctive dread had gripped his heart. Ye Tian quickly settled into the driver's seat, while Mi Do took the passenger side. He started the armored RV using electric power to move quietly, hoping to slip away without drawing too much attention. But just as the vehicle rolled forward a single meter, something unexpected happened. Bang! A glass bottle suddenly plummeted from above, smashing violently onto the pavement just ahead of the RV, sending shards flying in every direction. Normally the sound wouldn't have been particularly loud, but in this deathly silent street it struck like a thunderclap. Zombies that had been lurking in the shadows, sheltering from the daylight, began to converge on the noise from all directions. Huh. A chorus of guttural growls erupted along the street, shattering its former stillness. Ye Tian. The sudden commotion startled Mi Do, but Ye Tian's expression remained cold and unreadable. He had sensed a vague unease from the start. Now it had proven true. Judging by the trajectory, the bottle had been thrown from a residential building ahead of them. And sure enough, Ye Tian spotted the culprit. On the 10th floor of the building in front, a middle-aged man stood on his balcony glaring at Ye Tian with venomous hatred. The reason the target was so easy to identify was that the man was still clutching 2 beer bottles in his hands. As if aware that Ye Tian was watching, the man provocatively raised the 2 bottles, let out a sinister laugh, and hurled them fiercely toward the RV. Bang! Bang! 2 more crisp crashes echoed as glass scattered everywhere. Were the man not so far from the RV, Ye Tian had no doubt he would have thrown the bottles directly onto it. The 2 loud noises drew even more zombies and monsters. And then something even more terrifying unfolded. Survivors in the residential buildings lining both sides of the street went berserk, frantically hurling anything they could get their hands on, regardless of what it was, as long as it made noise and hindered Ye Tian's escape. These people had been forced to hide indoors by the zombies and monsters. When they finally saw someone driving a vehicle that seemed capable of moving freely without fear of the undead, they desperately hoped Ye Tian would save them. It wasn't that they hadn't considered driving down themselves, but everyone who tried had died. Moreover, their ordinary cars couldn't withstand monster attacks, their tires blowing out within moments. But Ye Tian's fully armed RV gave them a glimmer of hope. Yet a whole day had passed, and Ye Tian showed no intention of rescuing them. Now he seemed to be preparing to leave. This drove them to utter despair. And once people are pushed to the brink of despair, they are capable of anything. Just like what was happening right now. If you want save us, then die with us. As the number of frenzied people grew, more and more objects rained down onto the street, some even slamming directly onto the roof of Ye Tian's armored RV. As the commotion escalated, the cars parked along both sides of the street had their alarms blaring from the impacts. The noise grew even louder, and the people on both sides, as if discovering a new pastime, began deliberately targeting those vehicles. As a result, the sound spread further and wider, attracting ever more zombies and monsters. A dense horde, numbering well over 1,000 by rough estimate, charged out from every corner, their blood-red eyes gleaming. In just a short span of time, a small-scale zombie tide had formed, and it showed no signs of stopping. Ye Tian, what do we do? Mi Do was frightened by the scene, but with Ye Tian beside her, she managed to stay calm. Just sit tight, and keep an eye out for where the zombies are thinnest. We'll break through from there. Understood. Mi Do knew the gravity of the situation, and wasted no words. With a simple acknowledgement, her beautiful eyes swept continuously across their surroundings, searching for a potential escape route. Gazing at the survivors who kept hurling objects down, a cold gleam flashed in Ye Tian's eyes. If looks could kill, those people would have been slain countless times over. Ye Tian switched the RV to gasoline mode. Quiet operation was no longer a concern. Brute force was the only way out. He activated the vehicle's track system. While the defense value hadn't hit 0, and the RV wouldn't take damage, the wheel's off-road capability was inferior to tracks. The tracks were designed precisely for navigating complex terrain. Whatever lay ahead, he could simply crush it. Ye Tian stomped on the accelerator, and the armored RV shot forward like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, violently smashing aside the monsters and zombies blocking the way. Ding, armored RV protection value 1. Ding, armored RV protection value 1. There were so many zombies that the protection value dropped by several points in just a short while, but fortunately the gains far outweighed the losses. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier zombie, energy 10. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier monster, energy 20. While the protection value decreased, the dead zombies and monsters also provided Ye Tian with energy, so Ye Tian never lost out. Fortunately, most of the zombies were only first-tier, posing no significant obstacle to the armored RV. When the survivors in the residential buildings saw that the zombies seemed unable to hinder the RV, they became even more frantic. They desperately threw all kinds of items down, initially just bottles and such, to attract the zombies' attention, hoping the zombies would kill Ye Tian. When they saw that the zombies were not much use, they began frantically tossing chairs in front of the armored RV, and one even threw a table down, trying to block its progress. Seeing this, Mido's pretty face flushed slightly with anger. These bastards are too much. We haven't done anything to them, so why are they trying to harm us? Ye Tian, who was driving the armored RV, heard Mido's words and sneered dismissively. In the eyes of people like them, not doing anything to them is harming them. Mido was initially confused but quickly realized, her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief. Ye Tian, do you mean that because we didn't save them they want to kill us? That's right, that's exactly it. This is one of the survival rules in the apocalypse. You don't want to provoke them, but they want to kill you, and the reasons are often ridiculous and absurd. Ye Tian explained while driving the RV, continuously smashing through the blocking monsters and zombies. Is this human nature? Mido murmured to herself. In the peaceful era, how could she have imagined such ugliness in people's hearts? Ye Tian, are we just going to let them harm us like this? I want to punish them, but I can't fight so many zombies. There's really no good way for ordinary people. They're all in the residential buildings. If we have to kill them one by one, we'd be exhausted to death. But I have a way and am not swallowing this insult either. Can you drive? Yes, I have a driver's license. Good, then you take over now. Just make sure we don't get stuck. Leave the rest to me. Ye Tian stepped on the brake and quickly swapped positions with Mido. After Mido took the wheel, she seemed very excited, ramming here and there as if driving a bumper car. Fortunately, the armored RV was sturdy enough, otherwise it would have fallen apart long ago. After handing over the driving to Mido, Ye Tian searched his space for usable items. When he saw a pile of Bluetooth speakers, he grinned, and an idea formed in his mind. Provoking me is the stupidest decision you've ever made in your lives. Now I'm going to give you a big gift. These speakers were very compact, smaller than a palm, and importantly very light. They came with a built-in memory card that had a few songs preloaded, probably for the merchant, to let customers test the sound. The music was all high-energy dance tracks. He couldn't remember when or where he had collected them, maybe from an electronics mall. He never paid close attention when gathering supplies. He took out about 200 speakers and turned them on to play music, taking less than 5 minutes. Ye Tian, are you ready? There are more and more zombies. Mido was driving below and couldn't see what Ye Tian was doing upstairs. Seeing the increasing number of zombies, she couldn't help urging him. Almost there. Ye Tian quickly took out another 200 arrows. Fortunately, these 500 arrows were universal, usable with both crossbows and bows. He tied the speakers to the center of the arrows with iron wire. Taking a moment to check the armored RV's protection value, which had dropped below 100, he sped up his movements. Soon he had tied speakers to all 200 arrows. The next step was simple. He took out the strongbow he had bought together with the armor from his space, opened the sunroof, stood on the bed, placed the arrow with the speaker on the bowstring, and drew the bow to a full moon. Whoosh! Instantly, the arrow with the speaker shot through the air toward the middle-aged man who had thrown the first bottle. The man had been watching Ye Tian's movements, and when he saw Ye Tian aiming a bow at him, before he could react, an arrow whizzed toward him. Startled, he fell to the ground in panic, and by sheer luck, dodged the arrow. Realizing he was only frightened and not injured, instead of fear, a smug grin appeared on his face. He stood up and flipped Ye Tian the middle finger, his posture as arrogant as could be. But his triumph didn't last long. Suddenly, music blared from his room. Who? Immediately, the sound of zombies snarling came from outside his door as they slammed against it with force. Ye Tian had never intended to kill him with the arrow. His goal from the start was to use the speakers to attract zombies and create chaos. A tactic of using a wolf to drive away a tiger. As Ye Tian accurately shot one arrow after another, all the zombies and monsters in the residential buildings on both sides began to riot. Every floor had zombies and monsters. They stared with bloodshot eyes, desperately smashing open doors, snarling and biting in excitement. Help! Run! Instantly, the residential buildings on both sides echoed with piercing screams. Survivors who had been gloating moments ago began to flee in panic, and many who had no way out, faced with terrifying zombies, jumped from their balconies in desperation. Thud after thud of heavy objects hitting the ground rang out clearly. More than one jumped. Those who jumped hit the ground and died instantly. None survived. The fresh blood and the loud noise immediately attracted the attention of zombies and monsters, who gleefully snarled and feasted on the gifts from the sky. This also inadvertently relieved Mido's pressure, as many zombies joined the feast. Mido, who was driving, was stunned by the scene. She only heard the music from above, but didn't know what Ye Tian had done. Why were people suddenly jumping off buildings? Ye Tian quickly closed the sunroof and went back into the cab, swapping places with Mido again. Ye Tian, did you do all this? Mido's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. She thought Ye Tian was amazing. How could he force people upstairs to jump off just by being down below? Hold tight. Ye Tian didn't explain much, just sharply turned the steering wheel and floored the accelerator. The armored RV roared like a beast, its horsepower maxed out, and smashed fiercely toward the area with the fewest zombies. Ding! Armored RV protection value 1. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier zombie. Energy 10. With the powerful momentum of the armored RV, it smashed through dozens of zombies and finally forced a gap, charging out. Just as he was about to break out of the horde, suddenly the RV gave a violent jolt. Ding, armored RV defense 10. Although Ye Tian didn't see the system notification, he knew the attack just now was clearly out of the ordinary. It didn't take long for Ye Tian to figure out what was happening. Through the electronic camera, he spotted a zombie that was distinctly different from the others. This zombie was not only a full size larger than the others, standing at least 2 meters tall, but it was also faster and possessed significantly greater attacking power than the rest. Mido also noticed this unusual zombie through the camera feed. Brother Ye Tian, there's a different zombie over here. Yeah, I see it. It's a second-tier zombie, almost at the 3rd tier. Zombie tiers were as easy to distinguish as monster ranks. Just look at their color. First-tier zombies had ghastly pale faces, second-tier zombies had yellow faces, and the one attacking the RV already had a faint green tint spreading across its face. It was clearly on the verge of advancing to the 3rd tier. Damn it. It's only the 2nd day. Where the hell did a high-level second-tier zombie come from? Ye Tian cursed under his breath. Even though he was also at the 2nd tier now, he was certain that without resorting to special measures, taking down this zombie would be an incredibly tough fight. Despite just a single tier difference between a 1st tier and 2nd tier zombie, their strength was worlds apart. The attacks of those 1st tier zombies against the RV felt like mere scratches, but a single blow from the 2nd tier zombie caused a noticeable shudder throughout the armored vehicle. That alone illustrated the vast difference. Ye Tian took a moment to check the system log and saw the notification about the defense value dropping by 10 points. Although 10 points seemed negligible compared to the RV's total defense of 1,000, it meant he could only withstand about 100 of its attacks. The 2nd tier zombie was incredibly fast, and with the assistance of the horde of 1st tier zombies, they could completely drain the RV's defense value to 0. That 2nd tier zombie had to be dealt with, or they might not escape. Just then the 2nd tier zombie slammed into the armored RV, once more causing the 10+10 vehicle to shudder again. Ding, armored RV defense 10. Fortunately, the 1st tier zombies couldn't climb, lacked intelligence, and only moved and attacked on instinct. Otherwise the situation would have been truly perilous. Come here, sit on me. Huh? What? Mido was bewildered. Stop asking questions, get over here, and sit on me now. Ye Tian barked at Mido while maneuvering the armored RV. He dared not stop, they couldn't afford to get blocked in again. After confirming she hadn't misheard, Mido's face flushed crimson as she unbuckled her seatbelt and shuffled over towards Ye Tian. Brother Ye Tian. With the situation like this, I'm not ready. Maybe tonight. Mido stammered hesitantly, making her way to his side. Cut the crap, hurry up. Ye Tian didn't even look at Mido, focused solely on steering the RV to avoid obstacles ahead. Oh, should I face you or turn my back to you? Irritated by her endless questions, Ye Tian turned to scold her, but when he saw her flushed face and recalled her words, he realized what she was thinking. The girl had completely misunderstood. What's going on in that head of yours? I meant for you to drive, so I can go deal with that 2nd tier zombie. Oh. Mido's face instantly turned red down to her neck, realizing her mistake. Once she understood her task, Mido stopped hesitating. She decisively settled her shapely firm bottom onto Ye Tian's lap and took hold of the steering wheel. Feeling her weight on him and catching the faint youthful fragrance emanating from her at such close proximity, a sudden surge of impulse welled up within Ye Tian, his body instinctively pressing against her. Although Mido had never experienced such a thing, she had heard enough to know what it was, and her face grew even redder. Ye Tian silently cursed her for being a temptress, vowing to deal with her later. Now wasn't the time for such thoughts. Forcing down the feeling, he shifted away from Mido, who let out a sigh of relief and plopped into the driver's seat, focusing intently on controlling the armored RV. Ye Tian opened the sunroof again. This time he took out the infinite repeating crossbow, aimed it at the 2nd tier zombie, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A streak of red light shot towards the zombie. A spray of black blood burst forth as one of the zombie's arms was pierced through. He had aimed for its head, but whether sensing the danger or by sheer coincidence, the zombie shifted its body at the last moment, so the bolt only struck its arm. Roar! The 2nd tier zombie let out a furious bellow. Ye Tian's actions had enraged it completely. It glared at him with its crimson eyes and blood-drenched fangs, its gaze filled with malice. When the 2nd tier zombie spotted Ye Tian on top of the RV, it began clawing at the vehicle's body with its sharp talons, attempting to climb up. Those 2nd tier zombies lacked intelligence, their instincts allowed them to climb. Moreover, they were fast, able to move at the speed of a running human. A cold glint flashed in Ye Tian's eyes as he raised his crossbow and fired another bolt. This time the 2nd tier zombie tried to dodge, but failed. The red light pierced through its head with a dull thud, black blood mixed with bits of red and white matter oozing from the wound. With a muffled thump, the 2nd tier zombie crashed heavily to the ground, unmoving. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing a 2nd tier zombie. Energy 100 inch. Ding, first time killing a 2nd tier zombie. Reward 1 free equipment enhancement. Ye Tian saw the notification A second-tier zombie gives 10 times the energy of a first-tier one. What about a third tier? As for the enhancement reward, he'd deal with that once they were safe. He had no time for it now. Because at that moment, whether drawn by the commotion or the second-tier zombie's presence, over 100 more zombies had surrounded the armored RV. Combined with the debris discarded by those people, the RV's progress was becoming difficult. More zombies were converging from afar. The people who had jumped from the buildings had already been completely devoured, leaving only a pile of bones behind. Seeing this, Ye Tian's heart tightened. They had to break through quickly. They couldn't delay any longer. As Ye Tian surveyed the situation ahead, his eyes suddenly lit up. Just a few dozen meters away, there was a tanker truck. An idea began to form in his mind. Closing the sunroof and returning to the driver's cabin, he said to Mido, "See that tanker truck? Head towards it and break through in that direction." Although Mido's driving skills were slightly inferior to his own, she could at least manage. He needed to prepare for his plan, so the armored RV would have to be temporarily entrusted to her. Got it. After hearing Ye Tian's instructions, Mido floored the accelerator. The RV roared as it surged forward. With numerous obstacles, and the zombie horde blocking the way, covering the short distance of a few dozen meters, took nearly 30 seconds. After passing the tanker truck, Ye Tian continued. Turn right up ahead. Okay. With zombies blocking the path ahead, more chasing from behind, and debris covering the ground, Ye Tian's situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Ye Tian glanced at the defense value. It had already dropped by over 400 points, leaving only a little over 500. Silently estimating the timing, when the armored RV advanced another 30 meters, they reached a crossroads. Mido abruptly yanked the steering wheel, but because the RV was equipped with tracks, its turning was not as agile. It took a wide arc to get through the intersection. At that moment, Ye Tian lowered the passenger side window by about 3 centimeters, his eyes fixed intently on the tanker truck. Huh. The zombie continued its mindless growling, but to Ye Tian's senses those sounds seemed to vanish, time itself slowing to a crawl. His vision narrowed to a single point, the fuel tanker. Just as the RV turned onto this road, the tanker was on the verge of disappearing from his sight. Now, a sharp glint flashed in Ye Tian's eyes as he swiftly raised his infinity-repeating crossbow and fired at the tanker. Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared at Mido, "Floor it." Hearing Ye Tian's roar, Mido's heart tightened, and she instinctively slammed on the accelerator. After turning the corner, the number of zombies thinned out, allowing them to pick up speed, though the tracks hadn't retracted, yet limiting their acceleration. But in less than a second, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom! A blinding flash of fire alongside a massive mushroom cloud shot into the sky. All the zombies in the vicinity were instantly obliterated, and nearby cars were sent flying by the immense shockwave, tumbling end over end. Centered on the fuel tanker, the explosive force radiated outwards at terrifying speed. The walls of the nearest buildings cracked under the pressure, and some poorly constructed ones collapsed entirely. The shockwave blew storefront doors off their hinges, and even the reinforced glass doors that had survived the first day of the apocalypse shattered into pieces. If the massive tremors on the first day of the apocalypse hadn't already shattered the windows of the residential buildings, one would have heard the continuous sound of glass raining down. Following the thunderous blast, a huge gaping hole was torn into the side of the building to the right of the armored RV. A chunk of concrete laced with rebar slammed heavily onto the RV. The force violently shoved the vehicle forward, sending it careening out of control. Had Mido not reacted quickly to steady the steering wheel, they would have certainly flipped over. The towering inferno raged alongside the armored RV. Ding, armored RV defense 458. Ding, armored RV defense 1. Watching the defense value plummet, Ye Tian broke out in a cold sweat. The power of the tanker explosion was terrifyingly immense. Even with a building as a buffer, the defense value was instantly reduced to a sliver of its former self. That was close. Unfortunately, the energy from the zombies killed by the explosion couldn't be harvested by the system, or else they would have hit the jackpot. The tanker's explosion triggered a chain reaction, igniting many nearby cars. For over 10 minutes, sporadic explosions echoed behind them as they sped away. Only when they were far from the blast's epicenter did the sounds finally cease. Compared to men, she would definitely prefer a woman joining the group. Not for any other reason, but at least there were things she couldn't easily discuss with Ye Tian, but could with the female officer. For instance, the fact that Mido was in worse shape. Her face was pale, and the vehicle swerved erratically. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles white, staring intently ahead, her jaw clenched as she fought to maintain control. Seeing this, Ye Tian quickly went over and patted her shoulders, signaling for her to pull over and rest. Mido acknowledged his instruction, brought the vehicle to a shaky stop, managed a weak smile, then her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed onto the steering wheel unconscious. Startled at first, Ye Tian quickly checked and found she had merely fainted. He shook his head, helplessly impressed that the girl had managed to drive them this far under such strain. He gently lifted Mido into his arms. Holding her, he could fully appreciate her figure. Her loose, casual clothes did nothing to hide her perfect silhouette, and with nothing underneath, he caught a glimpse of pure white skin from the neckline at his ankle. Ye Tian allowed himself a few seconds of unabashed appreciation. In his past life, with the population drastically reduced and old laws irrelevant in the apocalypse, some experts had proposed polygamy. This idea gained widespread approval from men, and Ye Tian had been in agreement. However, due to various reasons, he had only been with Xia Shui, and she had ended up killing him. This life, Ye Tian decided to follow his heart. He would find a time to deal with this girl properly, so she would stop tempting him all day. But now was clearly not the time. He turned and walked towards the bed, laid her down gently, and covered her with a blanket. Only now did Ye Tian have a chance to assess the situation. He saw that the armored RV's defense was down to a mere 56 points. However, the energy value had reached an all-time high. Combined with what he had before, it had soared to a terrifying 3,633 points. He immediately allocated points to restore the RV's defense to full, which cost him 944 points, leaving him with 2,689. It pained him. Then he decisively opened Mi Do's panel and upgraded her to a first-order revolver. The girl had good heart and capability, but relying on her to absorb energy on her own was too slow. Using the system was instantaneous. It was then that Ye Tian noticed his own panel had undergone a dramatic change. His panel was at the top, and below it were 9 card slots. The first one contained Mi Do's panel. Niwa, there are only 9 slots here. Does that mean I can only bind a maximum of 9 people? Yes, host. Therefore choose your bindings wisely. Once bound, it cannot be changed, and it cannot be recovered even if the person dies. Ye Tian nodded understanding. He realized he would have to think carefully about who to bind in the future. Fortunately, Mi Do's talent and abilities weren't bad, or else he would have suffered a great loss. On the panel was a stunning photo of Mi Do dressed in black stockings and high heels, a short skirt just covering the top of her thighs, and a crop top that barely contained her ample bosom. Sigh. He couldn't look too long for fear his nose would start bleeding. Ye Tian clicked on Mi Do's information. Name Mi Do. Level 10, 500 energy to upgrade. Strength 18, adult average 10. Agility 24, adult average 10. Constitution 23, adult average 10. Special ability electric 13. Skills masterful swordsmanship, proficient in various sword techniques such as Duga 9 swords, Falling Blossom swordplay, and Taiji swordplay, allowing for flexible and adaptable moves. Thunderous command can control electrical appliances without needing a power source, and can also manipulate electricity to kill enemies. 2 skills at once, and both quite practical. Mi Do's foundation was still a bit weaker than his own, so the attribute increase from reaching first order wasn't very high. But her skills were excellent, and she was also an ability user in electric type. Could she potentially power the armored RV if they ran out of fuel in the future? Haha. He still had 2,639 energy points, more than enough to upgrade Mi Do to second order. However, Ye Tian didn't plan to do that now. Upgrading too quickly wouldn't be good for her to master her newfound power. After leveling up, it's best to fight some zombies to get a feel for the strength before considering further ascension. Besides, it would be hard to explain upgrading her to second order. Upgrading to first order could be passed off as him feeding her a crystal core while she was unconscious to save her. But second order was a different story. Even if she was 100 loyal, it was best not to reveal some things unless necessary. Over 2,000 energy points. Not the most, but decent. Upgrading himself required 4,000 points, and upgrading the armored RV required 7,500. Not enough for either, so he'd just have to save up. But this time, Ye Tian specifically tested the ability to convert energy into crystal cores. He attempted to convert a third-order core directly, and to his surprise it worked. Ding! Conversion successful. Obtained 1 third-order crystal core. Energy 1,000 points. Ye Tian took out the third-order crystal core. It was indeed different from a first-order one, emitting a faint green glow and carrying a subtle fragrance. Compared to this, any jade or gemstone was just trash. This might be the first third-order crystal core of this era. Too bad there were no auctions around, otherwise this unique item would have fetched an astronomical price. A third-order core is worth 1,000 energy points, a second order is 100, and a first order is 10. Ye Tian mused, rubbing his chin. Conversely, a fourth-order core would be 1,000 points, fifth order, sixth order, 7th order, 8th order, 0, and 9th order, 0. Ye Tian wasn't sure if his guess was correct, but he figured he was probably close. It couldn't be a coincidence that the first 3 orders were all multiples of 10. After pondering, he converted the crystal core back into energy points, as it could be done losslessly at any time. Third-order cores were something he had seen plenty of in his past life. In the past, he wouldn't have given such a thing a second glance. Unless someone offered him a red or gold core, that would have been interesting. While clearing the system log, he remembered there was an unused reward. When he killed that second-order zombie, it had prompted that he could designate an equipment piece for enhancement. He did have a considerable amount of equipment on him now. Infinity, repeating crossbow, dagger, twin hammers, strongbow, armor, chainmail, star sword. Based on how the crossbow enhancement went the first time, this reward was quite valuable. But which piece of equipment should he enhance? The sword? The armor? The hammers? Ye Tian felt none of these were quite right, none of them were what he truly wanted. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. What if he enhanced that? Then, a hint of excitement crept onto Ye Tian's face. Decided. I'm going with that. After reviewing the system logs, Ye Tian decided to leave this area. As for Yun Jie and Xiong Lai, he would rescue them in a few days. Mi Dou's presence was a complete accident. Since Mi Dou was still unconscious, he would have to drive himself. Ye Tian started the RV and slowly drove away from the area. Scattered zombies and monsters could still be seen on both sides. He wouldn't let these sporadic creatures go as he urgently needed energy points. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier zombie. Energy points 10. Since he had already explored nearly the entire city while gathering supplies, he had a mental map of all the important locations. Besides, his phone's offline navigation still worked, but just had no signal. Ye Tian's target this time was the police station. Yes, he planned to rob the police station. Before the apocalypse, anyone who told him they were going to rob a police station would have been considered insane. But now Ye Tian was exactly that kind of crazy person. His main goal was to get his hands on some guns. Guns. In Huagua, a country with incredibly strict gun control, it was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to even see a gun. The closest place with guns was the police station. As for military camps, Ye Tian wasn't ready to die just yet. Despite being a second-tier evolver with an RV, he would only be waiting for death in front of an army. It would be easier to dig his own grave and bury himself. Ye Tian retracted the tracks and sped off, reaching a shocking 120 km/h in the city. When he passed an intersection with a red light, he didn't even slow down and blew right through it. Running a red light was something Ye Tian had always wanted to do. Of course, he couldn't do it in peacetime. It was a 6-point penalty and a 200 yuan fine. As for why the traffic light still had power, Ye Tian guessed that this area hadn't completely lost electricity yet. The power grid typically prioritizes municipal facilities, then commercial areas, and finally residential zones. As time passed, it took Ye Tian about 20 minutes to reach a spot 200 meters from the police station. At that moment, Mi Dou, who was lying on the bed, slowly woke up. She shook her still throbbing head and looked around in a daze. When she realized she was lying on the bed, her mind snapped awake instantly. She sat up abruptly, scanning her surroundings with wary eyes. Finding herself still in the RV, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was then that she had time to think about how she had passed out on the steering wheel, and only then did she notice that her jacket zipper had come undone a little. Thinking that Ye Tian had carried her to the bed, she blushed again, knowing he must have seen below her neck. She was going commando underneath, wearing nothing at all. Although the jacket was opaque and nothing could be seen from the outside, that didn't stop someone from looking from the inside. Actually, Ye Tian didn't deliberately avoid giving her underwear. He simply hadn't stocked any. And ironically, in the shopping mall, the women's clothing section was all on the first floor, but the first floor was furniture, the third was men's, where the fourth was dining, and the fifth was administrative. So Ye Tian simply had no underwear to give her. Hearing the noise from behind, Ye Tian knew Mi Dou was awake. "How are you feeling?" he asked without turning his head. Mi Dou shook her head, walked over to Ye Tian, and said, "I'm fine, brother Ye Tian. Where are we now?" "Look over there. That's our target this time." When Mi Dou saw the dark blue sign with the words, Public Security Bureau, printed on it, she let out an instinctive gasp, her beautiful eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "Brother Ye Tian, you mean? Rob the police station?" That's right. Brother Ye Tian, even though times have changed, robbing a police station feels like betraying the country, doesn't it? In the past, if anyone had told her they were going to rob a police station, she'd have immediately called 120 to have them taken to a center for abnormal human research. But she quickly understood Ye Tian's intention. "Brother Ye Tian, you're trying to get some guns right." Although Ye Tian had a crossbow, its power was definitely no match for a real gun. Moreover, normal people wouldn't be afraid of a crossbow, but they'd inexplicably panic at the sight of a gun. That's the deterrent power of a gun. Not bad, you're pretty smart. But the police station is in a bit of trouble, so we need to plan this carefully. Ye Tian pointed to a young man who had just been thrown out, lying motionless on the ground. Whether dead or unconscious, it was unclear. Because Mi Dou had been unconscious earlier, she hadn't seen the man being thrown out. She only saw zombies like cats drawn to the scent of fish gathering around him to tear and bite. She was gradually getting used to such scenes, so she didn't scream, though her face still turned pale. "Brother Ye Tian, are you saying the police station has been taken over by criminals?" "Not sure yet. We need to observe more before drawing conclusions." Ye Tian communicated with Nuwa in his mind. "Nuwa, can you hack into the police station system and access the surveillance cameras?" Ding. "Yes, host." Upon detection, the station's municipal power has collapsed and is now running on backup generators. The cameras are still operational. Great, pull up the footage for me. The surveillance data has been successfully extracted. You can review the last 7 days of recordings. Ye Tian pretended to fiddle with the RV's display screen, and soon the surveillance footage appeared on it. The screen was split into several views, each from a different camera. He selected fast-forward playback, and conveniently the video even had audio. From the footage when the monster tide broke out, some pedestrians on the road instinctively rushed toward the police station for shelter. After sacrificing several officers, the police chief had no choice but to order the station's gates closed to stop the monsters from entering, preventing the situation from worsening. However, the next day, many people, including some officers, suddenly turned into zombies, throwing the station into chaos. After they barely managed to kill these zombies, only a pitiful 4 officers remained alive, 3 men and 1 woman. Notably, the sole surviving female officer stood about 175 centimeters tall, around 25 years old, with a pair of long straight legs and a slim figure. She looked valiant and sharp with an unmatched aura. Her looks were in no way inferior to a stunning beauty like Mido. She was a complete super policewoman. There were still over 20 other survivors who had taken refuge there. Among them, 2 men stood out looking like wealthy young masters dressed head to toe in designer brands. These pampered rich kids used to a life of luxury and pleasure had never seen such a scene. Trembling in fear, one of them shouted at the officers, "My dad's company is a star enterprise in Yuzhong City. Your police funding comes from our taxes. Under these circumstances, you have to protect us." That's right. You have to protect us, or he'll file a complaint against you." The others chimed in agreement. One of the rich young masters also noticed the female police officer. These guys, used to doing whatever they pleased, had no respect for the officers, and even began making flirtatious remarks. "Officer, a beauty like you is wasted in uniform. Why not become my personal secretary? They'll pay you triple, no 5 times, what they give you here. What do you say?" The young man made no effort to hide the greed in his eyes, staring blatantly at the policewoman. But before his words even faded, a shapely leg lashed out at him. His arm was wrenched behind his back, and the cold barrel of a gun pressed against his temple. "Say one more word, and he'll tear your mouth apart." The policewoman's beautiful eyes brimmed with disgust as she wished she could shoot him on the spot. With so many comrades having just perished in the jaws of monsters, her heart was already heavy with grief, and this fool dared to provoke her now. It was like plucking a tiger's whiskers. "He Ling, calm down." An older officer hurriedly intervened. "Yeah, easy, let's talk this out." Right, officer, it's all a misunderstanding." Several acquaintances of the young man quickly chimed in, trying to defuse the situation. At the end of the day, they were just ordinary people, and with a gun pressed to his head, the young man didn't dare act up anymore. What none of them noticed was that among the survivors who had taken shelter, about a dozen seemed to be in league with one another. 5 of them, shielded by the crowd, were stealthily slipping toward the interior of the police station. "Usually I don't care where you throw your weight around, but here you'd better watch your tongue, or don't blame me for being rude." He Ling shot the young man a fierce glare before releasing him and holstering her gun. The young man let out a sigh of relief. Had been genuinely terrified with that gun to his head, sweat beading on his brow. Rubbing his sore wrist, he quickly stammered, Yes, I'll keep my mouth shut." And then in an instant, chaos erupted. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid succession of gunshots rang out. 2 officers collapsed before they could even react. He Ling felt a searing pain as a bullet grazed her arm, blood streaming down, though thankfully the round hadn't lodged inside. The older officer was lucky enough to dodge the hail of bullets, but the rich brat standing in front of him wasn't so fortunate. A stray bullet struck him square in the head, blood gushing forth as his eyes bulged wide. The last thing he'd ever expected was to die, so suddenly, so pointlessly. Murder. Over there. It's them. They're attacking the police. Panicked screams erupted from the crowd. He Ling raised her gun and fired without hesitation, dropping one of the assailants, but 5 of them were armed. In the moment she fired, their bullets came screaming back toward her. "Fall back." The older officer shouted, ducking behind cover while returning fire. With no cover of her own, He Ling scrambled to find shelter while looking for a chance to shoot back. Bang, bang. Gunfire rang out relentlessly. The crowd hit the floor, trembling, too terrified to move. Meanwhile, those in league with the attackers swiftly scooped up the fallen officers' weapons and joined the fray. "Xiaoling, get out of here." The older officer shoved He Ling hard, and in that moment several bullets tore into him. "Old Shun." He Ling's eyes glistened with tears as she fired another shot, taking down one more thug. But she knew the situation was dire. She had no choice but to retreat toward the administrative building behind her. No matter how skilled she was, she couldn't stand against a gang of gun-wielding thugs. The ringleader was a man named Li Hu, known on the streets as Brother Hu. A former street brawler with no regard for law or consequence. Violence, extortion, and bullying were second nature to him. When the monster outbreak struck, he happened to be dining across the street with his gang of cronies. Spotting the gruesome scene of monsters devouring people in the distance, he immediately led his men to take refuge in the police station. Ironically, in the past had have considered even stepping foot in such a place bad luck. But now in a crisis, it was the first place he thought to run. The moment he realized people were turning into the zombies from those movies, he knew the apocalypse had come. He swiftly made up his mind, seize the police station, arm his men from the weapons depot, and carve out his own dominion. And that was how the scene before them had unfolded. Li Hu took the lead. "You 4 go after that bitch. Don't let her get away." "Yes, Brother Hu. Listen up. This place is mine now." Men on the left, women on the right. The crowd dared not resist, shuffling apart as ordered. Brother, who that chick's a looker. Let me have some fun with her. A yellow-haired thug spotted a beautiful girl and started toward her. The girl, realizing she was the target, went pale with terror. How? Brother, she's my fiancée. Please just let us go. A man in his 30s quickly begged for mercy. Ha, fiancé. Even better. Don't worry, you'll give her back when I'm done. Ha. No, please. I'm begging you, brother, just spare us. Get lost. Don't you know when to shut up? The yellow-haired thug kicked the man hard in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. The man's eyes turned bloodshot with rage, but then another thug appeared out of nowhere with a pair of handcuffs, clapped them on the man without a word, and proceeded to beat him mercilessly with fists and feet. The girl was shoved to the ground by the yellow-haired thug, letting out a piercing scream. The man was consumed by despair, his fiancée being violated by these thugs while he was utterly powerless to stop it. And the yellow-haired thug wasn't finished, the nightmare was only beginning. Several more thugs, whether drawn by the notion of the fiancé or sheer depravity, joined in degrading the girl. The once beautiful girl was tormented beyond recognition, and in the end, she was tortured to death. You animals. It'll haunt you as a ghost. They'll never let you go. A ghost? I'd rather you become one of those monsters. One of the thugs sneered dismissively at the man's words. Third, brother, you're wrong there. Would one of those things even have any consciousness left? Ha ha ha. I'm guessing not. The thugs laughed among themselves, utterly indifferent to the man's curse. Inside the RV, Ye Tian and Mi Do watched the surveillance feed with grim expressions. Ye Tian at least was unsurprised. He understood the depravity of human nature in the apocalypse better than anyone. If ordinary people needed time to shed their humanity and sink into savagery, then for those who were already lawless, the end of the world was nothing short of paradise. Ye Tian judged these people deserve to die. We should go save them. Why should we? Ye Tian countered. Because. Mi Do's eyes widened as realization dawned. Seeing her expression, Ye Tian knew she understood. Ye Tian judge, you mean saving them would just put us in danger, right? For one thing, our RV can't hold that many people. And besides, there could be more bad people in that crowd. They might even drag us down with them. Smart girl. Ye Tian pulled up the footage of He Ling's escape route, studying it, as if memorizing the path. Ye Tian judge, you want to save that police officer? Exactly. I've taken a liking to her. Mi Do was taken aback. Was Ye Tian really this blunt? Not even a hint of subtlety. Couldn't he at least come up with some excuse? Ye Tian saw the expression on Mi Do's face and immediately knew what she was thinking. In the apocalypse, we can't rely just on the two of us. We need to unite with reliable humans to fight the zombies together. This policewoman seems to have a good character. Most importantly, she's a former officer, so her integrity is beyond question. Moreover, I need her to lead me to the armory. When we get there will be plenty of guns, and I certainly can't use them all by myself. You don't know how to shoot, but she does. After hearing Ye Tian's explanation, Mi Do felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she found herself agreeing with his words. Brother, Ye Tian is right. Guns are more convenient for killing those zombie monsters. I can only fight them in close combat, and I almost got bitten. Mi Do was well aware of her own abilities. Although she had learned swordsmanship, it was ultimately just for show, not like the real life-or-death combat of killing people and monsters. While she could learn, it would take time. In contrast, that policewoman, once she joined, would immediately become a powerful combatant. Besides, since she was a woman, Mi Do felt no hesitation about her joining the team. Compared to men, she would definitely prefer a woman joining the group. Not for any other reason, but at least there were things she couldn't easily discuss with Ye Tian, but could with the female officer. For instance, the fact that she was currently going braless and felt too embarrassed to ask Ye Tian to help her find something to wear. Don't sell yourself short. Haven't you noticed anything different about yourself? Ye Tian felt a bit helpless. The girl usually seemed so clever, why hadn't she noticed the changes in her own body after all this time? Hearing Ye Tian's words, Mi Do finally took a moment to truly sense the changes within her. She hadn't paid attention before. Her head had been feeling dizzy. Mi Do felt a surge of power within her body, and at the same time a white vertical line appeared on her forehead, the mark of reaching the first rank. She saw the vertical line on her forehead in the rearview mirror. Brother Ye Tian, have I become an evolver too? And my skin feels so much smoother. Mi Do asked, her face brimming with excitement. That's right. While you were unconscious, I fed you the crystal core. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to swallow it if you were awake. I'm a first-rank evolver now. I can help Brother Ye Tian too. This is wonderful. But somehow I feel like there are so many sword techniques in my head, as if I knew them all before. Brother Ye Tian, that's your skill? You just need to practice and you'll get the hang of it. Strictly speaking, you are now a first-rank ability user. Before Ye Tian could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot from Mi Do's hand. It appeared so abruptly and from such close range that Ye Tian had no time to dodge. The lightning struck Ye Tian with a crackle, making his whole body convulse and cutting off his words. I said practice, not electrocute me. Fortunately, Mi Do hadn't reached the second rank yet, or that strike might have taken half of Ye Tian's life. Brother Ye Tian, are you okay? I just felt a surge of energy inside me and thought to release it, and that happened. Mido looked at Ye Tian, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes with her small hands, terrified that she might have hurt him. It's a good thing you're not skilled yet, so the discharge wasn't strong. Don't ever aim that at people carelessly again. This is lightning-based ability. You'll get familiar with it as you practice more. Mido playfully stuck out her tongue, vowing never to unleash that on Ye Tian again. Ye Tian then turned his attention back to the surveillance feed. The screen showed that the police station was now under the control of the gang. Amidst the gang's raucous laughter, one of the 4 men who had gone after He Ling returned to the main hall to report to Hu. Brother Hu, that female cop, ran into the dormitory building. She's tough. The brothers can't get up there. No problem, no rush. Just secure the downstairs. That woman's wounded. She won't last long. Sooner or later she'll come down and surrender on her own. Haha, brother Hu, when we get her, can I have a piece of the action too? I never thought I'd get a chance to have a female cop in my life. Just thinking about the policewoman's stunning beauty and voluptuous figure made the man's mouth water involuntarily. Don't you worry. Once we catch her, you'll get your share. Although the gang members were armed, that female officer was incredibly skilled. Even when ambushed and outnumbered, she had managed to kill 2 of his men in retaliation. Li Hu decided to trap her, keeping her cornered in the dormitory until she ran out of ammunition and supplies and was forced to surrender. Thanks, brother Hu. All right, enough daydreaming. Let's get down to business. Li Hu interrupted their fantasies. I've checked. The armory is on the next street over, not here. There are still some zombies surrounding it, so it won't be easy to get to. Hey, race the plan. We send a few men as cannon fodder to lure the zombies away, and we sneak into the armory to grab the guns. Great plan. Brother Hu is a genius. One of them flattered without hesitation. Let's toss this guy out first to test the waters and see how many zombies are around. Li Hu pointed at the man who had been beaten within an inch of his life, barely clinging to consciousness. 2 thugs, grinning maliciously, dragged the man outside. Soon his agonized screams echoed from beyond the door. This was the scene Ye Tian had just witnessed. Inside the RV, Ye Tian turned off the surveillance monitor. 2 thugs, grinning maliciously, dragged the man outside. Soon his agonized screams echoed from beyond the door. This was the scene Ye Tian had just witnessed. Inside the RV, Ye Tian turned off the surveillance. That group has a lot of weapons. We need a solid plan. Oh, okay. Ye Tian kept one thought to himself. Going to rescue her now would not only be difficult, but even if they did save the young officer, she might not be willing to follow them. Besides, with her skills, she could hold out for a while. So Ye Tian planned to let Mido get acquainted with her ability first. When the time came to deal with those thugs, they would have to rely on her powers anyway. He could also take the opportunity to see about leveling himself up or upgrading the RV. With 2,639 energy points remaining, leveling himself up wouldn't be a problem. Ye Tian turned the RV around, driving away from the police station until he reached a parking lot. It was the 3rd day of the apocalypse. The once thriving city now lay in utter desolation, with wrecked cars strewn everywhere. The ground was stained with blood, as if a brutal massacre had taken place. In the parking lot, streams of blood pooled beneath the cars, eventually flowing towards the edges of a clogged storm drain. Blocking the drain's entrance was the head of a small dog, its body having been gnawed away completely. Ye Tian led Mido out of the RV. Inside the vehicle, it hadn't felt so overwhelming, but stepping outside, the full force of the apocalypse hit them. Due to the scorching heat, corpses were decomposing rapidly, and a pervasive stench of decay hung in the air. The air was thick with the acrid smell of blood and something burning. A row of crows perched on a utility pole, cawing hoarsely. See those 2 zombies over there? Your primary task now is to get familiar with your ability. Remember, no matter what, don't scream. That will only attract more of them. Understood? With a spirited shout, Mido raised her star sword and charged at the 2 zombies. Ye Tian's infinite crossbow had already materialized in his hand, ready to provide support if anything went wrong. However, his precaution proved unnecessary. Mido was no longer the girl she once was. With her mastery of swordsmanship, she was not to be underestimated. Mido rushed up to the zombies and unleashed a bolt of lightning. One zombie was instantly electrocuted, collapsing to the ground, with a burnt smell emanating from its body, clearly dead. Ugh! The other zombie lunged at Mido. She spun around, swinging her star sword with force, cleaving into the zombie's head. Its skull, along with a chunk of its brain, was sliced clean off. Black blood and white, unrecognizable matter splattered everywhere. Her movements were fluid and precise, executed with a clean, practiced efficiency, as if she had rehearsed it countless times. Well done. Ye Tian gave her a look of approval and affirmation. Pointing at the zombie's corpse, Ye Tian said, "Zombies and monsters both produce crystal cores, and these cores are extremely valuable." He walked over to the body, explaining the location of the core, while demonstrating the extraction process to Mido. For the next few days, Ye Tian and Mido ceaselessly hunted zombies. When they encountered larger hordes, Ye Tian would use the armored RV to plow through them, and if the numbers were truly overwhelming, they would flee. Unknowingly, they arrived at the 7th day of the apocalypse. They had been killing zombies for 4 straight days, and Mido had fully mastered her lightning-based ability, able to control it with absolute precision. All the crystal cores were converted by Ye Tian into energy, bringing his energy value to a staggering 12759 points. This meant they had slain roughly 1,000 zombies over those 4 days, as each monster yielded 20 energy points. However, since he had also used energy to replenish the RV's defense value, Ye Tian couldn't determine the exact count. Now was the time for a proper upgrade. He first raised his own level to the 3rd tier, leaving his energy reserve at 8759 points. Name Ye Tian. Level 30100 energy, required to level up. Strength, 135 adult, average 10. Agility 90 adult, average 10. Constitution 113 adult, average 10. Ability, empty 75. Skills Eye of Insight, Hostility Perception. He then upgraded the RV as well, eagerly anticipating the results. Name Explosion-Proof Armored RV, can self-refuel from System Space, Silent Start, Enhanced Power. Level LV 20600 energy, required to level up. Defense value 15,000. As long as defense value remains above 0, the RV won't be damaged. After leaving combat, it can be restored using materials or energy. 1 kilogram of material or 1 energy point restores 1 defense point. Space 100 square meters. Exterior unrelated to internal space. Weapon auto-aiming Gatling gun. Function medical LV1, can quickly treat minor wounds and zombie virus by consuming medicine or energy. Upgrade conditions not met. The upgraded armored RV looked the same from the outside, but its interior space had suddenly doubled. Previously, the dining table in the living area was cramped against the sofa by the window, much like the tables on a train. Now the dining area was a separate spacious zone, easily accommodating 5 or 6 people. The beds were also partitioned into 3 distinct bedrooms. One was a master bedroom located behind the living room with a smaller bedroom adjacent to it. The master bedroom even had its own private bathroom. The final room was situated above the driver's cabin. Most importantly, the RV finally had its own weapon, a Gatling gun. The control console had also changed, featuring a new firing button, which looked like it was meant for the machine gun. A black machine gun had appeared on the RV's roof, seamlessly integrated into the vehicle's design. It was connected by numerous gears, and upon testing, Ye Tian found it could rotate 360 degrees without obstruction, capable of targeting all enemies around the RV. Nuwa is the Gatling gun's ammo infinite. Ammunition requires energy or steel to convert. The system has thoughtfully provided you with 1000 rounds for free. Don't forget to give us a 5-star rating. What the hell with the 5-star rating? While 1000 rounds sounded like a lot, it was nothing for a Gatling gun, which could fire over 200 rounds per minute. That supply would only last about an hour. Nuwa, what's the conversion rate for energy and metal into bullets? 1 energy point can be exchanged for 10 bullets, and 1 ton of steel can be exchanged for 1000 bullets. Only that much for a ton of steel? Nuwa, aren't you being a bit too greedy? Bullets aren't just metal, they also contain gunpowder. Hearing Nuwa's explanation, it didn't seem so expensive after all. It looked like he'd need to find more steel in the future, as his energy reserves were needed for so many things. Fortunately, the 1000 bullets would suffice for now. He'd worry about the future later. After upgrading the RV, Ye Tian still had plenty of energy left, so he upgraded Mido to the 2nd tier as name Mido. Level 20400 energy, required to level up. Strength 36 adult, average 10. Agility 42 adult, average 10. Constitution 45 adult, average 10. Ability Lightning 26. Skills Peerless Swordsmanship, mastery of all sword arts, including Duga 9, Swords, Falling Petals swordplay, and Taiji swordplay, with flexible and adaptable moves. Thunder Command can control electrical appliances without power, and can also manipulate electricity to kill enemies. His energy value hit rock bottom, leaving only 759 points. Damn, energy is never enough. I need to find a way to get more. His next upgrade would require 1000 points, equivalent to killing 1,000 first-tier zombies. The RV was even more demanding, needing a whopping 600 points for its next level. It was true that this vehicle, whether before or after the apocalypse, was only for the wealthy. It's about time. We can head to the police station now. With a machine gun on the RV, Ye Tian felt confident and ready for action. It was already dark when they arrived outside the station. Ye Tian didn't rush into the backup power in the station had died, rendering the cameras useless. After dinner, Ye Tian browsed his phone for any noteworthy news. Compared to ordinary people, he was living a relatively comfortable life in the apocalypse. He was scrolling through a local forum for Yuzhong City, mostly filled with posts from the day the apocalypse broke out, when he suddenly spotted a new post published just today. Friends, the world has changed. In the face of this disaster, we must unite. If any survivors see our post, please find a way to come to the Ronghua police station at 22 Ronghua Street. We are police officers, and we will ensure your safety. If conditions permit, please bring as many supplies as you can. Upon reading this, a cold, disdainful smirk curled on Ye Tian's lips. Ordinary people would surely believe such a promise of police protection. Ye Tian, what's wrong? Take a look at this. Ye Tian didn't answer, simply handing his phone to Mido. The police station at 22, Ronghua Street. That's where we are now? Those bastards are lying. Let's just test them. Howie. Ye Tian took back his phone and typed a reply. Hello there, is it safe where you are? Absolutely safe. We have high walls here as zombies can't get in. You can wait for the national rescue here. Please bring as many supplies as possible. The reply came almost instantly after Ye Tian posted. He put his phone down and stopped responding. Instead, he took out a night vision silent drone from his system space. After connecting it to his phone, he saw the situation inside through the drone's live feed. Within the police station's high walls was a courtyard where a group of people sat around a campfire, engaged in discussion. Beside them lay the body of a woman, her clothes in disarray. A large backpack on the ground had spilled out a variety of food items. A man with a crew cut was operating a phone. As he hit the send button, Ye Tian instantly received a reply notification on his own phone. Friend, it's very safe here. If you're coming, hurry up, as spots are limited. Remember to bring lots of supplies as our stock isn't abundant. Through the drone's camera, Ye Tian could see a corner of the courtyard piled high, with countless corpses, both male and female, swarming with flies. The men, laughing and chatting nonchalantly, picked up the backpack from behind the dead woman. They pulled out a package that looked like biscuits, tore it open, and stuffed it into their mouths, only to spit it out in disgust moments later, as if they weren't short on food at all. As the drone's camera panned, Ye Tian saw that the rooms in the back were completely filled with all sorts of food supply. The man leading the group was Li Hu. After taking over the police station, he noticed that naive survivors would occasionally come seeking help, so he devised this scheme. He also discovered a survivor among the original group who knew computer technology and threatened him into creating a forum. That survivor quickly joined Li Hu's faction. In the following days, they tricked many naive survivors into coming. Little did these victims know that the once sacred police station had become a den of evil. The gang would torment young women mercilessly, while the elderly and men were killed outright, their supplies seized. The pile of rotting corpses swarming with flies in the corner of the courtyard was the starkest evidence of their cruelty. They didn't dispose of the bodies because they served as rations for the zombies. Yes, rations. Whenever zombies attacked, they would toss out corpses to satiate the undead. Surprisingly, the tactic worked. The zombies would eat their fill and leave. Li Hu's gang consisted of over a dozen able-bodied men, each armed with pistols and even grenades, making them a formidable and well-equipped force. Ye Tian, these people are despicable. We need to rescue that policewoman. I wonder how she's holding up. Mido said, her face etched with worry. Don't worry, she should be fine, Ye Tian reassured her. If she had been captured, they would never have let her go unscathed. She'd be bound and tied by now. Ye Tian had calculated this carefully. The policewoman was in the dormitory, and with her abilities, she could hold out for 3 or 4 days. If she didn't, he'd have to find another subordinate. Though Ye Tian was no saint, he couldn't stand by while others walked into a death trap. He pulled out his phone and commented on the forum post. The police station has been taken over by a gang of murderers. They're luring you to your deaths. Do not go there. Boss Hu. Someone's caught on to us, the crew cut man reported as soon as Ye Tian posted. No matter. Delete the post and make a new one, Li Hu said dismissively, waving his hand. You're a genius, Boss Hu. But how did that commenter find out? We haven't let a single soul escape. Exactly. With the supplies we've stockpiled, we can eat for years. We'll keep fishing like this, waiting for beauties and food to come to us. This is the life. But Boss Hu, what if we run out of people to deal with? What then? No problem. With our skills, we can just move elsewhere and use the same trick. This is way better than before the apocalypse. And that female cop, she's surprisingly tough. It's been so many days. She's bound to break soon. Last time we tried to rush her, we lost a brother. She's a formidable one. Though they were over a dozen, they were all cowards, unwilling to risk being the first to die in a frontal assault. So they opted to besiege her from below, waiting for her supplies to run out. Through his drone, Ye Tian had a clear view of the compound. He saw the flies and maggots crawling over the corpses piled in the corner. Even through the screen, Ye Tian could almost smell the stench. Yet the gang inside was laughing and chatting as if nothing were wrong. The most pitiable were the survivors who, full of hope and carrying all their belongings, had mustered the courage to come seeking protection, only to be slaughtered and tortured by these fiends. The despair they felt was unimaginable. Watching the gang's carefree demeanor, a cold glint flashed in Ye Tian's eyes, and his killing intent surged. Dodo, can you control the electrical appliances inside the police station from here? Mido shook her head slightly. Ye Tian, we're too far away. I can't. Ye Tian nodded, not surprised. He was just testing the waters. He quietly drove the armored RV to the back door of the police station as the gang was all in the front yard. Stopping in front would be too risky. The silence of the night would betray them. Ye Tian, I can control the appliances from here now, but only a few. What do you have in mind? Perfect. Just power on the speaker system inside. They'll coordinate with you. Mido nodded and understanding, closed her eyes, and began focusing on controlling the speakers. After a moment, she said, Ye Tian, it's done. Good. Leave the rest to me. I'm going to give them a surprise they won't forget. A sly smile curled at the corner of Ye Tian's mouth. Niwa turned on the speakers and play it at full volume. The stirring, passionate melody of a national anthem suddenly blared from the speakers. The gang who had been laughing and chatting jumped in fright at the unexpected sound. In the dead of night the music was like a thunderclap. What the hell? Who did that? No idea what's going on. Li Hu frowned, but then a thought struck him and his face turned pale. Get inside now. But it was too late. Eerie howls erupted from all directions. HHH. 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 As Li Hu and his men scrambled for their guns, the zombies and monsters were already on the move. The zombies on day 7 were a far cry from those on day 2. Not only were they as fast as normal humans, but they had also learned to climb over walls by stacking on top of each other. Low walls were no longer a barrier against the horde, only particularly tall ones could hold them back. Within 10 seconds zombies had appeared on the surrounding walls, numbering in the hundreds. Boss, who were surrounded. What do we do? Damn it, let's fight these freaks. If I find out who's behind this, I'll grind them into paste. But they would never know who was responsible. The sheer number of zombies drawn by the noise was overwhelming. Despite their guns being encircled by the horde meant certain death. Li Hu had dreamed of ruling as a warlord with the police station supplies, but he was undone by a mysterious twist of fate, dying in frustration. The group of over a dozen dwindled one by one, and the pressure on Li Hu and his men grew unbearable. With no escape and zombies closing in from all sides, Li Hu let out a furious roar. They'll take you all with me. Act! As he shouted, a surge of power coursed through him, and a vertical line appeared on his forehead. At this critical moment, Li Hu had become a first-tier evolver. All of Li Hu's group's actions were observed by Ye Tian through the drone, while Ye Tian and his companions remained unaffected, for the zombies perceived the RV as an inanimate object and thus showed no interest. Although Li Hu had become a first-level evolver, it was utterly futile. Within a few short minutes, over a dozen people were all dead, leaving only pools of blood and scattered bones. The zombies did not even spare the corpses in the corners, devouring them clean. Mido had ceased her control as soon as the zombie frenzy began, and the subsequent zombies ceased their agitation after the gunfire stopped. The burden of controlling the electrical appliances was not heavy for Mido. She merely had a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. Now it's our turn to take the stage. Ye Tian sneered, slammed on the accelerator, and the RV charged out like a ferocious beast. Now zombies were everywhere outside. As long as they weren't surrounded and trapped, it was purely a matter of collecting energy points. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a first-level zombie. Energy points 10. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a first-level monster. Energy points 20. Ding! Armored RV protection value 1. The system prompts rang out incessantly. Ye Tian temporarily muted the prompts and pressed the Gatling gun's button. This weapon finally fired its first shot. The Gatling's muzzle flame wildly spewed bullets, and rows of zombies fell to the ground like wheat being harvested. Some zombies unlucky enough to be struck in the head had their heads explode like watermelons. How exhilarating. The Gatling gun kept firing, and the zombies on the entire street, hearing the gunfire, rushed madly toward the RV. However, the sound of the gunfire inside the RV was very faint, as if a silencer had been installed. Although the gunfire could be heard, it was by no means noisy. But Ye Tian knew that the sound must be very loud outside. After testing the power of the Gatling, he decisively stopped firing. It wasn't a shortage of bullets. Instead, through the high beams, he could see zombies from far away gathering toward this spot. If this continued, soon the rate of killing zombies with the machine gun would not match the speed of the zombie tide converging. Although the Gatling was powerful, there was only one, and it could only fire in one direction. The zombies now were not the same as before. There were many second-level zombies among them, and third-level zombies might even be mixed in. If they got trapped here and couldn't escape, they would be doomed. Sure enough, after Ye Tian turned off the Gatling, the zombies only attacked for a while before stopping. Over 10 minutes later, the zombies began to wander aimlessly again. Ye Tian engaged silent drive and slowly drove toward the back gate. The commotion outside had long alarmed He Ling. She was observing the happenings below from a window. Her face was pale, her lips chapped, and she looked exhausted. There was even some dust on her originally delicate face. The wound had been simply bandaged. Although it had stopped bleeding, it was faintly blackened, evidently infected. The weather was scorching hot now. If she didn't receive effective treatment, soon the situation would only worsen. She had considered using bed sheets to descend from the window, but not to mention whether the security bars could be opened. Even if they could, the gang of bandits was extremely cunning, taking shifts to keep watch on the dormitory building around the clock. If it weren't for the fact that she had already blocked the stairwell with debris and would fire decisively at any sound, they would have already stormed up. Otherwise, the bandits would have already broken in. However, there was not much food in the dormitory to begin with. Even rationing it had only lasted 2 days. She had gone 2 consecutive days without a single grain of rice, only drinking some tap water. Moreover, she only had 4 bullets left. She was truly at the end of her rope. Just as He Ling was slowly sinking into despair, the noises outside woke her from her dozing rest. The national anthem blared from the speakers. The zombie tide surged in and killed the bandits. Then gunfire erupted outside the police station. Her professional training allowed her to instantly recognize it as the sound of a Gatling gun. Her dormitory building was much higher than the wall, so she saw the muzzle flame from Ye Tian's RV. Although she didn't know who was inside, she was certain that the person in the RV had done this. Since he had chosen to kill the bandits, at least he wasn't in league with them. After all, someone who kills bandits couldn't be too bad. Meanwhile, Ye Tian through the drone also spotted He Ling observing by the window. Since it was dark and the drone was silent with roars everywhere, He Ling was completely unaware that a drone was pointing at her. After locating He Ling, Ye Tian retrieved the drone. He took out a notebook from his space and tore off a page. The notebook was probably collected from some supermarket, as supermarkets usually have a stationery section. "Brother Ye Tian, what are you doing?" Mido asked with a puzzled expression upon seeing him take out paper and pen. "Writing a love letter to that policewoman to express my affection," Ye Tian replied with a smile. Hearing this, Mido's expression stiffened and a nameless disappointment welled up in her heart, but in an instant she relaxed again. "You're so mean, brother Ye Tian, you're tricking me again." For Mido had already seen the words Ye Tian was writing. "Comrade officer, hold on a little longer. Once the monsters below have thinned out, I'll come rescue you immediately." After writing, he hung the note under the drone, secured it with tape, and piloted it toward He Ling's window. He Ling had also noticed the drone by her window. When she saw the words on the paper, she was first stunned, then a surge of hope rose in her heart. Although she had doubts, she couldn't afford to worry about anything else. After 2 days without food, her head was already dizzy. Moreover, she had already concluded that the person in the RV couldn't be too bad. Even if he had ulterior motives, dying was the worst that could happen. With that thought, He Ling stopped overthinking. She couldn't reply now, so she simply made an okay gesture at the drone to indicate she received the message, trusting that the person on the other end could see her. As time passed, a faint glimmer of light gradually appeared in the sky. The RV remained stationary, and He Ling stood quietly like that throughout the night. This was her only hope of survival. She didn't want to wake up and find that hope had vanished, so she didn't dare relax for a moment. After the sky gradually brightened, the number of zombies and monsters had decreased after wandering. The monsters and zombies disliked light, so they instinctively moved toward darker places. Gradually, only a few zombies remained on the street. As for the monsters and zombies inside the police station, they couldn't get out, so there were still about 100 of them. Among them was a second-level zombie. Ye Tian had also noticed that second-level zombies were clearly becoming more common. Usually one second-level zombie would appear among every few hundred zombies. However, second-level zombies now posed little threat to Ye Tian. Ye Tian and Mido stood on the roof of the RV, climbing onto the wall of the police station to observe the group of zombies carefully. "Brother Ye Tian, over there, the second-level zombie." Mido, with sharp eyes, immediately spotted the location of the second-level zombie. This second-level zombie was noticeably larger than the first-level ones, making it easy to find. The second-level zombie was surrounded by a dozen first-level zombies, as if it were controlling them. He took out the infinite repeating crossbow, and as if playing a game, shot an arrow straight at the second-level zombie's head. With a thud, the second-level zombie fell to the ground. The dozen first-level zombies hadn't even realized what had happened before their leader fell. They let out a roar, and then began to gnaw on the second-level zombie. After the second-tier zombie was eliminated, Ye Tian and Mido leaped down, plunging into the horde like wolves among sheep. Ye Tian wielded a dagger, while Mido brandished a sword. All of this was witnessed by He Ling, who found herself momentarily unable to believe her eyes. What exactly was she seeing? A young girl charged into the zombie horde wielding a sword, her blade flashing as corpses scattered in every direction. Since when had such a young girl become so formidable? This wasn't a matter of 1 or 2 zombies, nor even a dozen. There were nearly 100 of them. From her trained perspective, the girl's swordsmanship was remarkably ingenious, dispatching zombies with the most efficient and minimal movements possible. She moved like a master swordsman. There were moments when He Ling couldn't even perceive how the girl executed her strikes. This was the power of Mido's skill, exquisite swordsmanship. Naturally, Ye Tian was no slouch either. Relying on his exceptional combat mastery, his dagger, though short, allowed him to weave through the zombie horde with the casual grace of a leisurely stroll. Often the zombies' heads would burst before they even registered his presence. Given that Ye Tian was already at the 3rd tier, dispatching first-tier zombies with ease was hardly a stretch. It took them only 10 minutes to clear out the monsters in the police station, and that was only because navigating the corridors consumed precious time. Otherwise, they would have finished even faster. He Ling was momentarily stunned, forgetting to descend, until Ye Tian and Mido disappeared from her sight. She snapped back to reality and hurried downstairs. Earlier, she had recklessly piled up debris to block the gangster's path, but now, weakened by 2 days without food, that very obstacle became a deadly hindrance to her escape. Ye Tian found the situation both amusing and exasperating. If he hadn't come to rescue her, this policewoman might well have been the architect of her own demise. With Ye Tian and Mido's assistance, He Ling finally managed to get downstairs. Seeing them up close, a large portion of her wariness dissipated, mainly because they exuded an aura that inspired trust. This was the effect of high charm. Mido possessed an exceptionally high charm stat, and with her striking beauty, Ye Ling, herself an attractive woman, naturally felt her guard lower. "Hello, I'm Ye Tian, and this is my girlfriend Mido." Hearing Ye Tian introduce her as his girlfriend, a smile bloomed on Mido's face, radiating pure joy. "Hello, officer sister. Mido." She stepped forward, took Ye Ling's hand, and introduced herself with a warm smile. Learning they were a couple, Ye Ling's remaining anxieties faded completely. "Hello, I'm Ye Ling, a police officer. Thank you for saving me." Ye Tian found a spot to sit, and Mido led Ye Ling over to him. With a nonchalant air, Ye Tian pulled a bottle of mineral water and a pack of compressed biscuits from his pocket, offering them to Ye Ling. "Eat something first, then we'll talk." He had already noticed her condition, as she was clearly famished. Ye Ling took the biscuits, tore open the packaging, and began to eat ravenously. She harbored no fear that Ye Tian might tamper with the food. Given their immense strength and their own firearms, if they had malicious intentions, they would have acted long ago. In her current state, she would be powerless to resist, so there was no need for tricks. Between mouthfuls, she mumbled, Thank you for the food." Cough, cough. She choked from eating too quickly. "Slow down, Sister Ye Ling. Have some water first." Mido felt a pang of sympathy for the policewoman. Ye Tian took the opportunity to inspect Ye Ling's status panel. Name: Ye Ling. Level 0 energy consumption can be used to level up. Strength 15, adult, average 10. Agility 16, adult, average 10. Constitution 17, adult, average 10. Potential SS potential ranks from A, B, C, D, E, F, SSS to SSS. The higher the potential, the more efficient the energy conversion. Charm 96. Charm encompasses appearance, figure, and temperament. Out of 100, higher charm makes it easier to gain others' trust. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered a special individual with qualifying potential and charm. Upon successful binding, you will acquire one of their random skills and enhance it. Just as expected, the system prompt appeared. Her potential was excellent and her character seemed sound, worthy of nurturing. However, she would have to agree to join him willingly. The initial trust had been established, and Ye Tian felt confident. After finishing the biscuits, Ye Ling drained the entire bottle of water. "Are you full? Would you like more?" Ye Tian asked once she had finished. "Thank you, but no." Ye Ling was well aware of how precious food was in the current world. She was already immensely grateful that they had saved her life and given her food. She dared not ask for more. "Sister Ye Ling, what are your plans now?" Mido knew Ye Tian had his sights set on the policewoman, and the heroic rescue had been completed successfully. But whether she would willingly follow Ye Tian was still uncertain. I don't know." A wave of loneliness emanated from Ye Ling. She was the sole survivor in the entire police station, and a profound sadness washed over her. She recalled her former colleagues, the image of old Chen's dying face still vivid in her mind. Zombies and monsters are everywhere now, and they will only increase. Survival for humanity will become increasingly difficult. Ye Ling knew Ye Tian spoke the truth. The human reproduction rate could never match the speed at which humans were being converted into zombies. "Sister Ye Ling, why don't you join us? Our chances of survival would increase dramatically." Mido seized the moment to persuade her. Ye Ling fell into deep thought. She knew she couldn't possibly fend off so many monsters and zombies alone. As for the government, if they had any capacity to fight back, they would have issued orders by now. Being part of the system, she understood this better than most. A week had passed with no sign of the government retaking the city, which suggested they were simply powerless to do so. Moreover, Ye Tian and Mido were clearly more capable than she was. What did she have to be proud of? She wasn't just an ordinary officer, she was a special operations agent. She was considered elite within the police force, proficient in firearms and marksmanship, skilled in close-quarters combat, and possessed a unique insight into reconnaissance. Because of this, she had always been somewhat aloof and proud. In the entire station, no one dared to pursue her, as she found none of them worthy. Ye Tian didn't interrupt her contemplation, simply watching her quietly. It didn't take long for Ye Ling to give her answer. "I'll join you. Let's fight these monsters together." A smile spread across Ye Tian's face, as this was the outcome he had anticipated. "You'll thank yourself for this decision in the future. Welcome aboard." Ye Tian extended his hand towards Ye Ling. She offered her soft, delicate hand in return, and their hands clasped in a firm handshake. Thus Ye Ling officially joined Ye Tian's team. One would expect someone who frequently handled firearms to have calloused hands, but hers were as smooth as any ordinary girl's. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound a special individual. The individual will be 100 loyal to you and will never betray you. You have been rewarded with the skill Absolute Accuracy. Absolute accuracy, no shot is ever wasted. Every strike hits its mark. Using any weapon grants the effect of absolute accuracy, including firearms. Wherever your mind aims, your projectile will strike. You could hit your target even with your eyes closed. Another skill rewarded, and a remarkably practical one at that. This was absolutely incredible, the epitome of perfection. Absolute accuracy was essentially an automatic lock-on system. Just think of a target and the hit is guaranteed. From now on, all he had to do was locate the enemy, and the skill would handle the rest. How convenient. Sister Ling, may I call you Sister Ling? You can call me Doudou. Mi Doudou was overjoyed finally having someone to share whispered secrets with. Meanwhile, through her subtle hints, Ye Tian finally realized, as if struck by hindsight, that Mi Doudou had no undergarments. He deliberately found a luxury lingerie boutique and engaged in a spot of zero-cost acquisition, finally alleviating Mi Doudou's embarrassment. After all, fighting zombies all day with nothing underneath was quite uncomfortable for her. Though Ye Tian certainly didn't mind the view. Still, at Mi Doudou's insistence, he reluctantly cleared out the lingerie store. Doudou, what are your plans next? He Ling asked. We're taking the police station. Mi Doudou raised her hand, mimicking a gun with her fingers. Taking the police station? He Ling was stunned. You're telling me, a police officer, that you plan to raid the station? Have you no respect for my position? Don't look at us like that. Look at the situation we're in now. It was then that He Ling suddenly realized this was no longer a peaceful era, and she quickly grasped Mi Doudou's meaning. You're after the guns, aren't you? Sharp. Ye Tian gave her an approving look. Sister Ling, you must know where the armory is. It'd be much easier if you led the way. Having a cop help us rob the police station. How thrilling. Ye Tian had never realized Mi Doudou had such a mischievous side. The armory is outside, not inside the station. Even if I took you there, you couldn't get in. The key is in the safe in the chief's office, and I don't know the combination. He Ling didn't hesitate and explained the armory situation. No problem. Just take us to the armory. They'll find a way in. You have a way, oi? He Ling looked at Ye Tian doubtfully. Yes, just lead the way. Since their bond was formed, He Ling inexplicably trusted Ye Tian deeply, so, without overthinking, she led them toward the armory. Fortunately, the zombies inside the station had already been cleared by the two, so there were no obstacles. The armory wasn't inside the station, but was set up outside. Whoever's idea that was, perhaps the station ran out of space. Carefully crossing the streets, they arrived at the armory's gate. He Ling whispered, the lock on this door is extremely advanced employing. Before she could finish, her eyes went wide, her mouth agape in utter disbelief. Ye Tian extended a single finger toward the lock, and with a swift motion, a black crack materialized out of thin air. Having received 9 years of compulsory education, He Ling had never witnessed anything like this. By now, the spatial slash was no longer the immature version from the first tier, it had grown to dozens of centimeters long. Ye Tian swiped at the lock, and the door swung open with a click. You, what is this? Magic. Sister Ling, it's an ability. Watch this. Mi Doudou set a bolt of lightning dancing continuously on her fingertip. You can do it too. What are these abilities? He Ling had never seen such things before. Let's talk inside first. Ye Tian interrupted their conversation. As the door opened, a wave of cold air rushed out. Inside the armory, rows upon rows of racks were filled with guns. After entering, Mi Doudou explained things to He Ling, who finally understood and accepted the reality. After all, with the apocalypse happening, a few more bizarre occurrences weren't surprising. I believe you'll get an ability too someday, Sister Ling. Mi Doudou offered a word of comfort. Their attention then turned to the firearms. Gazing at the racks brimming with guns, Mi Doudou suddenly asked, does the police station really need this many guns? Hearing Mi Doudou's question, Ye Tian also sensed something was off. Mainly, there were just too many guns. Dozens of rifles alone, not to mention the weapons in the large crates on the floor, which he suspected held even more. Normally, police officers were issued pistols. Only special forces units would have a large number of rifles. Because the higher-ups developed new weapons and were about to upgrade our equipment. These are actually the weapons from many nearby precincts and some military units, all gathered here. He Ling spoke up to explain the origin of the guns. Ye Tian opened some crates, finding not only pistols and rifles, but also a massive amount of ammunition, and surprisingly, even a sniper rifle. One crate held a large quantity of grenades, tear gas, and flashbangs. Alright, all these weapons are ours now. Ye Tian chose an M4 rifle. With He Ling's help, Ye Tian and Mi Doudou donned bulletproof vests and tactical vests with military knives and pistols holstered at their waists. Magazines could be attached to their belts or stored in their tactical vests. Compared to their previous gear, this was a massive upgrade from slingshots to cannons. He Ling also suited up. Compared to Mi Doudou, she looked valiant and extraordinarily poised, while Mi Doudou resembled a student at military training. After gearing up, Ye Tian stored the rest into his system space. Mi Doudou explained to He Ling that Ye Tian's ability was spatial storage. After acquiring the weapons, Ye Tian's first priority was to enhance his M4 rifle. That was the whole reason He'd come to rob the police station, to strengthen a rifle. He'd gotten the weapons and, as a bonus, rescued, or saved, a beautiful police officer. Ding. Enhancement successful. Obtained Thor M4 Infinite Rifle. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining your first firearm. Reward Cannon Sniper Rifle. In Ye Tian's system space, a uniquely styled rifle and a strikingly imposing sniper rifle appeared. The rifle gleamed with a silver sheen, and the muzzle was adorned with a beast's head. Thor M4 Infinite Rifle can fire unlimited pulse rounds with no need for reloading or cooldown. The stronger the user's ability, the greater the damage. Just as Head hoped, an M4 with infinite ammo. Had gone through all this trouble just to get an enhanced rifle. After all, what man doesn't love guns? As for the sniper rifle, it was pitch black, much larger than a standard one, and its most terrifying feature was the muzzle diameter of 20 millimeters. You're telling me this is a sniper rifle? Cannon sniper rifle can generate 1 round per minute. Fires unlimited cannon rounds. Each hit causes an explosion equivalent to a grenade. Effective range, 2 kilometers. Why didn't you just say it's a grenade launcher? Well, a grenade launcher can't shoot this far. A 2-kilometer effective range is indeed only comparable to a sniper rifle. Since the goal of obtaining firearms was achieved, it was time to rescue Yunjie and Xiong. After all these days, they must have understood the harsh reality of the apocalypse. The three of them boarded the RV together. Heling was already unfazed by the interior, which was vastly larger than it appeared from the outside. However, the moment she stepped inside, Heling suddenly shuddered, and a faint white vertical line began to emerge on her forehead. Seeing Heling frozen, Mi Daodu initially thought she was just awestruck by the RV's space until she noticed the line on her forehead and realized Heling had automatically become an evolver. She remembered Ye Tian mentioning that some people could awaken abilities on their own. Congratulations, Sister Ling, you've become an evolver, Mido said with a smile. Ye Tian turned to look at Heling upon hearing this, and indeed saw that she had become a first-tier evolver. Name Heling. Level 1 can be upgraded by consuming energy points. Strength 23 adult baseline 10. Agility 24 adult baseline 10. Physique 26 adult baseline 10. Psionic power light 17. Skills weapon mastery proficient in all types of firearms capable of rapid disassembly, assembly, and repair. Disguise can alter one's appearance through makeup, even allowing for cross-dressing. Potential value SS potential ranks from A, B, C, D, E, F, S, SS to SSS. The higher the potential rank, the greater the efficiency of energy conversion. Charm value 96. Charm encompasses appearance, figure, and temperament. With a perfect score of 100, a higher charm value makes it easier to gain others' trust. As expected, Heling was also a psionicist, her power being light. The practical application in combat remained to be seen. Heling intuitively understood her psionic powers and skills, but this wasn't the ideal place to test them. Mido gave her a tour of the RV's interior, and when Heling learned she could take a shower here, she couldn't hold back any longer. She hadn't bathed for an entire week, which for a girl was practically a death sentence. Her body was also covered in zombie blood. Mido, feeling uncomfortable from not having showered the night before, decided to join Heling. After washing up, both Mido and Heling lay down on the bed at the back and fell asleep. Heling had been under immense mental strain for a week, not daring to let her guard down. Mido too had barely rested, fretting over the policewoman until she was rescued at dawn. Now back in the safety of the RV, clean and relaxed, they finally succumbed to exhaustion. Both wore loose clothing after their shower, unaware of their ungraceful sleeping postures and the exposed skin. After leaving the armory, Ye Tian floored the accelerator and returned to the main road in just over 10 minutes. Back on the main road, Ye Tian's speed surged. Sparse zombies along the way were either sent flying or crushed under the tires, splattering blood, but the armored RV didn't slow down in the slightest. As they approached the city center, the number of abandoned vehicles increased, forcing Ye Tian to gradually reduce his speed. By noon, Ye Tian turned on the wipers to clear the blood splattered on the windshield and glanced at the navigation. They were still about 10 kilometers from the Emperor Grand Hotel. Behind him, Mido and Heling had woken up and were sitting at the dining table eating instant noodles to fill their stomachs. Half an hour later, Ye Tian entered the district where the Emperor Grand Hotel was located. Looking through the window at the streets, he saw dried bloodstains almost everywhere. Ye Tian, the road ahead is blocked. Mido, seated in the passenger seat, warned. Ye Tian had already noticed. A severe multi-car accident at the intersection ahead had completely blocked the road, leaving no gap at all. He could easily use his system space to clear the vehicles, but Niwa had told him that the system space's capacity was indeed related to volume. First tier could store items up to 1 cubic meter. Second tier could store up to 10 cubic meters. Third tier could store up to 100 cubic meters. And so on. However, doing so would likely be noticed by other survivors, bringing endless trouble. Ye Tian, we can take a detour on the right, but I'm not sure if that road is blocked too, Mido suggested, having spotted another route to the hotel on the navigation. Alright, let's take that route, Ye Tian replied, turning right. After a 10-minute detour, they finally arrived at the foot of the Emperor Grand Hotel. Ye Tian, there seemed to be zombies inside the hotel, Heling observed, looking through the window. The Emperor Grand Hotel was the most luxurious hotel in Yuzhong City. Being close to the high-speed rail station, the surrounding area had become one of the most zombie-infested zones. Its proximity to the highway exit meant that after the apocalypse broke out, more and more survivors tried to flee the city via the highway, leading to a higher concentration of both survivors and zombies here than elsewhere. Zombies are normal. No zombies would be abnormal. Ye Tian didn't rush into the hotel. He first drove around the building a few times. Finding nothing unusual, he noticed an open window on the second floor and decisively drove the armored RV directly beneath it. After parking, Ye Tian looked at the fully armed Mi Do and He Ling. Ready, ready, they responded in unison. Ye Tian nodded, opened the sunroof, and climbed onto the roof. Mi Do and He Ling quickly followed. Even standing on the roof, there was still a gap of over a meter to the second floor window. Keep an eye out for any danger. They'll go in first to check, Ye Tian said. They both nodded. Ye Tian leaped upward, his hands firmly gripping the windowsill. He cautiously peered inside. It was a storage room filled with trash bins and cleaning tools. Not far away, there were two first-tier zombies. Their attire suggested they were likely hotel cleaners. Unfazed, Ye Tian vaulted into the room, drew his dagger, and swiftly dispatched them. After confirming the storage room door was locked, he deduced that these two had turned into zombies when the virus broke out. If one had been bitten and turned, the body wouldn't be so intact. But that was irrelevant now. With the door confirmed locked, he turned back to the window where Mi Do and He Ling were still waiting outside. As he leaned out to pull Mi Do up, he caught a glimpse of a most alluring sight. Both girls were wearing loose clothes due to the heat. Mi Do had on a pink t-shirt and denim shorts. He Ling, having no change of clothes, had borrowed Mi Do's, wearing a black t-shirt and tight shorts. From his elevated position, Ye Tian had a clear, unobstructed view down the necklines of both girls, leaving nothing to the imagination. Mi Do, who had looked up to reach for Ye Tian's hand, noticed his gaze wandering over her. Realizing what he was staring at, her face flushed crimson. Had enough, she snapped, embarrassed. Unfazed by being caught, Ye Tian smirked. Not yet. I never thought you'd be so substantial despite looking so slim. Despite his words, he pulled Mi Do up. Didn't you already feel them that day? Mi Do blurted out in retort, instantly regretting it as her face turned beet red. That morning, both of them slept deeply. When they woke up, Ye Tian's hand was resting on her chest. If it were just the two of them, she wouldn't think much of it, but there was a third person present. The implications of this sight were simply too much. He Ling, who was below, instantly pictured the scene in her mind, and her face flushed red. Ye Tian didn't refute it. After pulling Mi Do up, he looked down at He Ling and said, "Come on, your turn." He Ling responded with a roll of her eyes. She knew her panda had probably been seen by Ye Tian as well, but she didn't say anything and extended her hand to him. After He Ling was pulled up, Ye Tian's face showed a hint of lingering satisfaction. Not bad about the same as Dodo's. Due to her profession, He Ling usually dealt with thugs and ruffians. Hearing this, she retorted instinctively, "Not only big, but also great to the touch. Want to try it?" But as soon as the words left her mouth, she froze. What was she doing? With those thugs, she would usually just kick them and cuff them to the ground. Daring to flirt with her. Were they tired of living? Yet for some reason with Ye Tian, her instinct hadn't been to kick him, but it felt more like playful banter. Oh, such a good offer. Then I won't be polite. Ye Tian seemed to actually believe He Ling's words, raising his hand and reaching towards her as if he genuinely intended to try. Scram, you pervert. He Ling cursed at Ye Tian, giving him a glare. Her face slightly flushed, she dodged his outstretched hand. Out of professional habit, she began to survey the room. Mi Do, listening to their conversation from the side, watched the spectacle with a smile. She often got teased by Ye Tian, and she had hoped He Ling would give him a taste of his own medicine like she had with that rich second-generation heir. That would have avenged her. Unfortunately, that wish wasn't fulfilled. Instead, He Ling was the one left speechless. For a moment, she felt a sense of camaraderie with this police officer's sister, and also shot Ye Tian a glare. Ye Tian didn't care about their glares at all. After all, he planned to win them both over eventually. No need to look, this is a utility room. There were two zombies, but I've already dealt with them. There are zombies outside the door, so be careful when we open it. Understood. Both girls nodded and averted their gaze. Try to be as quiet as possible. Don't fire unless necessary, and if you do, use the silenced pistols. Check that your silencers are properly attached, He Ling reminded them. Ling Jia, mine's ready. Good, let's move out. Seeing that both were prepared, Ye Tian drew his dagger and stood by the door. The equipped Mi Do and He Ling also came to the door, and Ye Tian yanked it open. Ugh. The zombies outside, hearing the door open, turned to look. Compared to the early days of the apocalypse, zombies were now faster and had sharper senses, though their eyesight remained poor. Mi Do and He Ling struck simultaneously, each effortlessly taking down a zombie. The second floor was a shopping center set up by the hotel for guests to buy necessities like clothes, stationery, and so on. Discovering the clothes, Mi Do and He Ling were overjoyed. No matter the time, girls have almost zero resistance to beautiful clothing. He Ling was the happiest as she hadn't brought suitable clothes, which had allowed some pervert to take advantage. Zombie behind the clothing rack, 10 meters ahead. He Ling, with her keen police officer's eyes, was the first to spot the zombie hiding behind the clothes rack. Ye Tian and Mi Do looked towards the rack simultaneously and saw two zombies in hotel staff uniforms wandering aimlessly behind it. The three crept towards the zombies. When they got within 2 meters, the zombies suddenly reacted, but before they could do anything, they were easily taken down. The trio continued to clear the zombies from the second floor, trying to remain silent. Soon the second floor was completely cleared. After that, they methodically cleared each floor upwards. The higher they went, the fewer zombies there were, but oddly after all this time, they hadn't heard any sounds from the rooms. Moreover, many of the room doors were already open. Had everyone already fled? Ye Tian had a vague, ominous feeling. He hadn't been able to contact Yunjie since the apocalypse began. The last contact was during the initial outbreak, when she was at the hotel. There had been no word since. Because they had to be wary of sudden zombie attacks, and unsure if there were high-tier zombies clearing each floor, was very slow. It took nearly 5 hours to successfully reach the 17th floor, which was Yunjie's floor. Upon reaching the 17th floor, Ye Tian's face turned grim. Looking around, all the doors on the floor were wide open. There wasn't a single person, not even a zombie. He quickly walked to room 1723 and found it empty as expected. Yunjie wasn't there. Ye Tianji, did you not find who you were looking for? Mido had already guessed Ye Tian came to the hotel to find someone, but it was clear no one was here. I don't know if something happened, or if they moved on. Ye Tian shook his head. He didn't tell the two girls who he was specifically looking for. Since no one's here, let's find a clean room and rest for a bit. It was already evening. After hours of clearing zombies, Ling was fine being trained, but Mido was not. Her face was a bit pale. Mido wiped the sweat from her forehead in response. Seeing this, Ling took a bottle of water from her backpack and handed it to her. Have some water. Thanks, Lingjia. Xiaoling, you stay here with Dodo and rest. They'll go find a room for us. Ye Tian looked at Mido, who was a bit out of breath, and told her to rest. It's fine, Ye Tianji, I can handle it. Mido never wanted to be seen as a delicate flower by Ye Tian, so she always tried to be strong. Seeing her resolve, Ye Tian didn't insist. He led the two girls to a random room, planning to rest there for the night. It was a fairly large suite equivalent to a normal apartment, with a living room, kitchen, and bedroom. The fridge was of course empty. Looking out the window, they could see the river crossing bridge leading to the highway. With his sharp eyesight, Ye Tian could vaguely make out a crowd of people or zombies at the bridgehead. The bridge itself seemed to be blocked or something, but Ye Tian didn't pay it any mind for now. Mido was checking the room for anything useful, while Ling secured the door and checked for potential dangers. In the kitchen, Mido instinctively turned on the tap, and was surprised to find that water, and even hot water, was still flowing. Presumably the hotel had activated its backup generator after the water supply was cut, though it probably wouldn't last long. Ling, Jia, there's hot water here. We can take a shower later. Ling's eyes lit up at the words, a delighted expression spreading across her face as she walked toward the kitchen. Really? There's hot water? Really? Mido replied, turning on the faucet. Water gushed out with a whoosh. Though the pressure wasn't high, it was certainly enough for a bath. This is wonderful. Ling was a police officer, but she was also a woman. No woman disliked being clean. After hours of fighting, their clothes were splattered with zombie blood, reeking of a foul stench. Though they were used to it, it was far from comfortable. For women like them, being able to enjoy a warm, soothing bath and become spotlessly clean in the apocalypse was the greatest bliss. Mido knew that Ye Tian had stored a lot of clothes. After so many days together, she was no longer shy, as she regarded him as family. She asked Ye Tian for 2 sets of clean clothes, one for herself and one for Ling. Ling took the clothes, a bright smile spreading across her face. The two of them headed toward the bathroom together, but at the door they simultaneously turned to look at Ye Tian. No peeking. With that, they both stepped into the bathroom. It wasn't unreasonable for them to be cautious. The suite's bathroom walls and door were made of frosted glass. Though one couldn't see clearly inside, faint outlines were still visible. Ye Tian sat on the sofa, a cigarette dangling from his lips, looking utterly disdainful. Peek. He never needed to peek. He watched openly. Through the glass, he could already see 2 blurry, graceful silhouettes, likely undressing and playfully teasing each other. What made it worse was that the frosted glass wasn't entirely frosted. Only the middle section was frosted, while the lower legs and upper neck were completely transparent. In other words, the places he shouldn't see were hidden, but everything else was visible. He had to admire the bathroom's designer. As Commander Lee would say, hey you son of a gun, you're a genius. Though he couldn't see anything to spare the girls any awkwardness, Ye Tian reluctantly stepped onto the balcony to enjoy the breeze. As nightfall gradually descended, the sky darkened, and the sounds of roaring grew louder. Lights flickered on the distant bridge spanning the river. There were clearly people there. Staring at the bridge, Ye Tian smoked and pondered. Since Yunjie wasn't here, she had likely relocated. As the Empress of the Apocalypse, she wouldn't die so easily. Though he hadn't gone to Xianglai's place, Ye Tian had a nagging premonition that Xianglai was probably gone too. Putting himself in their shoes, he reasoned that in the previous life, these were formidable figures who wouldn't stay in one place waiting to die. They would actively seek a way out. In the apocalypse, there was never a shortage of talented individuals, but not everyone could become a powerhouse. Many died in the early days due to their timid nature. The number of zombies in Yuzhong City would only increase. It seemed he had to leave the city soon. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of a door opening snapped Ye Tian back to reality. He turned and looked toward the bathroom. As the two girls stepped out, his eyes lit up. Their hair was still slightly damp, draped over their shoulders, and their exposed skin was fair with a rosy glow. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of a door opening snapped Ye Tian back to reality. He turned and looked toward the bathroom. As the two girls stepped out, his eyes lit up. Their hair was still slightly damp, draped over their shoulders. Because of the short shorts, her long snow-white legs were on full display, making it hard for Ye Tian to look away. Pervert, haven't you seen enough? He Ling blushed under his gaze, as she had never been so exposed in front of a man before. In contrast to Mi Do, her collar was much more conservative, showing only her pale neck. Not yet. How about you come closer so I can get a better look? Get lost. Go take a shower. He Ling scolded playfully. Ye Tian chuckled, turned, and walked to the kitchen, taking out some ingredients and placing them on the counter before heading to the bathroom. Though Ye Tian had plenty of pre-cooked meals in his storage, he occasionally needed to cook his own food, otherwise he feared he'd lose the taste for it. Brother Ye Tian is getting more and more mischievous. Mi Do snorted softly, pouting. She had noticed the undisguised fiery gaze he had fixed on her chest earlier. You're one to talk about him. I think you're the mischievous one, He Ling teased. The clothes were Mi Do's own choice. Knowing a man was here, she deliberately picked such revealing attire. You're not much better. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Mi Do blushed, caught off guard, and quickly retorted. My clothes were all given by you, He Ling argued. But it seems you like them quite a lot. Mi Do giggled, covering her mouth. He Ling was momentarily speechless. It was true that Mi Do gave her the clothes, but deep down she secretly wanted to wear them for Ye Tian to see and hadn't refused such revealing attire. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. They'll go cook. He Ling quickly changed the subject and fled to the kitchen. Sister Ling'll help you. Seeing He Ling escape, Mi Do laughed triumphantly. In the bathroom, Ye Tian noticed the traces of use. Both girls had apparently used the shower head. What a waste. They don't know how to use a bathtub, he muttered. With that, he began filling the tub and settled in for a comfortable soak. Though his RV was spacious, it didn't yet have a bathtub, though one would likely be added later. After a full hour of soaking, Ye Tian finally emerged, wrapped only in a towel. The moment he stepped out of the bathroom, the aroma of food wafted toward him. Smells great. Who made this? Both girls had already finished cooking and were seated at the dining table waiting for him. Sister Ling and I made it together. You're so slow. The food will get cold soon. Mi Do stood up and quickly served him a bowl of rice. A grown man taking longer to shower than us women. He Ling's cheeks flushed as she noticed Ye Tian's bare muscular upper body beneath the towel. You two just don't know how to enjoy yourselves. A bath is not only relaxing but also cleaner. Unlike your quick rinse, which probably didn't even get you clean. Ye Tian strode over to the table, nonchalantly drying himself. Fine, you're the cleanest. Hurry up and eat before it gets cold, Mi Do scolded playfully, setting the bowl in front of him. She then ignored him and started eating ravenously. After a whole day of fighting, having only eaten instant noodles in the morning, she was famished. She would have started earlier if not for waiting for Ye Tian. Ye Tian didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of meat, and tasted it. Not bad. Almost as good as a restaurant chef. Actually, most of the dishes were made by Dodo. I'm not very good at cooking. He Ling's face reddened slightly. Sister Ling, stop flirting with brother Ye Tian here. The food will really get cold, Mi Do teased. What nonsense are you spouting, girl? I wasn't flirting with him. You're the one who shared a bed with him and got touched. He Ling retorted without hesitation, teased by Mi Do. Enough, both of you. Let's eat. Ye Tian cheerfully interrupted their bickering. The three of them ate while discussing their next moves. Brother Ye Tian, should we continue looking for your friend, or? We'll check one more place tomorrow. If we don't find him, well, leave the city directly. Where will we go after leaving the city? Shanghu City. Both girls tacitly refrained from asking why Ye Tian was going to Shanghu. Wherever he went, they would follow. The fastest way to Shanghu is via the expressway, which requires crossing the Cross River Bridge. Any other direction would mean a detour of hundreds of li. Mi Do said while taking a bite of a dish. The bridge is likely blocked by armed forces as expected. Ordinary people can't get through. So this is what brother Ye Tian meant by not allowing survivors to move freely. Exactly. If nothing unexpected happens, the soldiers blocking the bridge are under orders from higher-ups. One reason is to prevent zombies from Yuzhong City from escaping, the other is to stop survivors from moving freely. Ye Tian nodded. But I still don't understand why the nation won't let survivors move freely. Mi Do was puzzled. Because scratches or bites from zombies cause infection. However, the survivors who remain have some resistance, and many have naturally evolved. Among them there could be latent infected individuals. So that's it. Then brother Ye Tian, you mean to find the right opportunity to cross the bridge? Exactly. We'll see if there's a chance. Then He Ling interjected. Actually, it's not that complicated. I'm a police officer. I can probably take us through directly. She pulled out her badge from the clothes beside her. Ling, are you sure your badge still works? I doubt it. We don't take risks without certainty. He Ling opened her mouth, unsure if her police badge still held any authority. After all, the police and military were separate systems, and in this post-apocalyptic world, pre-disaster institutions no longer existed. Seeing He Ling's reluctant expression, Ye Tian said, let's go observe tomorrow first, then decide. I suppose so. He Ling nodded. After dinner, they quickly tidied up the table. The three sat on the sofa, and Ye Tian took out a laptop from his spatial storage and placed it on the coffee table. Mido looked at it curiously. Brother Ye Tian, what's this? There are some downloaded movies and TV shows. You can use them to pass the time if you're bored. Mido's eyes lit up. Wow, you have such good stuff? Is there Resident Evil? We can learn from it. Look for it yourself, it should be there. There are also chips. Want some? Those will make me gain weight. He Ling refused. Ling, do you still worry about weight in times like this? A little won't hurt. Besides, as evolvers we probably don't have that problem. I'd rather die than eat them. He Ling shook her head firmly. Don't regret it then, Ling. Brother Ye Tian, give me 2 bags of chips and 2 packs of spicy strips. Mido grinned, treating Ye Tian's place like a convenience store. 2 minutes later, Ye Tian stared speechlessly at the 10 empty chip bags on the table. He Ling was stuffing her face and exclaiming how delicious they were. What happened to rather die than eat them? Women's words are a pack of lies. Leaving the two to binge watch shows, Ye Tian took out a telescope, set it up at the right angle, and began observing the cross-river bridge. The telescope could connect to his phone, displaying the image directly and even allowing screen recording, saving him the trouble of constant vigilance. Though it was already dark, a large floodlight at the bridgehead illuminated the scene. From the display, the bridgehead was completely blocked by several large trucks trapping the survivors and zombies of Yuzhong City inside. However, Ye Tian noticed it wasn't entirely sealed. There was a passage just wide enough for one vehicle. A dense crowd of people and cars had already lined up at the bridgehead. Fully armed soldiers stood guard on both sides, checking those at the front. After passing one inspection, there were more ahead. Ye Tian guessed they were checking for zombie virus infection among the survivors. After a few minutes, the first group passed through multiple checkpoints and was finally let through. It took about 5 minutes to process one group. No wonder the queue was so long. If not for the heavily armed soldiers, they would have stormed through long ago. Especially at night, zombie activity became more frequent, adding invisible pressure to the waiting crowd. Ye Tian observed idly for an unknown period, calculating various possibilities. Suddenly, a police car drove straight to the front from the rear. He zoomed in and saw the driver in a police uniform with passengers in the back, who looked like his family. The middle-aged officer in the driver's seat showed his badge and spoke to a soldier, but the soldier waved him away. The officer persisted, but the soldier kept refusing. Finally, the officer began cursing and threw his badge on the ground. Then he floored the accelerator, trying to force his way through. The surrounding soldiers without hesitation raised their guns and opened fire on the police car. Meanwhile, some in the front of the queue, either startled by the gunfire or trying to take advantage of the chaos, also attempted to rush through. But the soldiers fired at the charging survivors without mercy. Sparks flew across the car, and all the windows shattered. After a moment, the soldiers stopped firing. The people in the police car and the survivors who tried to break through were all killed. Then a man who looked like an officer emerged from behind and shouted at the crowd, firing a few shots into the air. The commotion subsided and the crowd resumed orderly queuing. Ye Tian was not surprised by this scene. Though he had never experienced such events in his past life, he had heard of them. Now he needed to prepare himself for leaving the city. He checked the system's energy value and was astonished to find it had reached a terrifying 10139 points. The main source was from clearing the hotel's zombies and monsters today, nearly 500 of them, including some second-tier ones. Monsters were generally more powerful than zombies of the same level and yielded more energy. The only dilemma was whether to upgrade himself to 4th tier or upgrade Mido to 3rd tier. If he upgraded himself, Mido would lack enough energy, and vice versa. After some thought, Ye Tian decided to upgrade himself to 4th tier first. The 3rd and 4th ranks represent a watershed moment, as evident from the monsters and zombies. Those below the 4th rank are not particularly formidable, while 4th rank monsters and zombies possess a variety of uncanny abilities. Having a top-tier combatant within the team undoubtedly enhances the team's survival capability. After reaching this conclusion, Ye Tian did not hesitate and pressed the upgrade button. Name Ye Tian level 4, A010-0000 can be upgraded by consuming energy points: strength 405 adult, 10 agility, 270 adult, 10 constitution, 338 adult, 10 psychic power, void 225, skills probing, eye, hostility, perception, combat mastery, absolute hit. After ascending to the 4th rank, he felt the formidable surge of his power, and the vertical line on his forehead had transformed into a dazzling blue. As he had anticipated, every aspect of his abilities had improved immensely compared to the 3rd rank. Now his strength alone was equivalent to 40 ordinary people. He still had 2139 energy points left, sufficient to upgrade He Ling as well. Name He Ling level 2 can be upgraded by consuming energy points: strength 45 adult, 10 agility, 48 adult, 10 constitution, 51 adult, 10 psychic power, light 34, skills, firearm proficiency, disguise, potential SS, potential ranks A, B, C, D, E, F, S, SS, SSS. The higher the potential, the more efficient the energy conversion. Charm 96 out of 100. Including appearance, figure, and temperament, a higher charm score makes it easier to gain others' trust. Only 1639 energy points remained, which she had to reserve for emergencies. I need to find a way to gather more energy points. It's never enough. In truth, compared to others, Ye Tian's upgrade speed was already terrifying. Most evolvers were still at the first rank, with only a rare few geniuses reaching the second. Not a single one had reached the third rank, let alone the fourth. It could be said that among evolvers, Ye Tian was currently invincible. Unbeknownst to him, as he cleared the system rewards, it had passed midnight. Stretching his neck, he noticed that the two girls had somehow fallen asleep, leaning against the sofa. Both were exhausted today. Mido hadn't slept well last night, and after several hours of continuous fighting, she easily drifted off while watching a show to relax. As for Healing, though she was a former police officer, she hadn't had a decent rest since the apocalypse broke out, constantly outsmarting and fighting those bandits without a moment's respite. Both girls were scantily clad. Mido's ample bosom was nearly exposed, and Healing's top buttons had somehow come undone, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. With both girls asleep, Ye Tian unabashedly admired the view, but he had no intention of taking advantage of them. After all, wouldn't it be better to take advantage while they were awake? Walking over to the sofa, he gently lifted Healing. She seemed unaware of being carried, her head naturally resting against his chest. Ye Tian brought her to the bedroom, covered her enticing figure with a blanket, and then turned and left. As the door clicked shut, Healing's eyes snapped open. She muttered to herself, "Is this guy even a man?" He didn't even try to get handsy. Whether she wanted him to or not remained a mystery. Ye Tian, of course, had no idea that Healing had been awake the moment he picked her up. After leaving the room, he went to lift Mido, intending to carry her to another bedroom. Mido also appeared to be asleep, but as Ye Tian picked her up, her arms instinctively wrapped around his neck. Ye Tian froze, standing still and staring at Mido. Sensing that he had stopped, Mido cautiously opened her eyes. When she saw Ye Tian looking at her, she quickly closed them again. Since he had begun sponsoring her, she had always felt grateful to him, and after the past few days together, she realized she had fallen in love with him. She wouldn't normally be so forward, but after Healing joined the team today, she decided to make the first move. Especially when she secretly saw Ye Tian carrying Healing earlier. As an evolver, even while asleep, she could sense the slightest movements around her. Realizing that Mido was awake, Ye Tian chuckled and continued walking into the bedroom. However, after setting her down, he never left. Soon the room echoed with Mido's startled cries, followed by a series of pained moans. All of this reached Healing's ears next door as Evolver's senses were heightened. Even though Healing had never experienced such matters, she had never even been in a relationship. As a former police officer, she knew exactly what was happening. As the commotion in the next room grew louder and Mido's voice rose, Healing found herself completely unable to sleep. The sounds continued for 2 or 3 hours before Healing finally breathed a sigh of relief and drifted into a restless sleep. Around 9 in the morning, Ye Tian, still entwined with Mido, groggily got up. Seeing the cherry red stain on the sheets, he chose not to wake her. After washing up, he found that Healing was already awake, but with dark circles under her eyes. When he asked her about them, she shot him a fierce glare. What's wrong with this woman? Did she take the wrong medicine? He muttered, deciding to check on the situation at the bridge. Just then the bedroom door opened, and Mido shuffled out, rubbing her eyes and yawning. She was completely unaware that her loose nightgown had slipped to one side, nearly exposing her chest. "Oh, up already. Even though you two have. You know you don't have to be so blatant about it," Healing teased, noticing Mido's exposed state. Startled by Healing's remark, Mido realized she was exposed, let out a squeak, quickly adjusted her clothes, and flushed as she ran into the bedroom to freshen up. Ye Tian felt awkward under Healing's knowing smirk. He quickly looked at his phone, finally understanding why Healing had dark circles. After the three of them finished breakfast, Ye Tian showed them the video from yesterday. Mido took it in stride as Ye Tian had repeatedly drilled survival rules into her. But Healing was different. She had once been a righteous police officer, and seeing soldiers open fire on survivors left her utterly shocked. She felt as if her faith had crumbled. Those were living, breathing people, not mindless zombies or monsters. Lingjie, things are different now. This is the real apocalypse. No rules, only the survival of the fittest. Seeing Healing's pale face, Mido tried to comfort her. She knew Healing found it hard to accept such a brutal reality, and she was deeply grateful that she had met Ye Tian early on, otherwise she couldn't imagine what her fate would have been. After a long silence, Healing snapped back to reality. She looked at Mido, then at Ye Tian, who was nonchalantly smoking a cigarette. Biting her lip, she gave a silent nod. "Thank you, Daodu, and thank you to Ye Tian." Healing suddenly realized that the world had truly changed. It was no longer the peaceful era it once was, and none of the pre-apocalyptic rules applied anymore. At the same time, she felt grateful to have encountered Ye Tian, for she had great confidence in her own beauty and figure. Women, especially beautiful ones, either had to be exceptionally strong themselves or possess a powerful backer in this apocalypse, or else they would only become tools for others' gratification. "Sister Ling, from now on we are the closest of companions, no need for formalities. The bridge ahead looks like it has fewer people than yesterday." Mido judged from the images on her phone. All three of them could see that the crowd at the bridgehead was significantly smaller than the day before, whether they had already passed security or for other reasons. I think it's about time. Let's pack up and head out now. The sooner we leave the city, the sooner we can rest easy. Ye Tian averted his gaze from the phone. Both girls responded in unison, all right. There wasn't much to pack, just the clothes they had changed out of yesterday, which had long since dried in the scorching heat. A few minutes later they were fully geared up again. He Ling looked as dashing as ever, and Mi Do, tempered by hardship, now carried a semblance of a soldier's bearing. The trio set out. They jumped down from the same window they had entered through, and the commotion of landing on the car roof attracted nearby monsters and zombies. Haha. Zombies were now capable of stacking into walls and climbing. They couldn't be allowed to gather, or else even the second or third floor would be dangerous. Exposure no longer mattered at this point. Ye Tian drew a silenced pistol and pulled the trigger at the zombies. With his absolute accuracy, he didn't even need to aim. Mi Do and He Ling joined the fray, as well, each covering a different direction. 10 minutes later, the last zombie attracted by the noise was eliminated. Next step is to create a diversion for them and make a dash for it. Ye Tian had already devised a plan to cross the river bridge after killing the final zombie. The plan was to fully utilize the survivors to create chaos among the soldiers blocking the bridge, providing an opportunity to charge across. As for why not simply wait in line to cross? Don't be ridiculous. Not only might others covet his armored RV, but he would never leave his fate in the hands of others. Mi Do's and He Ling's beauty was a crime in itself. Those soldiers often harassed young and attractive women. With Ye Tian's temperament, there was no way he'd allow anyone to lay a hand on them. He drove the vehicle to a hidden position about 500 meters from the river bridge. The surrounding zombies had mostly been cleared by the survivors, and the situation at the bridgehead was fully visible from here. There were about 200 fully armed soldiers on guard. Over a dozen were dedicated to inspection, more than 50 were on checkpoint alert, and the rest were dispersed along both sides of the queue to maintain order and prevent trouble. Xiaoling, can you take them out from here with a sniper rifle? Ye Tian produced a sniper rifle from his storage and handed it to He Ling. He Ling extended a thumb closed one eye to gauge the distance and replied, about 500 meters. No problem. Good. In a moment you handle the right side, and he'll take the left. You'll take the left? How? I thought there was only one sniper rifle. He Ling took the rifle with a puzzled look. Who told you I only have one sniper rifle? As He Ling watched Ye Tian pull out another sniper rifle that looked incredibly imposing, she was instantly taken aback. Compared to her own sniper rifle looked like a toy. You're telling me this is a sniper rifle? With a barrel diameter of at least 20 millimeters, I'd believe it if you told me it was a cannon. Ye Tianjej, is this really a gun? Such a thick barrel. Mi Do was equally stunned by the sniper rifle in Ye Tian's hands. Don't you already know how thick my gun is? Neither Mi Do nor He Ling caught on at first, but when they did, both girls blushed in unison. Ye Tianjej, you're so annoying. Mi Do pouted playfully. I want to use your gun. It looks so much more badass. He Ling, enamored with the gun, wanted Ye Tian's cannon-like sniper rifle. This rifle has too much recoil. You can't handle it. Even your big pandas wouldn't be enough to cushion the blow. Uff, you pervert. You never miss a chance to take advantage. He Ling's face flushed as she spat. However, she knew Ye Tian was telling the truth. With such a thick barrel, the power and recoil would certainly be immense. She shot him a glare, then lay prone on the car roof, aiming her scope at a soldier who looked like an officer at the bridgehead. Ye Tian also set up his rifle, bracing the stock firmly against his shoulder. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 soldiers fell. One of them had his upper body obliterated instantly. Several nearby soldiers were also blown down before they could even react. The cannon sniper rifle was indeed devastatingly powerful. Before anyone could respond, another gunshot rang out. A bullet from He Ling's rifle struck a soldier, piercing clean through his head and dropping him to the ground. Enemy attack. The soldiers finally snapped into action. An officer bellowed, and the troops swiftly took cover behind any available barrier, entering a state of full alert. Though this description takes time, it all happened in less than 2 seconds, which was why they were only now reacting. Ye Tian calmly observed the soldiers now hiding behind cover and signaled for He Ling to cease fire. 10 seconds later, the cannon sniper rifle was ready to fire again. Ye Tian aimed at the fuel tank of a heavy truck. Bang! With the gunshot, the truck's fuel tank was detonated, erupting into a blazing inferno. The flames instantly engulfed the other heavy trucks nearby. Soldiers hiding behind the trucks were also consumed by the fire, scattering with agonizing screams. Boom! The other heavy trucks were swallowed by the flames within seconds, triggering massive explosions. The blocked bridge was instantly blown open, creating a gap. Fire shot up into the sky. Soldiers closest to the blast were killed outright, and only those on the far perimeter managed to escape unscathed. The survivors who had been waiting in line saw the chaos at the bridgehead. The opportunity was fleeting. Someone shouted, "Now's our chance. Rush across or we're dead." Seizing the moment, the survivors surged madly towards the bridge. The soldiers who had narrowly escaped death saw the survivors attempting to break through and didn't hesitate to raise their guns and open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Dense gunfire erupted as bullets rained down on the charging survivors. To hell with this. Brothers, kill them all. Let's get them. Some survivors, seeing the soldiers firing, charged forward with bloodshot eyes and launched their own attacks against the soldiers. The survivors vastly outnumbered the soldiers. The few remaining troops simply couldn't hold back such a massive crowd. Before long, soldiers began falling to the survivors' attacks. Ye Tian watched all of this unfold with an utterly impassive expression. Now it's our turn to cross. Let's go. Ye Tian instructed Mido to drive. She floored the accelerator, pushing the armored RV to its maximum power. The vehicle shot forward like an arrow. Before long, the leading survivors braved the hail of bullets and reached the bridgehead. Haha, I'm finally getting the hell out of this godforsaken place. Witnessing this, the survivors, trailing behind, as if possessed by madness, and catching a glimpse of hope, surged forward once more with renewed speed toward the bridgehead. Yet no one noticed an armored RV charging in from behind at breakneck speed. The thunderous explosions had long since drawn the attention of the monsters and zombies lurking not far away. Dense hordes of zombies flooded toward the bridgehead. These zombies were no longer the sluggish creatures of the beginning. Their speed now rivaled that of an ordinary human. Had anyone scrutinized the horde, they would have spotted over a dozen zombies with yellow orbs embedded in their foreheads. It was then, as the survivors made their frantic dash for the bridgehead, that an armored RV smashed through from the rear with unstoppable force, sending zombies and monsters flying on impact, hurtling toward the river crossing bridge at a terrifying velocity. What the hell? Is that an RV? Run! The zombies are coming. The commotion of the armored RV finally caught the survivors' attention, and they simultaneously noticed the gathering zombie horde behind them. Then a sudden thunderous boom. A massive explosion erupted as Ye Tian's armored RV, under the stunned gazes of survivors and soldiers alike, recklessly plowed through the cars blocking its path. This vehicle is insane. It can just bulldoze through cars. If we had a ride like that, we'd be safe. That RV is mine now, I'm calling it. Driven by greed at the sight of the RV's monstrous capabilities, the frenzied survivors either attempted to clamber aboard as it sped past or opened fire on it directly, trying to force it to a halt. But their efforts were utterly futile. The armored RV had already built up tremendous speed, and with its formidable defenses, it was impervious to the survivors' threats. Those who tried to climb on found it impossible to hold on. Even if they managed to grab a handhold, they were violently flung off in an instant. The bullets that struck the RV only sparked harmlessly against its hull, having no effect whatsoever. Quick! Stop it! Seeing the RV bearing down on them like a projectile, the soldiers manning the checkpoint grew frantic. Abandoning the survivors, they focused all their firepower on the armored vehicle. Ding, armored RV defense 10. Ding, armored RV defense 5. A rapid succession of alerts sounded as the RV's defense points plummeted. However, Ye Tian quickly responded, firing a cannon round unceremoniously into the cluster of soldiers. The explosion blew a gaping hole in their ranks with a massive shockwave. The gunfire became sporadic. Boom. Within seconds, the armored RV smashed straight through the military line. Ye Tian and his companions had successfully breached the checkpoint. Daodu, keep driving forward. Got it, brother Ye Tian. Through the rearview mirror, Ye Tian saw the soldiers still staring in disbelief as the RV broke through the blockade. But they quickly snapped out of it. Ignoring the vehicle that had already passed, they turned their guns back on the survivors, resolutely carrying out their orders. The battle between survivors and soldiers raged fiercely. Meanwhile, Ye Tian retrieved his cannon sniper rifle and systematically fired at the fuel tanks of the heavy trucks blocking the bridgehead, detonating them one by one. In an instant, colossal shockwaves and towering flames hurled the nearest soldiers into the air, and the survivors who had fought so hard to cross were incinerated on the spot. A series of violent explosions followed in quick succession. Cars and heavy trucks were blasted into a tangled heap, completely sealing off the bridgehead and creating an impassable barrier. This effectively blocked any path for the zombies and survivors in the city center from crossing the river bridge. The armored RV sped further away from the bridgehead. Ye Tian sat expressionless in the passenger seat. He Ling and Mido understood his motives perfectly and refrained from asking any questions. Ye Tian's actions were undoubtedly cruel, appearing almost demonic to the survivors he had left behind. But this was the apocalypse, every man for himself. If the zombie horde caught up, Ye Tian could easily find himself trapped on the bridge, unable to move forward or backward. As for the survivors, Ye Tian felt no pity whatsoever. Upon seeing the armored RV, their only thought had been to seize it for themselves. They had even fired upon the RV without hesitation, showing no regard for the lives inside. Had the vehicle not been so robust, they might have been cornered at the bridgehead. Brother Ye Tian, there seems to be a zombie horde ahead. Mido at the wheel was the first to spot the danger. From their position, it was clear that countless zombies were converging on this side of the bridge, likely drawn by the explosions. Ye Tian also saw the horde at the bridgehead. They were still about 500 meters away, but he could vaguely discern more than one second-tier zombie among the mass. Brother Ye Tian, the monsters are gathering towards us. What do we do? Mido's voice was tinged with urgency. The sheer number of zombies at the bridgehead was terrifying, and there was a real risk of being completely blocked in. Xiaoling, you take control of the mounted Gatling gun. Don't conserve ammo. Out of focus on driving. Whatever happens, don't stop. Okay. Understood. The two women acknowledged their orders and took their positions. Ye Tian emerged from the sunroof, setting up his cannon sniper rifle on the roof of the vehicle. He had spotted a zombie that was clearly distinct from the others, charging rapidly towards the armored RV. It was a third-tier zombie. With the RV's speed maxed out at 100 km/h and the zombie's own velocity, the distance between them closed at an alarming rate. The third-tier zombie was massive, the size of a small car. Its physical prowess was equally astonishing. Cars in its path were sent flying like toys, its impact force rivaling that of a heavy truck. With a single leap it landed on a car roof, crushing it flat. Sister Ling, that zombie is incredibly strong. Only 200 meters remained to the bridgehead. He Ling's pupils contracted sharply as she too saw the third-tier zombie. There are several other unusual monsters following it. Ye Tian will handle that big one, it'll take care of the rest. With that, He Ling pressed the trigger on the Gatling gun. A torrent of bullets surged forward. Rat-a-tat. The rounds tore bloody holes into the third-tier zombie's body, but it didn't slow down in the slightest, continuing its charge toward the RV. Ye Tian's eyes narrowed. In the next instant, his cannon sniper rifle roared to life. The bullet flew out, instantly piercing the third-tier zombie's head, which exploded violently, leaving its neck stump bare. Bang! The colossal body of the third-tier zombie crashed to the ground, its momentum carrying it forward to smash through several cars, before finally coming to a halt. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing a third-tier zombie. Energy 1000. Ding, congratulations on the first kill of a third-tier zombie. Reward: Infinite RPG Launcher. Infinite RPG Launcher can fire rocket-propelled grenades indefinitely. Generates 1 per second. Wasn't this a license to print money? Staring at the zombie horde ahead, Ye Tian felt like he had struck gold. The zombies no longer seemed terrifying, they suddenly looked incredibly endearing. Yet even under such ferocious assault, the mindless horde of corpses surged relentlessly toward the armored RV. Though the most threatening third-tier zombie had already been eliminated, the remaining tide was still a formidable foe. This won't work. We need a plan, or we'll be completely trapped here, Mi Do said anxiously. Trust Ye Tian, he'll figure something out. He Ling, a seasoned SWAT officer, remained relatively calm in the face of the horde. Time to show you something new. Aware of the urgency, Ye Tian retrieved a PGR rocket launcher from his spatial storage, aimed it at the densest cluster of the zombie horde, and fired without hesitation. A rocket, its tail spewing flames, shot straight into the mass of undead. Boom! The rocket slammed into the horde, erupting violently and belching a column of fire 3 stories high. The immense shockwave instantly engulfed the surrounding zombies, and the surviving wrecked cars were detonated as well. Explosion after explosion rang out, causing the very ground to tremble violently. Look, Sister Ling, there's a huge gap blown open ahead. He Ling knew exactly what weapon that was, a rocket launcher. She didn't recall the police armory having such a devastating piece of firepower. For them, this was certainly good news. With the rocket launcher, the horde ahead shouldn't be able to trap the RV anymore. Yet despite the massive explosions, the mindless zombies continued their charge toward the vehicle. The next second, Ye Tian fired a second rocket. Boom! Another thunderous explosion, instantly clearing over 100 zombies. Ding, congratulations on killing a first-tier zombie. Energy 10-inch. Ding, congratulations on killing a first-tier monster. Energy 20-inch. Ding, congratulations on killing a first-tier monster. Energy 100-inch. A barrage of notification chimes sounded, but Ye Tian had no time to read them. His eyes gleamed, looking at the piles of zombies as if they were precious treasures. These were all free energy points delivered right to his doorstep. He continued firing rockets forward, but the horde was so vast that even though each blast cleared a huge area, it seemed endless. Stretching as far as the eye could see, if not for being at the bridgehead, the RV would have long been surrounded by the dense sea of corpses. Fortunately, the most dangerous third-tier zombie had been dealt with by Ye Tian early on, otherwise its sheer impact force alone would have been a serious problem. Ye Tian, zombies are catching up from behind. He Ling shouted anxiously, seeing the situation in the rearview mirror. Hearing this, Ye Tian immediately turned to look back the way they came. Sure enough, the zombies from behind had already crossed the abandoned convoy and were heading their way. Don't stop. Push forward. Ye Tian made a split-second decision, telling Mi Do to keep driving while he used rockets to clear the path. Although the rocket launcher was powerful and had unlimited ammo, continuously firing at such high intensity risked a barrel explosion. With each successive blast, a path wide enough for the vehicle was carved through the zombies ahead. Mi Do decisively drove the armored RV past the bridgehead and quickly veered onto a smaller road where she had observed fewer zombies. Ye Tian continued to clear the way with his rocket launcher, occasionally firing a shot behind them. Boom! With the combined power of the rocket launcher and the Gatling gun, a breach was finally torn open in the horde. Mi Do floored the accelerator, and the RV, like a raging beast, burst out of the encirclement. As the vehicle sped away, it quickly outran the zombie horde. Watching the horde shrink into the distance, all 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Past the river bridge lay Wanbao District, the edge of Yuzhong City. Beyond that they could reach the highway directly. Half an hour later they arrived in Wanbao District, where the number of survivors was noticeably higher. Looking out the window, they saw many people taking advantage of the scorching sun to methodically drive around scavenging for supplies. These were the rudimentary forms of survivor factions, though not yet fully organized. The armored RV naturally drew envious glances, but the Gatling gun mounted on top was an obvious deterrent, so no one was foolish enough to cause trouble. Ye Tian tallied his energy points. The breakout had earned him a staggering 46750 points. Ye Tian's mouth watered at the thought, almost tempted to turn back and clear out another wave of zombies. Adding the original points, his total was 48389. The RV's defense value had been reduced by 3265 points during the breakout, mainly from gunfire and the clash with the Hoard. He spent 3265 points to repair the RV's defense, leaving him with 45124 points. I need to find some metal materials to fix the defense value directly, otherwise no amount of energy points will be enough at this rate. Upgrading himself would cost 8000 points, and upgrading the RV again would cost 6000 points. It was tough. He had to conserve energy points and find ways to farm more in the future. Ye Tian didn't lack supplies or equipment. What he needed now was energy points. It was almost noon, so Ye Tian had Mido find a quiet spot to park and rest, having lunch before continuing their journey. They only reached the highway entrance as dusk was approaching. It was no longer safe to travel. The RV's headlights would be too conspicuous in the dark, adding unnecessary risk. So the trio decided to find a place nearby to park and rest, continuing their journey the next day. Originally, they had planned to reach the highway before dark. The delay was caused by encountering a group of survivors on the road. This group had somehow gotten their hands on some guns and were extremely covetous of Ye Tian's armored RV. Whether these people didn't see the Gatling gun on the roof or simply didn't care, they opened fire on Ye Tian without hesitation. This cost them valuable time, as they had to eliminate all 15 or so attackers, and the gunfire attracted a large number of zombies. That's why they arrived at the highway entrance so late. After parking, the three of them collapsed onto the RV's sofa to rest. You two should take a shower first, eat dinner, and then get a good night's rest. We might have a tough battle ahead tomorrow. He Ling spoke up first. He'll go first. She got up and headed to the bathroom. Sister Ling, wait for me. Mido quickly followed, not forgetting to grab 2 sets of clothes from Ye Tian on her way in. Ye Tian took out a ready-made meal from his spatial storage. 8 whole dishes, quite a feast. Half an hour later, the two girls emerged from their shower, both dressed similarly in shorts and t-shirts, due to the heat, a sight for sore eyes. What are you staring at? It's your turn to shower. He Ling, feeling Ye Tian's unabashed gaze, shot him a glare. Mido just giggled from the side, enjoying their banter as always. What's there to be afraid of? Ye Tian said deliberately, letting his gaze linger on the fullness of He Ling's chest. He Ling's face flushed crimson as she shot him a glare. Pervert. After the three finished their dinner, Ye Tian pulled Mido into the room to engage in amorous activities. While Ye Tian and the others rested and ate on the other side, on the outskirts of Yuzhong City, inside a temporary combat command center, several military officers were seated around a conference table. At the front of the conference table, a monitor was playing a video of Ye Tian and his group forcefully driving their armored RV across the river bridge. After the video of Ye Tian's breach ended, other clips began to play. These showed other survivors charging through checkpoints, some storming police stations to seize guns, and others recklessly opening fire and killing people. Watching these videos, the officers' expressions darkened. There were 8 people in total viewing the footage. Seated at the head of the table was a middle-aged man with a square face, over 50 years old. He was General Chun Hai, the overall commander of the Yuzhong City Military District. The other 7 were all senior officers. These people are utterly lawless. If this were the old days, I'd have a platoon lined up and shot them all. One officer slammed his fist on the table, his voice seething with anger. The burly officer opposite him raised an eyelid. You can go right now, no one's stopping you. What the hell is that supposed to mean? If my men hadn't suffered such heavy losses a few days ago, I'd have taken a helicopter over there and blown them to bits myself. You can still go now, can't you? Enough. Both of you stop arguing. Look at the state of you. General Chun Hai, seated at the head, intervened to halt their quarrel. Though Chun Hai was also furious at those who dared to fire on soldiers, he was currently powerless to act. If it were just an isolated incident like that single armored RV, he could have easily dispatched an attack helicopter to bomb it into oblivion. But the problem was that it wasn't just this one area. Other directions were also suffering varying degrees of attack. Chaos reigned everywhere now. To make matters worse, some idiotic expert had issued an order to prevent zombies and monsters from leaving the city, even if it meant killing all the survivors trapped inside. As a result, survivors were acting frantically when faced with blockades. Combined with the heavy losses the military suffered in the initial outbreak days ago, they were now stretched thin and powerless. Now is not the time to deal with them. Our primary objective remains the monsters and zombies. Many soldiers on duty last night were injured. Our top priority now is to place them under strict observation and screen for any signs of infection. Everything else can wait. Is that clear? Yes, General. The 7 senior officers immediately snapped to attention and responded loudly. The fact that evolvers had some resistance to zombie infection was hardly a secret to the military. This made the screening process for infections a highly complex task. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Ye Tian suddenly heard the sound of helicopters flying overhead. The immense noise was impossible to ignore. And it wasn't just one helicopter after helicopter flew past. He Ling and Mi Do were also awakened by the sound. Ye Tian, what's going on? They're attack helicopters. Nuwa could directly connect to the RV's external cameras, and Ye Tian immediately saw the helicopters in the sky through her feed. Why so many helicopters? What are they doing? He Ling asked, yawning in confusion. If I'm not mistaken, there's trouble at the military base. We can't stay here any longer, we need to leave right now. At this moment, Ye Tian recalled a rumor from the early days of the apocalypse. A military camp had been completely overrun, resulting in a terrifying zombie horde of over 100,000. It was also the first military installation to fall since the apocalypse began. Ye Tian's expression grew grim. If this was true, the zombie tide would continue to advance. The 2 girls noticed the gravity of the situation from Ye Tian's face and hurriedly went to wash up. After a quick breakfast, Mi Do floored the accelerator of the RV, plowing through the zombies that had gathered around it overnight, swiftly leaving the area and driving onto the main street. The sudden thunderous roar of the armored RV immediately attracted the zombies' attention. They howled and lunged towards the RV. So many zombies. He Ling and Mi Do could now see the endless pitch-black sea of undead surrounding them, stretching as far as the eye could see. Don't just stand there. Same as usual, Do. You drive, Xiao Ling you handle the Gatling gun. I'm getting on top to clear a path. Ye Tian poked half his body out of the roof, Hatch raised a rocket launcher, and fired a shot directly in front of the RV. 10 minutes later, relying on the devastating firepower of the rocket launcher, Ye Tian and the others successfully broke through the densest area of the zombie horde and drove onto the main road leading to the highway. At that moment, the roar of helicopters filled the sky once again, a sound the 3 had already grown accustomed to. They flew over sporadically as they escaped the horde. Some were military attack helicopters, others were civilian ones. Ye Tian had long since guessed their purpose. He suspected the military base was in trouble, and these helicopters were reinforcements. After all, the number of zombies here was terrifyingly high. If left unchecked and a full-scale horde formed, the entire base would be doomed. Unfortunately, Ye Tian knew their efforts were futile. As the armored vehicle entered the main road, the scene before them was littered with wrecked cars and zombies. Ye Tian, we must be at least 10 kilometers from the center of the horde by now, right? Sister Ling, we've driven 12 kilometers, Mi Do replied, while driving. So far, but the zombies are still so densely packed here. It's horrifying. Besides the few thousand zombies trailing behind the armored RV, there were an estimated 1,000 more on either side of the road. Notably, among those following the RV were quite a few second-tier zombies. However, the armored RV was fast, and as long as they weren't blocked and forced to stop, these zombies posed no threat. Just then, Mi Do, who was driving, exclaimed in surprise, Ye Tian, Sister Ling, look ahead. Ye Tian and He Ling looked forward at her words. As evolvers, their eyesight was exceptional. In the distance, an object trailing black smoke was rapidly falling towards them. Is that a helicopter? He Ling asked, uncertain. Do, stop the car. Ye Tian yelled. Mi Do slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching in protest and filling the air with the acrid smell of burning rubber. Just a few seconds later, the helicopter crashed heavily onto the road not far ahead. A series of massive explosions erupted, sending flames over 10 meters high. The faces of the 3 inside the RV were illuminated by the fiery glow. Mi Do breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. If you hadn't warned us in time, Ye Tian, we might have. What they didn't know was that the RV could have withstood the blast, but its defense value would have been nearly depleted. Ye Tian simply wasn't willing to expend those energy points. It was an armed helicopter, and the explosion engulfed not only the aircraft itself, but also the bombs it carried. As the blast's aftermath gradually settled, a massive crater appeared ahead, nearly spanning the entire width of the boulevard. Gazing at the chasm carved out by the helicopter's devastating blast, Ye Tian decisively ordered Mi Do to turn back, for such a vast hole was certainly impassable for the armored RV. Do, turn back. Turn around. Oh, you mean taking the side road to the highway, right? Understood. Mi Do acknowledged, promptly swinging the armored RV around and heading towards a fork in the road away from the blast crater. This route could also lead to the highway, albeit with a longer detour. However, they had barely been on this path for 3 short minutes when the unexpected struck once more. Another armed helicopter in the sky suddenly lost control, and by sheer misfortune, it plummeted right ahead of them. For reasons unknown, the helicopters above seemed to suffer a collective failure, one after another losing control and falling from the sky like a torrential downpour of metal and fire. What's going on? Mi Do and He Ling's faces changed in unison. Never mind the cause for now, but we can't proceed any further. Let's find shelter and wait this out. Ye Tian declared, making the snap decision to hold off until the chaos subsided as he watched the successive helicopters crash and explode before them. Forget whether the RV could withstand a helicopter crash. Even if it could, the explosions from the falling aircraft would attract countless zombies from the vicinity. If they were surrounded by the horde and unable to break free, it would spell their doom. Which one of you is more familiar with this area? Do you know a place where we can take cover? Ye Tian asked the two girls taking over the driving of the armored RV from Mi-do. Given the occasional helicopter falling from the sky, he feared Mi-do might not react in time to avert danger. I used to be responsible for this area. There are several tall buildings nearby, but I suggest we head to a hotel on the outskirts. It has a direct route to the highway, He Ling offered after a moment of thought. Although the hotel was a bit farther away, its remote location and highway access made it a convenient escape point. Alright, let's go there. Set up the navigation. He Ling quickly selected the hotel's address on the screen. Ye Tian nodded, turned the steering wheel, and guided the armored RV towards the hotel. Perhaps because this road wasn't a main thoroughfare, there were very few vehicles on it. Aside from the occasional explosion from a crashing helicopter, the sounds of zombies growling were relatively sparse, with only a paltry 1 to 200 in the vicinity. It was precisely for this reason that they arrived at the hotel without incident in just over 10 minutes. Ye Tian drove a lap around the building, noting that zombies lurked everywhere nearby. Handing the wheel back to Mi-do to continue circling, they resumed their duties. Ye Tian popped out of the sunroof to fire his Thunder God M4, while He Ling controlled the minigun to spray the area. The rocket launcher's blast was too loud, and the risk of destroying the hotel was too high. A dense torrent of bullets streamed towards the zombie horde, and within just a few minutes the surrounding undead were cleared. When the armored RV came to a stop at the hotel's main entrance, Ye Tian noticed that, like the Xintiandi shopping center, the hotel's entrance was sealed by a rolling shutter door. None of the windows on the second floor were open, and from the outside, he could even see shadows of wooden planks suggesting they had been boarded up from within. Moreover, through the windows, he could see a number of zombies inside, all drawn by the commotion of the RV. I'm sorry, Ye Tian. I didn't know it would be like this, He Ling said as she and Mi-do emerged from the sunroof, having also noticed the situation. Ye Tian didn't blame her. There was no way she could have known. It's fine. We'll just find another place. Just as Ye Tian was about to abandon the location, a rope landed before their eyes. All three instinctively looked up to see it being lowered from a window on the 7th floor. Then a person inside leaned out and waved at them as if urging them to hurry up. It's Sister Jeanne, the two women exclaimed in unison, then looked at each other in surprise. You know her too, they both said simultaneously. This isn't the time to discuss that. You two go up quickly, I'll provide cover from down here. Okay. Both girls acknowledged, realizing the urgency, and immediately grabbed the rope to climb up. Both were now second-tier evolvers, making the climb relatively easy. They swiftly scaled the rope to the 7th floor window and slipped inside. Seeing them safely in, Ye Tian also climbed up, while mentally instructing Nuwa to drive the vehicle into the adjacent alley. Though Nuwa couldn't pilot the RV with the finesse of an intelligent driving system, she could handle these simple maneuvers without issue. Ye Tian quickly entered the room and surveyed his surroundings. It was a hotel suite furnished much like an ordinary family home. However, the living room furniture had been moved to barricade the door. The muffled groans of zombies could still be faintly heard from outside. Mi-do and He Ling were currently huddled around another girl, chattering away. Ye Tian observed the girl. She stood about 1.75 meters tall, looked to be around 27 or 28 years old, and exuded an air of elegance and grace with a well-rounded figure. Another stunning beauty, though she appeared somewhat disheveled at the moment, as if she hadn't had the chance to freshen up in a long time. As he activated his appraisal skill to inspect her information, his pupils constricted sharply. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have discovered a special individual with qualifying potential and charm values. Upon successful binding, you will gain one of her random skills enhanced and upgraded. Name: Ling Jeanne. Level 1, 396,500 EXP, upgradable with energy points. Strength 18, average adult 10. Agility 21, average adult 10. Constitution 27, average adult 10. Special ability Body Mind 20. Potential value SSS. Potential ranks from A, B, C, D, E, F, SSS to SSS. The higher the rank, the greater the efficiency of energy conversion. Charm value 99 points. Charm encompasses looks, figure, and temperament, with a max score of 100. A higher charm makes one more likely to gain others' trust. Potential value SSS-rank. This was the first person Ye Tian had encountered with a potential value of SSS matching his own, and her charm value was an astonishing 99 points. Her special abilities were body and mind, which meant she possessed two distinct abilities. It was simply terrifying. Sensing Ye Tian's gaze, Ling Jeanne asked Mi-do, "So is this the one who saved you?" "I forgot to introduce him, Sister Jeanne." Mi-do suddenly realized, having been so excited to see Ling Jeanne, that she had completely forgotten about Ye Tian. "Ye Tian, this is my former instructor Ling Jeanne. Don't underestimate her just because she's beautiful. She's a renowned medical doctor, internationally famous, and she's also accomplished in chemistry and physics, holding doctorates in those fields as well. But her greatest expertise lies in medicine. Really? Ye Tian was astonished. This girl looked young, and more importantly, she was a cross-disciplinary doctor. Physics and chemistry were somewhat related, but biology had little in common with either. Gazing at this incredibly youthful woman, Ye Tian's mouth fell open. This was the very definition of a prodigy. Of course it's true, Sister Jun is extremely renowned in academia. He Ling chimed in. But how do you two know each other? She doesn't seem like someone you'd meet as a police officer, does she? Ye Tian looked at He Ling puzzled. Don't listen to them, I'm just interested in these subjects. I'm good friends with Xiao Ling's sister, so naturally I got to know Xiao Ling as well. Ling Jun said with a smile. She had heard the commotion outside the window, and seeing it was Mi Do and He Ling had lowered the rope to pull them up. Hey Sister Ling, you have a sister. Why haven't you mentioned her before? Mi Do looked at He Ling confused. Those two girls are always at odds, constantly undermining each other, and they rarely keep in touch. Ling Jun said, covering her mouth with a laugh. Sister Jun, if you bring her up again I won't talk to you. He Ling threatened fiercely. Seeing He Ling's adorable reaction, Ling Jun was unfazed and just kept laughing. Seeing that He Ling seemed unwilling to talk about her sister, Ye Tian and Mi Do didn't press further. However, they could all clearly see a hint of worry in her brow, but none of them called her out on it. Sister Jun, why are you here all alone? Shouldn't someone as talented as you be protected by the government? Meeting a familiar face in the apocalypse was a joy, so Mi Do and He Ling had initially overlooked this issue. Now thinking about it, they found it strange. The security department has its own problems to deal with. They have no time for a nobody like me. Ling Jun shook her head. I heard from an acquaintance that there's an underground shelter beneath the military base which would be safer. I was heading there. When Ling Jun mentioned her acquaintance, she glanced meaningfully at He Ling, whose expression turned slightly unnatural. This so-called acquaintance was of course her sister. But these zombies are absolutely terrifying. Especially some that are clearly different from the normal ones. My arrows can barely kill them. I drove towards the military base, killing some ordinary zombies along the way, but soon I ran into a huge horde. I had no choice but to find a place to hide. During that time I encountered some military personnel, but they said their mission was to rescue a high-ranking official and had no time for survivors like us. I tried several places, but they were all overrun with zombies. It wasn't until I found this hotel that I could hide in this room, relying on the supplies here to survive until now. These past few days I've noticed my body getting stronger, and I seem to have some strange abilities, but I haven't had the chance to test them. This morning I was woken up by the sound of a helicopter. I've been watching the situation outside the window, hoping for a chance to escape until you showed up. The three of them were shocked. A girl daring to navigate through zombie hordes all alone was truly impressive. All I can say is you're incredibly lucky and brave. If you had made it to the military base, you'd probably be a zombie or have been eaten by one by now. Ye Tian's words stunned Ling Jun. Are you saying something's wrong at the military base? Or is it just overrun with zombies? It's not just overrun, Sister Jun. It's absolutely crawling with them as far as the eye can see. As she spoke, Mi Do patted her ample chest, still shuddering at the memory of the overwhelming horde. Ling Jun's beautiful eyes widened. That exaggerated. So you all escaped from the military base? Yeah, you could say that. We're some distance away, but not too far. Mi Do nodded. You guys are amazing. The small groups of zombies Ling Jun had encountered over the past few days had nearly been the end of her. If it was truly as Mi Do described, with zombies everywhere, escaping with just the three of them was remarkable. There must have been high-tier zombies among that horde. She couldn't even fathom how they managed to get away. She had been in her lab when the apocalypse broke out, so she hadn't seen the initial chaos, otherwise she wouldn't have been so shocked. Noticing Ling Jun seemed lost and thought, Mi Do changed the subject. Sister Jun, what are your plans now? Snapped back to reality by Mi Do's question, Ling Jun thought for a moment. I was originally heading to the military district, but now I'm not sure where to go. After all, she was still just a girl. Making it this far on her own in the apocalypse was already a tremendous feat. And now, according to Mi Do, her destination was no longer an option. If the military couldn't even protect itself, how could it protect her? Going there would probably be suicide. Ling Jun felt lost, unsure of what to do next. Seeing her thoughtful expression, Ye Tian shook his head. Mi Do, noticing this, quietly pulled him aside. Do, what's wrong? Ye Tian asked, puzzled. Brother Ye Tian, could we let Sister Jun join us? Mi Do fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, hesitantly asking. Seeing her like this, Ye Tian teased her. You know I can't just let anyone in. It's no benefit to me, and it only brings trouble. Mi Do of course knew about Ye Tian's abilities. Without him, she and He Ling wouldn't have survived this long and lived so well. But Sister Jun is really capable. She made it this far all by herself, which is way more than I could do. She's also very athletic and great with a bow. She definitely won't hold us back. And if any of us gets sick, she can take care of us. Mi Do listed Ling Jun's virtues like a proud parent. You do realize that as evolvers we don't get colds or fevers, right? Ye Tian feigned indifference. Seeing Ye Tian's unwavering stance, Mi Do bit her lip, stomped her foot, and seemed to make a momentous decision. Her face flushed red as she leaned in and whispered something in Ye Tian's ear. After hearing what Mi Do said, Ye Tian's eyes lit up and he answered without hesitation, "All right, I agree." What she offered was far too intriguing, and besides he had always intended to recruit Ling Jun into the team. An SS-rank talent was something he would never let slip away, as she was the first one he had ever encountered. It had absolutely nothing to do with her figure or her beauty. Absolutely. Well, at least that's how Ye Tian convinced himself. Of course he couldn't tell Mi Do that he just gloated inwardly. I was just wondering how to get her to come with us, and Mi Do solved it for me. Plus I unlocked a new side of Mi Do. 2 birds with 1 stone. That silly girl Do will probably be thanking me for this. And sure enough. Really? That's great. Thank you, brother Ye Tian. Overjoyed by Ye Tian's affirmative answer, Mi Do jumped up and planted a kiss on his cheek. Watching Mi Do happily return to Ling Jun, pulling her over to the sofa to talk about joining Ye Tian's team, Ye Tian smiled. He stopped paying attention to them, casually pulled out a cigarette and lit it by the window. The zombies outside were still numerous, densely packed as far as the eye could see. He needed to get through the highway early and find Xia Shui. This had become a knot in Ye Tian's heart. He had to find her and ask her why. If he didn't, a thorn would remain lodged in his chest forever. Were it not for the system he had unexpectedly obtained, which guaranteed that Mi Do and He Ling would never betray him, he would no longer dare to trust anyone. Ye Tian frowned deeply, smoking a cigarette as he pondered. The cigarette in his hand had long gone out without him noticing. Ye Tian, thank you for taking me in. Ling Jun's voice came from behind him, snapping him back to reality. He turned around to look at her. Ling Jun looked at Ye Tian with gratitude, a glimmer of light shimmering in her beautiful eyes. In this apocalypse, she knew how rare it was for him to allow her to join. Although her figure and appearance were top-tier, Mi Do and He Ling were equally stunning, and each of them could hold their own in any situation. You're welcome. Welcome aboard. Ye Tian smiled as he welcomed Ling Jun to the team. A chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding a special character. The character will be 100% loyal to you and will never betray you. Skill rewarded: limb regeneration. Limb regeneration. Fear not the loss of limbs, for they shall be reborn. It was now that Ling Jun's skills could finally be seen. Before the binding, he only knew she was at the 1st rank, but not her specific abilities. The Eye of Detection could only reveal basic information, as skills were beyond its scope. Name: Ling Jun. Level 1, 396,500, can level up by consuming energy points. Strength 18, adult average 10. Agility 21, adult average 10. Physique 27, adult average 10. Psionic power, body mind 20. Skills. Medical recovery can heal designated individuals, whether it be external wounds, internal injuries, or viral infections. Gene enhancement can provide a basic enhancement to each member, greatly boosting their strength, agility, and physique. Each member can only benefit once per rank. Mind control can completely control zombies of a lower rank than herself. Potential value: SSS. Potential ranks range from A, B, C, D, E, F, SSS to SSS. The higher the potential, the more efficient the energy conversion. Charm value: 99. Charm encompasses appearance, figure, and temperament, with a perfect score of 100. The higher the charm, the easier it is to gain others' trust. A total of 3 skills. That's one more than either He Ling or Mi Do. And it was just right. Ye Tian had a faint suspicion. Could the number of skills be related to potential value? He found all 3 of Ling Jun's skills practical. Medical recovery went without saying. She was a natural healer. He glanced at her ample chest and smirked, truly living up to the name. Gene enhancement was a gem. With it, the entire team's strength could be elevated substantially, and it would be a lasting benefit. Mind control was outright formidable, allowing her to command any zombie below her rank. He could send controlled zombies into the horde to scout for information or to intimidate other survivor groups. That would be quite useful. This was absolutely not a loss. On the contrary, it was a massive gain. 3 of the 9 slots were now filled. At that moment, a natural feeling of immense trust toward Ye Tian welled up within Ling Jun, as if it were innate. The sensation was peculiar, but she didn't dwell on it, simply attributing it to the natural trust she felt for the leader of the team she had just joined. So do you have any plans next? Ling Jun inquired. We're heading to Shanghai. Ling Jun nodded, not asking why. Neither Mi Do nor He Ling knew the reason either. But since Ye Tian had decided, he surely had his logic. After all, in this apocalypse, it was the same everywhere. All they had to do was follow Ye Tian. Suddenly a growl echoed from Ling Jun's stomach, who was sitting right next to him. Sorry, I've run out of food. I haven't eaten since last night. Ling Jun's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, we haven't eaten yet either. Let's have a meal together. What do you think, Sister Ling? Mi Do quickly spoke up, saying they hadn't eaten, easing Ling Jun's awkwardness. I'm getting hungry too. Let's go make something to eat. He Ling chimed in, understanding Mi Do's intent. Since they couldn't leave anytime soon, having a meal here seemed like a good idea. Mi Do and He Ling took some simple ingredients from Ye Tian and headed to the kitchen. With Mi Do around, there was no need to worry about electricity. They'll help too. Ling Jun, aware of their kindness, quickly got up to follow them. Staying alone with Ye Tian would be too awkward. Because of her embarrassment, she didn't notice that Ye Tian had produced the ingredients out of thin air. It only struck her once she was in the kitchen. After asking the two women, she learned of Ye Tian's extraordinary abilities and felt even more fortunate that he had taken her in. They quickly stir-fried a few simple dishes, and the four of them ate with great relish. Of course, Ling Zhen ate the most and the fastest, Ye Tian Mido, and He Ling merely ate alongside her to spare her any embarrassment. Before the apocalypse, these simple dishes would have been nothing special, but now Ling Zhen felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The past few days had been incredibly hard for her. In just a few minutes, the food on the table was completely devoured. Ling Zhen let out a small burp and patted her slightly protruding belly with some embarrassment. She had eaten her fill. After tidying up the table, Mido looked at the zombies outside the window with dread. It's not a good time to leave Ye Tian Gitch. Let's wait and see. There will always be an opportunity. Ye Tian remained patient, calmly observing the zombies outside, waiting for a chance to leave. Before they knew it, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they had another meal for lunch. The zombies on the street were just as numerous as before, showing no signs of thinning out. However, the helicopters had decreased significantly, with only a few still flying. The roar of the helicopters would intermittently echo, causing the zombies below to let out occasional howls. This was precisely why the zombie numbers weren't decreasing, and even showed signs of increasing. Suddenly, the sound of car engines in the distance caught Ye Tian's attention. The 3 women who had been binge-watching shows also heard the noise and gathered by the window to look down. So many off-road vehicles. Looks like 7 or 8 of them. Are they survivors? They were all evolvers, and could tell at a glance that the people inside were not soldiers. Ye Tian had the sharpest eyes. He could clearly see that the survivors were all armed, though most carried only pistols. Only a few held rifles or shotguns. The vehicles were clearly modified with steel plates welded to their exteriors and spikes attached to the plating, making them look quite formidable. Behind them, a dozen or so zombies that were clearly not ordinary monsters were chasing them at high speed. All of them were above the 2nd rank, and one was even a 3rd-rank zombie. He had no idea where they had stirred up such a horde. As luck would have it, a crashed attack helicopter lay directly in their path, completely blocking the road. However, from their vantage point, they couldn't see the obstruction yet. They were leaning out of the vehicles, firing at the zombies. Within a mere dozen seconds, the convoy reached the site where the helicopter had crashed. Finding the road ahead blocked, the driver had no choice but to slam on the brakes. The zombies that had been relentlessly pursuing them lunged straight at the rearmost vehicle. The 3rd-tier zombie leaped with tremendous force, flattening the car beneath it. Its claws scraped against the vehicle's body, tearing a gaping wound into the metal. Survivors in the car ahead opened fire frantically at the 3rd-tier zombie, but it showed no reaction whatsoever. Opening its reeking, blood-stained maw, it began to tear into the survivors within the car. Within seconds, the survivors inside were devoured by several zombies. The 3rd-tier creature then lunged toward the car ahead. Though the survivors wielded firearms, their weapons posed little threat to a 3rd-tier zombie. In less than 20 seconds, all 8 vehicles were completely annihilated. This 3rd-tier zombie seems far more powerful than the one we encountered on the bridge. Mido's face showed astonishment as she watched the 3rd-tier zombie slaughter the 8-vehicle convoy, as if it were mere butchery. Ling Zhen gazed at the 3rd-tier zombie, lost in thought, as if pondering something. It's hard to imagine how terrifying 4th-tier and 5th-tier zombies will be. Absolutely horrifying. The group had long since shifted from their initial fear of zombies to a sense of familiarity and later to disdain, relying on Ye Tian's overwhelming firepower. Thus, they had not fully grasped the true threat of high-tier zombies. It was only when they witnessed a single 3rd-tier zombie annihilate an entire vehicle that they realized how terrifying zombies became after evolution. Would even higher-tier zombies be able to withstand nuclear bombs directly? This zombie is a 3rd-tier peak on the verge of evolving into a 4th-tier. That's why it's so formidable. Ye Tian exhaled slowly as he spoke. He could handle this 3rd-tier zombie alone, but if it were a 4th-tier, he couldn't be certain of the outcome. At the 4th-tier, zombies would also develop some incredible abilities. Before the 3 girls could recover from Ye Tian's words, the zombies below underwent another change. The 3rd-tier zombie, after devouring the survivors, began to exude blood from its body. The blood was no longer pitch black, it now showed a faint hint of red. Then something unexpected happened to the 3 women. The other dozen 2nd-tier zombies and numerous 1st-tier zombies, for some unknown reason, began to frenziedly attack the 3rd-tier zombie as soon as blood emanated from it. The 3rd-tier zombie roared in return and lunged at the attackers, devouring the zombies it killed. As it consumed more and more zombies, the blood on its body gradually shifted from black, tinged with a little red, to a vivid crimson. The green patch on its forehead began to turn blue. After the 3rd-tier zombie had devoured all the dozen-odd 2nd-tier zombies, the remaining 1st-tier zombies scattered in all directions, as if in great fear of it. Then the flesh on the 3rd-tier zombie began to writhe, and the blood flowing from its body slowly formed a blood-red cocoon. Within a few minutes, the blood-red cocoon split open, and a zombie with a sapphire blue glow on its forehead emerged. After stepping out of the cocoon, the zombie began to grow, rapidly swelling to a height of 5 meters in mere seconds. It stood like a giant. The flesh of this zombie was no longer decayed and tattered. It had become normal flesh, though, without skin, revealing faint blue veins. At the 4th tier, a zombie's abilities became incredible, much like those of an evolved psychic. The 4th tier zombie raised its head and let out a thunderous roar, then swept its arms to the side. The cars and 1st tier zombies were as fragile as paper. They were instantly torn in half. Then the 4th tier zombie leaped with tremendous force, jumping over 10 meters into the air. It cleared the wall and landed inside a residential compound from which screams soon erupted. The 4 of them witnessed the entire scene. Mido murmured to herself. That compound was almost silent. How did the zombie know to jump in there? It was as if she were asking Ye Tian, or perhaps herself. In the past 10 or so days following Ye Tian across the land, they had seen many dangers. But no zombie had ever shocked her so deeply. It was too terrifying. 4th tier zombies are completely different from any below them. Their vision begins to recover, and their hearing and sense of smell become exceptionally acute. After hearing Ye Tian's explanation, the women were stunned. They didn't question how Ye Tian knew. They only realized that survival for the remaining people would become ever more difficult. Since the 4th tier zombie could detect people in the opposite compound, it could surely detect them as well. However, there were fewer people here, so perhaps the zombie chose the compound with more victims. They had no answer. Now is our chance. While the horde is drawn into the compound by the 4th tier zombie, we must move quickly. With the 4th tier zombie's presence, the zombies outside had already breached the compound gate and were surging inside. The 3 women knew the urgency and nodded in agreement. Ling Zhen had already packed her belongings and was ready to depart. Since Ling Zhen had never fired a gun, Ye Tian gave her the infinite repeating crossbow. At that moment, the helicopters in the sky had mostly disappeared, making it the perfect time to leave. Ye Tian asked Nuwa to slowly drive the armored RV back to its original position. They planned to descend from the window using ropes. Taking the stairs would be too slow, as they would have to clear zombies along the way, and if they attracted the 4th tier zombie, Ye Tian could still protect himself. But the 3 women would surely die. However, a new problem arose. Mido and He Ling could descend on their own, as they were both 2nd tier psychics. But Ling Zhen could not. Not only was she only 1st tier, she also suffered from acrophobia. With no other choice, after a brief discussion, they decided that Ye Tian would carry her down. Ling Zhen blushed at the decision, but did not object. Survival was paramount now, there was no room for other concerns. Dodo Xiaoling, you two go down first. They'll cover you from above. Once you're down, cover me while I descend. Okay, understood. He Ling was the first to grab the rope and slide down with fluid motions. Mido was not to be outdone. She took a deep breath and imitated He Ling's movements, flipping over the edge and descending. Ye Tian drew a silenced pistol and began eliminating the scattered zombies attracted by the armored RV. Ling Zhen also raised the crossbow and fired at the zombies below. Both weapons were silenced, ideal for the situation. Once Mido and He Ling landed safely on the roof of the armored RV, Ye Tian holstered his pistol. Doctor, it's our turn. Ye Tian bent his knees, slightly leaning forward to indicate that Ling Zhen should climb onto his back. Ling Zhen, her face flushed, leaned onto Ye Tian's back. Though she was 27 years old, she had devoted herself entirely to academia and had never been in a relationship, let alone clung to a man's back in such a position. Once on his back, Ling Zhen hooked her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck, trying to minimize the burden on Ye Tian. As Ling Zhen moved, Ye Tian's breathing grew ragged. She was simply too well endowed, but he had no time to dwell on that now. Gripping the rope with both hands, he swung himself out the window, his feet dangling in the air as only his hands clung to the rope. A gust of wind swept past, causing them both to sway. Ling Zhen trembled in fright, her grip tightening around his neck. Cough. Loosen up. Cough. Feeling the pressure on his throat, Ye Tian rolled his eyes. If he weren't a tier 4 awakened now, she might have actually choked him out. Sorry. Ling Zhen snapped back to reality, loosening her hold as a deep blush spread across her pretty face. Without hesitation, Ye Tian clamped the rope between his legs and descended rapidly, alternating his hands in swift controlled drops. If not for an unexpected turn. The unexpected arrived. As they reached the 5th floor, the window burst open with a loud crash. A razor-sharp claw swiped viciously at them. The shattering glass also alerted other zombies in the room, and in an instant 6 of them lunged at Ye Tian. Unfazed, Ye Tian kept one hand firmly on the rope, while the other produced a silenced pistol from thin air. 2 muffled shots rang out, and several zombies dropped with their heads blown open. The first one, a tier 2 zombie, survived the shot, so Ye Tian delivered a follow-up kick, crushing its skull completely. He's incredible. Ling Zhen, clinging to his back, watched it all unfold with sheer amazement. Ye Tian's speed, reflexes, and raw strength were astonishing. That single kick that obliterated the zombie's head was proof enough. And that zombie was clearly no ordinary one. Ye Tian couldn't see her stunned expression, but after dispatching the foolish undead, he continued his descent. Soon they reached the roof of the vehicle where Mi Do and He Ling were already using silenced pistols to pick off zombies surrounding the armored RV. Mi Do and He Ling followed suit. After taking out a few more zombies, Ye Tian also scrambled inside. Just as they prepared to head down, a distant roar echoed from the sky, the unmistakable sound of helicopter rotors. It was Mi Do and He Ling followed suit. After taking out a few more zombies, Ye Tian also scrambled inside. Just as they prepared to head down, a distant roar echoed from the sky, the unmistakable sound of helicopter rotors. It was heading straight toward them. Another helicopter. The women's brows furrowed as they spotted a growing black dot on the horizon. They knew this wouldn't end well. Sure enough, the sudden roar of the helicopter stirred the zombie horde, which had just begun to settle back into a frenzy. Stay quiet. Let them pass first, Ye Tian whispered to the three women. Although the RV had excellent soundproofing, he wasn't sure if that Tier 4 zombie could sense them. To be safe, they'd wait until the helicopter moved on. Okay, the three women replied in unison. Through the skylight, they saw the approaching aircraft, 4 armed helicopters. They hovered right above the RV, and the group initially assumed they were just passing through. But to their surprise, the 4 helicopters stopped and hovered directly overhead. Damn it, Ye Tian cursed under his breath. What's going on? He Ling whispered, her breath tickling his ear. Ye Tian shrugged, equally clueless. Then the helicopters did something entirely unexpected. They split into 2 groups. 2 armed helicopters descended, and their mounted machine guns opened fire on the zombie horde below. A hail of bullets tore through the zombie ranks, eliciting guttural screams. Bombs dropped from the underbellies of the helicopters, detonating amidst the dense crowd. The powerful machine guns shredded zombies into pulp, and each explosion claimed dozens more. In an instant, 200 to 300 zombies were obliterated. The commotion was audible for miles, and the horde, which had calmed under the Tier 4 zombies' influence, erupted once more. With bloodshot eyes, zombies swarmed toward the helicopters. Meanwhile, the other 2 helicopters flew toward a nearby residential complex, separated from the Tier 4 zombie by just a single wall. What are they thinking? Are they trying to get themselves killed with all that noise? Mi Do and He Ling fumed, watching the chaos. They'd finally found a chance to escape this hellhole, and now these idiots were ruining it. These 4 helicopters are the military's most advanced models, equipped with our 4 air-to-ground missiles and J6 rotary machine guns. Ling Jun, the more composed of the 3, analyzed the situation coolly. Judging by their uniforms, they're the SEAL team. He Ling, being from the establishment, recognized their attire at a glance. Mi Do asked curiously, Ling, Jia, what's the SEAL team? This used to be classified, but now it doesn't matter. The SEAL team is like the Blue Army of Special Forces, the elite of the elite. So they're really strong. Exactly. They usually operate in 5-man squads. With 4 helicopters, that means 4 squads. A single squad like that could easily wipe out a 100-man mercenary group. He Ling replied without turning around, keeping her eyes on the helicopters. Mi Do was stunned. A 5-man squad is that powerful? They've deployed 4 squads this time. What kind of mission requires all of them at once? Hearing He Ling's explanation, Ye Tian's mind raced. Nuwa, can you hack into those helicopters and get their mission intel? Ding. A video file has been retrieved from their onboard communication system. Play it. Nuwa worked swiftly, completing the task almost before he finished speaking. Display it on the RV screen. The armored RV had a monitor near the front bed. Ye Tian gestured for the women to look. The footage showed a helicopter crashing near the hotel. The scene shifted to reveal a high-ranking official inside the down chopper, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Miraculously, all 3 survived. They even managed to find an abandoned riot control armored vehicle nearby. Using that vehicle's communication system, the official successfully made contact with the military. The video ended there. Clearly, these 4 Special Forces squads were sent to rescue that official. Must be nice being a big shot. 4 whole squads for a rescue. A regular person would be lucky to get a single soldier. Ye Tian scoffed. His words left the 3 women with grim expressions. This was the apocalypse. The life of an ordinary person is utterly worthless. Even someone like Ling Jun, who contributed to the nation, was not rescued by the military. Without sufficient status or standing, they wouldn't give you a second thought. Even if you stood right before them begging for help, they might still refuse to save you. The apocalypse was this cruel. Brother Ye Tian, what do we do now? Everyone understood Mi Do's concern. The other threats were manageable, but the terrifying 4th-level zombie was the real danger. Originally, they could have slipped away quietly, but the SEAL team's commotion had drawn so much attention that a silent escape was no longer possible. With such a commotion, the 4th-level zombie's intervention was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. When it clashed with the SEAL team, their proximity would likely put them in the crossfire. Leaving was now urgent. Wait, we can't move yet. Ye Tian thought calmly for a moment before decisively choosing to stay put. For one, the helicopter had drawn in too many surrounding zombies, making a breakout risky. Secondly, the RV soundproofing was decent. As long as they remained quiet inside, they probably wouldn't attract the zombies' attention. Of course, that didn't include the 4th-level zombie. At least for now, they were relatively safe. If they started the RV and drove off immediately, they'd draw the attention of both the Horde and the Special Forces. The helicopters might even ascend higher, deliberately leading the zombies towards them. The special team's strategy of splitting their forces was already evident. 2 helicopters created a massive disturbance to attract the zombies, while the other 2 focused on rescue. If they were caught in the middle, they'd be used as bait, surrounded by the Horde with no escape. After Ye Tian laid out the pros and cons, the 3 women understood the gravity of their situation. We appear to be in danger, but in reality, we're quite safe. Moreover, we're hidden while they're exposed, so we can act when the moment is right. For now, we must observe and wait for an opportunity. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from a nearby residential building, sounding as if it were right in their ears, deafening and fierce. The moment the roar echoed, the entire zombie horde froze as if a pause button had been pressed. The 4th level zombie has appeared. Ye Tian's gaze sharpened. Get down. This is our chance. Ye Tian started the armored RV, silently creeping forward at a snail's pace to leave the area without attracting the zombies' attention. Boom. After traveling about 50 meters, a thunderous explosion rocked the vehicle, causing it to shudder violently. Through the monitors, they saw thick smoke rising in the distance. One helicopter was rapidly ascending, but beneath it a dense mass of zombies was piling on top of each other, forming a human pyramid to reach the aircraft with astonishing speed. This is Falcon 2 Special Ops Unit. We've encountered an unknown zombie variant. Requesting immediate backup. Repeat, requesting backup. The SEAL team on the helicopter had never witnessed such a scene, but their rigorous military training kicked in, and they swiftly formulated a response. However, the ascending helicopter began to violently shake. The zombies' snarling sounded as if it were right next to them. Huh. Damn it. The zombies have piled up and grabbed the tail rotor. Open fire. We must stop these monsters. Because they had landed for the rescue mission, the helicopter hadn't gained enough altitude yet. The other helicopter had been hit by the 4th level zombie, right after takeoff, lost control, and crashed. The high-ranking official and 5 Special Forces members inside were killed almost without resistance. This team had only escaped by taking off quickly, but they never expected the zombies to be capable of stacking themselves. Now a mountain of corpses over 20 meters high had formed and was clinging to their tail. Besides the pilot and the co-pilot, the remaining 3 Special Forces members grabbed their submachine guns and fired at the tail. Bullets rained down on the zombie mass, sending a shower of blood and shell casings tumbling from the sky. However, due to the angle, their efforts were largely ineffective. If not for the mounted machine gun providing some suppressive fire, they would have been overrun. Contact Units 3 and 4. Tell them to disengage and provide immediate support. Roger that, Captain. Captain, that terrifying zombie is coming for us. Deploy the air-to-surface missile. Yes, sir. The co-pilot immediately locked onto the rapidly approaching 4th level zombie. In the next second, a missile with a fiery trail shot towards it. The missile closed in on the 4th level zombie with incredible speed. It was almost upon it, and their hearts were in their throats, silently praying it would destroy the monster. Roar! But just as the missile was about to hit the zombie, let out a furious roar and leaped high into the air. The missile grazed past its feet and exploded in the horde behind it. The intense heat and massive shockwave instantly engulfed the surrounding zombies. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 zombies were obliterated in the blast. The power of the air-to-surface missile was terrifying. Yet the 4th level zombie emerged unscathed, using the shockwave to propel itself even higher, rapidly closing in on the helicopter. Captain, it's coming for us. Where are Units 3 and 4? They've been alerted. No time. Concentrate all firepower on that thing. Rat-a-tat. A torrent of bullets, a stream of steel poured down upon the 4th level zombie, all focused on stopping its advance. But what happened next defied their expectations. Clang. Clang. The bullets struck the 4th level zombie, as if hitting solid steel, producing metallic sounds and showers of sparks. Only the mounted machine gun seemed to have any effect, and even that only managed to slow its progress, nothing more. The machine gun couldn't inflict any real damage either. And because all their firepower was focused on the 4th level zombie, there was no longer any suppressive fire on the others. The zombies climbing the tail were now free to swarm onto the helicopter. Huh. Ye Tian and the others witnessed the entire scene. That 4th level zombie is terrifying. It's not only smart enough to command the horde to stack, but its body is as hard as iron. It's horrifying. The 3 women in the armored RV were in shock, having seen everything through the external monitors. Ye Tian remained relatively calm as he was aware of the 4th level zombie's power. However, in his assessment, even if this one had peers of the same rank, it was likely far stronger than most. This one was probably destined to become one of the future zombie emperors. At that moment, at the central command center of the Yuzhong military district in a war room, over 20 high-ranking officials were seated on opposite sides of a long conference table. Some were from the military, others from the government. Around them and in front of them, over 100 operators with specialized roles were monitoring displays. At the front of the table, a civilian-looking staff member was giving a briefing. General Chun, the surviving soldiers, and scattered civilians from the camp that fell last night have been fully quarantined and are undergoing a series of examinations. Be cautious. If anything seems abnormal, you are authorized to execute them on the spot. Chun Hai, the chief commander of Yuzhong City, wore a grave expression as he issued the order to his clerk. Yes, General Chun. The clerk responded loudly, though cold sweat beaded involuntarily on his forehead. Hearing this, a high-ranking official in his 50s dressed in a suit frowned. General Chun is execution on the spot. Appropriate. General Chin's eyes flashed with anger as he was about to retort, but a frantic voice cut through the tension. Report. Sea Leopard Team's Falcon 2 is requesting reinforcements. A special zombie has been discovered. The mission has failed. A special zombie. Chen Hai's expression shifted dramatically. He had long suspected that the zombies would continue to evolve. Pull up the surveillance feed immediately. Dispatch reinforcements at once. Yes, sir. Also summon the medical research team to the command center right away. Yes, sir. The military's efficiency was, if nothing else, commendable. Within moments, the surveillance footage from Falcon 2 appeared on the command center's main screen. A minute later, the medical research team arrived on the scene. Combining satellite imagery with helicopter footage, they pieced together the sequence of events. Falcon 1 has been lost. The assembled high-ranking officials were stunned. Such a significant loss was unprecedented since the Sea Leopard team's inception. Every member of the Sea Leopard team was a prized asset. Have the locations of 3 and 4 been confirmed? Bring up their feeds. The next second, the footage from helicopters 3 and 4 appeared on screen, showing them nearing the position of 2. However, before they could get a closer look, a dark shadow suddenly leaped from a nearby residential building. It slammed into the helicopter with a deafening crash. The helicopter lurched violently, becoming unstable. It's that zombie. The fourth order zombie let out a guttural roar and swiped its claws. The helicopter sputtered, belched black smoke, and spiraled towards the ground. Boom! The attack helicopter crashed directly into the earth, exploding along with its payload of missiles. The ground shook, and a colossal mushroom cloud rose dozens of meters high from the crash site. At the Yuzhong City Military District Command, General Chun and over 20 senior officers witnessed the entire scene, their faces grim. General Chun took a deep breath and said to his clerk, "Posthumously award first-class merits to the 10 fallen soldiers." Yes, sir. What does the research team make of this zombie? This one is clearly different from the others. Our research indicates that zombies evolve over time, and the color of their foreheads changes with each evolution. Based on our assessment, this is a zombie that has evolved 4 times. General Chin asked, his face somber. Does it have any weaknesses? This is a brand new area of study, and unfortunately we have too little data to make a judgment. The head is typically a weak point for regular zombies, but I doubt it could have survived such a massive explosion. Look, that zombie is still alive. What? Let me see. Everyone stared at the display screen and gasped in unison. The footage showed the zombie had reappeared. It was missing an arm, and half its body was a bloody mess, clearly severely wounded. How can it survive that? What kind of weapon could possibly kill it? This is terrifying. That was over a dozen missiles exploding simultaneously. Enough to shred an armored vehicle, yet it couldn't kill a mere zombie. Absolutely terrifying. The zombie on the screen was visibly enraged. It roared at the sky, leaped onto the roof of a nearby building, then bounded to another, moving rapidly in a specific direction. What is it planning? Damn. Tell 3 and 4 to get out of there now. But it was too late. Before the warning could be issued, the fourth order zombie had already reached the rooftop closest to helicopters 3 and 4. The crews of 3 and 4 had also spotted the zombie. That zombie is still alive. Get out of here. No time. We have to fight. As the words left his mouth, a dark figure descended from above, crashing directly onto helicopter 3. In the next instant, the zombie swiped its claws, and the sound of tearing metal filled the air. The helicopter began to lose balance, tilting dangerously as it started to plummet. Fortunately, the pilot managed to stabilize the aircraft just in time, averting a crash. Having been burned once, the fourth order zombie wisely chose not to attack the helicopter's hull again. Instead, it tore the opening wider and reached inside to attack the crew. All units opened fire. The captain roared, and everyone unleashed their weapons at the fourth order zombie. The helicopter's mounted machine guns also blazed away. Helicopter 4 joined the assault, but the bullets merely sparked off the zombie's hide, failing to penetrate its defenses. It wasn't entirely futile, though. The zombie was severely wounded, and bullets striking its injuries did have an effect. However, whenever a missile was about to hit, it would quickly dive into the horde, using the mass of zombies as a living shield. Is it dead this time? The Sea Leopard members on the 2 helicopters stared intently at the zombie horde, where the fourth order zombie had vanished. It's not dead. It's behind us. But their reaction was too slow. It was already too late. The fourth order zombie appeared abruptly from behind, and using the height of a residential building, it launched itself onto helicopter 3. The helicopter shuddered violently. The zombie's claws swept out, cleanly severing the helicopter's tail section. Immediately after, the fourth order zombie leaped onto helicopter 4. The pilot of 4 tried to evade, but the swarming zombies clung to the aircraft, preventing any escape. Damn you. Die. At that moment, the pilots of both helicopters made a simultaneous decision. They angled their aircraft and slammed them directly into the 4th order zombie from 2 directions. Both helicopters self-destructed in a desperate attempt to take the 4th order zombie down with them. Yet as they watched the footage, everyone in the command center fell silent. The 4th order zombie was in a horrific state, but it was still alive. Despair washed over everyone. Based on their understanding, as long as a zombie wasn't completely destroyed, it could recover from any injury by feeding. And they never imagined that a simple rescue mission would end in the loss of 4 helicopters and 4 entire Sea Leopard teams. No one had anticipated the sheer terror of this 4th order zombie. Where are the reinforcements? General Chen finally asked after a long silence, his voice hoarse. They just departed. The main issue was the suddenness of it all. Barely 10 minutes had passed since Team 2's distress signal, making a timely rescue impossible. Tell them to turn back. The zombie is over 100 kilometers away, and by the time they get there it could be anywhere. Besides, Chen Hai's words trailed off, but everyone understood his meaning. Even if the reinforcement team managed to locate the 4th-tier zombie, eliminating it would come at a devastating cost. The military had already suffered grievous losses and could not withstand further attrition. All they could hope for was that the research team might deliver some favorable intelligence to counter the zombie threat. Look, has that zombie detected something? The assembled high-ranking officials who had already resigned themselves to despair snapped their attention to the screen at the researchers' startled cry. There the 4th-tier zombie was roaring at the heavens, having just stumbled violently, as though struck by an unseen force. Could there be others engaging this creature? Survivors. A flicker of hope rekindled in the officials' eyes as they stared intently at the display. Deploy the satellite. Give me a visual of everything within a kilometer of that zombie. Yes, sir. As the operator widened the satellite's field of view, they finally spotted it a mere 400 to 500 meters from the 4th-tier zombie. An armored vehicle was plowing through the horde, charging straight for the creature. The people inside that vehicle were none other than Ye Tian and his companions. Ye Tian and his team had been monitoring the 4th-tier zombie's movements all along, witnessing the brutal clash between the SEAL team and the monstrous creature. Now with the beast on the brink of death, Ye Tian saw an opportunity too perfect to squander. Dowdy, you're driving. Xiaoling, you and I will provide sniper cover. Professor Ling used the minigun to clear the approaching zombies. Move out. Got it. The 3 women responded in unison, each springing into action. He Ling joined Ye Tian, popping out of the hatch to set up their sniper rifles, while Ling Zhun opened fire with the vehicle's mounted minigun. Though she had no prior experience with firearms, precision was hardly a concern in this kind of suppressive fire. The weapon's true power lay in its sheer volume of bullets. The only real drawback was the exorbitant cost of the ammunition. Bang! Bang! 2 deafening shots rang out as high-caliber rounds erupted from the barrels of Ye Tian and He Ling's rifles, reaching the 4th-tier zombie's head in a fraction of a second. Thwack! Twin spurts of dark blood splashed from the creature's skull, worsening its injuries. Yet these wounds were still far from fatal. He Ling's bullet in particular had barely penetrated the skin, merely scratching the surface of its defenses. The 4th-tier zombie boasted an absolutely terrifying level of defense. The lesser zombies caught in Ling Zhun's line of fire, however, were a different story entirely. They fell in droves, but against a horde numbering in the tens of thousands, the losses were a mere drop in the ocean. For every one that fell, another instantly took its place. The 4th-tier zombie fixed its gaze on the incoming armored vehicle, its crimson eyes burning with boundless fury. Roar! It howled at the heavens, and in the next instant a truly horrifying spectacle unfolded. Following its thunderous roar, the surrounding zombies began to hurl themselves at the 4th-tier beast without a moment's hesitation. The creature in turn tore into them, with its massive jaws devouring them whole. Simultaneously, the lower-tier zombies further away, driven by an unseen command, went into a frenzy and swarmed toward Ye Tian's armored RV, desperately trying to block its advance. Following its thunderous roar, the surrounding zombies began to hurl themselves at the 4th-tier beast without a moment's hesitation. The creature in turn tore into them, with its massive jaws devouring them whole. Simultaneously, the lower-tier zombies further away, driven by an unseen command, went into a frenzy and swarmed toward Ye Tian's armored RV, desperately. After each shot, he would duck back into the RV, feigning the need to reload. He was acutely aware that the military likely had him under surveillance. He couldn't afford to let them catch a glimpse of his true capabilities. Boom! Boom! The rocket impacts instantly cleared a massive swath of the horde ahead of them. When a rocket detonated near the 4th-tier zombie, the sheer force of the explosion also obliterated the ordinary zombies clustered around it. The creature's legs, which had just begun to regenerate, were blown off once more. Roar! It bellowed in fury, its gaze locked onto Ye Tian. But despite its rage, it was utterly helpless, forced to watch the armored RV draw ever closer. It desperately tried to summon more zombies to its side for protection, but Ye Tian denied it any respite, sending another rocket streaking toward it. The intense shockwave and searing heat from the explosion once again consumed the 100-odd zombies surrounding the fourth-tier beast. The creature's injuries worsened, though it still clung to life. But Ye Tian's objective had been achieved. The armored RV was now less than 50 meters from the monstrous zombie. At this distance, both Ye Tian and the RV could reach it with ease. "Give me covering fire." Ye Tian barked out the order before retrieving his long-in-use star sword and leaping from the vehicle. In the blink of an eye, he had weaved through the horde and was standing before the fourth-tier zombie. Had this creature been at full strength, Ye Tian would have found it a formidable opponent even in an unknown duel. But now, gravely wounded as it was, the fight would be considerably simpler. Roar! The fourth-tier zombie roared in defiance, its simple mind unable to conceive that any living being would dare to come so close. It lashed out with its claws, aiming to cleave Ye Tian in two. But Ye Tian, wielding the star sword, answered with a single spatial slash, severing the arm that had proven impervious to even rocket fire. In the next instant, a follow-up strike cleaved the creature's skull open. The fourth-tier zombie that had destroyed 4 helicopters and 4 entire SEAL teams was finally dead by Ye Tian's hand. The entire engagement had lasted less than 10 seconds. Though it had appeared effortless, Ye Tian had consumed nearly half of his supernatural energy to land that decisive blow. This was precisely why he had been so reluctant to provoke the creature. If he couldn't kill it quickly, then its monstrous defenses and offensive power would make it nearly impossible for an ordinary evolved human to bring it down. Back in the military command center, a profound silence had descended. Everyone had witnessed the confrontation between Ye Tian and the fourth-tier zombie. They still couldn't believe it. Had this fourth-tier zombie, the very source of their despair, truly been slain so easily by a mere survivor? Even wounded, it was a foe that no ordinary person should have been able to defeat. Their own elite SEAL team, armed with state-of-the-art weaponry and attack helicopters, had been annihilated by this very creature. Of course, their intelligence was sharp enough to deduce that Ye Tian and his group had been lying in wait, deliberately allowing the zombie and the SEAL team to weaken each other so they could swoop in and reap the spoils. Yet this realization did nothing to diminish their awe at Ye Tian's sheer power. How many could remain so calm amidst a terrifying horde patiently biding their time for the perfect moment? Such nerve, such audacity. How many possessed it? Having slain the fourth-tier zombie, Ye Tian made his way back to the armored RV with preternatural ease, as if passing through an empty field. He then blasted a path through the horde with his rocket launcher and sped away. The high-ranking officials in the command center could only watch helplessly as the vehicle disappeared into the distance. However, under Chun Hai's orders, the military satellite remained locked onto Ye Tian's group, ensuring their location was never lost. Who are these people? Have we found out yet? General Chun averted his gaze and turned to glare at the 100 or so operators. Where is the intelligence division? His thunderous roar shattered the dead silence that had gripped the command center, snapping the assembled senior officers and operators back to their senses. Reporting, General. Speak. Yes, sir. This group of survivors consists of 4 people. The 3 women are Mi Do, 19 years old, 175 centimeters tall, currently studying at Yuzhong University. Her parents died in an earthquake 5 years ago. She is an orphan with excellent grades. He Ling, female, 25, 176 centimeters tall, currently a member of the Yuzhong City Southern District Special Tactics Team, proficient in marksmanship and close-quarters combat. Ling Jin, female, 173 centimeters, 28 years old, a top medical doctor in Yuzhong City, and a globally renowned PhD in chemistry and physics. Ye Tian, male, 178 centimeters, 28 years old, a famous young entrepreneur in Yuzhong City, owning a logistics company and a foundation. Is there any more detailed information on this Ye Tian? No, this is all we have for now. Many information systems have crashed, so. General, this person seems to be one of the survivors who broke through the river bridge. A colonel beside him said, sounding somewhat uncertain. Oh. General Chin's interest was immediately piqued. Many survivors were storming the checkpoint at the time, but one vehicle managed to break through. It seems it was them. Pull up the footage from then. Let's take a closer look. Yes, sir. The colonel acknowledged and immediately instructed the operators to retrieve the footage. 10 minutes later, all the senior officers fell silent once more. They had confirmed that the ones who had broken through the bridge were Ye Tian and his group. By now, everyone realized that Ye Tian was no ordinary man. It was clear from the footage that someone had attacked the soldiers at the checkpoint, causing it to fall, and all of it was orchestrated by Ye Tian. At that moment, everyone instinctively looked at the big screen. Ye Tian was already at the entrance to the highway at a gas station. From there, he could enter the highway and leave Yuzhong City. Ye Tian's purpose at the gas station was simple. The fuel reserves at such a large station were immense, and the armored RV consumed a great deal of fuel despite having stored some already. But who knew if this kind of fuel could be produced in the future? It was essential to stockpile a sufficient amount. Fuel stored at a gas station would eventually expire, but in his space it would not. Seeing this, Chun Hai's eyes flickered as he pondered. Communications unit, is there any way to contact Ye Tian? Yes, sir. The communications operator's fingers flew across the keyboard, and within moments he replied, "General, we can connect to the phone at the gas station." Lehai's eyes lit up at this. "Good. Get in touch with him right away. I want to speak with him personally." Back at the gas station there were quite a few abandoned vehicles, and several hundred zombies as well. Upon arriving, Mi-Do, without needing Ye Tian's instruction, expertly began driving in circles. He Ling and Ling Jun each manned their weapons to clear out the zombies surrounding the station. After the area was cleared, Ye Tian had the three women move the supplies from the station's convenience store, while he went to the back to empty the fuel tanks. By the time everything was finished, it was around 5 in the afternoon. The women had already loaded all the useful supplies from the convenience store into the RV. They had also prepared a meal in the RV, waiting only for Ye Tian. As soon as he boarded, Ling Jun's voice called out, "Done. Time to eat." Ye Tian looked over and saw 4 dishes, 2 meat, 2 vegetable, and a soup laid out on the RV's dining table. "Oh, who made this? It looks delicious." "Sister Jun made it all. Dodo and I were busy hauling supplies," He Ling said with a smile. "Then I must try Professor Ling's cooking. I've lived alone for years, often stuck in the lab, so I cook for myself. It comes naturally now." "Ye Tian, you don't have to call me Professor Ling, just call me Xiao Jun." Ling Jun smiled. "I haven't tasted Sister Jun's cooking in ages." Mi-Do was already eager. Having just been through an intense battle, their physical and mental energy were nearly depleted, so the sight of such a lavish meal made them all the more impatient. At the table, everyone was full of praise for Ling Jun's culinary skills. Although Ling Jun was only slightly younger than Ye Tian, she had the thinnest skin of the 3 women. Blushing at the compliments, she waved her hands, asking them to stop. Otherwise this meal would never end. Seeing Ling Jun like this, Mi-Do and He Ling covered their mouths to stifle their laughter, but dutifully changed the subject. "Ye Tian, do you think our actions today will draw the attention of the authorities? Even the elite SEAL team was taken down by a 4th-tier zombie, yet we took it out ourselves." He Ling took a bite of her food and said, "Not necessarily. It depends on whether they're willing to allocate such significant resources. If they use military satellites, they might already have our photos and detailed info on their desks." Ling Jun thought for a moment, then said, "The SEAL team was sent to rescue that high-ranking official, and they are the military's elite force. Their failure would definitely raise alarms. So I'm certain the military has noticed us. The only question is whether they are still monitoring us now." Mi-Do tilted her head and said, "Yuzhong City is huge and chaotic. They wouldn't go through the trouble of using military satellites to monitor small fry like us, would they?" "Not necessarily," He Ling shook her head. "As an insider, I can tell you that any mission involving the SEALs is never simple. That official must be very important, and since the mission failed, I agree with Sister Ling. They must have noticed us. We just don't know if they're still watching. This isn't the time to worry about that. What we need to consider is whether the military will come after us," Ye Tian said, casually stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth. "Why? Why would they come after us?" Ling Jun was taken aback. "We haven't provoked them. Why would they?" Mi-Do quickly cleared her throat, put down her chopsticks, and looked seriously at Ling Jun. "Sister Jun, this isn't a time of peace anymore. It's the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, it's not just weakness that's a crime, being too powerful can also be one. Besides, we've profited from their misfortune. Strictly speaking, one could say our inaction led to the SEAL team's annihilation. So we're definitely not on friendly terms with the military." Seeing Mi-Do's serious lecturing expression, Ling Jun was stunned. "Dodo, since when did you become so wise?" In Ling Jun's eyes, Mi-Do was still a child. How could she seem like a completely different person in just a few days? Ling Jun couldn't help but look at her with newfound respect. He Ling, who was sitting beside them, could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. "What's wrong, Xiao Ling?" Ling Jun looked at He Ling with slight confusion. I'm fine, I just choked a bit." He Ling quickly waved her hands. He Ling had been with Mi-Do and Ye Tian for several days now, and she remembered how Ye Tian had spoken to Mi-Do like that before, so Mi-Do was now imitating Ye Tian playing the teacher. Cough, cough. Mi-Do's face flushed, slightly embarrassed at being seen through by He Ling. "Brother Ye Tian, am I right?" Yes, you're absolutely right." Ye Tian smiled, as well, fully aware of what the military would become in the future. "For people like us, our individual power is too great. There's a saying, if you can't have it, destroy it. That fits perfectly here." "Ye Tian, you mean the military will come after us?" "Not yet. For now, they'll only try to win us over, so we don't need to fear them. Besides, after tonight, they'll have their own problems to deal with." "You mean, it's just a guess?" "Well, no, after tonight." The armored RV was parked at the convenience store entrance, and the nearby zombies had been cleared out. To make it easier to transport supplies, the RV's doors were left open. "There's still a storage room in the convenience store we haven't checked. Since it's not dark yet, let's see if there's anything else useful." Mi-Do was like a miser, not wanting to let any usable item slip by. "The convenience store's storage room. Yeah, it seems untouched. It's locked, and I couldn't open it." "All right, we've eaten enough. Let's go together." The 3 women had also finished their meal and quickly tidied up. Mi-Do led the way toward the convenience store. "It's over here. Let me show you." Ling Jun and He Ling followed him out of the vehicle. At the storage room door, Ye Tian used a spatial slash to cut the lock open. Inside was a storage room of about 30 square meters. Despite the small space, it was well stocked with all sorts of goods. Most of it was snacks and instant food, but there were also daily necessities, rice and cooking oil. The three women were trusted companions, so Ye Tian didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he cleared out all the supplies in the room. After reaching the 4th rank, Ye Tian could now collect a staggering volume of supplies, up to 1,000 meters in length, width, and height. A tiny storage room was nothing. If he weren't worried about complications, he could have moved the entire gas station. The three women had long grown accustomed to Ye Tian's miraculous abilities. They were all smart girls and knew this was his secret, so they never asked. Just as they finished packing and were about to leave, a phone rang suddenly inside the convenience store. Who could be calling here? The three women were puzzled, but Ye Tian had a vague suspicion. Answer it, and we'll find out. If I'm guessing right, it's them. With that, Ye Tian walked over and picked up the phone. Hearing Ye Tian's words, the three of them quickly caught on. Hello? Who are you looking for? Meanwhile, at the military command center, the gas station had a roof, so satellites couldn't capture footage of Ye Tian and his group. That meant they had been out of sight for over an hour. If not for the fact that no vehicles had entered or exited the area, they would have thought Ye Tian and the others had vanished. Chen Hai had been pacing anxiously for nearly an hour. Just as he was about to lose his temper, the communications team finally reported good news. The call had connected. Chen Hai's body stiffened, and he strode forward to grab the headset. Ye Tian, hello? I'm Chen Hai, the Supreme Commander of the Central Hunan Military Region. General Chen, what can I do for you? Ye Tian wasn't surprised in the least that Chen Hai knew his name. If the military couldn't even dig up such basic intel, their intelligence division might as well be disbanded. Chen Hai, however, wasn't as calm as Ye Tian. From Ye Tian's composed tone, it wasn't hard to guess that he seemed to have anticipated this contact, as if he knew Chen Hai would reach out. Chen Hai frowned slightly. This young man was no ordinary person. I already know what you did yesterday and today. Oh, what are you trying to say, General Chen? Ye Tian replied with a smile, showing no surprise. You're not going to say we've committed a crime and need to be hauled into court, or that we should turn ourselves in, are you? Inside the command center, everyone exchanged uneasy glances at Ye Tian's words. The faces of the 20-odd senior officials darkened. Who was Chen Hai? He was the Supreme Commander of the Central Hunan Military Region. The entire military answered to him. And yet this unknown young man dared to speak to General Chen in such a tone. Chen Hai himself, however, remained composed and didn't take offense at Ye Tian's words. Haha, no, not at all. We have no intention of blaming you. On the contrary, I admire you greatly. This time, I mainly want to invite you to join the military. No matter when, the military will always be your solid backing. I'm sorry, General Chen. I'm someone who's used to a free and unfettered life. Oh, I don't like being constrained. Don't rush to refuse. Hear me out. If you join us, I can guarantee that you'll become a senior military official immediately. You'll have free access to any location, and we won't restrict you at all. As for weapons, anything the military has, you can take your pick. Chen Hai paused for a moment and continued. I believe that with your abilities, if you join us and work together, we can definitely save more people. Before Chen Hai could finish, Ye Tian cut him off directly. I'm sorry, General Chen. I'm a selfish man. I have no interest in saving people. Speaking of saving, when I was surrounded by zombies and about to be devoured, where was the military? When I was starving to death, where was the military? Did you save those who made great contributions to the country? Chen Hai was rendered speechless by Ye Tian's barrage of questions. As for the 20-odd senior officials, their faces were flushed red. If not for Chen Hai's authority, they would have already erupted in curses. Ye Tian, of course, was unaware of all this, and continued speaking nonchalantly. So, General Chen, in this world today, no one can be relied upon. The only thing you can depend on is the blade in your own hand. Moreover, Ye Tian, I think you have some misunderstandings about the military. General Chen, for the sake of being fellow countrymen, I'll offer a word of advice. Right now, you can't even protect yourselves. You'd better figure out how to solve that. As for everything else, let's talk another time. Everyone in the command center was baffled, unsure what Ye Tian meant. How could they not be able to protect themselves? Ye Tian, explain yourself. What do you mean by that? But all that came through the phone was a dial tone. The call had been disconnected. Call him back. Sir, the connection can no longer be established. Meanwhile, at the gas station over 100 kilometers away, Ye Tian hung up the phone and yanked the phone line out entirely. Watching Ye Tian's actions, Mi Do and the other two women exchanged glances. They had all heard his conversation, and none of them were surprised by his decision. Over the past few days, they had witnessed firsthand the actions of the military. While some individuals were genuinely devoted to their country and people, the inaction and selfishness of certain high-ranking officials had long since eroded their faith in the institution. Even Ling Zhun had abandoned any intention of joining the military. Enough. We'll leave tonight and find a place to rest on the way. Ye Tian called out to the three women stepping out of the convenience store as they followed him into the vehicle. Inside the command center, upon hearing the communications unit's reply, the high-ranking officials could no longer contain their fury. How insolent. Utterly lawless. This brat has no regard for the military whatsoever. Dispatch the special forces immediately. I refuse to believe he can remain so arrogant with a gun pressed to his head. One by one they were flushed with rage, itching to capture Ye Tian to vent their anger. His words had thoroughly provoked them, men accustomed to positions of power unaccustomed to such defiance. In their view the conditions Chun Hai had offered were undeniably generous, yet Ye Tian had refused them without a second thought. Even a man of considerable composure would have been incensed, and Chun Hai's temper was far from mild. After all, how many military commanders possessed a gentle disposition? However, as the chief commander, he harbored more considerations than the others. He understood that capable individuals were often proud and headstrong, not easily swayed. Even Liu Bei had made 3 visits to the thatched cottage to recruit Zhuge Liang. His own effort barely counted as one. Strictly speaking, not even that. He glanced at the agitated official beside him, face flushed, and clamoring to dispatch the special forces to seize Ye Tian, and let out a cold snort. Send the special forces. The SEALs or the Flying Tigers. Do you realize this man is a force to be reckoned with? Even zombies that bullets can't penetrate don't last a single round against him. Who among you possesses such capability? Then use missiles. I refuse to believe he's immune to those. Bang. Chun Hai's eyes widened as he slammed the table and roared, "Missiles my ass. Why don't you suggest a nuclear bomb? Who the hell do you think you are, huh? Is that something you're even qualified to say? Since when does a political appointee like you give orders to the military?" Already incensed by Ye Tian, Chun Hai was now thoroughly enraged. Seeing Chun Hai's furious expression, the high-ranking officials were startled into silence, daring not to utter another word. The one who had clamored for sending troops against Ye Tian paled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Everyone knew the times had changed. In times of prosperity civil officials held sway, but in times of chaos, it was the military's domain. Chun Hai was now the supreme commander of the armed forces. Who would dare cross him at such a moment? General Chun, bad news. Something terrible has happened. Just as silence descended upon the command center after Chun Hai's outburst, a soldier drenched in sweat rushed in breathlessly. For reasons he couldn't explain, Chun Hai felt a sudden pang of dread at the sight of the soldier, especially as Ye Tian's words echoed unbidden in his mind. "You'll be hard-pressed to save yourselves." "Speak. What's happened?" "Reporting, General. During today's screening, the medical department discovered a massive number of personnel infected with the virus. Many had concealed their symptoms, and now they've all turned into zombies." "What a..." At the soldier's words, everyone's face turned ashen. Now these high-ranking officials understood the meaning of Ye Tian's warning. This was the last remaining national armed force in the entire Yuzhong city. If disaster struck here within a radius of thousands of miles centered on the city, there would be no official military power left to resist the zombie horde. Such a scenario was the last thing anyone wanted to witness. Chun Hai immediately ordered, "Pull up the surveillance feed from the medical department." "Yes, sir." The live feed from the medical department was quickly displayed, revealing complete chaos on the screen. "Help. Run. Requesting backup." Everywhere were zombies alongside fleeing survivors and soldiers. Rat-a-tat. Some soldiers were putting up organized resistance. The snarls of the undead and the desperate cries for help were unceasing, a cascade of chaotic scenes unfolding before their eyes. All the high-ranking officials wore grim expressions. "Immediately initiate Level 1 protocol. All units full support. Make sure every last zombie is eliminated." "Yes, sir." The soldier acknowledged and turned to leave. Yet no sooner had he departed than another soldier burst in, gasping for breath. "Speak. What now?" Chun Hai's face had darkened completely, though he maintained his composure. "Reporting, General. A massive horde of zombies has inexplicably gathered outside the containment perimeter, and the defense line is on the verge of collapse. Requesting reinforcements." "Damn it all." Chun Hai cursed, taking a deep breath. "Order. The Flying Tigers and SEALs deploy in full force, supporting the containment line from 4 directions. Hold the line against the gathering horde. Well, reinforce once the internal situation is under control." "Yes, sir." Under Chun Hai's orders, the entire force mobilized to support the medical department. The situation was finally stabilized by around 7 in the evening, when darkness had fully fallen. Of course, it came at the cost of an entire regiment of soldiers and an incalculable amount of ammunition and supplies. Fearing infection, everyone was forbidden from allowing zombies to get close. However, the situation at the containment perimeter was dire. The numbers weren't dwindling, instead more and more zombies were amassing. "General Chen, the situation at the perimeter is grim. Rough estimates put the external horde at 50 to 60,000 zombies now. Order. The command center is to relocate to the air raid shelter. Spare no expense in eliminating the zombies outside the perimeter. Absolutely no zombie is permitted to breach the line." Everyone was shaken by Chun Hai's command. Relocating the command center to the shelter signaled that Chun Hai had little faith in eradicating the external horde, otherwise he wouldn't have ordered the command center to move. Indeed, by around 10 o'clock at night, the zombie numbers hadn't decreased. They had swelled to a staggering 100,000. The command center's main screen displayed an endless teeming sea of zombies that sent chills down everyone's spines. Among them, first and second-tier zombies were beyond counting, and third-tier ones were plentiful. The only saving grace was that no fourth-tier zombies had been spotted yet. It was in a sense a blessing amidst misfortune. But with such a colossal horde gathered, the emergence of another fourth-tier zombie was only a matter of time. Recalling the terror of a fourth-tier zombie, everyone was laden with deep apprehension. General Chen, what's our next move? Give us a definitive answer. Exactly. With this many zombies, if another one of those fearsome fourth-tier abominations spawns, the entire military camp is in grave danger. Chun Hai's face showed signs of exhaustion. The fate of the entire military district hung by a thread. Even if such a massive horde could be eliminated, the cost would be more than he could bear. Chun Hai drew a deep breath and issued the order with resignation. Order. The Flying Tigers and SEALs will hold the rear. All forces are to retreat via the subway. At the gas station, Ye Tian and his group had already set off by around 6 o'clock in the morning. Within just a few minutes, they merged onto the highway. The armored RV plowed forward, relentlessly smashing aside all the abandoned vehicles and zombies blocking the road. Mido was at the wheel, flooring the accelerator and pushing the armored RV to its limits. She charged excitedly toward the densest clusters of zombies. You wouldn't have guessed it from her usual demeanor, but the girl had a hidden talent. She drove the RV as if it were a bumper car. By now, they were already over 100 kilometers from Yuzhong City. The highway had no streetlights, so night driving relied solely on the vehicle's own high beams. Most of the cars on the road had long since been abandoned, and darkness had fully descended so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Only the RV's headlights and the roar of its engine pierced the gloom. Ye Tian, driving at night is dangerous. There's a service area up ahead. Should we rest there? Xiaoling's ability is light, isn't it? We can just have her light the way, Ling Jin joked. Ling shot her a glare. Jin, do you take me for a flashlight? First of all, my energy won't last, and second, my ability isn't for illumination, it's for killing. Well, stop at the service area and spend the night there, Ye Tian decided, putting his foot down. A few minutes later, they arrived at the highway service area. Mido drove the RV around the entire perimeter once. The service area was unusually lavish, featuring not just the standard amenities like a supermarket, restrooms, and a restaurant, but also a motel, a shopping mall, a bubble tea shop, and even stores selling clothing, daily necessities, and local specialty products. It was practically a full-fledged shopping center, only on a smaller scale. Perhaps because of that, it was teeming with people, or rather zombies. The moment the armored RV rolled in, they were greeted by a sea of dark, seething undead. Honk honk. Mido deliberately blared the horn to draw the zombies into a tighter cluster, making them easier to mow down. The RV's horn was as loud as a semi-truck's, and in the silent, pitch-black environment, it was especially jarring. Ugh. Mido successfully attracted the zombies. A dense horde of them, claws outstretched, came charging at the armored RV. The RV roared at full throttle and shot into the crowd like a bolt of lightning. The moment it made contact, over a dozen zombies were sent flying. The zombies rained down from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. But Mido showed no signs of stopping. She kept the accelerator pinned to the floor, and the RV mowed through the zombies like a reaper cutting wheat, flinging them aside and crushing them under its wheels. A long trail of blood marked the RV's path, a scene of utter carnage. A female driver, truly terrifying. By around 9 in the evening, Mido had cleared out the zombie horde with the armored RV alone, and the few stragglers were picked off by Ling and Ling Jun with their guns. The group decided not to get out of the vehicle since the RV had everything they needed. After parking, Mido and Ling Jun, one a mature beauty, the other a campus queen, grabbed their change of clothes and headed into the bathroom for a shower. Soon the sound of running water and the two women's playful laughter drifted out from the bathroom. Ling went to the back of the RV to organize the supplies they had hauled out of the gas station convenience store. It was only then that Ye Tian finally had time to sort through his own gains. Ye Tian leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and took a long, satisfying drag. Feeling his whole body relax, he opened the system panel to check the system log. A quick scroll revealed over 1,000 entries. So many. Looks like I've hit the jackpot. With burning anticipation, he eagerly flipped through the log, reading each entry one by one. They were mostly energy points gained from killing zombies. His main focus, however, was on the reward for the fourth-tier zombie. If his guess was right, that one should have dropped something special. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying a tier 4 zombie. Energy points 10000. Ding! Congratulations on your first kill of a tier 4 zombie. Reward 1, unrestricted type enhancement card. Just as he suspected, the tier 4 zombie's reward was unique. An unrestricted enhancement. Ye Tian's first thought was to use it on the armored RV for another upgrade. But Ye Tian wasn't in a hurry. He continued scrolling through the log and came across a peculiar message. Ding! Medical personnel detected. Conditions met. Would you like to upgrade the medical function? The RV had a medical function currently at LV1. It could rapidly treat minor external injuries and the zombie virus by consuming medicine or energy points. Binding a medical professional could upgrade it. Since discovering it, he had never once used it, mainly because there was no opportunity. It was obvious that the medical professional in question was the beautiful Dr. Ling Jun. Nuwa upgrade the medical function. Ding. Upgrade successful. Medical LV2 can rapidly treat severe external injuries and the zombie virus by consuming medicine or energy points, and can also treat common internal ailments. Binding a medical professional can upgrade it further. The zombie virus treatment had gone from mild to severe, meaning even someone deeply infected on the verge of turning could be saved. It could also now handle other common illnesses. In this era where medical treatment was nearly impossible, this function was quite valuable. His energy points were now plentiful too. The Tier 4 zombie alone had given him 100 plus all the scattered zombies and zombie creatures he had killed along the way. Adding that to his original 50459 points, his total had reached a staggering 138079. The RV's defensive value, originally 1500 points, had been whittled down to a mere 4561 from Mi Do's relentless crashing. Seeing this, Ye Tian's mouth twitched, mostly from the sting of the energy points he would have to spend. It was as if the Tier 4 zombie kill had been for nothing and he'd have to pay out of pocket. What a spendthrift. He promptly topped up the defensive value to full, leaving him with 127640 energy points. Then he upgraded He Ling Mi Do and Ling Jun to Tier 3. Ling Jun had been close to reaching Tier 2 before. After reaching Tier 2, for just 100 energy points, her stats were named Ling Jun. Level 200 can be upgraded by consuming energy points: Strength 36, Adult Average 10, Agility 42, Adult Average 10, Constitution 54, Adult Average 10, Ability Body Spirit 40. Then he upgraded her straight to Tier 3. Since she was already on the verge of Tier 2, jumping to Tier 3 shouldn't be a problem, and she should adapt quickly. Name Ling Jun. Level 300 can be upgraded by consuming energy points: Strength 90, Adult Average 10, Agility 105, Adult Average 10, Constitution 135, Adult Average 10, Ability Body Spirit 100. Name He Ling. Level 300 can be upgraded by consuming energy points: Strength 113, Adult Average 10, Agility 120, Adult Average 10, Constitution 128, Adult Average 10, Ability Light 85. Skills: Gun Proficiency, Disguise, Potential SS. Potential is graded from A, B, C, D, E, F, S, SS, SSS. The higher the potential, the more efficient the energy conversion. Charm 96. Charm includes appearance, figure, and temperament. Out of 100, the higher the charm, the easier it is to gain others' trust. Name Mi Do. Level 300 can be upgraded by consuming energy points: Strength 90, Adult Average 10, Agility 105, Adult Average 10, Constitution 113, Adult Average 10, Ability Electricity 65. Skills: Masterful Swordsmanship, Expert in various SWO. Thunder Command can control electrical appliances without a power source and can also channel electricity to attack enemies. Name Ye Tian. Spatial Emperor. Gender male. Height 178 centimeters. Age 28. Personality: decisive and ruthless, calm and composed, slightly lecherous. Appearance: medium build, ruggedly handsome. Level 4. Strength 405. Agility 270. Constitution 338. Psionic Power 225. Ability Space. Charm 90. Potential SSS-rank. Occupation: Company Chairman. Equipment: Thor M4 Infinite Rifle. Skills: Eye of Revelation allows the user to view basic information about living beings. Hostility Perception, a passive skill that allows the user to sense when someone harbors hostile intent towards them. Combat Mastery encompasses various close-quarters combat techniques, including boxing, palm strikes, jujitsu, taekwondo, jeet kune do, and the use of various cold weapons. Obtained by Binding Mi Do. Absolute Hit, a guaranteed hit never missing its mark. Grants the effect of absolute accuracy with any weapon, including firearms. Obtained by Binding He Ling. Severed Limb Regeneration, no need to fear losing a hand or foot, for they can be regenerated. Obtained by Binding Ling Jun. Infinite Enhancement allows the user to consume metal or energy points to enhance a designated item, limited to 1 enhancement per item. Obtained by Binding Xiong Lai. Crisis Prediction allows the user to foresee potential dangers in advance. Obtained by Binding Yun Jie. Name Mi Do. Gender female. Height 172 centimeters. Age 19. Personality: well-behaved, obedient, strong-willed, enjoys following Ye Tian. Appearance: angelic face, devilish figure. Level 3. Strength 90. Agility 105. Constitution 113. Psionic Power 65. Ability: Electricity. Potential S-rank. Occupation: University student. Equipment: Purple Lightning Sword, has a built-in paralysis effect. Skills: Masterful Swordsmanship, mastery of the sword, proficient in all types of swordplay, such as Duga 9 swords, Falling Blossom swordplay, and Taiji swordplay. Moves are flexible and adaptable. Electrokinesis can control the operation of electrical appliances without needing a power source, and can also manipulate electrical currents to attack enemies. Name He Ling. Gender female. Height 175 centimeters. Age 25. Personality: proud and aloof, self-assured. Appearance valiant and dashing with unparalleled bearing. Level 3. Strength 113. Agility 120. Constitution 128. Psionic power 85. Ability light. Potential S-rank. Occupation police officer. Equipment holy light silver spear infinite energy laser weapon long range. Skills. Firearms proficiency mastery of all types of firearms capable of rapid disassembly, assembly, and maintenance. Disguise can alter one's appearance including cross-dressing. Name Ling Zhun. Gender female. Height 175 centimeters. Age 28. Personality mature, wise, and alluring. Appearance dignified and elegant with a voluptuous figure. Level 3. Strength 90. Agility 105. Constitution 135. Psionic power 100. Ability body spirit. Potential SSS-rank. Occupation medical doctorate. Equipment desert eagle no need to chamber around infinite bullets, no recoil built-in silencer. Skills. Medical restoration can heal designated individuals. Thank you to all the viewers for the gifts. I have seen them all. Due to the large number, I want to thank each of you individually here. In any case, thank you all very much for your support. Upgrading the 3 of them consecutively had cost 12104 points, leaving 115536 points remaining. It wasn't that he lacked the energy to advance them further. Raising each to the 4th tier would only cost another 100 points each. The real concern was that such rapid consecutive ascension would hinder their ability to master their newfound power. It was better to wait until they had fully adapted before initiating further upgrades. As for Ye Tian himself, ascending to the 5th tier would require a staggering 1000 energy points. There was no immediate need for that now. When he eventually encountered a zombie he couldn't defeat, he could always ascend on the spot. He preferred to keep his energy reserves in case of emergencies. For instance, enduring a massive zombie tide that would constantly drain his defensive barrier, or if the RV came under relentless bombardment from heavy artillery, which would also demand copious amounts of protective energy. For now it was prudent to hold on to the surplus. As for the enhancement card, Ye Tian hadn't yet decided how to utilize it, so he simply set it aside for the time being. He could always use it once a clear purpose emerged. Gazing at the remaining 1000 energy points displayed on the panel, a profound sense of comfort washed over him. With ample reserves, one's heart remains at ease. By the time Ye Tian had finished organizing all his spoils, it was already past 11 at night. The interior of the armored RV boasted a spacious 100 square meters, so he had to traverse the corridor before reaching the bedroom area. As he arrived at the doorway, he noticed one of the bedroom doors was wide open, and Ling and Ling Zhun were already fast asleep on the bed. Both women possessed figures that could captivate any gaze. "Naughty brother, what are you doing?" A voice came from beside him. Ye Tian let out an awkward chuckle, reluctantly tearing his eyes away from the 2 sleeping beauties. Turning around, he saw Mi-Do poking her head out from her room, staring at him with an adorably fierce expression. "You should get some sleep too. I'm going to take a shower first." Mi-Do nodded softly, then yawned and flopped onto her bed. Within moments, the faint sound of her gentle snoring filled the air. Ye Tian finished his shower quickly, mindful that they had a long journey ahead the next day and needed adequate rest. However, as he walked back, while drying his hair, his gaze was once again drawn to the captivating scene on the bed. All 3 girls were sprawled across the bed, fast asleep. The large bed accommodated all 3 without feeling cramped. Having just showered, the 3 women were dressed in loose, comfortable clothing, and in their sleep, they inadvertently revealed an alluring array of charms. One was a mature and elegant woman, another a seductive campus belle, and the third a dashing and spirited police officer. I mustn't dwell on this. We have to hit the road tomorrow. Ye Tian forcibly banished the vivid imagery of an exceptionally fierce battle from his mind, then retreated to his own bed and drifted off to sleep. The next morning the group hastily consumed a modest breakfast of meat buns, soup, dumplings, and other light fare before resuming their journey. "Brother Ye Tian, there's a pileup of a dozen or so cars ahead. It's hard to get through. Should we take an exit?" Ye Tian rose from the sofa and walked to the front. He spotted a sign by the highway indicating an exit to the right, but about a kilometer ahead a dozen vehicles were tangled together, completely blocking the road. This was clearly a multi-vehicle collision. Many of the cars were crushed and mangled beyond recognition. Ye Tian checked the navigation map. The highway exit led to Feng County, a relatively small town. Taking a detour through the county would eventually allow them to rejoin the same highway. However, this would add over 60 kilometers to their route. Moreover, roads in such small counties were rarely well maintained, and the detour would wind through various villages and towns. Anywhere with dense populations like these counties, towns, or urban areas was now a hotspot for zombies. "They'll go down and clear the path. You guys provide cover." "All right." Ling swiftly set up her sniper rifle and positioned herself at the sunroof, while Mi-Do took charge of monitoring the RV's surroundings through the surveillance system. Ling Zhun manned the Gatling gun, ready to unleash its formidable firepower should any unexpected situation arise. Ye Tian surveyed the surroundings carefully before swiftly exiting the vehicle. His capacity for storing objects was now truly astonishing. Stepping out, he swept his hand forward, and in an instant the vehicles blocking the road vanished absorbed into his system's storage space. It was that convenient, that effortlessly simple. Anyone else would have been forced to take a detour or painstakingly clear a path, but Ye Tian had a solution that was both swift and efficient. After they had passed through, he returned the vehicles to their original positions exactly as they were. And so their journey continued in a start-and-stop fashion. Whenever they encountered an impassable obstacle, they employed the same trick: clear the path passed through, and then put everything back. After all, one should strive to be a model citizen. Return things to where they belong, and never take what isn't yours. Of course, anything unusable wasn't his, but anything that could be of use, well, that was undoubtedly his. At that moment, on a highway about 60 kilometers away from Ye Tian and his group, a white car smashed straight through the toll booth barrier, bursting out at breakneck speed. Hot on its heels were hundreds of zombies, their crimson eyes blazing, claws bared, roaring as they chased the white sedan. "Stop the car! Please stop! My boyfriend didn't make it in. We have to go back for him." A young woman in the passenger seat desperately yanked at the driver's arm. The violent shaking threw the driver off balance, causing the car to swerve dangerously left and right on the road. The driver alternated between slamming the brakes and flooring the accelerator, the tires screeching against the asphalt, a sound that only seemed to drive the pursuing zombies into a greater frenzy. "Let go, you crazy bitch. Keep this up and I'll throw you out to the zombies myself." The driver, a middle-aged man, snarled viciously at the young woman. "Huh, bang, opt." Suddenly a zombie lunged from the side and slammed directly against the car window. The violent impact made the girl shriek in terror. A long dark trail of blood was smeared across the ground. The girl was so frightened she dared not move again, genuinely fearing the driver might make good on his threat. After all, more than 10 days into this apocalypse, even the foolish understood that the world had irrevocably changed. The car sped down the highway for what felt like an eternity. Only when the rearview mirror showed no trace of the pursuing zombies did the man finally let out a long, ragged breath. The situation had been incredibly perilous. A fine sheen of sweat had broken out on his forehead. "Stop worrying about your boyfriend. There were at least 700 or 800 of those things, maybe even 1,000. There's no way anyone could survive that. But if he hadn't drawn the zombies away, how could we have gotten into the car and escaped so easily? If you had just waited a little longer, he could have made it." The girl, recalling the helpless and despairing look in her boyfriend's eyes, felt her own eyes well up with tears and began to sob uncontrollably. "Did I force him to lure them away? He did it on his own. No one forced him, understand. We're all adults here, and we're responsible for our own choices. From the moment he ran out to draw them off, he should have known the risks. But there are no buts. If we had waited for him to get back and we'd all be dead by now. You saw the situation yourself." The man paused for a moment, then continued, "You should be thanking me. If I hadn't had the presence of mind to drive off, you'd be zombie chow by now. You wouldn't be sitting here pointing fingers at me." The driver finished speaking, his hand already creeping toward the girl's inner thigh. "So tell me, how do you plan to thank me, eh?" The girl, startled by his sudden groping, yelped and slapped his hand away. "Stop it. If you keep this up, She instinctively wanted to threaten calling the police, but then realized there were no police anymore. Even her boyfriend, her sole pillar of support, had been devoured by the zombies. She was utterly alone now. The driver sneered, "Oh, and what will you do if I keep this up?" Seeing her fall silent, he chuckled coldly and continued, "If I were you, I'd find a reliable protector and fight to survive. That's the smart move." The girl opened her mouth to speak, but said nothing. "Understand, these times have changed. In the old peaceful days, you could run to the police or the media. But now if you want to live, you'll do as I say. Got it?" The driver's hand slid back to her thigh this time, venturing all the way to the top, stroking her fair, smooth skin. A smug smile curled on his lips. This time the girl merely shuddered slightly, no longer pushing him away, a silent acceptance. She was clever enough to know that in this new world, survival required a powerful ally. Alone, especially in this desolate wilderness, she might not last a single day. But this driver was different, strong and robust, having slain zombies himself and marked with a distinct white vertical line on his forehead. According to him, that line marked him as an evolved one far superior to ordinary humans. He might be ugly, but to survive relying on this man seemed a viable choice. The driver sensed her shift in attitude and felt a surge of pride. In the old days, he wouldn't have dared to dream of a girl this beautiful. But now, his movements grew bolder, kneading her soft thigh while still offering words of comfort. "Don't worry. As long as you listen to me, you'll treat you right. Stick with me, and you'll live better than anyone else." The girl softly hummed in resignation. She could resist, but resistance meant death. She wanted to live. The driver smiled with satisfaction, his right hand attempting to slip beneath her clothing. But this time she firmly grabbed his wrist. "They'll give you what you want, but first tell me where we're going. I need to know we'll be safe." "Relax, I've got it all planned. We'll take the next exit and find a secluded village. Once there, he'll lure away the zombies, and we can plant our own crops, live self-sufficiently, and enjoy a carefree life." The girl nodded. "Fine. They'll give you what you want once we're somewhere safe. Not now. Though her head was bowed, her tone was resolute. All right. Have it your way. We'll find a village by today anyway, so I'm in no rush. The driver withdrew his hand, giving it one last squeeze. Her willing cooperation was far more enjoyable than forcing it. Besides, the highway wasn't the place for such things even if it was nearly deserted. Better to find a proper room and enjoy it comfortably. Thus he agreed to her terms. After another 20 minutes of driving, the driver suddenly grew alarmed. Why is this stretch so clean? As if someone deliberately swept it. Isn't it normal for highways to be clean? The girl asked, puzzled. What the hell do you know? Haven't you noticed the roads we've been on? Not a single one was this clean. They were either littered with crashed cars, scattered parts, or crawling with zombies. The girl's heart tightened at his words. Look at this road. The wrecked cars are pushed to the sides, not even a pebble in sight. It's like someone cleaned it on purpose. The driver frowned, utterly perplexed. Maybe we should get out of here quickly. Yeah, let's not dwell on it. There's an exit not far ahead. We'll take it and find a village. With that, he floored the accelerator and the car lunged forward. The girl nodded nervously. She had already accepted her role as his companion, and the boyfriend who had sacrificed himself for her was slowly fading from her memory. Now she even thought that perhaps following this middle-aged man was the right choice. He had the courage to kill zombies and the keen eye to notice the anomaly on the road. Suddenly, the girl spotted someone ahead. Look, there are survivors up ahead. Following her pointed finger, a motorcycle burst out from beside a wrecked car on the emergency lane. Two riders, both wearing full-face helmets, were speeding directly toward them in the opposite direction. The driver scoffed. Look at these idiots fleeing on a motorcycle. They're asking for death. It was only because this stretch of road was so clean. On the roads they traveled earlier, littered with debris, the motorcycle would have crashed long ago. The motorcycle was closing in fast. The car was nearly at 100 miles per hour, and the motorcycle at least 60 or 70. At the moment they were about to pass each other. Suddenly, the passenger on the motorcycle hurled a fist-sized rock at the car's windshield. The distance was too short, and their relative speed too great. The driver barely had time to react before a dark blur slammed into the car. The stone, amplified by their combined speed, pierced straight through the windshield and struck the driver square in the chest. He was instantly gravely wounded, and the car, swerving from his instinctive dodge, careened out of control before finally crashing through several abandoned vehicles and grinding to a halt. The car's front end was completely mangled, the hood crumpled inward. Thick black smoke billowed from the engine. Yeah, got another one. The two on the motorcycle shouted in excitement. They braked, executing a stylish skid, and turned back toward the car. Stopping about 50 meters away, they removed their helmets, revealing two youthful faces. Hey, kid, on that throw was fucking perfect. Hit the driver dead. I used to practice that by the roadside all the time. Got caught once and nearly beaten to death by my dad, so I quit. But now my dad's a zombie, so nobody's stopping me. I can play however I want. At the mention of this, Dan wore a smug look on his face. Haha, from now on you can play to your heart's content, but you still need plenty of practice. We'll be relying on your skills to make a living. Leave it to me. Let's go check what else is in the car. There's a woman in the passenger seat, and she doesn't look half bad. Hope she's not dead. Even if she is, it doesn't matter. She's probably still warm, so it won't make a difference. Damn, you've got some twisted tastes. With that, the two grabbed an iron rod from their motorcycle and sprinted towards the car. The driver was severely injured, but still alive, though struggling to breathe and barely conscious. His chest was caved in, blood trickled from his mouth, and he was tightly pinned by the airbag. The girl in the passenger seat was largely unharmed, protected by the airbag, but had fainted from the violent impact and shock. Hey, both of them are still alive. There's a bunch of instant noodles and some self-heating rice hot pots in the back. Too bad a bottle of liquor got smashed. Come on, let's get these two back. Longu will be pleased. I wonder why Longu even bothers turning living people into zombies. The two excitedly loaded the driver and the girl onto a badly battered pickup truck, its surface stained with dried blood. The pickup, though rugged and reliable, was far from comfortable in its current state. They drove the pickup towards the junction ahead, exited the highway, and headed for their base. Soon they arrived near a middle school. Both were senior students and notorious slackers, having skipped class to surf the internet when the zombie outbreak began, which ironically saved their lives. The area around the school was now controlled by a man they called Longu, and they were his subordinates. Longu, we're back. We got some good haul this time. They parked at the school gate and shouted eagerly inside. We brought back plenty of supplies and two people. A man stepped out stark naked with a dragon tattoo across his body and a yellow vertical line on his forehead faintly tinged with green. Good. I knew I could count on you too. Throw them both in the back. Sure thing, Longu. But this woman. Both men eyed the unconscious girl reluctantly, as she was indeed attractive with a decent figure and face. Given her age, she was a good 7 or 8 years older than them, but it was precisely this mature charm that they never saw in their peers. What's the matter? Longu glanced at them casually, exuding an innate authority. Longu, can we have some fun with her? We've never really been with a woman before. Yeah, Longu, this chick is seriously hot. You go first, and we'll take turns after. Their eyes roamed over the girl with naked greed lingering on her curves as they swallowed hard. You too. In this world, women are the most useless things. Besides wasting food, what good are they? Seeing their lustful gazes, Long Gu spoke earnestly. Just for a moment of pleasure, would have to waste food, keeping her alive. And would have to watch out for her stabbing us in the back. Think about it, once we grow strong enough, what kind of woman couldn't we have? When that time comes, a single glance from you, and they'd willingly spread their legs for you. Understand? Both nodded, but their eyes still wandered over the girl, their minds clearly filled with lewd thoughts. Long Gu saw their state, and knew they weren't listening anymore. He also understood they were at a hot-blooded age, still rebellious. If they didn't get to vent, they'd be hard to control later. Subordinates ruled by sheer force wouldn't risk their lives for him. So Long Gu had an idea. The woman was destined to become a zombie anyway, so why not do them a favor and let them have their fun? Take her to the back. You two can have your fun this once, but only this once. No exceptions, got it? After you're done, she must be turned into a zombie. Overjoyed, the two replied, thanks Long Gu. They eagerly carried the girl to the back. You two go this time. Use the same method. Long Gu pointed to two others, one with yellow hair and one with green. Got it, Long Gu. They nodded and drove the pickup Tai Dan and his partner had brought heading back towards the highway. Now only Long Gu and the driver remained in the room. Long Gu walked over to the driver, extended a finger, and his fingernail instantly turned from a healthy pink to pitch black. Without a hint of surprise, he slashed the nail across the driver's arm. A wound appeared on the driver's arm, and the blood flowing out quickly turned from red to black. The driver began to twitch involuntarily. Long Gu started counting silently in his mind. 1, 2, 3. When he reached 60, the driver, who had been convulsing suddenly, snapped his eyes open. But now his eyes were blood-red, devoid of any emotion. With a guttural roar, the driver lunged at Long Gu. Showing no surprise, Long Gu swiftly grabbed an iron rod nearby and smashed it down hard on the driver's head. The driver's head burst open with a sickening crack. Unfazed, Long Gu began rummaging through the gore. The scene was utterly grotesque and brutal. Soon he found a white crystal inside. After rinsing it clean, he tossed it into his mouth, without a second thought, showing no disgust. This was Long Gu's ability, corpse transformation. Indeed, Long Gu was a rare mutant. His power allowed him to turn normal people into zombies through the corpse toxin in his fingernails. And these zombies would still produce crystal cores. This was why Long Gu had quickly risen to the second rank and was nearing the third. Now it takes 60 seconds to turn a person, about a third faster than before, Long Gu muttered to himself. These white crystals seem to have a diminishing effect on my growth. I wonder if it's because I've used too many or the energy within them is too weak. Even though the white cores were less effective, they still provided some benefit, so he could feel his body strengthening slightly. He had discovered this ability by accident after the apocalypse began. He had always been a ruthless man, the eldest of the dragon, tiger, and leopard brothers, and the most vicious and formidable of the three. He stumbled upon the white crystal by chance, and being the bold type who had read his share of Doomsday novels, he swallowed it without hesitation. This had made him quite renowned in the surrounding area, and he had completely taken control of a large region near the middle school. However, he was extremely cautious, understanding that only those who survived to grow strong were truly formidable. Thus, even though he had the power to unify the entire district, he refrained from doing so, choosing instead to develop slowly. He would wait until his strength was fully matured before absorbing the rest. The reason he chose the school as his stronghold was the ample space it offered. The majority of the zombies were locked away separately in classrooms, giving him ample time and opportunity to kill them selectively. At the base of the school's perimeter wall lay a long row of corpses, each one conspicuously missing its head. These were survivors that he and his underlings had lured through various means, or like the driver and the girl, had taken by force. Dragon Brother would then transform them into zombies, kill them, and extract the crystal cores to augment his own power. Of course, this was a secret he kept to himself, with no intention of ever revealing it to his men. In their eyes, Dragon Brother was a ruthless and decisive killer, a figure who inspired both fervor and fear among his subordinates. One day I will become the strongest being in the world, and I will have anything I desire. Dragon Brother was singularly obsessed with growing stronger, and as a result he had no interest in women at the moment. He was well aware that once he became invincible, women would come to him as a matter of course. Feeling the surge of his formidable power, Dragon Brother couldn't resist punching the table beside him. The blow caved in the iron surface. Witnessing this, he was filled with intense excitement. Such power! The sensation of strength was intoxicating. Meanwhile, on the highway, Yellow Hair and Green Hair had reached their predetermined location. Unbeknownst to them, a heavily armored RV was heading their way from about 30 kilometers away. The armored RV initially traveled at a slow pace as the highway was littered with debris and broken parts. However, this particular stretch had been cleared by Dragon Brother's crew, making it pristine and allowing them to pick up speed. The group inside had noticed the unnaturally clean road, but Ye Tian had absolute confidence in the RV and continued driving forward. For one, the RV's defensive shield could withstand anything short of a nuclear strike, and besides they had over 100,000 energy points to replenish it. The RV shield could be restored using energy points or metal materials. Ye Tian had once asked Nuwa if scrap cars qualified as metal materials. Nuwa's answer was negative, as cars are finished products, not raw materials, unless one specifically dismantled the metal from them. Well, that dashed their hopes of using the countless abandoned vehicles along the road as a source of metal materials. For now, they had to rely on energy points. He made a mental note to thoroughly raid a building materials market at the next opportunity. Furthermore, the combined strength of the four of them was arguably among the very top of all humanity, so they had no reason to fear anyone. If some foolhardy individual attempted to rob them, Ye Tian would almost welcome it, as it would alleviate the boredom of the journey. Mido was no longer driving, it was He Ling's turn at the wheel. Long hours behind the wheel were exhausting, so they took turns. Surprisingly, the brilliant Dr. Ling Zhen didn't know how to drive. This fact had provided Mido with endless amusement. Ling Zhen was currently in the passenger seat monitoring the RV's surveillance feeds for any signs of trouble. Mido and Ye Tian were lounging on the sofa in the back. Due to the long drive, their legs had grown numb, and Mido had propped one leg up on the opposite sofa. She wiggled her bare feet in the air while munching on potato chips and watching a TV drama. It must be said Mido's long legs were remarkably straight and slender, the kind that seemed to go on forever. You might want to air those out for a bit. If you keep them up, you'll pollute the air in the whole RV, Ye Tian teased. What smell? Mido asked, not catching on. He Ling and Ling Zhen, however, understood Ye Tian's joke perfectly. He's saying your feet stink. Ling Zhen said with a chuckle covering her mouth. Hey, brother Ye Tian, what are you talking about? My feet don't stink, she retorted instinctively, pulling one foot up to her nose to sniff it. They don't smell bad at all. They smell good. Nonsense. There's no such thing as feet that smell good. Ye Tian scoffed, a look of disbelief on his face. Here, smell for yourself if you don't believe me, Mido said, thrusting her foot towards him. Really? Let me take a whiff, Ye Tian said, grabbing her foot. Instead of smelling it, he began to tickle the sole of her foot with his other hand. Ha ha ha. That tickles. Brother Ye Tian. Ha ha. You're so silly. He's just teasing you. He Ling laughed as she drove, amazed at Mido's naivety. Watch out. Just as Ye Tian was playfully wrestling with Mido, Ling Zhen spotted a motorcycle speeding towards them from up ahead. He Ling had also noticed it, and her years of investigative experience told her something was off. All three women were now third-tier superpowered individuals, so their reflexes were sharp. The four of them instantly focused on the approaching bike. In a flash, the motorcycle was upon them, and as it passed, the rider hurled a large rock at the RV. Seeing how large and imposing this vehicle was, Yellow Hair and Green Hair had opted for a much bigger rock, aiming for a one-hit kill. They had dismissed the mounted machine gun on the RV as non-functional, otherwise they might have thought twice about this ambush. However, what happened next far exceeded their expectations. The massive rock slammed into the windshield, but simply bounced right off, leaving the RV completely unscathed. Of course, the impact did deplete the RV's shield by 46 points. The force was certainly remarkable, but as fate would have it, the rock, due to some twist of angle or chance, ricocheted and flew straight into the head of Green Hair on the motorcycle. Had he not been wearing a helmet, that impact would have sent him straight to meet his ancestors. Green Hair was dazed from the blow, losing control of the motorcycle. Both he and Yellow Hair crashed to the ground, tumbling over a dozen times before coming to a halt. He Ling slammed on the brakes, bringing the RV to a stop. Anyone who would engage in such dangerous acts was clearly not a good person. He Ling wouldn't have let them off even before the apocalypse, let alone now. It was truly unfortunate for Yellow Hair and Green Hair that they had picked a fight with the last people on Earth they should have. And indeed, they soon realized their grave mistake. These two must have been lying in wait here specifically to rob people, and they must have cleaned the road themselves. How outrageous. If it weren't for our vehicle's strong defense, Sister Ling could have been in danger just now. Mido also fumed with indignation, equally furious at their actions. Silly girl, how could they possibly hurt me? I sensed something was off the moment they sprang out. But Ye Tian said this RV can withstand even missiles, so I didn't bother dodging. He Ling smiled proudly. When a vehicle is moving, the faster the speed, the greater the impact force of the stones. If it weren't for Ye Tian's RV's formidable defense, we would have been in real danger. People in the apocalypse are truly terrifying, completely devoid of humanity. Ling Zhen sighed. Judging by the situation here, they've done this more than once. The cars on both sides are probably all from their victims. Ye Tian sneered. The apocalypse is a mirror to human nature. Under normal circumstances, its arrival reveals the ugliest side of some people. Mido agreed with Ye Tian. Since they dared to attack us, we don't have to be polite. These two must not be spared. Ye Tian's tone was icy. He never showed mercy to enemies. Regardless of their motives, once confirmed as foes, he would eliminate them, whether strong or weak. Ye Tian was never one to hold grudges, as he usually settled them on the spot, unless he couldn't find the person. The four got out of the car, each armed. By then, the yellow-haired and green-haired men were badly injured, groaning on the ground. The driver, the yellow-haired one, was barely breathing, on the verge of death. Truly heaven's retribution is inescapable for those who bring it upon themselves. Brother Ye Tian, that man is dead. I know. Ye Tian walked toward the green-haired man who had broken his leg. The latter saw them, and his face grew even paler. You? What do you want? In warning you were Brother Long's men. If you come any closer, Brother Long won't let you off. Seeing the green-haired man's bluster, Ye Tian paid no heed to his threats. Ye Tian stepped closer, his voice cold. Brother Long. That name sounds familiar somehow. You've heard it, boy. Around here, everyone knows the three brothers, Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard. Oh, so that's who it is. Doubty you remember him too, right? Of course. Didn't you eliminate those so-called Tiger and Leopard brothers, Brother Ye Tian? You. The green-haired man was horrified. Who was this kid? Had he really killed Tiger and Leopard? Hear that? Where's your Brother Long? They'll go have a chat with him. Ye Tian grinned mockingly. You? I won't betray Brother Long. Just kill me. The green-haired man stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. How quite loyal. Xiaozhen, he's all yours. Ling Zhen's mental control skill could only dominate zombies, but it wasn't entirely useless against humans. It couldn't control them, but it could induce a hypnotic effect. Ling Zhen understood Ye Tian's intent. She gracefully approached the green-haired man. Young man, can you tell me where Brother Long is? The man stared at her elegant poised figure and voluptuous charm. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. And under the influence of her words, he unconsciously answered. Brother Long is at Tian'an Middle School. He then gazed at Ling Zhen with a foolish expression like a well-behaved student awaiting praise from a teacher. He Ling and Mi Do witnessed Ling Zhen's skill for the first time, both silently marveling. Even He Ling, with her interrogation experience, couldn't have achieved this so quickly. Oh, I see. Thank you. Ling Zhen smiled at Ye Tian, giving him a knowing look. Without a word, Ye Tian raised his pistol and shot both the green-haired and yellow-haired men, sending them to meet their maker. Mi Do strode over on her long legs. Brother Ye Tian, are you planning to go to Tian'an Middle School to deal with that Brother Long? Why keep such people alive? Others' evil deeds are none of my business, but since they provoked me, I must root them out completely. Ye Tian's words struck the three women deeply. He would annihilate someone just for provoking him. Yet none raised any objection, not even He Ling, who had been a police officer. Ye Tian is right. He might not know he did it, but with all sorts of abilities emerging, he might find a way. It's better to eliminate the threat now than to face trouble later. Ling Zhen fully supported his decision. I agree too. The enemy is hidden and we are exposed, gets hard to guard against. Mi Do was Ye Tian's devoted fan, agreeing with everything he said. Sister Ling, you. I'm fine. This isn't the old world anymore. Besides, such people deserve death. Let's go. Even He Ling agreed. They boarded the RV one by one, following the navigation to exit the highway at the previous exit and head straight for Tian'an Middle School. Soon they parked the RV not far from the school. Xiao Ling, I'll rely on you to scout out the situation with Brother Long. Alright, give me a set of clothes similar to that green-haired man's. He Ling knew Ye Tian wanted her to use her skill to gather intelligence. Ye Tian took out a set of clothes from his system space similar to the green-haired man's and handed them to her. He Ling took them and headed to the back room of the RV. Disguise allowed her to change her appearance, even cross-dress. This was the skill she would use. Against unknown enemies with organization and power, caution was never excessive. Thus Ye Tian decided to first reconnoiter the enemy's situation before formulating a strategy. A few minutes later, a figure approached from the back, shouting at Ye Tian, "Kid, wait till I call Brother Long to grind your bones to dust." That figure was none other than the green-haired man Ye Tian had supposedly killed. The three women ignored his bluster. Mi Do and Ling Zhen scrutinized the disguised He Ling, marveling at her transformation. Sister Ling, your skill is amazing. You look exactly like him. Even that part. You can't tell at all. It's just like a man's. Incredible. Mi Do even poked He Ling's chest. Stop it. Ling Zhen laughed and patted Mi Do's mischievous hand. Sister Ling, are there any limitations? Mi Do stuck out her tongue. The duration is short, only an hour. If I get injured, ITLL fail immediately. Also, if someone has an ability specifically targeting disguises, ITLL be exposed. And people who know me very well might notice something off. Still impressive. You'll have to work hard, Xiao Ling. He'll go with you while you two stay in the car. Ye Tian was also amazed by He Ling's skill. Despite its drawbacks, it was perfect for a short-term, deep reconnaissance mission. After Ye Tian and He Ling disguised as the green-haired got off the vehicle, the green-haired headed straight for the school, while Ye Tian remained outside to provide covert support. Should He Ling encounter any danger, he could still come to her aid from outside. Given He Ling's skills, it would be impossible for her to be captured without putting up any resistance. 10 minutes passed, and He Ling had not yet emerged, nor had she sent any signal. Ye Tian was beginning to feel uneasy, but fortunately the green-haired finally appeared at the school gate. Seeing that He Ling was safe, Ye Tian breathed a sigh of relief, assuming the reconnaissance had gone smoothly. Once they were back in the vehicle, He Ling shared what she had seen with the others. There is indeed a man called Brother Long inside. When he asked why I was back, I made up some excuse to fool him. How strong are the people inside? Do they have any heavy weapons? That brother Long is a second-order evolver or possibly an ability user, and he seems close to breaking through to the third order. Upon hearing he was a second-order evolver, everyone relaxed. Any one of them could easily handle him. The others aren't evolvers. There are 8 of them, and they all look like students, which is strange. Not strange at all. Students are easier to control, just paint them a rosy picture, and they're satisfied. Continue. What else did you see? Besides that, there's a row of corpses by the wall with their heads blown off, probably by this brother Long. Also, the classrooms inside are full of zombies. Alright, good work. Since they have no heavy weapons, we can just go straight in. Yeah. Mido drove the armored RV rumbling towards the school, the loud noise inevitably alerting those inside. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed. Help! Someone save me! A high school girl with a well-developed figure appeared. Her school uniform was gone, leaving her only in a bra, and her pants were torn, revealing a large expanse of pale legs. The girl ran towards the RV, crying for help. Behind her, 2 zombies with broken legs were slowly hobbling after her, the white bones of their shattered limbs exposed. Ye Tian, this. What's this? Want some milk tea? I've got some right here. Milk tea makes you fat. Suit yourself. This is the first time I've heard of an ability user worrying about getting fat. Hey, I didn't say I wouldn't drink it. I want a lemon one. He'll have a cup of pearl milk tea. Lingjun said with a smile. He'll have a latte. What the heck? Am I a milk tea vendor? Lingjun, you take the pearls, and is a latte even milk tea? Ye Tian complained. I didn't say I wanted milk tea. I'm sure you have coffee, don't you? Hey, don't you think we're being a bit harsh? With their experience, they saw through the girl's poor acting at a glance. This girl was clearly another trap. She ran fast, and those zombies with broken legs couldn't possibly catch up to her. Moreover, anyone who had survived this long knew that zombies track prey by sound and smell. Once you get far enough away, they can't follow. If the girl really wanted to escape, she could easily have lost them, not run, while constantly looking back as if afraid the zombies would lose her. What's harsh about it? They're just putting on a show for us, why not enjoy it? It's a sign of respect for their performance. And as they suspected, this girl was used by Brother Long to lure in survivors. She was a senior in high school, exactly 18 years old. An 18-year-old girl in the prime of her youth with a good figure and wearing only a bra. Any normal man would instinctively feel the urge to protect her, especially since the zombies behind her were crippled. Saving her posed no threat at all. Once the girl was rescued, she would work with Brother Long from the inside, tricking the survivor into the school where they would be harmed. This was Brother Long's method of luring survivors to become zombies, thereby strengthening himself. It was a trick that had worked repeatedly, but this time their plan was destined to fail. The girl, yelling for help, quickly reached the RV door. The zombies were still dozens of meters behind her. Open the door. Please open up, save me. They'll do anything if you save me. Please. I don't want to die. Wah. The girl put on a pitiful act, looking so helpless that any normal man would feel a surge of protectiveness. The lines are okay, but the expression could use some work. Ye Tian commented while sipping his milk tea. Yeah, the expression is a bit over the top, Mido agreed. And there's no real fear in her eyes, Lingjun added sharply. Mido's eyes twinkled as he chuckled slyly. I've got an idea to make her acting improve instantly. Dodo, you want to do that? Hee. Ye Tian, just give me 1. Is that enough? I think 1 is too few. How about 10? Ye Tian, you're so bad. But I like it. Watching Ye Tian and Mido speak in riddles, He Ling and Lingjun were confused. Ye Tian ignored them, took out 10 Bluetooth speakers from his space, turned the volume to max, and tossed them out a crack in the window towards the girl. Vast horizons are my love. Beneath the green mountains, flowers are blooming. Due to the RV's excellent soundproofing, the outside couldn't hear the music from inside. The girl's cries were being picked up by the RV's microphones and played through the speakers. Her shouts had already attracted some zombies. The moment the speakers were thrown out, the nearby zombies went into a frenzy. Huff! Roar! Zombies hiding in the shadows all rushed out from the darkness. Damn you! You're not human! The girl cursed, glared fiercely at the figures inside the RV, turned and bolted. This time she ran much faster. Compared to her previous frail act, she now moved like a track athlete, almost as fast as Bolt himself. The zombies before were clearly props for the act, with their legs deliberately broken. But these zombies were real. If she ran too slow, she would actually die. The girl sprinted at top speed, and the zombies were fast too. For a moment, it was a lively chase. The girl quickly reached the school gate and pounded on the iron door. Brother Long. Open the door, Brother Long. Because she had an early start, the zombies hadn't caught her yet, but time was running out. If the door didn't open within 5 seconds, she was doomed. The girl risked her life for this luring job because Brother Long had promised her first pick of the best food, while others got what she didn't want. That's why she was so devoted. Meanwhile, Ye Tian and the others poked their heads out of the sunroof to watch the show. See, her expression is much more natural this time. Ye Tian twitched his mouth. Of course it is. She's genuinely scared now. If she runs too slow, she's dead. Mido looked thrilled. Hee. Under the direction of Director Mi, there are no bad actors. Unfortunately, Mido's excitement was short-lived. The girl pounded desperately against the iron gate, crying out for help with all her might, praying it would open at any moment. Suddenly the gate swung open, and she was pulled inside. Long Gu was indeed a man of his word, still willing to open the gate for the girl in such a dire moment. Though of course that was because these zombies posed no real threat to him. Long Gu stared coldly at Ye Tian and the three women standing atop the motorhome. Even a man like Long Gu, who rarely paid attention to women, found his eyes brightening at their beauty, a silent shock stirring within him. Such women, he mused, were worthy of a man like him, worthy to conquer the world by his side. Confident in his own strength, it never crossed his mind that Ye Tian and his group could be stronger than him. In his reckoning, no one else could have discovered that zombies harbored crystals inside them that granted power. From his own tests, his raw strength alone was already more than 4 times that of an ordinary man. Little did he know that any one of those delicate beauties was stronger than him. Brothers, grab your weapons and charge. Cut that bastard down. With a battle cry, Long Gu hefted a large cleaver and led his 8 underlings charging straight into the horde of zombies. Long Gu's movements were indeed impressive. A single swing of his axe was enough to burst the zombie's skull. But his underlings were far less capable. Often several of them had to band together just to take on a single zombie. This imbalance gave the zombies the upper hand. One by one, Long Gu's underlings were tackled to the ground and torn apart by the zombies. They were nothing more than a bunch of middle school students accustomed to bullying their peers. Faced with these flesh-hungry monsters, they could only rely on blind courage and reckless charges. The zombies they usually encountered were already crippled by Long Gu. Their combat experience against zombies was virtually non-existent, woefully inadequate. Long Gu, save me. They'll fight you to the death. Cries of agony and pleas for help rose one after another. Tidan was bitten to death on the spot. The girl used as bait, sensing the danger, had long since slipped away and hidden deeper inside. Fortunately, Long Gu intervened in time to avert a complete massacre, but only he and 3 of his underlings remained. Ye Tian had long since seen through Long Gu's information with his appraisal eye, namely Phi Long. Level 2, 37804000. Strength 42. Agility 38. Constitution 40. Special ability 25. Skill corpsification. Charm 72. Charm encompasses appearance, physique, and temperament, a score out of 100. The higher the charm, the easier it is to gain others' trust. Potential or rank. Potential grades are F, E, D, C, B, A, S, 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 S. The higher the potential, the more efficient the energy conversion. Seeing Li Filong's information, Ye Tian frowned. Li Filong's potential was only a rank, yet he had reached the 2nd tier in just over 10 days and was on the verge of the 3rd. This was clearly abnormal. Under normal circumstances, achieving such a level this quickly should have been impossible, unless he was absorbing energy around the clock, and he would need a massive supply of crystals to absorb. That was the crux of the issue. Where did he get so many crystals? A 1st-tier crystal held only 10 energy points and a 2nd-tier 100, but with his rank potential, his conversion efficiency was bound to be low. Unable to figure it out, Ye Tian decided not to dwell on it. It seemed Li Filong had his own secrets. He would interrogate the man thoroughly later to find out how he had grown so strong so fast. At that moment, Li Filong roared at Ye Tian. Hey boy, if you're a real man, come down here and fight me onion on. Don't cower in that vehicle like some coward. Li Filong's plan was simple: lure Ye Tian into a duel, kill him, and then the 3 women would be completely at his mercy. Of course, Ye Tian and the others saw through such a crude provocation instantly. But given their confidence in Ye Tian's power, none of them took Li Filong seriously. Ye Tian, let me handle him. He Ling had long despised Li Filong. Anyone who would use a girl as bait to lure survivors couldn't be anything but scum. It's fine, leave it to me. It's been a while since I stretched my limbs. Otherwise people might say I'm not a man. Ye Tian, be careful. This man is indeed a bit peculiar, Ling Jin cautioned from the side. Everyone they'd encountered along the way had been at most 1st tier, and they'd never met a 2nd-tier person before, which prompted Ling Jin's warning. Don't worry, I've got this. Ye Tian had already gathered all the information on Li Filong. Aside from the unknown power of his corpsification ability, his other attributes were nothing to worry about. In terms of pure strength, Ye Tian was 10 times stronger. How could Li Filong possibly compete? A single light touch would kill him. Ye Tian utterly dominated him in every parameter. But Li Filong, lacking the appraisal, I had no idea just how terrifyingly powerful Ye Tian truly was. Ye Tian jumped down from the motorhome unarmed and walked towards Li Filong with bare hands. Of course, he wasn't completely defenseless. His spatial ability was already active. Should Li Filong produce a gun, he could use a spatial slash to banish the bullets into the spatial void. Li Filong licked his lips, gripped his cleaver with both hands, and charged at Ye Tian. Die! He bellowed as the axe hurtled towards Ye Tian's head. As the blade was about to connect, Li Filong could already imagine the splatter of brains, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. However, Ye Tian's body suddenly shot forward like a phantom, closing the distance in an instant, until his face was nearly pressed against Li Filong's. The speed was blinding. Li Filong couldn't even register the movement, only a blur before Ye Tian was right in front of him. This was completely unexpected. Li Filong tried to retract his cleaver, but it was too late. Carried by momentum, the axe swung downward, cleaving only air. His elbow, however, slammed into Ye Tian's shoulder, sending a jolt of pain through his arm and causing him to instinctively drop the weapon. Die! A chill ran down Li Filong's spine as he realized Ye Tian was no ordinary opponent. His reaction was swift. He threw a vicious left hook at Ye Tian's face. But just as his fist was about to connect, Ye Tian sidestepped with another fluid motion and casually caught Li Filong's fist in his palm. Li Filong's heart nearly stopped. His full power punch had been caught so effortlessly, and his fist was held in a grip as immovable as a stone wall. This is impossible. His eyes bulged in disbelief as he stared at Ye Tian. There was someone in this world so much stronger than him, and so young. How could this be? Li Filong couldn't accept this crushing blow to his pride. Is that all you've got? If you've got nothing else, it's my turn. Shaking off his shock, Li Filong knew he had to go all out or he'd be finished. His fingernails suddenly turned pitch black. He lunged at Ye Tian with both hands. Excitement surged within him once more. This man was incredibly powerful. If he turned into a zombie, the crystal head produced would surely be enough to make him even stronger. Yet he was disappointed once again. Ye Tian had been on guard against his corpse transformation ability all along, having noticed it the moment his fingernails began to blacken. Li Filong only felt a blur before his eyes failing to even see how Ye Tian struck. A sharp pain suddenly exploded in his abdomen, and he crumpled to the ground with a thud, curled up in agony. With a single punch, Ye Tian had rendered Li Filong completely incapacitated. Initially, Ye Tian was merely testing his abilities. Since his rebirth, he hadn't truly battled another awakened being. This encounter left him profoundly disappointed. It wasn't that his enemy was weak, it was that he was too strong. Their exchange was over in a flash. Though it takes time to describe, the entire clash lasted barely a second. To an ordinary observer, Li Filong simply collapsed the moment they met. The remaining 3 underlings were struck with terror. The invincible dragon brother in their minds had been taken down in a single encounter. Just how powerful was this young man? You, how can you be this strong? Who the hell are you? Li Filong stared at Ye Tian in disbelief, fear finally creeping into his eyes. He had discovered a crystal core on the very first day, and relying on his ability had slain countless survivors and zombies to rapidly grow to his current level of power. Yet he had been defeated in a mere instant by Ye Tian, utterly helpless to resist. And this was even with Ye Tian holding back. If he had used his full strength, Li Filong's stomach would likely have been punched clean through. I ask you, answer. Understood. Ye Tian said, his expression impassive. Given your potential, your strength should never have reached this level. Li Filong's face stiffened. He had no idea what Ye Tian meant by potential. Ye Tian ignored his reaction and continued. If I'm not mistaken, you used some other method. If you're willing to tell me, I might consider letting you go. Li Filong let out a cold sneer. Huh? Let me go? Kid, I was running the streets while you were still in diapers. Huh? If you've got the guts, just kill me. If I so much as flinch, I'm a son of a bitch. Li Filong had somewhat recovered, though his words were still punctuated by labored breaths. He looked at Ye Tian with utter scorn, finding his words laughable. Given Ye Tian's skills, he knew the man was no simple character. Had bet his life that someone this capable had killed before. Oh, if that's the case, then don't blame me for what comes next. Ye Tian reached behind his back and produced a handgun. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired, instantly killing one of the underlings. The other 2, startled by the sudden gunshot, dropped to their knees with a thud. Boss, please don't kill us. It was all his doing. Spare us. Yeah, it was him. Please don't kill us. They were just high school seniors, having never seen a real gun before. And now they had witnessed their companion killed right before their eyes, igniting a terror that compelled them to shift all the blame onto Li Filong. Li Filong's face darkened, his entire expression turning grim. He knew these students weren't reliable. It was precisely because they were controllable and inexperienced that he had chosen them as his underlings. He didn't trust any of his pre-apocalypse subordinates. That's why he used his ability to recruit these limited students within the school. He never even considered expanding his operations, fearing betrayal. Only when his power became something everyone feared would he consider growing his influence. Therefore, their betrayal didn't surprise him much, though he hadn't expected them to be so cowardly. Ye Tian calmly dispatched the remaining 2 underlings before turning the dark muzzle of his gun towards Li Filong. Staring into the barrel pointed at his head, Li Filong felt a chill run down his spine. Swallowing hard, he forced himself to say, just kill me. Alright, I won't mince words. You're going to die, that's certain. The only difference is how. Tell me what I want to know, and I might grant you a quick death. What do you say? Huh? Are you kidding me? If I'm going to die anyway, why the hell would I tell you my secret? Oh, in that case, let me share a secret with you. I know that when a person turns into a zombie, they experience excruciating pain. First their eyeballs bulge, then their fingernails grow uncontrollably. The agony, the sensation. TSK, TSK, TSK. Having witnessed the transformation process many times, Li Filong felt his scalp prickle at Ye Tian's vivid description, his face turning ashen with fear. You, what are you planning? Oh, nothing much. I just want you to tell me how you got so strong. Since you're unwilling to talk, it'll just have to give you a quick end. Painful and swift. Li Feilong was speechless. Is this what I meant by a quick death? Ye Tian picked up the discarded battle axe still coated in the black blood of zombies. He gently drew the blade across Li Feilong's arm, leaving a dark, blackened wound in its wake. Are you freaking insane? You'll turn me into a zombie. Li Feilong roared in terror. He watched helplessly as the wound began to blacken rapidly, the dark virus spreading toward his brain. However, as a second order awakened, the progression was somewhat slower. What Li Feilong didn't know was that the virus from these first-order zombies would only make him sick for a while, not turn him into one. This was the natural immunity of evolvers and awakened, granting them resistance to zombies of a lower rank than themselves. Li Feilong began to feel his body grow cold while his arm burned with intense pain. His breathing became labored. Kill me. You'll get nothing from me, he said, his voice still defiant. But inside he was already starting to regret his stubbornness. He had only wanted to appear tough, hoping to make Ye Tian hesitate and not kill him outright. Initially, when Ye Tian shot his underlings, he wasn't scared, thinking it was just a bluff. But Ye Tian didn't play by the rules, threatening to turn him into a zombie. At that moment, despair consumed him. He could feel his fingernails beginning to throb with intense pain. Oh, you demon. Just kill me. Actually, I can still save you. You want to turn into a zombie? What? How is that possible? Oh. Xiaojun, come here. Ye Tian called out behind him. Lingzhen quickly got out of the car and walked over. Ye Tian, what's wrong? He's infected with the zombie virus. Heal him, just suppress the outbreak for now. Got it. Lingzhen stood before Li Feilong, a green glow emanating from her hands, radiating a vibrant sense of life. This was her skill, healing restoration, capable of treating any designated person, curing external injuries, internal damage, and viral infections alike. As the green light seeped into his body, Li Feilong felt an incredible sense of relief. The agonizing pain vanished, replaced by a soothing warmth. Li Feilong's eyes widened in utter disbelief, a glimmer of hope spreading across his face as he perked up. Why you? What kind of ability is this? He stammered. If you don't speak up, I can make you relive that feeling again. Ye Tian said with a smile, but to Li Feilong that smile was the grin of a demon, sending a shiver down his spine. The excruciating pain from moments ago was something he never wanted to experience again. Now that he was closer, he realized Lingzhen was even more beautiful up close than from afar. A sudden idea sparked in his mind, and a plan began to form. Big brother, how did you become so powerful? Lingzhen suddenly asked Li Feilong, and he instinctively felt the urge to answer. But he bit his tongue and held back the words at the last moment. Ye Tian let out a silent sigh, knowing exactly why he had never considered having Lingzhen do the questioning. Lingzhen's ability was specifically effective against zombies. While it could have some effect on humans, it only worked on those with weaker strength. Even against Li Feilong, who was a level below her, she couldn't achieve a hypnotic effect. Li Feilong shot Lingzhen a deep, scrutinizing look, realizing that none of these three girls were simple. This only fueled his desire to grow stronger and to kill Ye Tian. Final talk. Follow me, and you'll find out. Li Feilong stood up and turned to walk into the school, his face adopting a resigned expression. Yet in the instant he turned, a sinister smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Watching Li Feilong walk ahead with a dejected air, appearing completely submissive, Ye Tian smiled. Lingzhen gave Ye Tian a meaningful glance, and he responded with a reassuring look, silently signaling her to wait in the vehicle while he went alone. Lingzhen nodded and turned back to the RV. Ling had already scouted the school's interior. There were no high-powered weapons inside, only the hordes of imprisoned zombies. This Li Feilong was likely planning to use those zombies as his trump card. But Ye Tian didn't care as long as he discovered the secret to his rapid power growth. Everything else was irrelevant. Li Feilong wasn't capable of causing any real trouble. Ding detected hostile intent towards the host, and their thoughts have been perceived. They'll lure this brat to the hall. With all these zombies and my sneak attack, I doubt I can't take him down. Then he'll figure out how to get those three girls. Li Feilong thought to himself, unaware that Ye Tian had already perceived all his schemes. Feigning ignorance, Ye Tian followed Li Feilong with a relaxed expression, the two walking one after another into the school. He finally stopped when he reached the hall of the teaching building. The building was packed with zombies, and the scent of living humans sent them into a frenzy. Humph! Roar! The zombies began to desperately push towards the door. Unlike monsters, zombies lacked such immense strength. If these were monsters, the iron door wouldn't have held. These zombies were once students of the school, with a few scattered former teachers among them. Their faces, once full of youthful vitality, were now twisted and deformed, their scarlet eyes burning with a craving for raw flesh. The reason I became so strong is simple. I can turn living people into zombies. The zombies I create produce a crystal inside them. After I consume it, I can rapidly absorb the energy within. Li Feilong knew that lying to someone like Ye Tian would be futile, so he decided to tell the truth directly to divert his attention. But I can't absorb the crystals from zombies I didn't create as quickly. Indeed, Ye Tian seemed to ponder Li Feilong's words, momentarily dropping his guard. Li Feilong continued. and I discovered that the stronger the survivor is before conversion, the better the crystal's effect after conversion. That's why I've become so strong so quickly. Ye Tian finally understood. The secret lay in his corpseification ability. According to Li Feilong, only the crystals from zombies he personally created could be absorbed at an incredible speed. Conversely, crystals from zombies he didn't convert were absorbed at a normal rate. Otherwise, even if he absorbed crystals for 24 hours a day, his potential wouldn't have allowed for such rapid conversion efficiency. Ye Tian was instantly certain that Li Feilong wasn't lying. It was the only logical explanation. Seeing Ye Tian lost and thought a trace of a smirk crossed Li Feilong's lips again. Then with a sudden powerful punch he struck the lock on the iron door. The lock shattered instantly under the force of the blow. The entire iron door was dented from the impact. With the lock broken, the door was rendered useless, and the zombies inside surged forward in a frenzy. Haha, kid, you're too green to mess with me. I'll admit you're strong, but once I turn you into my zombie, I'm sure I can reach a new height of power. I'll gladly enjoy your women for you. The moment the zombies burst out, Li Feilong darted to a large tree nearby and scurried up it in a flash. Zombies couldn't climb trees, so he was safe as long as he was up there. Kid, so what if you got my secret? You're still going to die here and not take it anywhere. Huh? Li Feilong laughed arrogantly from the tree. But Ye Tian showed no sign of panic. You're celebrating too soon. He raised his gun, and without even aiming fired a single shot that hit Li Feilong squarely between the eyes. Li Feilong was dead. The zombies that rushed out were mostly first order, having grown slowly due to a lack of combat and fresh meat. They posed no threat to Ye Tian whatsoever. He effortlessly dispatched them, gaining over 1,000 energy points in the process. A small profit, though it was quite tiring. Are you three just going to watch and not help? We saw you were having so much fun killing, we didn't want to interrupt. Ling Zhun said with a hand covering her mouth, chuckling. Worried when Ye Tian took long and the zombies' excited roars echoed from inside, Ling Zhun drove the armored RV straight in. Upon entering, they saw Ye Tian battling the zombies, but they also noticed they were all first order. Any one of them could have wiped them out easily, let alone Ye Tian. Seeing no real threat, they decided not to join the fight. It's really tiring, you know, Ye Tian complained. Ye Tian, what's the next step? What else? We clean up the remaining zombies and get out of here. What, you want to stay? Ye Tian's complaint was his way of expressing displeasure at the girl's passive watching. Oh, come on, Ye Tian. You rest now and watch my show. Mido said, linking her arm with his and giggling. Ye Tian wasn't genuinely angry, just making a remark. The group boarded the armored RV and Mido drove it about a dozen meters away from the teaching building before frantically honking the horn. Beep beep. The piercing sound of the horn echoed across the entire school grounds. The RV's horn, as loud as a large truck's, attracted not only the scattered zombies wandering within the school, but also those lurking nearby outside its walls. Zombies outside the school piled atop one another like a human pyramid, scrambling up the perimeter walls. Some zombies on the stairways tumbled down from the upper floors, crashing heavily onto the ground, yet they tirelessly snarled and crawled towards the RV. Before long, a massive horde of zombies had gathered around the RV, so numerous they were uncountable, with a rough estimate of over 1,000. These zombies were at most of the second tier, posing no real threat to the RV. That's enough, Sister Ling, you can start now. Mido called out to He Ling in the passenger seat. Immediately after, He Ling activated the Gatling gun mounted on the armored RV. While Mido rammed through the zombies, He Ling mowed down the surrounding horde with sweeping fire. The zombies, driven purely by instinct, rushed toward the source of the noise, unaware that they were like moths drawn to a flame. Within just a few short minutes, the surrounding zombies were annihilated by their coordinated assault. What they didn't realize was that the female high school student who had initially lured the zombies had been caught in their crossfire and killed. Yeah, great job, Sister Ling. With their teamwork, everything was proceeding all too smoothly. It's mainly thanks to your clever idea, Dodo. Though He Ling was confident, she remained humble with her comrades. Alright, you two, stop praising each other. Let's get moving, or it'll be dark before we know it. Ye Tian, lounging on the sofa, interrupted their mutual admiration. Mido stuck out her tongue playfully and steered the armored RV back onto the highway. From this point onward, the highway appeared normal, with scattered car parts and wrecked vehicles crashed together at intervals. However, after driving for about 20 minutes, the RV gradually slowed down until it came to a complete halt. Ye Tian, seated in the back and unable to see ahead, asked with his eyes closed, "What's wrong? Blocked again?" Ye Tian, come take a look. There's no road ahead. Ling Zhun called out to the reclining Ye Tian. No road. Puzzled, Ye Tian wondered how a highway could simply end. He rose from the sofa and walked to the front to see for himself. Only then did he realize that the road truly ended ahead. A bridge lay before them, but for some reason a section of it had collapsed, leaving exposed steel bars jutting out. At the broken bridge, a large swarm of colorful butterflies danced gracefully in the air. The sight of these butterflies left the three women bewildered. Are these butterflies? They look so beautiful. At first they hadn't noticed, but now up close they realized these were indeed butterflies. Each butterfly was nearly the size of an adult's palm, not only large, but also equipped with claw-like appendages curved like hooks. These are definitely not normal butterflies, Ling Jun said with a grave expression. As a medical doctor, she wasn't as knowledgeable about species as a biologist, but she could still tell these butterflies were abnormal. The butterflies clustered together, swirling and fluttering endlessly at the broken bridge like a school of fish in the sea. Suddenly the swarm flapped their wings in perfect unison. A gentle breeze carried black dust from their bodies, drifting slowly into the surroundings. Some of the dust settled near a wrecked car, where a zombie stood motionless. The moment the dust reached its nose, the zombie went berserk, charging madly toward the butterflies. But the bridge was broken. The zombie's foot missed the edge, and its entire body plunged downward. Yet a miraculous scene unfolded. What should have been a straight fall turned into something else entirely. The butterflies, as if seizing prey, collectively lifted the zombie up. No. To be precise, they didn't lift it. They grabbed it with their hook-like claws. They lashed onto the zombie's body with their claws, forcefully dragging it into midair. Then the loosely scattered butterfly formation suddenly contracted violently. All the butterflies converged on the zombie, simultaneously pressing desperately against its body. A few seconds later, the swarm gradually dispersed, resuming their graceful dance in the air with an air of elegance. The zombie that had been hoisted into the air was now nothing but a skeleton and some rotting internal organs. Its flesh and blood were completely gone. Stripped of skin and flesh, the organs and bare bones plummeted helplessly from the sky. The three women gasped in shock. Mido even retched at the horrifying and nauseating sight. None of them had expected such beautiful butterflies to be so terrifying. They had devoured a zombie in just a few seconds. It was strange that they didn't eat the internal organs. Ye Tian, however, wasn't surprised at all. This was just a mutated creature of the apocalypse. In this new world, one not only faced the threat of zombies, but also an endless array of mutated beasts. Fortunately, the RV was equipped with an air purification system. Otherwise, if that dust had drifted inside, the consequences would have been dire. Brother Ye Tian, do you know what those butterflies are? To Mido, her brother Ye Tian was all-knowing. Unfortunately, this time, even Ye Tian didn't recognize them. Ye Tian shook his head. I don't know either. There are too many mutated creatures in the apocalypse. No one can claim to know them all. So you're saying these are mutated creatures? Ling Jun asked thoughtfully. Yes, the apocalypse has spawned countless mutated creatures, far more diverse than the species before it. The apocalypse is terrifying. From now on, we should be cautious around any unfamiliar creatures. Mido patted her ample chest, a look of lingering fear on her face. The image of the butterflies devouring a zombie in seconds still made her scalp tingle. Since we can't go this way, let's take another route. Then we'll have to detour around Tian'an Middle School. That means taking a longer path and using the national road. The distance isn't much different, but the national road certainly won't be as smooth as the highway. We have no choice. A rough road is better than no road at all. All right, Dodo, take a break. Let me drive. Healing noticed Mido's pale face, knowing she was shaken by the terrifying sight of the butterflies. Mido didn't decline and gave Healing a smile. Healing drove the armored RV toward Tian'an Middle School. This time, they didn't need to pass through the school itself, but took the main road heading south toward a national road. They had expected a horde of zombies to trail behind them as they boldly drove down the main road. But surprisingly, there were hardly any zombies on the main road, just a few scattered ones. Whatever the reason, they simply continued heading south. Soon they reached the target national road. The road was riddled with potholes, forcing the RV to move at a crawl. Following Ye Tian's guidance, they deployed the tracks, which improved things considerably and reduced the bumpiness. However, this slowed them down further and compromised the shock absorption. Soon enough, Healing regretted it. By midday, the sun had grown scorching hot. Yet the RV's air conditioning was so effective that the heat went unnoticed. The relentless driving and constant jostling had begun to take a toll on Healing. Her complexion was turning pale, and it seemed only a matter of time before she would be sick. Let's stop here for a while and have lunch. Ye Tian and the others were also feeling somewhat uncomfortable, though their seats were far more comfortable than the driver's. All right. Healing didn't decline and simply parked the RV right in the middle of the road. Traffic jams were hardly a concern these days. Healing stretched her aching body. Today she wore form-fitting clothes that accentuated her elegant curves to perfection. Ye Tian discreetly swallowed hard, thinking to himself that he needed to claim this girl sooner rather than later. She was tempting him day and night. Mido, meanwhile, was chuckling to herself on the side. She knew full well that a man as outstanding and powerful as Ye Tian could never belong to just one woman in this apocalypse. Neither Healing nor Ling Jun would likely escape his grasp. She didn't mind in the slightest. For one, her heart was wholly devoted to Ye Tian. For another, both Healing and Ling Jun were easy to get along with. Turning from good friends into close sisters would be all the better. The RV was surrounded by farmland with only a single roadside house bearing a sign that read, Auto Repair, beside the national highway, its exterior cluttered with tools. No other buildings were in sight. Even if zombies lurked nearby, they wouldn't pose much of a threat. It was the height of summer, and the fields were lush with green crops. It was a rare sight to see such an expanse of unpolluted farmland. Whether it would survive until the autumn harvest, and how much grain could be reaped was anyone's guess. Ye Tian, let's get out and stretch our legs. We've been cooped up in the RV for too long. Mito had suggested it only because there were no buildings around, meaning zombies were unlikely. Alright, they all stepped out. The fresh air out here feels wonderful. Mito stretched lazily and took a deep breath, a refreshing wave of natural scent washing over her. It's a shame about all these crops. Who knows how much will be left by then, Ling Zhun remarked, bending down at the edge of the road to caress a leaf. Food was dwindling with every passing day, and agricultural production was a thing of the past. Limited food supplies had become the true hard currency of society. Ling Zhun felt a pang of melancholy at the sight of this vast expanse of grain left unattended. Little did she know that the food stored in Ye Tian's system space would be more than enough for their small group to squander for several lifetimes. By the way, Ye Tian, what do you think Shanghai looks like now? All we've seen along the way are zombies, but there's no sign of the military. Mito's point was simple: if the military were still in Shanghai, there should be traces of firefights somewhere. She was really asking whether Shanghai had already fallen. They were now less than 200 kilometers from the city. If Shanghai hadn't been overrun, they should have encountered military presence by now. None of the three girls knew why Ye Tian was heading to Shanghai, assuming he thought it was safe there. They had never asked. Now that they were so close, Mito, being the closest to Ye Tian, couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer. Ye Tian himself didn't know the current situation in Shanghai, but he had a compelling reason to go there. It had become an obsession. Even if Xia Shui wouldn't recognize him now, or give him the answers he sought, he was determined to find her. And what did he plan to do once he found her? His intention was to kill her outright. In their past lives they had loved each other deeply. She couldn't have killed him over some petty material interest. It was simply impossible. He had nothing that others would covet, and his intuition told him her motive had nothing to do with gain. Just then Ye Tian's ears perked up. Someone's there. The three women snapped to attention as well. They sensed it too. Their enhanced abilities made it obvious. They knew it was human footsteps, not the chaotic growling of zombies. They exchanged glances and swiftly darted to the wall of the auto repair shop. Moments later, two sets of footsteps approached. Both were light and deliberate, as if from professionally trained individuals. These were definitely not ordinary survivors. They walked with synchronized precision, not the casual gait of civilians. Just as the two passed the wall, He Ling lunged forward, sending one flying with a kick, while spinning to take down the other with a sweeping strike. Even then, He Ling had held back. Despite the pain, the two quickly scrambled to their feet, one hand clutching the spot where they'd been hit, the other drawing a dagger. Both sides froze in mutual recognition. Captain, it's you. Ye Tian and the others quickly realized these were acquaintances. What are you doing here? He Ling asked. Who are they? Ye Tian asked in surprise. They're veterans, part of a civilian security network. They have their own jobs normally, but when needed they form a temporary unit. Many veterans are part of it, and in their point of contact, He Ling explained. Freeze. Hands on your heads, get down. Suddenly a group of 7 or 8 people rushed from behind the repair shop, pistols drawn, eyeing Ye Tian and the others warily. But when they saw He Ling, they all froze, then lowered their weapons. Captain He, it's you. Captain He, you're alive? Thank God. Several of the men were visibly excited. So you've seen him? Wang Bo nodded vigorously, his face turning purple from lack of air. Ye Tian set him down, and Wang Bo greedily gasped for breath. Take me to him. There's a monster inside. Fortunately, He Ling had pulled her punches, and they were veterans. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get up after a hit like that. Are you two all right? He Ling felt a twinge of embarrassment, though she wouldn't show it in front of them. We're fine. It's an honor to spar with Captain He. Where's your Captain Xiong? He Ling didn't see their leader among them. Our supplies ran out today, so Captain Xiong took 2 brothers ahead to scavenge for more. They should be back soon. Oh, He Ling nodded, lost in thought. Who's this Captain Xiong? Their leader, Ye Tian suddenly asked. Yes, their captain is Xiong Lai. He's the one I usually coordinate with. In times of crisis, they're supposed to stick with him, which is why I asked. Xiong Lai. Is he a big, burly guy around 40 with well-developed muscles? Ye Tian felt a flicker of recognition at the name Xiong Lai, suspecting it was the same man he knew. He Ling asked curiously, that's him? How do you know him? After receiving an affirmative answer, Ye Tian confirmed he hadn't mistaken the identity. Yes, I know him. We've crossed paths before. He had previously sought him out at his shop to no avail, yet now he encountered him here by sheer chance. Truly what a small world. Meanwhile, He Ling, after a moment of contemplation, cast Ye Tian a meaningful glance. Ye Tian understood her unspoken thought from that look. They both shared the same intention to incorporate this civilian security team into their fold. For one, He Ling served as a bridge. For another, these men, being veterans, possessed combat prowess far superior to the average survivor. However, absorbing these individuals would come at a cost. In this era, that cost was not currency but food. Yet for Ye Tian this posed no issue at all. He had long prepared an ample stockpile of compressed biscuits specifically for such a situation. He could afford to sustain not just this small team, but an entire army for a considerable period. Though Ye Tian had no current ambition to raise an army supporting this small squad was certainly within his means. Even before the apocalypse broke out, Ye Tian had contemplated establishing his own force. And now here was the foundation. He had already used his appraisal eye on these veterans, most were rated at E or F level. However, he deliberately paused on one individual. That man was the one who initially yelled for everyone to get down. He was also their deputy captain Zhang Tao. And remarkably, Zhang Tao's potential was rated at S level. He was already a first-order evolver, and judging by his stats, he had awakened, naturally not through consuming crystal cores. This was why Ye Tian had given him a second look. The others had undergone some changes, but hadn't yet become evolvers. They lacked the means as the function of crystal cores hadn't been widely publicized. Only a fortunate few knew their purpose. Otherwise, these men would at least be first-order, and Zhang Tao would likely be second-order. With Ye Tian's consent, He Ling retrieved some compressed biscuits and bottled water from the RV and distributed them to the security personnel. This was also a deliberate instruction from Ye Tian, not to offer anything too good. Otherwise it might invite trouble. We have some supplies here, not a lot, but enough for everyone to eat. Thanks, Captain He. Thanks, Captain He. Don't thank me, thank this brother Ye here. All these supplies are his. Even I am saved by him. He is the leader of our team now. Thanks, brother Ye. The group expressed their gratitude to Ye Tian once more. He Ling was younger than Ye Tian, making brother Ye appropriate for her, but these men were all over 30 and couldn't bring themselves to call him that. Calling him brother Ye was just right. Don't mention it. Since you're Shaoling's friend, you're naturally a friend of mine as well. Huh. Well said, brother Ye. Then we want stand on ceremony. Though they were 9 in total and had been hungry for most of the day, they lined up orderly to receive their rations from He Ling. Each received a bottle of water and a pack of compressed biscuits. Everyone's eyes lit up at the sight of the biscuits. Though the taste was lackluster, they were filling. The 9 men sat down on the ground and began to eat voraciously. Some choked on the dryness and had to gulp down water to wash it down. By the time they had eaten their fill, another hour had passed. Why has your Captain Xiong been gone so long? Does anyone know where he went? Captain Xiong took a vehicle. He should have gone to Tianmen Town for food. I heard him mention a supermarket there with a broken roller shutter. I think he went to Tianmen County. One of the security team members answered. He drove there. Ye Tian frowned, lost in thought. He had just looked at the map. Tianmen Town wasn't far from here, at most a 20-minute drive. Now that 2 hours had passed, something was definitely amiss. Based on his past life knowledge of Xiong Lai, the man's skills were top-notch even among veterans. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been made captain. Given that these men had guns, it was safe to assume Xiong Lai was armed as well. Even if he encountered ordinary zombies, unless they were overwhelming in number, he should have no trouble escaping unscathed. He's been gone too long. This isn't right. Is everyone done eating? If so, let's go rendezvous with your Captain Xiong. Seeing that everyone had nearly finished, Ye Tian stood up and spoke. Xiong Lai was also part of his plans. In his past life, the man was a Kwasiking. Ye Tian didn't want to miss out on such a talent. We're done. Captain Xiong is our leader. We must bring him back. Brother Ye is truly righteous. Nothing more to say. You're a true brother. Several team members immediately stood up, clamoring to rescue Xiong Lai. Hold on. Brother Ye, I don't agree with this decision. A sudden voice cut through the commotion. It was Zhang Tao, the deputy captain. After speaking, he spat out the biscuit he was chewing and muttered, "This stuff tastes terrible." The moment Zhang Tao spoke, the standing security members exchanged uneasy glances, momentarily at a loss. Before Ye Tian could respond, Zhang Tao continued, "What era are we in now? It's the end of the world, brothers." He paused, then added, "The world is crawling with those damn monsters, zombies. Under these circumstances, how can we possibly go looking for him?" Zhang Tao, what are you trying to say? Spit it out. He Ling glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Captain, he am not one to be blunt, but what era is this? Just because Captain Xiong is close to you, we're supposed to go die for him. Zhang Tao, my relationship with Xiong Lai is the same as with all of you. There's no difference. Besides, he's your captain, not mine. You think calling you captain he makes you our leader? The nation is gone now, so forget this nonsense about leadership. What matters is that we brothers stay alive. Stop playing the big shot here. Zhang Tao's words were harsh and laced with hostility. He Ling was only reserved in front of Ye Tian. With others, she was the aloof, fiery-tempered police officer. In the past, Zhang Tao would never have dared speak to her like this. He Ling's chest heaved with fury at his insolence. Had Ling Jin not been holding her back, she would have charged at Zhang Tao and beaten him senseless. After calming herself, she asked coldly, "Zhang Tao, what exactly are you trying to say?" "You know very well what I mean. We used to be loyal to the people, to the nation, but now the only ones we serve are ourselves. Is that how you all feel too?" He Ling ignored Zhang Tao and turned to the other 8, dreading what she might hear from them. Yet the words that followed filled her with profound disappointment. At that moment, Zhang Tao sneered, "They must have plenty of food in that RV. Rather than begging them for scraps, why don't we just take it for ourselves? What do you say, brothers?" The security team members fell silent, momentarily swayed by his seemingly logical proposal. However, as former soldiers their conscience forbade such actions. Yet Zhang Tao's words were undeniably tempting, leaving them torn in a moral dilemma. Just then a voice rang out sharply. Zhang Tao, have you forgotten the oath we swore when we joined the civilian security team? Think about how Captain Xiong has treated us. And Captain, he has always looked out for us, hasn't he? We're not going to save strangers. We're going to save Captain Xiong. How can we refuse? That's right. We're going to save Captain Xiong. He's our comrade, our brother, and our leader. How can we turn our backs on him in his time of need? Brother Ye, an outsider, is willing to risk his life for Captain Xiong, yet we his own brothers are ready to cower like cowards. And what did you just say? Rob that vehicle. What do you take us for? We're a civilian security team, not a band of thieves. Seeing the opposition, Zhang Tao glared back, his face flushing with anger. Fine. If you lot want to keep playing loyal servants to that so-called security team, I won't stop you. But those who want to follow me to a life of plenty stand by my side. Just remember, if you choose the wrong side, don't blame me if I can't tell friend from foe later. With that, Zhang Tao drew his gun, twirling it in his hand, like a performer showing off a trick. The threat was clear. Immediately, 2 of the security members moved to stand behind Zhang Tao. The remaining 4 who had rebuked him glared at him with open defiance. The last 2 hesitated, glancing nervously between the defiant 4 and Zhang Tao. One of the hesitant men forced a smile and tried to ease the tension. Come on, Brother Tao, we're all brothers here. There's no need for this. Let's just sit down and talk things over. Put the gun away, all right. Talk to this. Zhang Tao lashed out with a kick, sending the man sprawling to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he clutched his chest, groaning in pain and sweating profusely. Zhang Tao continued to roar, listen up. Those who side with me will live, those who oppose me will die. Either stand with me or face the consequences. He sneered, adding, I'm being generous here out of respect for our past. Next time I won't be so lenient. The man who was kicked, along with the other hesitant one, finally chose to stand behind Zhang Tao. Only the 4 who had rebuked him remained rooted to the spot, glaring at him. The lines were now clearly drawn. In terms of numbers, Zhang Tao didn't have the advantage, but he was confident. His confidence stemmed from his belief that he was now an evolved far superior to ordinary humans. He dismissed He Ling's earlier attack as a mere sneak attack on a regular member. He was certain that if he got serious with 6 guns on his side, victory was assured. The atmosphere grew tense, as if a firefight could break out at any second. Zhang Tao, is it? In recognition of your past service to your country, they'll give you a chance. Leave now with your men, and I promise not to make things difficult for you. In truth, Ye Tian could have eliminated them all in an instant. However, 4 of them were still sensible, and he couldn't bring himself to kill them. While Ye Tian's words sounded like a chance, he knew full well that Zhang Tao would never let them go. So Ye Tian was setting a trap for Zhang Tao, a way to deal with him and his followers without earning the resentment of the remaining, for making it easier to bring them into the fold. As expected, Zhang Tao took the bait immediately. Give me a chance. Young Master Ye, are you kidding me? Ha ha. Zhang Tao laughed heartily as if he had just heard the funniest joke. The 4 men beside him joined in with awkward, forced laughter, knowing they had passed the point of no return. Young Master Ye, you don't actually think you can intimidate me with Captain He by your side, do you? A wise man knows his best course. He'll give you a chance to. Leave the 3 women and this RV behind, and he'll let you walk away unharmed. Zhang Tao's eyes gleamed with lust as he eyed the 3 women. It was so unfair that this young Master Ye had 3 beautiful women around him just because he was handsome. What use was a pretty face in the apocalypse? Could looks feed you? No, it was men like him with men and guns at his command who deserved such beauties. Oh, then I suppose I should thank you. But what if I don't want to follow your advice? What are you going to do about it? Ye Tian inwardly scoffed, thinking that if it weren't for the need to win over Xiong Lai and the other 4, he would have put a bullet in Zhang Tao's head long ago instead of wasting his breath. Xiong Lai was someone he had wanted to recruit for a long time, and he had a strong feeling that Xiong Lai's profession would prove invaluable once bound. That was the real reason he was going to save him. Heh, since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Zhang Tao aimed his pistol at Ye Tian's group. The 4 men behind him reluctantly drew their guns, pointing them at their former comrades. On Ye Tian's side, the 4 of them also instinctively drew their weapons, aiming back at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao, what do you think you're doing? Put the gun down. He Ling shouted, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger. Ye Tian, however, never considered Zhang Tao's gun a real threat. For one, he had his spatial ability active at all times. Furthermore, He Mi Do, He Ling, and Ling Jin all had reflexes fast enough to break Zhang Tao's wrist before he could even pull the trigger. Suddenly, just as Ye Tian was about to make his move, he felt a bone-chilling coldness. This sensation was not something any ordinary human could emit. The coldness was definitely emanating from Zhang Tao's direction, but Ye Tian was certain it wasn't coming from any of them. They were incapable of giving him such a feeling. It felt as if it were seeping out from the depths of hell itself. Freezing, filled with resentment, murderous intent. Ye Tian's expression turned grave. Seeing his serious face, Zhang Tao's men assumed they had intimidated him, and they remained oblivious to anything unusual. Under normal combat conditions, Zhang Tao's first-order instincts might have sensed something. He Ling Mi Do and Ling Zhan, being third-order ability users, were less sensitive than Ye Tian, but they too felt a faint sense of unease. Mi Do and He Ling, standing beside Ye Tian, noticed his grave expression. Only Ling Zhan, who was behind him, failed to see it. "Brother Ye Tian, what's?" Mi Do whispered. "Something's off. Wait a moment." Just then a faint sound of footsteps came from behind the auto repair shop, where Zhang Tao and his men were standing. If not for the sharp crack of a twig underfoot, they might not have noticed it in time. It was accompanied by a low, guttural growl like that of a wild beast. Zhang Tao kept one eye on Ye Tian while straining his ears to listen. Zombies. Sounds like only one of them. This area had been thoroughly cleared by them long ago, with no traces of zombie activity whatsoever. If there were any zombies, they would be nothing more than a few scattered stragglers. Zhang Tao paid it no mind, confident that their strength could easily handle it. However, he noticed the 4 security guards across from him, who had been glaring at him with fury, shift from anger to confusion and then to utter shock. Then he saw the deep terror in their eyes. Monster, one of the guards shouted in fear. Seeing this, Zhang Tao forgot about guarding against Ye Tian and whipped his head around. In that instant, he laid eyes on a creature that sent chills down his spine. It was a beast that vaguely resembled a dog, but its size was immense. Standing on all fours, it was as tall as a full-grown adult. Nearly 1.6 meters. Half of this dog-like creature's head was rotted away, and a viscous fluid, whether saliva or bloody foam, dripped from its maw. Its entire mouth was exposed, revealing teeth that looked exceptionally sharp. Some of the teeth even had shreds of flesh clinging to them. The mutated dog's eyes were a terrifying white. Its body was covered in obvious wounds, signs of a recent fight, with even some of its internal organs hanging out. Zhang Tao gasped sharply as his face contorted in horror the moment he saw the mutated hound. "Damn, what the hell is that?" "Spread out and attack." Following his command, the group began to fire at the creature, Zhang Tao backing away while shooting. However, retreating was no longer an option for Zhang Tao. The mutated hound crouched, then leaped with a diving lunge, reaching him in an instant. Before he could react, the beast bit down on him, flung him into the air, and then a horrifying sight unfolded as its jaws unhinged. Its split jaws swallowed Zhang Tao in a single gulp. Then, with its razor-sharp teeth, the mutated hound bit him in half. One part was in its mouth, the other fell to the ground, twitching uncontrollably in a gruesome, bloody spectacle. The mutated hound ignored the gunfire from the security team, showing no reaction as it continued to chew on the raw flesh in its mouth. The sound of bones crunching was utterly hair-raising. Everyone spread out. Aim for its head. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew from 4 directions toward the mutated hound. But after devouring half of Zhang Tao's body, a bizarre thing happened. Its wounds were visibly healing at an alarming rate. Roar. After swallowing the half-body, the mutated hound seemed to regain its strength, its roar becoming even more resounding. With a fierce howl, it lunged forward and slammed into one security guard, sending him flying. Then its tail, thick as an adult's arm, whipped around. It effortlessly sent another guard flying, its terrifying tail striking the wall with such force that it tore a massive chunk out of the concrete bricks. It was truly fearsome. Then, as if unstoppable, it swiftly barreled into the other 2 guards, smashing a huge hole in the wall with the impact. The 2 men collapsed to the ground, writhing and wailing in agony. The mutated hound was incredibly fast, too fast for the naked eye to track. They only saw a blur before being sent flying. After knocking them away, the hound, while keeping a wary eye on Ye Tian, continued to gnaw on Zhang Tao's remaining half, emitting low growls. It seemed to sense Ye Tian's formidable presence and chose to heal its wounds rather than attack immediately. The remaining 4 guards who had been firing stopped after realizing their bullets were useless against it. They just watched the mutated hound with extreme caution. Unbeknownst to them, if Ye Tian hadn't been standing there, they would have been sent flying just like their comrades. "Ye Tian, is that just a dog?" Mi Do was a bit nervous, but with Ye Tian by her side, she wasn't scared enough to run. It had only been a few seconds since the creature appeared, but in that short time, it had displayed terrifying combat prowess. Incredible speed, devastating attacks, bulletproof. It seemed to have no weaknesses anywhere on its body. As for its head, they had tried shooting it, but it seemed just as ineffective. The bullets simply had no effect on the creature. It's a mutant hound, a creature mutated by the virus. Its weakness is that it has no weakness. No weakness. Mi Do was puzzled. Does that mean it can't be killed? He Ling also asked softly, letting out a sharp gasp. Only Ling Zhen spoke up thoughtfully. Ye Tian means that its lack of a weakness is its weakness. If we chop it into pieces, we can definitely kill it. Xiao Zhen is right. This mutant hound has no single weak point. It can only be completely destroyed by dismemberment. Just then, one of the security guards suddenly turned and ran wildly in the opposite direction. "No, stop," He Ling shouted. As a special forces member, she knew dogs very well. Dogs instinctively chase after fast-moving targets, like a frisbee or a running animal. It's their instinct. You could throw a pebble and a dog would chase it. But if you stand perfectly still, it won't attack first. Sure enough, even in its mutated state, the hound retained some canine instincts. Seeing the guard flee, it let out a loud bark, dropped its food, and sped off after the running man. The area was surrounded by endless crop fields with no obstacles to hide behind. The guard didn't get far before the hound with a few powerful bounds caught up to him. Then with a snap of its jaws it bit the guard's head clean off. Blood sprayed from the neck. Ye Tian for his part had no intention of engaging this massive creature in close combat. Its abilities were almost equivalent to a 4th stage initial level evolver, and Ye Tian wasn't confident he could protect Mi Do and the others if he left their side. That was why Ye Tian hadn't made the first move. The hound was faster than a human. If anything unexpected happened, it would be too late for regrets. Now the creature was about 20 meters away, which was the perfect distance to strike. With lightning speed, Ye Tian produced an unlimited ammo rocket launcher from his spatial storage. He hoisted it onto his shoulder, and with a deafening boom, a rocket streaked toward the hound. The distance was too close for the beast to react. Combined with Ye Tian's absolute accuracy skill, the rocket hit the hound's head dead. Flesh and gore splattered everywhere. Seeing the hound's head blown off by Ye Tian, the 3 remaining guards cheered. However, their jubilation was short-lived, and their smiles quickly faded. The power of the rocket launcher was certainly not to be underestimated. Brother Ye, where did you get this rocket launcher? It's incredibly powerful. Yeah, that freakish dog's head is probably blown clean off. That's it, it's definitely dead now. The 3 of them chattered excitedly, their words brimming with exhilaration. As the smoke cleared, they saw the mutant canine, standing in place completely still. Its entire head had been obliterated, leaving the bones within its body clearly visible. Haha, see, its head is gone. It's definitely dead. One of the team members shouted in excitement. However, roar, the mutant canine let out another agonized howl. Though its head was gone, its throat remained still capable of producing sound. It then began to move its limbs again, but without a head to guide it, it staggered about, veering left and right, unsteady on its feet. It's still alive. How is that possible? The team members gasped, their voices laced with terror. Moreover, through some unknown means, the creature lowered its severed neck to the corpse of the team member it had killed, seemingly absorbing nutrients from the body to heal its wounds. This is impossible. How can we fight this? It's unstoppable, utterly unkillable. At that moment, Ye Tian fired another rocket, this time directly hitting the mutant canine's body. The blast tore a gaping hole in its torso, yet it still did not die. Ye Tian continued to fire, launching over a dozen rockets until the creature was blown into a pulp. As the smoke slowly dissipated, only a pile of shredded flesh remained where the beast had stood. Its bones were shattered. One of its legs had been blown a great distance, crushing a swath of crops. Ignoring the stunned expressions of the others, Ye Tian walked over to the remains, searching for something. Soon Ye Tian retrieved an object from the gore, holding it in his hand. At that moment, Nua's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the mutant canine. Energy 5,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your first mutant canine kill. Reward Eye of Exploration upgrade. Now capable of viewing a creature's favorability towards the host. As expected, a reward was granted for the first kill. Favorability, as the name implies, indicates the level of goodwill someone holds for you, distinct from malice perception. Ye Tian turned to look at Mi Do. Besides the usual data, a new favorability score was now visible. Mi Do favorability 99 points out of a maximum of 100. 99 points was essentially a perfect score. Ye Tian never doubted Mi Do's feelings for him. He then checked He Ling. He Ling favorability 88. Ling Zhun favorability 82. Both scores were within his expectations. A score above 80 indicated a very trusted friend, while above 90 signified a close relationship. A score above 95 was typically reserved for those with romantic feelings. Ye Tian then glanced at the 3 remaining team members. As expected, their favorability was only in the 70s, indicating a certain fondness for him. Alright, let's continue. Where were we? The 3 team members exchanged bewildered glances. Where were they? Did it even matter? Zhang Tao, who had objected, and the others were dead. They had agreed with Ye Tian's plan to rescue Xiong, so the decision was effectively his anyway. Initially, they had dismissed Ye Tian as a spoiled rich kid. Now they realized with awe how terrifyingly powerful he was. His reaction time and speed just now were nearly on par with the mutant canines. No wonder he showed no fear when Zhang Tao threatened him earlier. With his reflexes, Ye Tian could have easily turned Zhang Tao into paste before he could even fire his gun. Even if the dog hadn't eaten him, Zhang Tao's fate would have been just as grim. They had already liked Ye Tian, and with his immense strength, it was no surprise Captain, he called him her leader. It seemed the title was well-deserved. Since we're all in agreement, let's head out to find Xiong. None of them objected, nodding eagerly. Dodo used the map to locate this biological quarantine station. Ye Tian opened his palm, revealing a deformed metal tag. It was stamped with the name Tian'an Biological Quarantine Station and a serial number DIKOU 329-320954. Brother Ye Tian, what is this? I found it on the mutant canine. It was nailed to its ear with a metal ring. Lucky it wasn't destroyed in the blast. If it was attached to its ear, that means this dog escaped from this quarantine station. Many stations in the country use this method, Ling Zhan said, taking the tag to examine it. That's not all. I found this too, Ye Tian said, producing a military-style dagger as if by magic. This is a standard-issue dagger for civilian security teams. See, it even has a serial number here. He Ling examined the dagger and confirmed it was standard issue. Yeah, I picked it up because it looked identical to the ones used by the security teams. Do any of you recognize it? Ye Tian handed the dagger to the 3 security team members. This is Captain Xiong's dagger. Yes, that's his serial number. After receiving their confirmation, Ye Tian was more certain of his suspicions. It seems my guess was right. Xiong Lai fought this creature and managed to wound it. This dagger must have been left behind during the fight. If this dog is this powerful, then Captain Xiong, the 3 team members were deeply worried. Could their captain have died? No. If Xiong Lai had been killed by this dog, it would have devoured his body to recover. But what state was it in when we encountered it? Oh, it was already injured when we first saw it. Right, I remember now. Brother Ye Tian, are you saying Captain Xiong might still be alive? Exactly. I believe there's a strong chance Xiong Lai is still alive. Then where do we look for him? Ye Tian pondered for a moment. I think searching blindly would be futile. Instead, let's split up. One group will go to Tianmen town to look for clues about Xiong Lai, and the other will investigate the quarantine station. The group nodded, finding his analysis sound. Based on the current information, these were the only 2 places where clues about Xiong Lai might be found. But what if he's not at either place? He Ling raised her concern. If he's not there, then that's actually good news. It means he's definitely alive. And if he's alive, he'll likely try to make his way back here. So we just need to leave someone here to wait for him. Ling Zhan said with a smile. Ye Tian nodded in approval. Ye Tian's decision was flawless and no one could find fault with it. In the end, Ye Tian, Mi Do, He Ling, and Ling Zhan were assigned to the biological quarantine station, while 3 team members stayed behind at the auto repair shop. The other 2 each drove an off-road vehicle to Tianmen town to search for clues about Xiong Lai. The arrangement was made because Ye Tian wasn't familiar with the others. If Xiong Lai was there and could be recruited, Ye Tian would have no such concerns. Moreover, Ye Tian had a strong intuition that Xiong Lai was most likely at the biological quarantine station. Of course, if Ye Tian ultimately failed to find Xiong Lai, he wouldn't linger here. Either it could only be said that fate had not destined them to meet. After the tasks were assigned, everyone moved swiftly. Ye Tian's group boarded the motorhome, and the 3 security team members also sprang into action. Brother Ye Tian, this is the location of the biological quarantine station I found. I noticed that it couldn't be found with the phone's navigation, only with the motorhome's navigation system. Ye Tian naturally knew the reason. It was because the motorhome was bound to Nuwa. Ye Tian's heart suddenly jolted. Didn't he still have a designated enhancement card? He hadn't decided how to use it back then. Could he use it to upgrade Nuwa? Would that allow Nuwa to help him even more? The more Ye Tian thought about it, the more excited he became, and the more feasible it seemed. He immediately called out to Nuwa in his mind. Nuwa, I choose to use the designated enhancement card on you. The enhancement card can be used on specific items, skills, etc., but it does not include the system itself. Ye Tian was speechless. But when you issued the reward, you never said the system couldn't be enhanced. The reward said it could enhance designated targets, so I'm designating the system. Is there a problem? Ye Tian tried to reason with Nuwa. Nuwa seemed to be thinking, pausing for a long while before replying. Host has chosen to enhance the system. Enhancement successful. System upgrading. Huh. It actually worked. So women could be reasoned with after all. Although Nuwa wasn't a woman, just a purely mechanical system, Ye Tian felt like he had gotten a bargain. And the system was actually upgrading. What functions would the upgraded system have? Would it be able to automatically kill monsters and level up? At the thought of this, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Mi Do saw Ye Tian standing there motionless, grinning foolishly. Brother Ye Tian. Mi Do nudged Ye Tian, and only then did he snap back to reality. Oh, let's get going. The sooner we leave, the sooner we'll know the results. Mi Do drove the motorhome along the national highway towards Shanglu City, as the quarantine station was in that direction. After driving for over 10 minutes, the crop fields on both sides of the highway gradually became sparse. In their place stood lush trees. Abandoned cars along this road were pitifully few, and not even a single stray zombie could be seen. Following the navigation, they soon turned onto a fork, a dirt road entirely made of earth full of potholes. The motorhome struggled to traverse this rugged path. The road was just wide enough for a single vehicle. If another car came from the opposite direction, passing would be impossible. Mi Do checked the navigation repeatedly to confirm this was the right path before driving forward. After traveling about 800 meters, the road suddenly transformed into a high-grade asphalt road. This winding asphalt road led up the mountain, its destination unknown. This road was incomparably better than the dirt one. However, although the road was smoother, the trees on both sides became denser and more luxuriant. Overhanging branches drooped down, obstructing the motorhome's forward view like pairs of hands trying to stop its progress. The way these trees are arranged, either this road is rarely traveled, or it was deliberately designed this way to conceal something. He Ling analyzed. Most likely the latter. Ye Tian squinted lying on the sofa. At this moment the system still showed it was upgrading with no progress bar to check. Ye Tian had also tried. All system-related functions were unusable. Fortunately the skills were inherent to his body, or else it would have been quite awkward. What troubled Ye Tian most now was that he had no idea how long the system upgrade would take. If it took 10 or 8 years that would be disastrous. How do you know it's the latter? Healing rolled her eyes at Ye Tian. Guess if he'll guess. After driving along this asphalt road for another dozen or so minutes the view suddenly opened up. The motorhome had emerged from the dense forest, and before their eyes lay a vast, open expanse of flat land. On this flat ground stood 2 white buildings conspicuously placed. Surrounding the buildings was a lawn within which lay a meticulously designed flower garden. These buildings, the lawn, and the flower garden seemed utterly out of place against the surrounding mountains. After getting out of the car, Ye Tian gave Healing a look that said, "See, I told you so." Healing responded with another eye roll. Even a fool could tell something was off here. This place didn't look like a quarantine station at all. This place clearly harbored some hidden agenda. Otherwise no one would build 2 such imposing buildings so deep in the mountains. Both the dirt road and the lush asphalt road were meant to conceal the truth. There must be some unspeakable secrets inside. But Ye Tian didn't care about that now. He only wanted to find Xianglai. If he didn't, he could immediately set off again for Shanglu City. As for the secrets here, Ye Tian had no interest in investigating. As long as the people inside didn't provoke him, he wouldn't take the initiative to kill. Let's go down and take a look. If there are people, ask about the situation. If they attack us, there's no need to be polite. The armored motorhome slowly advanced toward the 2 buildings surrounded by an eerie silence. Logically speaking, a place like this secret base should have guards on duty. But now no guards were to be found at all. As they drew closer, they realized that the 2 buildings weren't actually white. They were painted with green, brown, and other pigments. If viewed from high above, it would be hard to spot the 2 buildings from a distance. The paint colors on the buildings seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment. But now the exterior of both buildings was wrapped in a layer of silvery white substance. It looked as if spider silk had enveloped the buildings. Moreover, within these silken threads one could occasionally see insects as large as wash basins crawling rapidly. Mido, who was driving the motorhome, was startled by the sight of such enormous insects. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she sprang up from her seat. Are these spiders? Wash basin-sized spiders. Healing's eyes also widened in disbelief. Everything in this apocalypse shattered her previous understanding of the world. Such creatures should only exist in games, shouldn't they? Only Lingjin stood there lost and thought, her mind elsewhere. Ye Tian's expression also turned grim. It appeared that the 2 buildings were wrapped by these wash basin-sized spiders, and it seemed like they had been doing so only recently. Moreover, they were still continuously reinforcing the cocoon. The 3 women exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of foreboding. An hour earlier, before Ye Tian and the others had arrived, this place had not been as it was now. An hour ago, inside one of the laboratories within this biological quarantine and epidemic prevention station, Professor Zhang, the sampling and collection team, has returned with some new specimens. However, they lost a mutant dog and brought back a person. They brought back a person. Yes, Professor. The elder of the 2 had graying hair, appearing to be around 70 years old, and wore a pair of reading glasses. The younger one, seemingly in his 30s, appeared to be Professor Zhang's assistant. His name was Wang Bo. Perfect timing. I need a human subject for my experiment. This is excellent. Human experiment? Professor, we haven't even completed the animal trials yet. How can we proceed with human testing? It's far too dangerous. Wang Bo's face showed concern as he cautioned Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang instantly erupted like a lit powder keg, shouting at Wang Bo, dangerous. What undertaking isn't dangerous? Which scientific achievement wasn't born from repeated risks? The reason we used animals in previous experiments was nothing but that nonsense about ethical conventions. Ignorant. Ridiculous. Professor Zhang's eyes were bloodshot, glaring intently at Wang Bo. As a Ph.D. in biology, don't you understand there's a fundamental difference between humans and animals? If something works on animals, does it necessarily mean it will work on humans? I understand. You understand? You don't understand anything. Those blasted higher-ups only know how to stand on the moral high ground of humanitarianism and dictate orders, yet they know nothing. Professor Zhang paused, noticing Wang Bo's troubled expression, and softened his tone slightly. Wang Bo, you're a good lad. You should realize this is a golden opportunity. What we're doing might just save all of humanity. We are undertaking a great and sacred mission. Professor Zhang wore a devout expression, his eyes slightly closed, as if in a state of pilgrimage. Wang Bo could understand Professor Zhang. All of the professor's loved ones had perished in this global cataclysm. This tragedy had driven him somewhat mad, obsessively fixated on reverting his zombified family members back to their human forms. However, Wang Bo still couldn't reconcile with this in his heart. Professor, perhaps we should conduct one final animal experiment today, gather sufficient data, and then proceed with the human trial tomorrow. Wang Bo looked at the unconscious bear, tightly bound on the floor with a pained expression. After all, the apocalypse hadn't been raging for long. Researchers like Wang Bo were more idealistic and couldn't yet bring themselves to conduct human experiments without guaranteed safety. It went against his principles. He had been involved in Professor Zhang's research throughout. It involved extracting viruses from zombie blood and conducting fusion studies. They had then manufactured what they called a restorative agent. According to Professor Zhang's theory, this substance could revert zombified humans back into their original human state. However, all research so far indicated it simply wouldn't work. Yet the fanatical Professor Zhang still wanted to proceed with human trials under these circumstances. Professor Zhang declared with unwavering authority, "The experiment must be conducted today. You must understand we have countless compatriots out there. Every day we delay, countless more human lives are lost. We must accelerate our pace. I will become humanity's savior." Ha ha. Professor Zhang seemed utterly deranged, laughing maniacally with a wide grin. He then glanced at the console beside him where a rack held 4 test tubes filled with a crimson liquid. He picked one up. "Now let's start with the first test. What you said does make some sense. We'll begin with the animals, gather sufficient data, and conduct the human trial last, especially since capturing a live human is so difficult now." Wang Bo felt helpless. Professor Zhang was his mentor, and he couldn't defy his instructions. "All right, Professor." Wang Bo sighed. At least Professor Zhang had agreed to start with the animals. He had done his best. If something unexpected occurred during the experiment, something too cruel, he could still try to persuade the professor from the sidelines. Professor Zhang walked to the observation room window and took a quick look. There were 3 laboratories in total, each housing a different creature. "Let's start with Subject 1. Inject the first dose into it." "Yes, Professor." Wang Bo picked up one of the test tubes and walked towards Subject 1. Subject 1 was a spider about the size of an adult's palm. 10 minutes later, the professor instructed Wang Bo to inject Subject 2 as well. Subject 2 was a pure white rabbit. After another 10 minutes, they injected Subject 3. Subject 3 was a pitch-black cat. The reagent typically took effect within about 10 minutes, but the time and effects varied depending on the subject. Once all 3 animals had been injected, the professor paced back and forth with an eager expression, his emotions running high. The results would be forthcoming soon. Wang Bo also stepped out of the observation room. But now Wang Bo's face was filled with anxiety. "Professor, Subject 2 is acting strangely." Strange. How so?" Professor Zhang hurried to the observation window and saw that the rabbit Subject 2, which had been lively and hopping around, was now lying on the ground motionless. Just as Professor Zhang reached the window, he watched in shock as the rabbit's body began to rapidly swell. It was like a balloon being inflated. It had already grown to the size of a normal dog. More terrifyingly, it continued to expand relentlessly with no sign of stopping. "What's happening? What went wrong?" Professor Zhang stared in disbelief at the ever-growing rabbit. "Professor, activate the destruction device." Wang Bo, noticing the professor's dazed gaze, shouted anxiously. Each laboratory was equipped with a destruction device designed to rapidly eliminate a test subject in case of unexpected developments. The destruction device contained a highly flammable liquid that upon activation would instantly generate intense heat, incinerating the subject. However, activating the device required Professor Zhang's palm print recognition. "Professor, hurry." Seeing that Professor Zhang was still unresponsive, Wang Bo quickly dragged him over to the destruction device's verification console. He forcibly pressed the professor's palm onto the palm print scanner. "Verification successful." A mechanical electronic voice sounded, and Wang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. Several sprinkler heads rapidly opened above Subject 2. A violent explosion roared within the lab. In a fraction of a second, the entire laboratory was engulfed in flames, and the rapidly expanding rabbit was incinerated instantly. The intense heat reduced the rabbit, which had grown to the size of a panda, to charred cinders within seconds. Meanwhile, the zombies locked in the adjacent rooms became extremely agitated due to the violent explosion. Haha. The guttural roars of zombies and monsters mixed with the deafening sounds of the explosion. Phew. Good thing we activated it in time. If we had been any later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wang Bo swallowed hard, his face pale with fright. Professor Zhang, as if suddenly remembering, quickly asked, "How are Subjects 1 and 3? Any changes?" Wang Bo walked over to the window for Subject 3 and observed. Professor Subject 3's body shows no changes, but it's also motionless, as if asleep. He then walked to Laboratory 1. "Bad news, Professor. Subject 1 is gone." Wang Bo stared at the empty laboratory, a jolt of terror shooting through him. If that unknown creature managed to escape, the consequences would be catastrophic. Wang Bo inspected closely and realized that the baffle on the skylight vent had fallen off at some point. Professor Subject 1 might have escaped through the vent and into the ducts. "We must find Subject 1. Subject 2's incident was surely an accident." "Yes, an accident. It was an accident. My theory must be correct." "Yes, correct." Professor Zhang muttered to himself, seemingly on the verge of madness. At that moment, a faint sound came from the ceiling. The sound grew closer, and the ceiling panels began to warp under an unseen weight. "Professor, Subject 1 is on the ceiling." "The ceiling?" Professor Zhang slowly looked up, adjusting his reading glasses. Then with a thud the ceiling gave way, and a spider the size of a wash basin dropped down, landing directly on Professor Zhang. The enormous spider tilted its head like a curious child examining him. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, no one would believe a spider could mimic human-like gestures. Seeing its razor-sharp fangs, Professor Zhang gasped in terror. The spider, seemingly startled, let out a hissing screech. It then plunged its 8 sharp legs deep into Professor Zhang's body, gripping him firmly. Hissing, it opened its maw and spat out dozens of tiny spiders onto his face. Each tiny spider was about the size of an adult's fingernail. Despite their size, they were ferocious. They immediately began biting Professor Zhang's face violently, and some even tore through his skin to burrow inside. From the outside, the burrowing spiders appeared as lumps moving beneath his skin, traveling at an alarming speed. Oh! Professor Zhang screamed in agony, writhing and thrashing from the intense pain. Wang Bo, pale and trembling, crawled out of the lab on his hands and knees. Unbeknownst to him, Subject 3's body was also beginning to change, growing larger. Meanwhile, Ye Tian and the others stopped in front of the building. He looked at the palm-sized spiders scurrying back and forth on the webs covering the walls and activated his appraisal eye. Species: mutant spider, juvenile. Threat level low. Of course, this was relative to Ye Tian. For an ordinary person, the threat would be high or extreme. These creatures, being palm-sized, were certainly a significant threat to normal humans. Ye Tian thought for a moment. Alright, to be safe, Dodo and Xiao Zhen will stay in the car. Xiao Ling will come with me. If anything seems off, well, come out immediately. Keep the engine running. Okay, brother. Ye Tian's sister, Xiao Ling, please be careful. Mido, looking at the palm-sized spiders, felt a natural feminine fear. Even though they posed no real threat to her, as a third-tier superhuman, the thought of one crawling on her sent shivers down her spine. Interestingly, she wouldn't be afraid of a wash-basin-sized spider and would just chop it with her sword. Despite her swordsmanship expertise, Mido lacked the reconnaissance and combat experience compared to He Ling. So in a situation like this with unknown variables, bringing He Ling was more appropriate. Ling Zhen, acting like the elder sister of the group, said, Ye Tian, don't worry. Dodo and I will stay alert here. Ye Tian nodded and headed inside with He Ling. As they entered the main door, a man rushed out frantically. Seeing Ye Tian and He Ling from a distance, he screamed for help. Help! Save me! It was none other than Wang Bo, who was running in a panic, chased by several zombies still wearing white lab coats like his own. Bang! Bang! Ye Tian and He Ling reacted instantly, raising their guns and taking down the 3 zombies in a coordinated burst. The zombies fell, their momentum carrying them forward before they slammed onto the ground, splattering blood. Thank you. Thank you. You should run too. There's a monster inside. Ye Tian knew he wasn't talking about the creatures from the initial apocalypse outbreak. Those particular monsters after the first year were universally dubbed rippers by experts. They were named for their sharp claws and the gaping maw that split their abdomen. Creatures mutated from Earth's original life forms were called mutant beasts. Humans infected by the virus and turned into non-humans were called zombies. As zombies evolved to higher levels, they gained new intelligence. These intelligent zombies began calling themselves the new humans. But that's a story for later. As Wang Bo rushed past him in a panic, Ye Tian grabbed him. Pulling out a phone, he scrolled through his photos and, pointing to a picture, asked, Have you seen this man? The photo was one Ye Tian had taken with Xiong Lai before the apocalypse under some pretext. Wang Bo, still frantic, ignored the phone, muttering, Run. Run. The monster is coming. It'll be too late. Run. Frowning, Ye Tian lifted Wang Bo with one hand, holding him face-to-face. He enunciated each word slowly. Have you seen this man? The sudden lift made it hard for Wang Bo to breathe, and his panicked face quickly flushed red. His mind cleared a bit, and he calmed down. Looking at the man on the phone, Wang Bo nodded frantically, fearing a wrong answer would get him killed. The monster behind was scary, but Ye Tian seemed far more terrifying. So you've seen him? Wang Bo nodded vigorously, his face turning purple from lack of air. Ye Tian set him down, and Wang Bo greedily gasped for breath. Take me to him. There's a monster inside. The man is in the lab on the 3rd floor. Go find him yourself, please. Just let me go. There really is a monster in there. Come with me, and you might die. Don't come with me, and you will definitely die. The choice is yours. Wang Bo felt like crying. This guy was completely unreasonable. He instinctively wanted to refuse, but the words died in his throat. Partly because Ye Tian had just saved his life, and partly because the moment he showed hesitation, Ye Tian's gaze turned icy cold. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Bo finally led Ye Tian towards the 3rd floor. Ye Tian and He Ling were clearly not ordinary people. They carried guns and were exceptional shots. All 3 zombies had been killed with perfect headshots. So Wang Bo felt he had a reasonable chance of staying safe. Still, he couldn't help but say, They'll take you to him, but, you have to protect me. Ye Tian gave him a harmless smile. Don't worry. As long as the man in the photo is alive, you will be too. Of course, he silently added a thought that Wang Bo couldn't hear. If Xiong Lai were to die, then Ye Tian could only offer his apologies. Wang Bo cautiously led Ye Tian up toward the third floor. Fearful of a sudden attack from those monsters, he moved slowly and stayed extremely close to Ye Tian, as if worried that Ye Tian might fail to protect himself. For zombies still lingered at the stairwell between the second and third floors. Wang Bo had barely managed to escape from them earlier, feeling immensely fortunate at the time. To Wang Bo, those 4 zombies were an insurmountable chasm. But to Ye Tian and He Ling, they posed no threat at all. Ye Tian didn't even lift a finger before He Ling dispatched them herself. Wang Bo was utterly dumbfounded. In his initial panic, he hadn't paid He Ling any attention, but now he noticed she was a stunning beauty with formidable combat skills. Soon Wang Bo led Ye Tian and He Ling to the third-floor laboratory. Within just a few minutes, the corridor had been overtaken by a dense web of spider silk. The silk bound the floor, walls, and ceiling alike. Ye Tian casually grabbed a strand and gave it a firm tug. He discovered that this unremarkable-looking silk was remarkably resilient. Even with 1/10 of his strength, he couldn't snap it. An ordinary person ensnared in such silk would be utterly unable to break free. Only when Ye Tian applied about 2/10 of his strength did the strand finally snap apart. The person you're looking for is in there. Wang Bo pointed to one of the doors along the corridor. He remained rooted at the stairwell, too terrified to step into the hallway. His face was etched with fear as he stared inside. Partly he dreaded the mutated spider, and partly because he had also injected Xiong with that same serum. He had no idea what state Xiong might be in now. When Ye Tian asked him to lead the way inside, he shook his head frantically like a rattledrum. Even when Ye Tian threatened to kill him on the spot, he would rather die than comply. Seeing this, Ye Tian didn't force him further. He shot He Ling a glance, signaling her to keep an eye on Wang Bo. In case Xiong wasn't inside after all, they'd still need Wang Bo to guide them. Ye Tian strode toward the door and kicked the lock open with a forceful blow. As for those incredibly tough spider silks, Ye Tian sliced through them with spatial slash. No matter how resilient the silk was, it was nothing before the spatial slash. After the door swung open, Ye Tian let out a sigh of relief. Xiong was indeed inside. However, Xiong was bound hand and foot, lying quietly on the ground. Seeing his chest still rising and falling, Ye Tian knew he was alive. He had likely been injected with a sedative or similar drug. Hiss! Hiss! Suddenly, Ye Tian heard an eerie screech followed by a figure rushing toward them from afar. The thundering footsteps shook the entire corridor. Ye Tian turned toward the source of the sound and spotted from a distance a spider the size of a water buffalo, just rounding the corner. Monster! Run! Wang Bo let out a shriek and bolted downstairs without looking back. Neither He Ling nor Ye Tian had any mind to stop him. Xiong was found, and Wang Bo was no longer of use. Meanwhile, He Ling's hands glowed with blue light as she stared grimly at the creature that could loosely be called a spider. Ye Tian activated his appraisal eye to inspect the spider's information. Species: mutated spider, growth stage. Threat level relatively high. Affinity 99. Looking at that affinity score, Ye Tian was speechless. Even mutated creatures had an affinity rating. Despite his inner grumbling, Ye Tian's hands moved swiftly. He Ling struck first, raising a hand to unleash a blade of light at the mutated spider. But the spider reacted with incredible speed. The moment He Ling's light blade shot forth, it immediately dodged. Yet He Ling's blade was simply too fast to be fully avoided. It struck the spider's body with brutal force. Hiss! Hiss! The mutated spider screeched in pain, then, with a sudden powerful leap, lunged straight at He Ling. A spider the size of a water buffalo launching itself through the air was a terrifying sight. Its massive body even knocked chunks of plaster from the ceiling. As it closed in, the spider's crimson eyes were clearly visible. But in the next instant, Ye Tian's spatial slash arrived, and with his absolute hit skill, there was no escape. The spider tried to dodge the moment it sensed the attack, but it was already too late. It could only feebly lift a leg before being cleaved clean in two by Ye Tian. The spider sprayed a torrent of green fluid through the air. It splattered everywhere. The two halves of its carcass slammed heavily onto the ground, a bloody mess. This mutated spider seemed to have been dispatched with ease by Ye Tian, hardly a challenge. Nothing compared to that first mutated hound. But in reality, this spider was in its growth stage, not yet fully matured. That was why its strength was so unimpressive. After finishing off the spider, Ye Tian hoisted Xiong onto his shoulder and headed for the exit. He Ling took charge of guarding their rear. Xiong was tall, standing at 185 meters, so it clearly wasn't suitable for He Ling to carry him. Besides, Ye Tian wouldn't have wanted that anyway. As for any other secrets hidden within this laboratory building, Ye Tian had no interest in them now. Mi Do and Ling Zhen waited anxiously inside the RV, their faces full of worry. Only when they saw Ye Tian carrying a man on his shoulder with He Ling beside him appearing at the entrance did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. They quickly opened the door to let Ye Tian and He Ling in. Brother Ye Tian, someone just drove off in a black Audi sedan. Sister Zhen and I were afraid you might need backup, so we didn't dare chase after him. Seeing Ye Tian set the man down on the sofa, Mi Do quickly poured a glass of water and handed it to him. Ye Tian took the water and said, "It's fine. If he's running, he'll head towards Shanghai City anyway. And that's exactly where we're going. With a bit of luck, we might even run into him." Ye Tian had reviewed Wang's boss file earlier. His potential rating was pitifully low, a mere crank with combat ability essentially 0. He posed virtually no threat. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Mi Do relaxed as well and shifted her attention to Xiong. "So this is Captain Xiong." "Yes. Let's head back to rendezvous with the auto repair shop crew first, then wait for the people who went to Tianmen town to return. Those people were to be the foundation of his future team. Decent folks, all of them. They could later form a security squad under Xiong command." Of course, Ye Tian had no intention of letting any of them stay in the RV. The RV was for him alone. No other males allowed, not even male animals. When conditions allowed, he'd find an armored vehicle for them. For now, they could drive the SUVs and follow along and find any abandoned building to sleep in. After all, the armored RV didn't look that big from the outside, so no one would question that it couldn't fit that many people. Only Xiong would be bonded and permitted into the RV for business matters. Everyone else was strictly forbidden from boarding. Though those people could be trusted, it was still better to err on the side of caution. Soon Ye Tian and the others returned to the repair shop. Ye Tian carried Xiong down and laid him on the sofa in the break room. "Captain, brother Yi, what happened to Captain Xiong?" "Nothing serious. He's just unconscious. Jin, take a look and see if Xiong has any other issues." Actually, Ye Tian also felt something was off. A considerable amount of time had passed, and Ye Tian had noticed that Xiong was already close to breaking through to the 2nd rank. By all logic, even if had been given a sedative, he should have woken up by now. Ling Jun stepped gracefully to Xiong side, peeled open his eyelids, and then felt his pulse. After finishing her examination, her brow furrowed slightly, her expression turning grave. The group's hearts sank at the sight of Ling Jun's expression, a foreboding feeling washing over them all. At that moment, the scouts sent to Tianmen town in search of clues about Xiong returned. Upon seeing Xiong lying on the sofa, they rushed forward in a panic. "What happened to Captain Xiong? Miss, please tell us what's wrong with Captain Xiong." "Yes, we're dying of worry." Ye Tian stepped forward and asked, "Xiaozhen, tell us directly. What's going on?" "I'm not entirely certain, but based on my assessment, he appears to be infected with a virus." His words struck the group like a thunderbolt. "Sister Jin, are you saying Captain Xiong is infected with that zombie virus?" Mi Do covered her mouth, staring at Ling Jun in disbelief. He Ling's brow furrowed as well. They had risked everything to save Xiong only for him to turn into a zombie. As far as anyone knew, there was no vaccine or cure for the zombie virus. Infection meant only one thing: certain death. Of course, they were unaware that this applied only to ordinary people. For evolvers and espers, they could resist a certain level of zombie virus below their own rank. Only an infection from a raptor of equal level was unavoidable for both evolvers and espers alike. Xiong case was particularly unusual, as he had been injected with a substance. "I'm not entirely sure. It could be something else." Ling Jun could only rely on her past experience to make a judgment, though she felt her assessment was likely accurate. "There's a wound on Xiong back, probably from his fight with the mutant dog." Ye Tian recalled seeing the injury. The 3 security guards quickly turned Xiong over, revealing a gruesome wound to everyone's eyes. "Captain Xiong. It must have been that giant dog. Captain Xiong." The 3 men's voices choked with emotion, unable to accept the reality before them. "Sister Jun, can't your ability heal him? Give it a try." The 3 security guards' eyes lit up, gazing at Ling Jun with hopeful looks. Then with a thud, they dropped to their knees. "Miss, please save our Captain Xiong. I beg you, if you can save him, I Wu Jing will do anything for you." "Yes, me too, Li Lianjia. What, you two think him a coward? Miss, Captain Xiong is our benefactor. His family is gone. Please save him, and we 3 will serve you like beasts of burden to repay you." The 3 security guards, Wu Jing, Li Lianjia, and Hong Jinbao, pleaded with Ling Jun in turns. Startled by their kneeling, Ling Jun quickly stepped aside. She couldn't accept such a heavy gesture. After a moment's thought, she spoke. "Well, I can try. Perhaps your Captain Xiong is fine, and we've all misjudged the situation. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you." The 3 expressed their gratitude one by one. Ling Jun approached Xiong and under the stunned gaze of the 3 security guards, her hands began to glow with a green light. She activated her medical recovery ability. In truth, this skill was primarily effective for injuries and mild zombie infections. So she wasn't entirely confident now. Nor was she certain if Xiong was infected with the zombie virus. She lacked sufficient data. As Ling Jun brought her hands close to Xiong, the green light began to seep slowly into his body. And then a miraculous sight unfolded. The gruesome wound on Xiong body began to heal at a visible pace, leaving the 3 men utterly dumbfounded. As Ling Jun brought her hands close to Xiong, the green light began to seep slowly into his body. And then a miraculous sight unfolded. The gruesome wound on Xiong body. All they could say was, "Holy crap." Their limited vocabulary failed to capture their awe. Hope filled their eyes, and their faith in Ling Jun grew. Mi Do and He Ling were also witnessing this marvel for the first time. Curiosity sparkled in their beautiful eyes. At that moment Ling Zhen appeared like a sacred ethereal being, pure and untouchable. As the green light continued to seep in, the wound gradually knitted itself closed. Beads of sweat began to form on Ling Zhen's forehead. Yet Xiong remained unconscious. Ling Zhen could clearly sense an unknown substance within his body relentlessly devouring his life force. She could only attempt to hold it back, but she had no way to eradicate it completely. Anxiety gnawed at her. The words of the 3 security guards echoed in her ears, and she could empathize with their deep gratitude towards Xiong. She didn't want to see the disappointment in their eyes. Unconsciously, the sweat on her forehead grew denser. It began to drip down in beads. Mido was the first to notice the sweat on Ling Zhen's forehead. But she didn't know Ling Zhen's current state, so she dared not disturb her. The others could only wait anxiously on the sidelines, unable to help. It began to drip down in beads. Mido was the first to notice the sweat on Ling Zhen's forehead. But she didn't know Ling Zhen's current state, so she dared not disturb her. The others could only wait anxiously on the sidelines, unable to help. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Was it 1 minute, 2 minutes, or 10? Finally, Ling Zhen's ability was exhausted. Overcome by the strain, she stumbled backward. Mido caught her just in time. Sister Zhen, what's wrong? He Ling also stepped forward, looking at Ling Zhen with concern. Sister Zhen, are you alright? Ling Zhen slowly shook her head, then fell unconscious. Was she saying Xiong was fine, that she was fine, or that she couldn't save him? The 3 security guards looked at Ling Zhen's pale face, their eyes filled with gratitude. They weren't fools, it was clear she had given her all. But Xiong showed no signs of waking. Captain Xiong. Is there no hope for Captain Xiong? Captain Xiong. The 3 choked up again, despair clouding their eyes. Were they destined to watch Xiong turn into a zombie? The greater their hope had been, the deeper their despair now was. They slumped to the ground, utterly dejected. Take Ling Zhen to the armored RV to rest. Leave Xiong to me. Ye Tian stepped forward, speaking to Mido and He Ling. Brother Ye Tian, can you save Captain Xiong? In Mido's eyes, Ye Tian could do anything. He Ling looked at him with skepticism, her beautiful eyes full of doubt. Xiaoling, what's with that look? You act like I'm trying to deceive you. He Ling rolled her eyes at him, and together with Mido they each took one of Ling Zhen's arms and helped her back to the armored RV to rest. Wu Jing slowly lifted his head, a glimmer of hope returning to his eyes. Brother Yi, you can really save Captain Xiong. Hong Jinbao and Li Lianjie remained listless, staring into space. They had already experienced the cycle of hope and expectation only to be crushed by despair. They didn't want to go through that again. I can save him. Ye Tian's firm reply sparked a glint in Wu Jing's eyes. Brother Yi, are you serious? Hong Jinbao and Li Lianjie finally raised their heads. Of course I'm serious. The RV was equipped with a medical function, but Ye Tian had momentarily forgotten. Otherwise he wouldn't have let Ling Zhen work so hard. Moreover, he wasn't certain whether Xiong had been infected with the zombie virus, which was why he hadn't stopped her. Who knew that single act would deplete her energy so thoroughly? Fortunately, Ye Tian knew that overexertion of one's ability wouldn't cause lasting harm. Rest would restore her. Otherwise, he would have been consumed by guilt. Ye Tian carried Xiong into the armored RV and instructed the 3 to wait outside. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as the 3 paced anxiously outside the RV. Jingzi, do you think Captain Xiong will be alright? Baozi, can't you for once wish for the captain's well-being? And stop calling me Jingzi, my name is Wu Jing. Jingzi, a face full of Jing. Alright, stop arguing. It's been so long. Captain Xiong he might be. The 3 exchanged words, faces etched with worry. Who the hell is cursing me over here? Suddenly, a voice they knew all too well rang out from the RV's doorway. They looked over in shock. Wasn't that their Captain Xiong? Time rewound to an hour earlier. After Ye Tian carried Xiong into the armored RV, he laid him on the sofa. For it was during Ling Zhen's unconsciousness that he heard the system's long-awaited voice. Ding! System upgrade successful. First upgrade, reward-bound armored RV upgrade card. Please check the system log for specific upgrade functions. Ye Tian didn't rush to check the log. Instead, he first treated Xiong. The RV had a medical function, after upgrading to level 2, it could treat severe viral infections. The RV's medical capabilities differed from Ling Zhen's. The RV primarily targeted viruses and external injuries, having only a limited effect on internal ailments. Ling Zhen's abilities were the opposite. She had limited effect on viruses and trauma, but possessed extraordinary healing power for internal injuries or diseases. Once her level increased, even curing the dreaded cancer would be possible. Don't assume evolvers and ability users are immune to cancer. It's just that compared to ordinary people, their bodies are strengthened, diminishing cancer's impact. However, certain viruses can also mutate with the zombie virus, creating new and novel diseases. These diseases are difficult to treat with current medical standards. That's where Ling Zhen becomes essential. Another difference is that Ling Zhen relies solely on her ability points for healing, which isn't sustainable for large numbers. The armored RV, however, offers unlimited treatment provided enough energy or supplies are available. As for Ye Tian's skill, it was somewhat underwhelming. It could only regenerate severed limbs and had no effect on trauma, internal injuries, diseases, or the zombie virus. After activating the RV's medical function, Ye Tian left it to its work. The RV would automatically consume energy or supplies to treat Xiong. Ye Tian prioritized using supplies. Since he now had skills to treat any ailment, the stored supplies were useless. They could only serve as fuel for energy. It was then that Ye Tian finally began to examine the system log. This upgrade was primarily for the system itself. After the upgrade, Nuwa's functions had expanded, she could now operate as a super intelligent program. She could forcibly connect to any smart device terminal, be it a computer, smartphone, or smartwatch. Even the satellites still functioning in the sky were well within her reach. She was essentially a perfect, all-purpose intelligent butler akin to J.R.V.I.S. from those movies. From now on, the armored RV could also rely on Nuwa for autonomous driving, sparing me and He Ling the arduous task of driving. Furthermore, Nuwa could independently activate the armored RV's defense systems, eliminating the need for manual control of the Gatling gun. In essence, the entire armored RV could be controlled by Nuwa. A particularly significant advantage was that Nuwa could now designate materials for decomposition within the system space. This function was incredibly powerful. No longer would he fear depleting the RV's protection points. The roads were littered with scrapped cars, and Nuwa could decompose them back into raw materials. This included steel, rubber, leather, and even gold extracted from electronic components. With this ability, Ye Tian could confidently roam around in the RV without worry. Unless faced with a devastating weapon like a nuclear bomb that could instantly deplete the RV's protection points and cause continuous damage. He wouldn't even bat an eye at one-time bombs or missiles. When the armored RV was restoring its protection points this time, Ye Tian, prompted by Nuwa, realized he had purchased a batch of steel through his company assistant long ago. He had simply forgotten about it until Nuwa reminded him. What a tremendous loss. Ye Tian also noticed a new panel on the system interface, though it displayed only question marks. Nuwa, what is this panel for? Post it will unlock when conditions are met. Ooh, I cannot disclose it now. I have a WTF, I'm not sure I should say. Next was the RV upgrade card, a true treasure. Upgrading the armored RV again would require a full 15,000 energy points. Ye Tian opened the RV upgrade card and found it offered 2 upgrade paths. Option 1, wave energy cost upgrade directly by 1 level. Option 2, consume a certain amount of metal materials or 1/10 of the energy cost to upgrade. Note, after this upgrade, future upgrades can only be done via this method. Choose wisely. There was nothing to deliberate. Ye Tian decisively chose option 2, saving a significant amount of energy in the long run. Ding. Upgrade card used successfully. Generating option 2. Metal materials 10 tons, decomposition successful, conditions met, energy points 1500 sufficient. Ding. Armored RV upgrade successful. Name explosion-proof armored RV can refuel from system space, silent start, enhanced power. Level LV3 protection points 22500. As long as protection points don't reach 0, the RV remains undamaged. After leaving combat, consuming materials or energy restores protection points. 1 kilogram of material or 1 energy point restores 1 protection point. Space 200 square meters. RV exterior unrelated to internal space. Weapon auto aiming. Gatling LV2 fire rate adjusted to 200 rounds per minute. Bullets auto-generated from materials and energy. Functions medical LV2 can rapidly treat severe trauma and the zombie virus by consuming supplies or energy, treats common internal ailments. Bound medic can upgrade. Enhancement can enhance designated items by consuming metal materials and energy. Cannot be upgraded. Requires binding with special personnel. Facilities bedrooms 5 bathrooms 3 combat simulation room 1 combat simulation room simulate battles against zombies, rippers, and mutant creatures collected by the armored RV to enhance combat experience. Medical room 1 dedicated medical room for medical functions. Enhancement room 1 dedicated room for enhancement functions. Ye Tian was thoroughly satisfied with the results of this armored RV upgrade. Both space and weaponry were improved, and new functions were added as well. The bedroom count had increased from 3 to 5, leaving ample space for Ye Tian and his companions, each having their own room. Yet Ye Tian found little joy in this, as more bedrooms meant less opportunity for shared slumber. Ahem. But that was a digression. The bedrooms themselves were unremarkable save for the enlarged bathrooms, now featuring bathtubs and even swimming pools. Moreover, the entire space had expanded to 200 square meters, vastly increasing the living area. The interior was unimaginably spacious. 200 square meters was essentially a villa. The living room had grown considerably, with a higher ceiling as well. The ordinary ceiling lamp had been replaced by a dazzling crystal chandelier radiating exquisite brilliance. Additionally, the medical functions now had a dedicated medical room. Ye Tian inspected it and found the setup impressive, resembling a VIP ward in a hospital, save for the absence of large equipment, featuring only a comfortable medical bed. The enhancement room was far simpler, containing only a massive workbench and nothing else. However, it was currently unavailable, requiring the binding of a special individual. As for who that person might be, Ye Tian checked. Ding. Special individual detected for enhancement binding unsuccessful, pending activation. Detected but not bound. That must be him. As for weaponry, the Gatling gun had been upgraded from 200 rounds per minute to 2,000 rounds per minute. This was a veritable torrent of bullets. Large-scale zombie hordes were no longer a concern. The defense value had also increased substantially. The combat simulation room, however, was truly impressive. It featured a massager-like seat that was remarkably comfortable. A helmet was positioned at the headrest, and once lowered it transported one's consciousness into a special space. Their battles could be simulated using data collected by the armored RV. It was truly miraculous. Finally, the conditions for the RV's next upgrade left Ye Tian somewhat speechless. Materials required for level 4 upgrade: metal 1,000 tons condition, not met, energy 150 points, satisfied, gold 1 ton. 1,000 tons of metal. Surely that's a joke. And what was a ton of gold for? What did gold have to do with an RV? Was the author out of his mind? Aside from that, energy points earned from killing zombies and such, after deducting what was used to restore defense, left Ye Tian with 170 points. Zombies had evolved, with second-tier ones now common, so energy accumulated faster. Mido and He Ling also noticed the RV's changes. Ye Tian, did you do this? He Ling's eyes sparkled with curiosity, though her proud nature kept her from asking directly. Our living space is bigger now, and the RV is more beautiful. Yes, I noticed 2 extra bedrooms and a swimming pool. I haven't swum in ages. We'll go together once Jinjia wakes up. He Ling tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Alright, I'll go check on Jinjia. Mido hopped off to Ling Zhen's room. Both women tactfully refrained from asking Ye Tian how had done it. At that moment, Xiong slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Xiong rubbed his head, still feeling a dull ache. His last memory was of battling a massive dog. Despite his agile moves, the beast had injured him and had blacked out. His 2 comrades had perished when the mutant dog appeared. If not for being a second-tier esper, he wouldn't have survived that long against it. Brother Xiong, long time no see. You? Brother Yi. How did I end up here? After Ye Tian's explanation supplemented by He Ling, Xiong finally understood. So much happened while I was out. Zhang Tao deserved his fate, but it's a pity the others were dragged into it. Upon learning of Zhang Tao's betrayal, Xiong spat on the ground in disgust. His fiery temper was well known, and had never gotten along with Zhang Tao, though orders had left him no choice. Captain He is here too. That's wonderful. He Ling and Xiong had worked together often due to their duties, so they were well acquainted. Captain Xiong, Ye Tian is my leader now? What are your plans? He Ling was aware of Ye Tian's intentions, had gone to great lengths to rescue Xiong because of his abilities. Otherwise, why bother? Ye Tian had never shown such interest in saving strangers. So He Ling took the initiative to speak up, knowing it would carry more weight than Ye Tian doing so. She was proud, but not foolish. Xiong too grasped her meaning. Honestly, he had no solid plans for the future. After Yuzhong City, Fellhead fled with his men early on, heading towards cities with stronger military presence. Beyond that, he had no idea where to go. I don't know either. We were planning to head to Shanghai, where there's an elite force, hoping things would be better there. But now, Xiong glanced at Ye Tian, then at He Ling, and finally made up his mind. He paused before speaking. I have an idea. If Brother Yi doesn't mind having us, I'd like to join your team with the remaining brothers. Would you accept? A smile unconsciously spread across Ye Tian's face upon hearing this. He had indeed intended to recruit Xiong who had been a Kwasiking in his past life, possessing incredible strength. I welcome you with open arms. Welcome to the team. Ye Tian extended his hand with a smile. Their hands clasped firmly. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding a special character. This character will be 100 loyal to you, never betraying. Skill awarded. Additional enhancement. Additional enhancement: consume metal and energy points to apply a specified additional enhancement to a designated item, limited to once per item. Ding. Special character bound enhancement function activated. Just as had thought. Joy lit up Ye Tian's eyes. Xiong and He Ling assumed it was because Xiong had joined, but only Ye Tian knew it was the enhancement function that thrilled him. Current weapons were becoming increasingly ineffective against the tougher zombies, whether firearms or bladed arms. With this enhancement, the entire team's weaponry could be significantly upgraded. Truly, Xiong value to the team was immeasurable. Current weapons were becoming increasingly ineffective against the tougher zombies, whether firearms or bladed arms. With this enhancement, the entire team's weaponry could be